Xiao Chen was a mortal, already 100 years old this year. Today was also his death day. He lay beside his descendants, uttering his last words. After he finished his instructions, he closed his eyes and passed away. But just as his soul was about to dissipate, the system finally appeared. The system announced, "Host meets the requirement for the number of descendants. System rewards will now be distributed." From here, Xiao Chen began his journey of cultivation. Xiao Chen's descendants grew more and more numerous, and Xiao Chen grew stronger and stronger. Please look forward to it, everyone. If you like it, remember to like and subscribe to support me. Thank you. Far away, on a high mountain, white clouds drifted lazily. Birds soared through the sky, and there were voices shouting in unison, "Esteemed Ancestor, may you rest in peace." Amidst the magnificent mountains, a unanimous voice echoed above and below. "The Zhao family will forever respect you." Everyone was kneeling before a coffin, the scene tragic, paper money and white banners fluttering. "I transmigrated to another world, but I didn't have any talent or aptitude, just a mortal. Luckily, I took many wives and concubines in my life, had many children, and built the foundation of the Zhao family." He lay on the bed, looking down at his legacy, and wheezed to the person beside the bed. "Leaves fall back to their roots. Even if I don't have the ability to change the world, luckily the world can't change me either." The person beside him wiped away tears. "Lord, today the third branch's daughter-in-law is about to give birth, so she can't come. The rest of the Zhao family are all here. If you have anything you want to say, please speak. This old servant will definitely follow your instructions." He lay on the bed, glanced at Xiao Chen, closed his eyes, and pondered. "Spring goes, and spring comes again. People come and people go." He looked at his descendants. He responded softly, "It's all good." He turned to the manager and asked, "Has the baby about to be born been named yet?" Then he glanced at everyone around him, and looked down at the two women kneeling on the ground. He then gave his last instructions of his life. "Our Zhao family is thriving and prosperous, so name the boy Zhao Huo. Huo it is." The manager next to him was a little surprised that the Lord named the child. Then Xiao Chen closed his eyes and left. Everyone above and below shouted in unison, "May the Lord live forever." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, discovered that a descendant has spiritual roots. Zhao Huo was born. He slowly opened his eyes, and the system announced, "The Harmony Brings Prosperity system is officially activated." His eyes widened as a series of images appeared in his head. For every grandchild the host's family has each year, the system will provide supreme techniques, supreme bones, divine pills and weapons, 9-star cloud opportunities, and countless top-quality rewards. As the system awakened, he woke up, sitting up abruptly with question marks all over his head. The manager next to the bed was startled and screamed loudly, "Lord!" The two Zhao family members standing nearby widened their eyes in shock. The manager's voice rang out, and everyone outside the yard heard the movement inside and exclaimed happily, with tears in their eyes, shouting joyfully, "Esteemed Ancestor! Esteemed Ancestor!" The manager in the room glanced at the descendants outside and immediately ripped off all the white cloths around, announcing, "This funeral is off." At this moment, a gentle breeze blew into the room, stirring around the coffin. Two young men outside wondered, "What's going on? Is the esteemed ancestor still alive?" The other person continued, "Wasn't that just a final flash of life? How can it be happening again?" Xiao Chen was sitting on the bed, looking at his old hands, and he murmured, "What the heck is this Harmony Brings Prosperity system?" He stuttered angrily. "What kind of stupid system activates at 100 years old?" The system displayed a notification. "Newbie gift pack has been quickly opened for the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3,650 days of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Supreme Chaos Spiritual Root." A series of notifications continued to appear. "Congratulations to the host for receiving the Supreme Cultivation Technique, Hongmeng Purple Chi Scripture." Then the book appeared in front of him. The system notified again, "Congratulations to the host for receiving 50 years of cultivation. Gotta consolidate my cultivation stat." Before him, a crimson spiritual ball was gathering within his dantian. Enveloped by spiritual energy, he absorbed all that spiritual energy into his forehead, and at that moment, a small, dazzling red spirit stone appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Spiritual energy radiated from the spirit stone, and his whole body glowed with a mystical light. Suddenly, the spirit stone containing 50 years of cultivation's worth of spiritual energy shone brightly. That light circled around his body, causing his wrinkled, aged hands to suddenly become rejuvenated and smooth. Seeing this, the head steward excitedly exclaimed, "This is Supreme Dao Rhythm. I once had the chance to witness it during my travels. This is a heaven-sent opportunity." The head steward's eyes lit up as he said, "The old ancestor has had an epiphany in his moment of life and death. He's embarked on the path of cultivation. Heaven has eyes. Heaven is blessing the Zhao family." The spirit stone continued to float, and the system displayed a notification, "Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the first level of qi refining." Then, as quick as lightning, "Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the second level of qi refining." Then the third level. In a few short seconds, Zhao Chen had broken through to the ninth level. At this point, his entire body had become young again. His hair had turned jet black. The contours of his face had become youthful, and his whole body was full of vitality. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, for breaking through to Foundation Establishment." He immediately opened his eyes and felt this new body, staring mesmerized at his rapidly changing hand. He stammered to himself, "Foundation Establishment." Zhao Chen's hand now shone brilliantly like a weapon. Zhao Chen smiled brightly and clenched his fist in secret joy. Breaking through 9 levels in a day, reaching Foundation Establishment in the blink of an eye. No wonder it's a system. The old steward immediately bowed and shouted, "Congratulations, old master, on embarking on the path of cultivation." The descendants, seeing this, also bowed repeatedly and congratulated him. "Old master has embarked on the path of cultivation." Zhao Chen stood up and looked at his descendants, a slight smile on his face. Every time the family had a child, he would get an extra reward. With rewards there was lifespan, and he could continue to live. He glanced sideways, and his sons were already 70 years old, so he couldn't expect much from them. But remembering something, Zhao Chen's eyes widened. "Then my grandsons are 50 years old. It's still worth a try." Realizing this, Zhao Chen laughed heartily, looking very refreshed. "My grandsons are still young. I must make them diligently plant seeds day and night." Zhao Chen immediately reached out to help the steward up, and then pulled the steward up and patted his shoulder warmly. Zhao Chen happily instructed, "Steward, pass down my order." Zhao Chen raised his hand straight forward. "For the sake of my future and the entire Zhao family, all young descendants, work hard to give birth to children for me." In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. At the Zhao residence, the scene was now magnificent and luxurious beyond compare, and the furnishings in the residence were all sparkling and extravagant. At this time, behind the mountain, Zhao Chen, who was also the family head, was sitting and sipping the tea in his hand as he looked down at his eldest son, Zhao Li, who was standing respectfully. "Father, following your orders to produce many offspring, the Zhao family now has a small wedding every 3 days and a big wedding every 7 days. The Zhao family has now become a famous household, known far and wide for taking in wives. In just 10 years, they'd become the top family by population in Sunset City." The young lad standing next to him now was none other than Zhao Huohuo's descendant. The family head frowned slightly. "Open personal information." The system popped up, activating the prosperous system host. Zhao Chen age, 100 cultivation years, 500 cultivation level, 3rd layer of the golden core realm. Number of descendants, 330. Cultivation technique, primordial violet chi scripture, proficient, true word sword, top grade 1st level, sunset sword art, top grade 3rd level, spiritual root, chaos spiritual root supreme elixir, youth preservation pill 4 stars, longevity pill 5 stars. He looked at his achievements. "For the past 10 years, I've been staying at home. The whole Sunset City thinks I'm dead, but it's fine. Staying at home suits me just fine. Getting a system at 100 years old. I must cherish my life, gotta respect it." Old butler Fu Bo entered from outside, kneeling respectfully. "Greetings, old ancestor. The Nalan family is here to call off the engagement." He frowned. "Call off the engagement." Eldest son Zhao Li, along with Zhao Huohuo, stepped forward. Zhao Li spoke up. "Father, the Nalan family is really going too far." Suddenly, the system popped up again. "Congratulations to the host. Grandson Zhao Huohuo has had his engagement called off." Activating the selection function. Option 1. Endure the humiliation. Forced to accept the cancellation. Reward, 100,000 spirit stones. Option 2. Retaliate forcefully. Proactively divorce her. Reward, fate of the Flame Emperor. He looked at the system information in disbelief. This even has options? But what is the fate of the Flame Emperor? The system then displayed. The fate of the Flame Emperor is the lifelong accumulated power of the ancient god, the Flame Emperor. After descending to the mortal realm, it can enhance the spiritual root aptitude of the user and can be given as a gift. He was a little silent because he was looking at the system information, which made his son and the butler behind him worried. Could it be that the old ancestor is so angry that he's confused? He glanced at his son. His eldest son, Xiao Li, was a mortal with no spiritual root and unable to cultivate. If the Xiao family wanted to grow to 10,000, 100,000 people, it seemed they could only rely on the descendants who could cultivate, like Xiao Huo. Finally, he spoke. Linker, do you know anything about the Azure Cloud sect on Azure Cloud Mountain? What cultivation level has their current sect master reached? The aged Xiao Li replied. Reporting to father, according to my understanding, the Azure Cloud sect's sect master is a powerful expert about to enter the Golden Core realm, he thought to himself. Does father want to stand up for Xiao Huo? This Nalan family is relying on the Azure Cloud sect's sect master being about to reach the Golden Core stage to dare bully the Xiao family. They must be tired of living. Then he looked at his father, who was standing with his hands behind his back. The old ancestor of the Xiao family had already reached the Golden Core stage. He stepped forward and patted Xiao Huo's shoulder in comfort. Don't worry, old ancestor will stand up for you. Huo was moved. Thank you, old ancestor. At this time, in the Xiao family's ancestral hall, a person was sitting arrogantly in a chair, annoyed. What does the Xiao family mean by this? They've been gone for so long and haven't returned yet. The speaker was the patriarch of the Nalan family, Nalan Heng. The girl sitting next to him was Xiao Huo's fiancée, Nalan Yun. He said, Our Yun Sher has become the last disciple accepted by the Azure Cloud sect's sect master, while that Xiao Huo is just a good-for-nothing mortal. The servants following them were equally angry. Knowing that they aren't worthy of our Yun Sher, they're probably discussing how to maintain this engagement behind the mountain right now. And they also said, what do they mean by going behind the mountain to seek the opinion of their old ancestor? Their Xiao family's old ancestor has been dead for 10 years. The family head was extremely angry at this point. Up ahead, the eldest son, Xiao Li, also arrived, leaning on a cane. With Xiao Huo supporting him, Hengdu brother, have you been waiting long? Ha. Xiao Hengdu looked at the two and replied, Well, not bad. I think Huo Huang has a handsome appearance and is a cultured and polite man. In principle, it's indeed a good match. But it's a pity, I don't know if the Xiao family's old ancestor will agree to us calling off the engagement. He then placed a bottle of spirit pills on the table and said, This is the elixir personally made by Yunskir's master, taking it as a top-grade elixir. He turned and said, This is also considered the Nalan family's compensation to the Xiao family. Xiao Li was silent. This Nalan family was indeed generous, willing to offer immortal pills for the sake of calling off the engagement. They wanted both face and faith. As the group left, he thought to himself, in the end, they still want the Xiao family to owe the Nalan family a favor. How cunning. Xiao Chen was using his divine sense to scout behind the mountain and was also able to know what happened in the front hall of the Zhao family. He snorted, relying on a bottle of pills. You can be so arrogant. He smiled as he held the teacup in his hand, then used his telepathic ability to tell his grandson, Huo, it's your turn. Huo received the message and stepped forward, saying loudly, Nalan family head, you should still take this bottle of immortal pills back for Nalan Yun to use. The Zhao family will definitely not agree to calling off the engagement. The Nalan family head and Nalan Yun were stunned by what he said. He angrily raised his staff. Zhao Huo, you're just a snot-nosed brat. It's not your turn to speak here. Shut your mouth. Zhao Huo wasn't afraid of his scolding and slowly stepped forward. He stood facing the two of them and said, Miss Nalan Yun, may I ask if the engagement annulment is your idea? Or the Nalan family heads? She immediately replied, Of course it's what I want. After all, my master doesn't want me to marry a mortal who can't cultivate, which would delay my cultivation. She frowned and looked at him. You probably understand the difference between us better than anyone, right? Xiao Chen, who was behind the mountain, snorted when he heard that. Xiao Huo immediately retorted, Miss Nalan Yun, you're the granddaughter of a great family, so you probably understand how disgraceful it is to have someone come to your door to break off an engagement. He patted his chest. If I agree to your request, will our Zhao family still have a place in Luori City or on Qingyun Mountain in the future? Hearing this, she pointed and scolded. You're just a mortal. What right do you have to make demands of this young lady? He was a head taller than her, so he had to look down at her. Nalan Yun? You think a mortal like me isn't worthy of a cultivator like you? But besides the Qinglan sect backing you, what else can you rely on? He glared even harder. How can you be so sure that I'm just an ordinary person? He then said loudly and proudly, I have long embarked on the path of cultivation. A wave of power emanated from his body. He was at the 4th level of qi refining. Everyone there was dumbfounded when they saw this. 4th level of qi refining. Only one realm lower than Nalan Yun, the last disciple of the Qinglan sect leader. The Nalan family head and Nalan Yun were shocked. What? Is that possible? She stared at Zhao Huohuo with wide eyes. Zhao Huohuo was actually a cultivator. He looked incredibly handsome and radiant all over. Na Lanyun froze for a moment, unable to believe her eyes, her mouth agape. After a moment she pointed to the sky. I can postpone the engagement annulment, but I have a condition. Hearing her words, Zhao Huohuo immediately said, What condition do you have? Let's hear it. My condition is that the engagement annulment will be postponed for 10 years. In 10 years, come to Qinglan sect and challenge me. If you lose then I will annul the engagement. At that time, the annulment will be a matter between you and me, and will not have a great impact on the immortal families. Do you dare to agree? Hearing this, he waved his hand proudly. Our ancestors taught me that 30 years the river flows east, 30 years it flows west. Don't look down on a poor young man. The Nalan family head leaned on his staff and stared intently at Xiao Huohuo. Hearing his words, Xiao Li raised his hand and shouted, Well said, very well said. Worthy of being a descendant of my Xiao family, haha. Nalan Yun was furious. You, who has only reached the 4th level of qi refining, dares to lecture me. She pointed directly at him. Within 10 years I will definitely make you kneel and beg for mercy, he replied without hesitation. I don't need 10 years. With that, he reached into his chest and pulled out a piece of paper, then raised his hand to his mouth and bit his finger until it bled, and then stamped his blood on the paper. He held it up in front of her. This isn't the letter of annulment you want, but the Zhao family's letter of divorce to you. The word divorce, Shu, was on the paper, along with his bloody fingerprint. From today onwards, the Nalan family and Nalan Yun have no relationship whatsoever with me, Xiao Huohuo, or the Xiao family. Seeing the letter of divorce, Nalan Yun covered her mouth in disbelief. How dare you write me a letter of divorce? The scene of him presenting the annulment letter was witnessed by everyone, and a deathly silence fell over both sides. Seeing that, Zhao Chen casually picked up his tea and chuckled. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully choosing option 2, reward, the destiny of the Flame Emperor, and a spirit stone dense with fiery light appears. He held it in his hand, musing. Not bad at all. Xiao Huohuo, after he finished speaking, ordered, Someone, see them out. Xiao Li, leaning on his crutch, added, Oh right, don't forget to take your priceless, hard-to-get supreme bone-cleansing pill with you. The Na Lan family head turned and harumphed. At that moment, why does the wind howling on the mountains seem so casominous? Xiao Chen held the spirit stone, saying, Good grandson, come here. Grandpa is giving you a gift. Relax your mind. Xiao Huohuo immediately thanked him. Grandpa, Xiao Chen, then put the spirit stone near Xiao Huohuo's abdomen. Ding! System notification. Name, Zhao Huohuo. Race, human, realm, Qi condensation stage 4, spirit root. Grade 2 spirit root. Special, Flame Emperor destiny. Conditions not met for activation. Zhao Huohuo's spirit root remained unchanged, his cultivation didn't improve, and the Flame Emperor destiny wasn't activated. Bummer, he told his grandson. Alright. Grandpa used a secret technique to improve your spirit root aptitude. He patted his grandson's shoulder, continuing. But there's a condition. You need to cultivate diligently to use this gift from Grandpa. Otherwise, things like today will keep happening. Got it, Zhao Huohuo obediently replied. I understand, Grandpa. Hearing that, he nodded. Good, go cultivate. Time flew by, and a year later, Xiao Chen was focused on cultivation behind the mountain, when suddenly, Qingyun Mountain started shaking like crazy. What the heck? He narrowed his eyes and jumped towards it, thinking, Seems like some rare treasures appear. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host. For discovering a rare treasure, please choose. He frowned, looking at the system notification. While flying on his sword, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Option 1. Rely on your Golden Core Stage 3 cultivation to seal off the entire Qingyun Mountain, enjoying the treasure alone. Reward, a top-grade 5th level magic treasure. Option 2. Pretend you don't know anything, watch everyone fight over it, and don't reveal your identity. Reward, a top-grade 3rd level magic treasure. He didn't hesitate and chose option 2. The second option suits me better. Isn't it better to just chill out a bit? He chose it, and the system announced, Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2. Reward, the top-grade 3rd level magic treasure, flowing cloud armor. Immediately, a golden light enveloped his hand, then it enveloped his whole body, and the armor glimmered with a clear, golden light. He looked at the armor on his body. This flowing cloud armor automatically adjusts to fit the wearer. Usually, it stays close to your skin and becomes inner armor, only appearing when you're in danger. He activated his sword. Gotta get home. Flying swiftly, he thought. This system wants to trap me, making me choose to seal off Qingyun Mountain. Wouldn't that be like walking right into my own doom? I just need to secretly cultivate behind the mountain, letting my descendants blossom and bear fruit endlessly. The future will be bright, full of all kinds of magic treasures and cultivation power. For me, living a long life and having lots of descendants is the only way to have a better and happier future. That's what's most important. The next morning, on a street, a scholar said, "Did you guys see that blinding purple light yesterday? Such a bright light must mean a treasure." Someone nearby chimed in, "I saw it too. I was arguing with my wife, so I went outside to calm down and saw it." "We're going hunting on the mountain later. Do you want to come along?" The other person immediately agreed. "Sure, I'll go. If we really find a treasure, wouldn't that be like soaring to the heavens in a single step? Let's go. Quickly gather more people. We can't let the Wang family get there first. Brothers, this is our Chen family's chance. As long as we get it, we can ascend to immortality." At this time, everyone had gathered into groups, shouting, "The Huang family is invincible, brothers. Do you want to be bullied by the Liu family?" The group on the other side wasn't lagging behind, saying, "This treasure must belong to our Huang family, in Luori City." Behind the Xiao family's mountain, a carriage was moving forward. The person sitting inside the carriage was none other than Xiao Chen's eldest son, the current head of the Xiao family, Xiao Li. He impatiently urged, leaning on his crutch, "Go faster." The carriage arrived at the training field in the Xiao family's backyard. He stepped in and respectfully called out, "Father." Looking at his father writing something, he said, "I have something to report." Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked up, asking in a relaxed tone, "Son, what's the matter that has you so flustered? Sit down and tell me." He used his power to gently help his aged son sit down. As soon as he sat, the hand that had supported him vanished. Staring at the scene, he couldn't help but think, "I'm 80 years old, and although my body is strong, I still need my father to use his spiritual power to help me sit. Father seems even younger and healthier than me." He looked up and said, "Father, last night, a mysterious purple light appeared on Mount Xingshan. It said that a treasure will appear this morning, and all the major and minor families around the city have gone up the mountain to search for it. Many small families in Sunset City have also sent people to find the treasure. Our Xiao family also has Xiao Huo with a spiritual root, so we absolutely cannot let this treasure fall into the hands of another family." He thought to himself, "Now, if only father nods in agreement, I will immediately gather my subordinates and prepare to set off for Mount Qingyun to find the treasure." Xiao Chen walked over with a teacup. "Linger, no need to rush. Do you remember what father used to tell you when you were little?" He reached out to take the teacup and said, "I remember. You taught us from a young age to think carefully before acting, and to make a plan before moving." Xiao Chen nodded. "Yes, so regarding this matter, our Xiao family absolutely must not participate." He was a little agitated when he heard that. "Father, but..." Before he could finish, Xiao Chen replied, "Liar, we are just mortals. Moreover, such a rare treasure has appeared. Do you think we can actually obtain it? Even if we are lucky enough to find it, we will face the covetousness of other families. So, it's better that we don't interfere from the beginning. Quietly watch the other families fight among themselves, and maybe we can be the fisherman who benefits," Zhao Li said with his mouth. "I obey your orders." But in his heart he was unconvinced. "I still don't quite agree with father's thinking. But father is so strict I can't go against his words," Xiao Chen said. "The most important thing the Xiao family needs to do now is to have children. Other things are not important. Go." Xiao Chen could only obey, replying, "Yes, father." 3 days later, at the back mountain of the Xiao family, Xiao Chen was sitting in front of the door cultivating. He used his divine sense to probe the surrounding area, and discovered someone was approaching the back mountain of the Zhao family. The person coming was none other than Zhao Li, walking with a cane. He smiled slightly, and used a bit of spiritual power. That strand of spiritual power immediately swirled around his eldest son, and brought Zhao Li straight to him. Which surprised him. Father was able to move me to him with his divine sense. So powerful, he stepped forward and respectfully said, "The matter of the treasure appearing on Mount Qingyin has reached the ears of the Qinglan sect. The Qinglan sect has sent 2 immortal beings to block off the entire Mount Qingyin." The descendants of the families who went up the mountain to find the treasure were all captured by the Qinglan sect, tortured and ultimately exterminated. Xiao Chen stood up and said, "The Qinglan sect claims to be a righteous sect, but I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. This Qinglan sect is using any means necessary to massacre common people, just because of the treasure on Mount Qingyun." Remembering the last time with Xiao Huo's broken engagement, one can understand the Qinglan sect even more. Now, our Xiao family's goal right now is to hide our strength and have many descendants. Only when there are more and more descendants in this family can the future of the Xiao family develop continuously. He slowly patted his son's shoulder. "Otherwise, it's all for naught." Zhao Li bowed his head. Father is wise, I understand. Then he asked permission to leave. Father, time passed quickly, and it was half a year later. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations, the number of descendants of the host has reached 400. Activating a choice. Please choose. Choice 1. Not for myself, heaven destroy earth extinguish. You secretly sneak into Mount Qingyun to find the treasure. The reward is middle grade spirit stone. Choice 2. Stable development. No fighting with the world, you decide not to take the risk. The reward is low grade spirit vein. He rubbed his chin. It wants me to go to Mount Qingyun to find the treasure again. This is too dangerous and doesn't suit me right now. The entire Mount Qingyun has been surrounded by the Qinglan sect. Although the Qinglan sect hasn't found any treasures during this time, one person can't fight two people after all. It's better to stay put. He didn't hesitate and chose the second option. Stable development. Helping the Zhao family have many descendants is my goal. He was still sitting in the same cultivation posture when the system appeared again. Congratulations to the host for successfully making the choice. System reminder. Just place it on an ordinary mountain range, and it can form an underground spirit vein. He immediately pressed his hand on the mountain behind the Xiao family. The location is the mountain behind the Xiao family. Successfully placed it on the mountain behind the Xiao family. The state of spiritual energy emitted is dense. Xiao Chen smiled happily. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so dense that it's almost forming a mist. He's back to sitting like a monk, totally focused. Gotta seize this chance and go into secluded cultivation. Stat. Just then, bam. A blood-curdling scream tears through Mount Qingyun. Someone gets straight up shanked by a sword, spraying blood everywhere while everyone watches in shock. And the jerk behind this brutal act, none other than Elder Li Shunfeng of the Qinglan sect. Brandishing his sword, he yells, "You better all get a good look at this. This is what happens to lazy bums who slack off." A few folks are sprawled on the ground, shaking like leaves. He keeps ranting. Remember this, got it. If you keep being lazy, you'll end up just like him. Then, he sheathes his sword, giving everyone the evil eye. Suddenly, he senses an unusually thick surge of spiritual energy. Dude literally leaps up into a tree. The guys down below gawk up at him. Elder Lai, what's up? He replies. This crazy strong spiritual energy is coming from behind the Xiao family's mountain. He turns back, reminding them. Keep a close eye on those strong young guys from the other families. Keep searching for treasures. I'm gonna go check out the mountain behind the Xiao family and see why this sudden burst of spiritual energy is happening. With that, he zooms off. While zipping through the air, he's thinking, the closer I get to the Xiao family's mountain, the crazier the spiritual energy gets. Gotta chill out, slow down, and hide my presence. To mortals, I'm basically a god, but you never know when another cultivator might pop up, so gotta be careful. Xiao Chen's busy cultivating when the system Bli Ings, Qinglan sect Elder Li Shunfeng detected. Approaching, Xiao Chen groans internally. Who the heck is this, messing with my spiritual absorption? Since Li Shunfeng is closing in, activating choice selection. He thinks for a sec, then stay quiet and observe first. Don't jump to any conclusions. Li Shunfeng finally makes it to the back of the Zhao family mountain. He waves his hand, trying to sense around, but doesn't detect any other cultivators. Then, he leaps up again, and from his high vantage point, he's gobsmacked. What the? A low-grade spirit vein? If the sect leader finds out I discovered a low-grade spirit vein, I'll be practically guaranteed the position of Grand Elder. I might even get priority access to the spirit vein, and then I can easily reach the golden core stage. Gotta report this back to the Qinglan sect, ASAP. Xiao Chen uses his illusion to appear, saying, "Greetings, Taoist friend. Where do you come from?" This spooks Li Shunfeng, making him a little nervous. Someone managed to avoid my detection, so he clasps his hands in greeting. I didn't realize this was someone else's cultivation land. My apologies. I'm Li Shunfeng, an elder of the Qinglan sect. I happened upon this place by chance, and hope I might have the honor of meeting you. Xiao Chen finally appears, saying, so it's Taoist Li. This old man is Shihao, he thinks to himself. Just making up a name on the spot, mainly trying to buy time and get him to leave. Li Shunfeng thinks he could evade my detection, meaning he's stronger than me, but not that much stronger. Otherwise, I'd already be dead. Shihao? Never heard of him. Probably a rogue cultivator. 'Cause in the cultivation world, barging into someone else's cultivation spot is like slapping them in the face. A huge no-no. If the other guy's strong, he won't listen to excuses, and I'll just become another corpse. But if I attack him by surprise and kill Shihao, this spirit vein will be mine. Then, breaking through to the golden core stage and becoming the sect's grand elder is totally doable. He pulls out a bottle from his robes, Senior, this is my humble gift, a top-grade marrow cleansing pill. Today, I accidentally trespassed on your territory, so please accept this as compensation. He respectfully offers the pill to Zhao Chen. I sincerely hope you'll visit the Qinglan sect someday so I can properly host you. Watching him be so polite, Zhao Chen thinks. Every time he looks at the dense spiritual energy, his eyes flash with greed. I can't believe he's actually offering me a gift to apologize. He takes the bottle of marrow cleansing pill and smiles. No worries, Taoist Li. You're right, it was just a misunderstanding. I'll definitely visit the Qinglan sect someday. Ha ha. Hearing that, he tests this guy's presence. His cultivation definitely isn't too high, only a foundation establishment cultivator. Taking advantage of him not being wary, ambushing a cultivator slightly higher than me, heavily wounding and then killing him isn't too hard. He clasps his hands again. If that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. Please excuse me. The sect still has some matters to attend to. I'll come and invite Senior to the Qinglan sect in 3 days. Turning around, he frowned. This spirit vein, I definitely have to get it, Zhao Chen, seeing him turn around, sighed in relief. Finally, I can send him on his way. His face turned icy cold. As long as I get this low-grade spirit vein, after returning to the sect, even the Golden Core Stage Grand Elder will be in my grasp. The system popped up a notification. Killing intent detected from Li Wenfeng +1. He frowned upon receiving the alert. What a bastard. Thought everything was all good. There isn't a single good person in this Qinglan sect, is there? Immediately, he used the preemptive strike, channeling the Yang sword art and rushing towards Li Shunfeng, even though he didn't turn around. In that instant, he sensed a terrifying force, an unnamed fear rising in his heart. Danger is coming. Then he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, touching the wound on his chest. He was horrified. You actually ambushed me. What I didn't expect was that he would directly attack me. The sword Q is terrifyingly sharp, piercing through my internal organs. Although I won't die immediately, it's pretty much the same thing. Zhao Chen looked down from on high. You wanted to kill me? Then seize my spirit vein, right? If you wanted to kill me, then of course I'll kill you. So you didn't die unjustly. He turned back, stammering. You? How did you know? He thought to himself. I've concealed it so well. But he still found out. Then he shamelessly rushed towards Zhao Chen. Senior, spare me. I was blinded by greed. I'm an elder of the Qinglan sect. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Qinglan sect won't let you get away with it. The system popped up a notification. Killing intent detected from Li Wenfeng +1. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and used Sunset Western Mountain. Li Shunfeng was horrified when he saw this. A sword slash came down. He couldn't believe that Zhao Chen didn't even care about his position as an elder of the Qinglan sect. That sword arrived behind his neck so fast that his head fell off. Then he glared with wide eyes. The headless male corpse looked extremely familiar. Is that my body? Even in death, I couldn't have imagined that I'd be ambushed by Shihao. Zhao Chen sheathed his sword. The system popped up a notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully making the choice. The reward received is a top-grade magic treasure, the Xiankun 3-foot bell. He looked at the corpse on the ground. Next life, don't be so nasty. Looks like after I killed Li Shunfeng, the system automatically registered the first option, so it gave me the reward. Looking at the golden bell in his hand, he tried shaking it and smiled. Trying to throw the bell far away, he activated his spiritual power and looked at the bell. He laughed loudly. The Qiankun bell is really handy, a must-have for killing people. The system popped up as usual. Carefully checking Li Shunfeng's storage bag, he picked up Li Shunfeng's bag, only finding 10 spirit stones and some of the most basic elixirs. Zhao Chen crossed his arms, a little disappointed. What a poor bastard. 3 days later, the weather was sunny, with a blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine. Xiao Li slowly walked over, stepping onto the doorstep, when a voice came from inside. Come in. He reached out to open the door, but then thought about it and straightened his clothes first. Zhao Zhen sat back on his chair and asked, What's up? You got something to say? The other guy stepped forward respectfully and said, Father, all this time, we couldn't find that treasure on Qingyun Mountain. So the Qinglan sect folks have lost their patience and are packing up to leave. This morning, the last immortal from the Qinglan sect bounced. Zhao Zhen was surprised that the Qinglan sect had completely left. Looks like this treasure is meant for someone with real karma. Now that there are no more immortals on Qingyun Mountain, we need to push everyone to work hard for the Xiao family's growth. Xiao Li bowed respectfully. I understand. As he turned to leave, the system popped up. The host now has 50 descendants with spiritual roots. Special reward. Congratulations, host. You've received 6 years of cultivation, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and have unlocked the Heaven and Earth Dao field function. He frowned at the new function. Heaven and Earth Dao Field function, what's that? He clicked to check it out. The Heaven and Earth Dao Field covers the back mountain of the Zhao family. The Heaven and Earth Dao Field is saturated with concentrated essence. Spiritual energy is 10 times denser, and cultivation speed is doubled. In addition, you can check out what's happening inside the Dao Field anytime. He smirked. This is a freaking blessed land. He had reached the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, completing the absorption of 60 years of cultivation. Not bad at all. My cultivation's gone up, the system announced. 1,000-year-old ginseng has entered the Heaven and Earth Dao Field. Initiating choices. Please choose. First, immediately capture the ginseng, consume it, and gain 500 years of cultivation. Reward: 350 cultivation. The Pure Wind Bird Transformation Technique. Second, accept it as a disciple, which will gradually increase the spiritual energy in the Dao Field. Reward: 6 bottles of longevity elixir. The Heavenly Spirit 9 Revolutions Technique. He looked at the notification and fell into deep thought. 1,000-year-old ginseng, huh? 1,000-year-old ginseng is a ginseng that has gained sentience, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon on Qingyun Mountain for 1,000 years. It gained awareness 3 years ago, successfully transformed 10 years ago, and possesses the Earth Evasion divine power. Looks like this is the treasure the Qinglan sect was desperately searching for. Xiao Zhen used his divine sense to scan around the mountain and found it. He smirked. It would be a waste to just eat it like that. I'll just take it as my disciple then. Without hesitating, he shot off like the wind toward the back entrance of the Xiao family's Heaven and Earth Dao Field. A kid in a red bib was prancing around. The kid laughed, saying, "The spiritual energy here is so thick. Is this a wonderland?" Suddenly, a voice said, "Little friend, what are you looking for? Need some help?" The kid jumped in fright and started crying. Xiao Zhen landed slowly beside the kid, who immediately used his Earth Evasion technique to dive into the ground. He chuckled, using Earth Evasion to disappear without a trace. No wonder the Qinglan sect and other young masters couldn't find it. Looking at the kid surrounded by a surge of immortal energy, he thought, "But this is the Heaven and Earth Dao Field. My territory, hee." Because the spiritual energy in the Dao Field is super thick, partly due to the reinforcement of low-grade spirit stones, and partly due to the Dao Field's natural spiritual energy, the level of spiritual energy here is comparable to a blessed land from a big sect. This place has an irresistible attraction for a treasure like 1,000-year-old ginseng. Watching the kid scurry around, he raised his hand, created a surge of energy to envelop the kid, and lifted him up closer to himself. "Little buddy, I found you again," he said, and then put the kid down. The kid turned around, saw him, and burst into tears. The immortal aura surrounding the kid had also vanished, and he was gently placed on the ground. He clasped his hands behind his back, then bent down with a smile. "Little one, don't be scared. This old man won't hurt you." The kid stared wide-eyed at Xiao Chen in admiration. When Xiao Chen reached down to pick him up, the kid reached up and grabbed his finger, and instantly, he was held snugly in Xiao Chen's arms. Finding the kid adorable, he gently stroked the little round head affectionately. Suddenly, Xiao Chen seemed to remember something, and asked, "Oh, right, little one, want to become my disciple?" The kid in his arms looked up, muttering, "Become a disciple," he elaborated. "If you become my disciple, you can live comfortably on this mountain from now on, without worrying about any danger, and I'll pass on to you the immortal cultivation techniques so you can embark on the path of cultivation." He smiled gently like a father and asked, "How about it?" The kid blankly. "Cultivation. No need to overthink it." The kid immediately bowed to Xiao Chen and stammered, "Master." Just as the kid finished his apprenticeship, the system popped up. "Congratulations to the host for successfully selecting and subduing a 10,000-year ginseng. The reward received is 6 bottles of longevity pills and the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Spirit Art." He looked at the items he received and laughed happily, ruffling the kid's head. "Haha, good disciple." Xiao Chen cradled the baby in his arms, saying, "Since you're a 10,000-year ginseng transformed into human form, then this teacher will name you Ling Tamzi." The kid was overjoyed when he heard he was given a name. "Yay, I'm Ling Tamzi." Xiao Chen happily chuckled along with the kid. "Then this teacher will give you a little welcome gift?" He cradled the kid with one arm. "This teacher will impart to you a copy of the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Spirit Art. This is a top-grade Tier 3 cultivation technique." The kid was puzzled when he heard this for the first time. "Master, what's the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Spirit Art?" He reached up to the kid's forehead, saying, "You'll find out soon enough. Just relax." He then imparted the technique to the kid through his thoughts, storing the cultivation art in the kid's memory. The kid's once empty mind suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed, "Oh wow." Upon receiving this mysterious cultivation technique,
He leaned down and asked,
"Do you feel the scriptures in your head yet?" The kid immediately nodded. "Yes, I do." He then praised the kid, so for the following days he dedicated himself to teaching the kid.
He wrote the character Tham on paper, and the kid read after him. This is the character Tham. Suddenly, he realized something. So Xiao Huo is outside. He called out, "Huo, why are you here?"
Xiao Huo, looking sad, slowly and silently walked in. Huo respectfully bowed his head. "Greetings, Grand Ancestor."
"Grand Ancestor, I've come to bid you farewell. I wish to go on a journey of experience," Huo said with determination. "I want to seek out opportunities that belong to me. The only way is to wander around. It's also a good thing for the upcoming 10-year agreement."
After hearing that,
Men was quite surprised by his grandson's words, and he sighed at the matter.
Suddenly the system popped up a notification. "Xiao Huo has been detected choosing to travel for experience. Initiating selection. Please choose. Option 1. Reject. Personally teach Xiao Huo. Reward is a high-grade 4th level magic treasure. Option 2. Agree to Xiao Huo's travel for experience. Reward is a high-grade 3rd level magic treasure." Men looked at the notification and pondered a bit.
Xiao Chen just frowned at the kid, not knowing what to say.
Xiao Huo was a little worried, and immediately spoke up. "Grand Ancestor." After Xiao Huo's call, Xiao Chen finally said,
"I agree." Xiao Huo stepped forward and called out twice, "Grand Ancestor."
Xiao Chen patted Xiao Huo's shoulder encouragingly. "Jade must be polished to shine. Go, be careful in everything, and remember that the Xiao family will always be your strongest support."
Xiao Huo was so moved that his eyes welled up with tears, and he immediately bowed. "Thank you, Grand Ancestor, for your blessing." The system then displayed a notification.
"Congratulations to the host for agreeing to Xiao Huo's travel for experience. The reward received is a high-grade 3rd level magic treasure, named Azure Dragon Sword." He looked at his little grandson and sighed, thinking to himself, young birds must learn to fly sooner or later. Still worried about Xiao Huo's training journey, Xiao Chen called Huo back, and instructed, "Huo, Grand Ancestor will give you a magic treasure."
He handed the boy a high-grade 3rd level sword and said, "This is the Azure Dragon Sword, a high-grade 3rd level magic treasure. Use it as a weapon for self-defense during your trip."
Huo happily accepted it, cherishing the sword in his hands. "Thank you, Grand Ancestor," Xiao Chen smiled. "Go on, be careful in everything you do, and think things through before acting." Huo immediately obeyed.
Xiao Huo stepped out of the Grand Ancestor's room. Then he looked at the closed door and pondered.
Huo held the sword and bid farewell to the Grand Ancestor once more.
"Grand Ancestor, I will definitely not let you down." With that, Xiao Huo decided to leave.
Xiao Chen observed that his grandson was full of determination, so he smiled reassuringly.
After that, Xiao Chen stepped outside, looking at the blue sky. How beautiful it was.
One day, a few months later, Xiao Chen was sitting in the courtyard, peacefully cultivating, when suddenly he heard a system notification that made his eyes widen.
Grandson Xiao Huo has had an unexpected encounter with a great expert, received guidance, and as a result his cultivation has increased dramatically, Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. Cultivation increased dramatically. The system then displayed detailed information about Xiao Huo. Name: Xiao Huo. Race: Human. Cultivation: Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Talent: Supreme Spiritual Root. Special Destiny: Flame Emperor Destinies. He looked at the system panel and exclaimed,
"Already at Foundation Establishment Stage 3? He looked up at the sky and thought, just who is this deity who could help Huo progress so quickly? Ending with a sentence full of conviction, just like opening a cheat code. Huo was currently in some cave, diligently cultivating.
On his hand was a ring, emitting a light of soul power, causing him to stop cultivating due to curiosity. A voice came from within the ring. "Little brat, as long as you continuously provide spiritual energy to this old man, I will help you become stronger. But if you take me as your master, I will spare no effort to teach you."
Xiao Huo, confused, took off the ring. Then he lifted the ring, floating in the air with his hand.
After that, Huo knelt down, clasped his hands, bowed, and called out twice, "Master." A hearty laugh came from within the ring. "Excellent, good disciple." After completing the apprenticeship ceremony, Huo put the ring back on his finger.
Based on the memories left by his master's soul, Huo accepted the cultivation technique and sat down to continue cultivating. Time flies like you're asleep. And boom, 5 years have zoomed by. Xiao Huo dipped out of his cave, ready to keep leveling up in the world.
Over on Xiao Chen's side, the system dinged. Host's cultivation is skyrocketing. Another blink, and 5 more years were history. Over at the Azure Dawn sect, on Azure Dawn Mountain, there's this mysterious figure, totally cloaked, sitting on a stone platform. deep in cultivation. And guess who it is? It's the sect leader of the Azure Dawn sect, Li Qingshan himself. But the dude looks kinda uncomfortable. There's this massive surge of spiritual energy swirling all around the mountain peak,
and then all that energy comes crashing down right on Li Qingshan, freaking out and exciting everyone in his sect. They're all glued to the spot.
Suddenly, a ton of jade-green clouds roll in and engulf the whole mountain. Like, the entire Azure Dawn sect is swimming in green clouds.
The disciples below are like, holy crap, that's a cloud tribulation. Is sect leader about to break through to the golden core stage?
And then it's emergency. Everyone evacuates now. Li Qingshan is floating in the air. Turns out, hitting golden core means you can just fly. No sword surfing needed, like in the Foundation establishment stage. At this point, the sky's getting kinda dark, and he's just chilling mid-air, cackling to himself. He's looking down at his sect, all smug.
After soaking in the view of his sect with a satisfied grin, he gazes up at the sky with a look of pure arrogance. The disciples below, seeing their sect leader doing the mid-air floaty thing, just stop in their tracks. He's got this bell in his hand, and he's blasting out waves of spiritual energy. Then he casts his eyes downwards. Spiritual energy is bursting everywhere. At this point, these bright white streams of spiritual energy are zooming in and gathering around him. Those streams start swirling like crazy around Li Qingshan. All that energy is slamming straight into his dantian. He's gritting his teeth, thinking, all the spiritual energy in the world is flooding into my body. My aura keeps growing. He cracks a grin, eyes gleaming, and thinks, my aura's finally hit the first layer of the golden core stage. I finally survived the tribulation. BOM. Li Qingshan floats gently back down to the ground. Then,
Li Qingshan heads over to the Azure Dawn sect's martial arts training ground.
The disciples see their sect leader coming and rush over, showering him with praise.
Congratulations, sect leader. Congrats on breaking through to the golden core. Sect leader is invincible, peerless in the world. Na Lan Yun, all smiles, steps up to congratulate Li Qingshan too. Congratulations, master, on successfully overcoming the lightning tribulation and breaking through to the golden core realm. He glances at his disciple and says, Yunkar, I heard you went to the Xiao family years ago to call off a marriage engagement. Hearing this, she drifts into a reverie. Xiao Huohuo was handsome, refined, and polite. In theory, he was a good match. But the differences between us are like night and day. Yunshare, you understand it better than I do, right?
She clasps her hands in reply. Master, that's right, master. Moreover, I have a 10-year agreement with that mortal, Xiao Huohuo. That lowly mortal is worlds apart from us. I will definitely make him see the light. A sparrow can never hope to soar among the eagles. Master nods in approval. Not bad. Cut to behind the Zhao family mountain, where Zhao Chen is holed up, focusing on his cultivation.
When suddenly, the system pops up. Congratulations, host. Your descendant count has reached 1,000. The system announces, Congratulations, host. You've received the reward, ginseng seedling. And a tiny little ginseng seedling appears.
He reached out and took the ginseng, then used his divine sense to speak to Ling Shenzi. Hurry over here. Xiao Chen used his power to teleport Ling Shenzi to the doorway.
Ling Shenzi happily stepped inside. Master, I'm here. Looking at his disciple, he mused, Ling Shenzi is a spirit creature born of heaven and earth, so his talent is terrifyingly strong. The system displayed the person's information. Name, Shenling Zi. Race, spirit race. Cultivation method, divine power. Heavenly spirit 9 revolutions technique. Sword cultivator. Foundation establishment stage 5. Aptitude. 6th grade spirit root. Zhao Chen's side. Not bad at all. And progressing so fast.
He presented the ginseng sprout and instructed, This is the sprout of the ginseng, planted in the courtyard.
Ling Shenzi immediately agreed, Yes, master.
Xiao Chen sat there cultivating, watching his disciple plant the ginseng sprout in the ground.
He reached out to check the current situation of the Xiao family. System. Family harmony brings prosperity. Host. Xiao Chen. Age. 121/100ths. Cultivation. Golden core stage peak. Number of descendants. 1005. Cultivation method. Hongmeng Purple Chi scripture. Divine power technique. Supreme grade first class sword control. Sword technique. Fallen sun. Supreme grade 3rd class minor Qiangkun. Spirit root. Supreme chaos spirit root. Elixirs. Youth preservation pill. 4 pills. Longevity pill 5 pills. Probe personal information. Heavenly Tao lifespan. At this moment, stroking his chin, he praised, feeling very satisfied, the Xiao family thriving with descendants. But in the midst of such joy, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't grown a beard in a long time. He looked at Ling Shenzi, who was about to finish planting the ginseng sprout. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I should continue to return to my room to cultivate. With that, Xiao Chen immediately returned to his room. Back in his room, Xiao Chen immediately sat down and focused on cultivation. The system popped up a notification. Xiao Huohuo's M-year agreement has arrived. Initiating selection. Please choose. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Detected that Xiao Huohuo's 10-year agreement has arrived. Initiating selection. Please host choose. Seeing the notification, he pondered to himself. Time truly waits for no one. M-years have passed so quickly. If it weren't for the system's support, I'd probably be 6 feet under by now. Heaven and earth are vast. It's truly wonderful to be alive. The system displayed the selection panel. Option 1. Launch a decisive attack, helping Xiao Huohuo achieve victory. The reward received is a supreme grade 4th class magic item, 9 Revolutions Fire Scroll. Option 2. Trust in Xiao Huohuo, whose strength has greatly increased. Decide to stay put and not show up. The reward received is the Sword Come Divine Power. Name, Xiao Huohuo Race.
Human Cultivation Method. Divine Power. Flying Dragon 9 Swords Technique. Peerless Pill Refinement Magic Item. Azure Dragon Sword Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Stage 6 Aptitude. 4th Grade Spirit Root Special Fate. Flame Emperor Fate. Xiao Chen looked at the notification and couldn't help but sigh. Huohuo has improved quite a bit. If that's the case, system, I choose option 2. Congratulations, host. The reward received is the Sword Come Divine Power. At this moment, at a large martial arts training ground, surrounded by people of the Azure Dawn sect, Huohuo stood on one side, Nalanyun stood on the other side. The stands and below were crowded with people gathering to watch the excitement. Nalanyun looked at him with obvious displeasure.
Xiao Huohuo stepped closer and politely said,
Xiao family's Xiao Huohuo has arrived, according to the 10-year agreement. In 10 years, I have become a man who stands tall between heaven and earth. Everyone below heard him say that and started whispering.
Nalanyun, who had been silent, finally spoke, her voice slightly disdainful and mocking.
Xiao Huohuo,
a useless person with mediocre talent like you shouldn't be dreaming. The Azure Dawn sect cannot be insulted by you. With that, she drew her sword, preparing in a ready stance. Today, you must die, using the wind-ripping sword art.
She pointed the tip of her sword at Huohuo and immediately rushed forward. Huohuo also frowned, focusing on the incoming sword tip,
and also raised his sword to gently block her attack.
Nalanyun,
after that strike, also sensed Huohuo's cultivation and retreated backward in a bit of panic. Foundation Establishment Stage 6. The person she once looked down upon as useless now had cultivation equal to hers. You should know that behind me is the Azure Dawn sect. Huohuo raised his sword, snorting lightly. So the Azure Dawn sect has useless people with mediocre talent. He focused, raising his sword.
Try to withstand this move.
Flying Dragon 9 Swords. A stream of spiritual energy emanated from the sword, condensing into the form of a large azure dragon.
Nalanyun's eyes widened at the scene,
her mouth agape.
Sword chi of 9 paths condensed in mid-air to form a 5-clawed azure dragon. It's too terrifying. Then she regained her spirit and picked up her sword.
I am the young sect leader of the Azure Dawn sect. I cannot allow myself to lose face. Huohuo, I'll fight you to the death. Wind-ripping sword art. A force of bright red spiritual energy advanced to attack the 5-clawed azure dragon.
Her attack created a huge explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke all around. Huohuo stood tall and proud, while Nalanyun was knocked back, collapsing on the ground. Huohuo casually tucked the divorce papers in his hand, looking down on her with supreme indifference.
The 10-year agreement. You've lost. Nalanyun fearfully hugged herself. Don't kill me, she trembled inwardly. This was the first time she'd ever felt such fear. Nalanyun clumsily got to her feet and stared at Huohuo's retreating back. He's just turning and leaving. Tears welled up in her eyes. I'll never truly understand what Xiao Huohuo has been through these past few years, but I know his hardships must be far greater than a young sect leader like me who just hangs around the mountain. These tears falling now, I don't know if they're from regret or humiliation.
The people from the Azure Dawn sect approached him. It was the elders. One even had a hidden weapon ready. One of them spoke up. Kid, you've humiliated the Azure Dawn sect's young leader. You think you can just walk away so easily? Sect leader, if we let him leave like this, the Azure Dawn sect's reputation will be completely ruined. Another added, if word of today's events gets out, where will the Azure Dawn sect stand? Nobody is innocent, but stepping into the heavenly gate means you're guilty.
Xiao Huohuo looked at the crowd with a sardonic smile. Oh, is that so? I don't want to kill people, but some people are forcing me to. Fine, just fine. Immediately, he drew his sword. The one with the highest cultivation here is the Grand Elder at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, and the lowest is still at the 6th level. I've just gone through an intense battle. My spiritual energy is depleted, and now I have to fight a whole crowd. I'm steadily falling into a disadvantageous position. Suddenly, the ring on his finger glowed, releasing a surge of spiritual energy. Xiao Huo felt the spiritual power and looked at his hand. My cultivation is gradually increasing, and my body's power is almost reaching the golden core realm. Instantly, he swung his sword, sending those buzzing elders flying. One of the elders exclaimed in panic, "This kid is strange. His cultivation suddenly skyrocketed, even surpassing mine." The person next to him chimed in, "Don't worry, this kind of sudden increase definitely has side effects. Turns out his cultivation suddenly became so high and powerful because of his master's assistance." The powerful swordsmanship transformed into a flying dragon, its claws reaching out to attack the elders. Huo also felt that his body wasn't quite right. Panting heavily, he had just forced himself to use the Flying Dragon 9 swords again, causing his insides to burn, and his Danshin and Immortal career were completely exhausted. Gripping the sword tightly, he thought, "Those elders I just knocked away, this is my chance to escape from the Azure Dawn sect." Suddenly, he sensed something. It was an terrifying pressure of the Golden Core realm cultivation, slowly locking onto him. The pressure caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The pressure came from none other than the sect leader of the Azure Dawn sect. He floated high above, looking down. The Azure Dawn sect cannot be humiliated like this. Then he said to Huo, who was trying to run, "Kneel down and admit your crime, then you might keep your whole body intact." At this moment, Huo spat out another mouthful of blood. He half sat, half knelt, supporting himself on the ground with his hand. The 10-year agreement, turns out it was just a joke. Whether I win or lose, I won't be able to leave here today, will I? Huo reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "If that's the case, then let's see if you can stop me from leaving the mountain." The sect leader was up above, looking down with a contemptuous expression. Ignorant and foolish. With that, he released a wave of spiritual energy from his right hand. Xiao Huo gritted his teeth, watching the hand grow larger as it approached him. Suddenly, a voice came from the ring he was wearing. Huo, give me control of your body. The Azure Dawn sect is not allowed to humiliate my disciple, and no one will keep you here." Huo was moved and called out. "Master," his master continued, "It's all right, I just need to take a long nap. You'll have to rely on yourself for the time that follows." At this moment, Xiao Huo's eyes flashed brightly. When the Thonlum sect leader's giant hand struck, it created a huge explosion, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The Thonlam sect leader looked down in surprise, like, what the heck just happened? Xiao Huo had a secret technique like this. Even though he sensed Xiao Huo's transformation, his divine sense couldn't pinpoint his location at all. Then he turned to his disciples and said, "Arrange for 2 elders to lead people to the Zhao family at Thongyun Mountain and wipe out the entire Zhao family." The elders respectfully replied, "Understood, sect leader." Then everyone zoomed off towards the Zhao family like a bat out of hell. Meanwhile, in a small cave on the mountain, Xiao Huo, who had escaped, was sitting there, injured. He muttered his master's name sadly. A few days later, thunderbolts continuously struck the back mountains of the Zhao family. Xiao Chen looked up at the sky with a serious expression. He was currently at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, and today was the day he advanced to the Nascent Soul stage. He concentrated his spiritual energy, and a torrent of spiritual qi surrounded his body. Then he tiptoed and floated into the sky, preparing for the lightning tribulation. The Zhao family descendants reminded each other, "The entire Zhao family must not approach the back mountain. Get out of here now." Xiao Chen stood there enduring the nascent soul lightning tribulation, taking hit after hit of lightning. After a while, Xiao Chen grinned, fearlessly continuing to endure, taking each lightning strike as it came. Half an hour later, the sky finally cleared up, becoming blue and clear again, the clouds and mist completely gone. An old man with white hair and beard said, "It was just a normal thunderstorm. Everyone, go back." Everyone immediately agreed. The old ancestor kept his eyes fixed on the sky from before. Xiao Chen, his whole body shimmering, slowly descended. He gently landed on the ground and looked around, his eyes softened. "I've successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage." In front of his chest, there was even a little spirit dude sitting cross-legged like he was cultivating, floating in the air. Ling Shu stepped forward, concerned. "Master, are you all right?" Xiao Chen turned to look at his disciple nearby. He smiled slightly. "I'm fine. This nascent soul lightning tribulation wasn't anything to be afraid of." Ling Shu slowly walked behind him.
Congratulations, Master.
On successfully entering the nascent soul stage, Master's martial path is thriving, and lightning tribulations no longer affect you.
The two masters and disciples returned to the room together, focusing on cultivation.
Zhao Chen looked at the system, which displayed Host. Zhao Chen age, 125 1,000ths cultivation. First level of the nascent soul stage, number of descendants. 1278 cultivation method. Hong Meng purple chi scripture supernatural techniques. Superior first grade imperial sword, superior third grade sunset swordplay, superior third grade sword cum spirit root, supreme chaos spirit root elixir. 4-star benevolence pill, 5-star longevity pill, special probe of personal information heaven and earth. After reading his information, he rubbed his nose. He used to be a mortal worried about birth, old age, sickness, and death, but now he has 1,000 years of lifespan. The system suddenly switched scenes. Detected disciples of the Than Lam sect, entering the Xiao family's territory, initiating selection. Please make a choice. Xiao Chen looked at those images, lost in thought. The system continued to announce. Option 1. Provoke the Grand Duke of Jupiter, Tai Sui, head-on, directly fly out and kill them. Reward. Grade 5 superior level magic weapon. Option 2. Fold your arms and watch. Continue to develop yourself. Reward. Grade 4 intermediate level magic weapon. Xiao Chen raised his hand. If I want peace, of course, I'd choose the second one. But if the entire Xiao family is gone, and I'm the only one left, what's the point? How can the Xiao family's descendants be harmed by outsiders?
Without hesitation, Xiao Chen raised his hand and chose option 1.
A series of information about the Qing Lan sect members appeared.
Name: Duan Tong race. Human cultivation. Foundation establishment stage 1 identity. Disciple of the Qing Lan sect. Another one.
Name: Liu Shan race. Human cultivation, foundation establishment stage 8 identity. Second elder of the Qing Lan sect, Zhao Chen, looked at the information and couldn't help but chuckle. There are only 10 people in total, and the strongest one, the second elder, has only reached foundation establishment stage 8. What a bunch of small fries. Zhao Chen instantly disappeared before the eyes of the spirit ginseng child. He looked at his master and couldn't help but exclaim, faster already. At this time, it was already dark outside, and the moon had risen. The Qinglan sect members stood there. Everyone. The sect master's order is to eliminate all members of the Zhao family, young and old, to prevent them from preparing after Zhao Huohuo returns. Attack immediately beyond 100 meters. A male disciple of the Qinglan sect behind him couldn't help but praise. Second elder is brilliant. Second elder's plan is still the best.
The person called the second elder smiled so much his face distorted after hearing his fellow disciples say that.
HMPH, that's a given. Zhao Chen appeared like a ghost right behind him. The Qinglan sect claims to be righteous, but I didn't expect them to be so treacherous and vicious. The disciples were all startled.
Who is it?
Zhao Chen leisurely said. Since that's the case, this old man can't let you survive.
The Qinglan sect members drew their swords. Who are you? How dare you speak so boldly?
Then he shouted loudly. Our sect master has reached the golden core stage. Aren't you afraid of your big mouth getting you killed? Then the second elder immediately made a hand gesture and shouted, kill. Upon hearing the order, the group immediately charged towards Zhao Chen with their swords.
The person called the second elder smugly thought,
HMPH, still think you're a big shot, you won't be wronged, even if you die. Zhao Chen also smirked. Where did you guys get that confidence from? Then he immediately cast a spell, causing the swords to fly back towards the Qinglan sect members. The second elder was stunned at this moment. What's going on? Where did the swords come from? Could it be that the Xiao family had an ambush here? The person behind him fearfully said, Second elder. Above you. He widened his eyes and looked up. A series of swords were spinning in the source of spiritual energy, radiating from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's face was calm.
It's sword come, kiddos. The second elder now remembered that the situation was very critical. He roared,
run quickly. Quickly report to the family head. Eliminating the Xiao family is impossible. This person is invincible.
Xiao Chen looked at the group of people running around in a panic and raised his hand to use a force,
then pointed his hand towards them as waves of swords surged up, killing the Qinglan sect members from before. The system displayed a notification.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Grade 5 superior level magic weapon, Qingyun sword. A golden sword slowly appeared in front of the screen. Xiao Chen picked up the sword in his hand, clicking his tongue.
Not bad, not bad. Now that I have the 5th grade top tier magic treasure, the Azure Cloud Sword, I don't need to use spirit swords anymore.
Then, He tiptoed lightly like a gust of wind and flew into the sky. Several days later, on a dark night in the main hall of the Azure Ripple sect, the sect leader of the Azure Ripple sect, Li Qingshan, sat in the center at the head of the hall, with 2 rows of people below him, bowing respectfully. He said angrily, "Who is it? Who on earth dares to kill the elder of our Azure Ripple sect?" He slammed his hand on the chair in anger. "It seems this Zhao family isn't so simple." The people below were terrified and didn't dare to open their mouths, silent as clams. He continued. The second elder was at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, along with a group of Foundation Establishment disciples, yet they were all wiped out in one move. I want to go to the Zhao family and see who this mysterious person is. At this time, in the Zhao family, a wisp of smoke drifted from an incense burner on the table. Xiao Chen was concentrating on his cultivation. The effect of this cultivation is doubled. It's so amazing. A mini version of Xiao Chen was floating, surrounded by a stream of spiritual energy. Hey, system! Summon the personal information panel. Host. Xiao Chen age. 125 100th cultivation. First level of the nascent soul stage, number of descendants. 1278 cultivation method. Hongmeng Purple Chi Scripture Divine Ability. Rare Superior Technique Sword Art. Sunset Superior 3rd Grade. Sword Come Superior 3rd Grade Magic Treasure. Superior Triangle Bell Magic Treasure. Xiankun Superior 5th Grade Azure Cloud Sword Spiritual Root. Supreme Chaotic Spiritual Root Elixir. 4-star Youth Preservation Pill. 5-star Longevity Pill. 1-star Supreme Grade Beauty Pill Special. Investigate Personal Information. Heavenly Daimyo Arena. He looked at the announcement board, thinking, this much lifespan is enough for the Zhao family to maintain their lineage for over 100 generations. The mini Zhao Chen floated up from the house, hovering and looking down, watching the wedding scenes, and the babies taking their first steps, growing up. And he smiled happily. Old man is extremely satisfied with the Zhao family's current business. He suddenly detected a strange aura. How could a golden core cultivator be mixed in here? System. Check the information. External force. Azure Ripple sect is information. Name, Li Qingshan race, human cultivation, first level of the Golden Core stage talent, 4th grade spiritual root special identity, sect leader of the Azure Ripple sect. He looked at the system notification. The sect leader of the Azure Ripple sect. Unexpectedly, it's Li Qingshan. If a Golden Core stage cultivator were to massacre the Zhao family, that would be a disaster. It would be like a ticking time bomb. My cultivation hasn't surpassed the Golden Core stage, but I've already reached the nascent soul stage. Then it seems this Azure Ripple sect leader can't be allowed to live. Zhao Chen frowned. Only the dead pose no danger. At this time, on a dimly lit path, Li Qingshan thought to himself, calling the Zhao family a family is more like calling it another small town in Sunset City. This Zhao family is indeed not simple. He smiled slightly. It seems I need to investigate more carefully. Now the moon has risen high. The stars twinkle in the distance, and a stream of spiritual energy speaks. What does this fellow Taoist think of the Zhao family's scenery? Li Qingshan stopped, vigilant. The Zhao family is indeed not as simple as it seems. On the surface, I must remain calm. He cupped his hands and smiled. This buddy's pulling my leg. The spiritual energy is so dense and the scenery's gorgeous, perfect for cultivation. It's just that I crashed the party uninvited, so I'm really hoping you'll forgive my intrusion. Just give me a chance to apologize in person, yeah? Xiao Chen's looking at the system, and it's showing him a picture of Li Qingshan. You think I'm scared of your tricks? You dare show your face, and I'll straight up kill you. Xiao Chen raises his hand, and whoosh, a surge of spiritual power erupts. If you want to hang out, this old geezer's already brewed some top-notch tea on the hill behind the Zhao family manor. Inviting you to come have a little chat at the back mountain? Xiao Chen's voice boomed out, reaching Li Qingshan. Dude immediately teleports over, landing lightly near where Xiao Chen's chilling. I am Mu Yunzi. A pleasure to meet you, he says, giving a polite bow. Xiao Chen's casually pouring tea like soup. This old coot's the ancestor of the Xiao family. Xiao Chen. Please, have a seat. Xiao Chen slowly pours the tea while saying, you're basically a goner, so no need to keep up the charade. Li Qingshan sits down across from him and says, so, the Zhao family ancestor is a cultivator? That damn agreement back then turned my precious disciple into a useless bum. All thanks to the Zhao family. Today, I'm definitely gonna off you, old man. System notification. Gained +1 kill intent from Li Qingshan. Xiao Chen doesn't even flinch, just sips his tea, all cool and collected. Then Li Qingshan's attitude does a total 180, beaming like a sunshine. Bro, you've built up such a massive empire, and your mind's seriously sharp too. You're a true hero. He's smiling, but inside he's seething. With Xiao Bro's cultivation level so high, I wonder, where's your successor? And right after that,
Xiao Chen's getting slammed with another wave of killing intent from Li Qingshan. Xiao Chen chuckles softly, looking up.
You son of a BTCH! Once you kick the bucket, I'm totally giving you an acting award. As he says it, Xiao Chen crushes the teacup in his hand. Li Qingshan pipes up, all friendly.
This place of yours is so elegant, Xiao bro. May I be so bold as to take a look around? Xiao Chen gives the okay, calmly leading him on a little tour. They stroll over to a painting, and he says, "This painting is a work by the Northern Bright Hall sect leader. This sword must be the famous 5th grade sword, Azure Cloud, that slices through iron like it's mud, a rare treasure. And these are horned orchids, a precious flower that only blooms on the left bank of the river. Eat. Consume them, and they'll boost your cultivation."
Li Qingshan's thinking to himself, every family in the region's got ties to the Xiao family,
and I still can't sense the existence of his disciple. This is as mysterious as a bottomless cave. Xiao Chen looks at him and says,
I'm just a country bumpkin from the mountains. I didn't join any sect. My cultivation's average. Just Golden Core Stage 2, nothing special. Li Qingshan's thinking to himself, screw your 18 generations of ancestors. Once this is over, I will definitely kill you. As for what Xiao Chen says, he's still half believing it. But the one thing he's sure of is that the Xiao family only has one cultivator, Xiao Chen. There can't be any others. So the spiritual ginseng transformed back to its original state. The aura is completely gone. As for Li Qingshan, it's just a white radish.
Li Qingshan gives Xiao Chen a dark look, sneering. An old geezer with no sect, Golden Core Stage 2 cultivation. Don't even think about running from me. He clasps his hands, all polite, and says, it's truly an honor to meet the Xiao family ancestor today. But I need to head somewhere else. I won't bother you any longer.
System. Detected killing intent from Li Qingshan. Xiao Chen raises his teacup to his lips. The Azure Clarity sect is really a bunch of misfits. Li Qingshan turns to leave. Xiao Chen sits there all chill and yells out, Sect leader Lai, watch your step. Li Qingshan hears Xiao Chen say Sect leader Lai and freaks out. His identity's been exposed. He feels a wave of danger closing in, engulfing him. Xiao Chen immediately summons his sword, then sends it flying with spiritual power toward Li Qingshan. He doesn't turn around, but he feels an immense pressure approaching. It's nascent soul cultivation. At this moment, the swords are ready to charge under the guidance of Xiao Chen. Without hesitation, stabbing through Li Qingshan. His eyes go wide. Can't believe I was going to ambush someone, only to get ambushed instead. Xiao Chen's face remained calm. That one move from him earlier had some seriously scary power. Xiao Chen used his divine sense to scan Li Qingshan, and he could definitely confirm that Li Qingshan was completely gone. Xiao Chen looked at the spot where Li Qingshan had been standing and wondered,
oh, what's this? System? Detecting a fragment of Elder Fang Shi's soul from the Dark Soul Hall, used to control Li Qingshan? Dark Soul Hall, what's that? Fang Shi. Who's that? Never heard of them.
But if they were the ones pulling Li Qingshan's strings, then
they're totally asking for it. The remnant soul floated there and said,
Who are you? How dare you kill a pawn of the Dark Soul Hall?
Xiao Chen chuckled and asked, Me. Listen up. He raised his sword with a sly grin. I'm your daddy, and immediately chopped the remnant soul in half. System notification. Resentment from Wang Qi +1. At the Dark Soul Hall headquarters, Wang Qi was sitting there with a furrowed brow. Then a pain shot through his soul, causing him to open his eyes and spit out a mouthful of blood.
He reached into his robes and fumbled for something, then popped 2 pills into his mouth. Dare to kill my soul fragment? I'll definitely kill you. I'll rip out your tendons, flay your skin, then chop you into a million pieces. Then he sat back down, gritting his teeth, and continued. And finally, I'll extract your soul and burn it in a fire day and night. Unable to stand, unable to live, unable to die, I'll make your entire family suffer the same pain. But there's still the sect master's long-term plan. So for now, I can temporarily swallow this anger. A few days later, at the Qinglan sect, a voice echoed. Due to the Qinglan sect's master disappearing without a trace, and all the elders of the sect having lost their lives, the entire sect is currently like a snake without a head, and the disciples are all worried and panicking. Na Lanyun sat there, sadly, looking at everyone. Only she knew that her master, Li Qingshan, had gone to the Xiao family. Clutching the paper in her hand, she shed tears. Xiao family. Xiao Huo Huo. It's a pity there's no regret medicine in this world. Her eyes gazed into the distance. Currently, because of Xiao Huo Huo's matter, her hair had turned white overnight, and even her long-held beliefs were gradually shattering. Previously, the Qinglan sect acted rampantly and offended many people. She stood up and looked at the disciples talking to each other, while those disciples whose hearts were wavering secretly scavenged valuable items from the sect, then made an excuse to leave the Qinglan sect. The disciples who remained were all people with poor qualities who only knew this much. and very soon, the entire Qinglan sect would disintegrate. A few days later, the Qinglan sect officially announced its disbandment. At this time, in a crowded inn, people were sitting and talking. Didn't their sect master, Li Qingshan, break through to the Golden Core stage a few days ago? I think that Qinglan sect must have offended the wrong person. I wonder who could make such a powerful sect like Qinglan sect disband. Another person who liked excitement chimed in. Qinglan sect is, after all, the largest sect for over 1,000 miles around here, who has the ability to destroy Qinglan sect. It's really unbelievable. Right at this moment, on the back mountain of the Zhao family, Xiao Li was leaning on a cane, panting as he climbed the steps.
Xiao Chen saw his son like this, and immediately used teleportation to bring him in front of him, asking, "Linger, what do you need me for?" Being immediately teleported made Xiao Li exclaim, "That teleportation is amazing, truly a master," he stammered. Father,
the Qinglan sect has collapsed."
Xiao Chen calmly looked at his son and replied, "I know. I did it." His words made Xiao Li's eyes widen, and he dropped the tea he was drinking. To think father could casually destroy the Qinglan sect. Seeing his son's reaction, Xiao Chen smiled lightly, without explaining anything. Then Xiao Chen turned to leave. He said to his son, "Gather all the Zhao family descendants who have spiritual roots, then bring them here for Lingshenzi, to teach them immortal techniques." Xiao Li respectfully, "Yes, father, I will arrange it immediately." Then he waved his hand to his son. "Go do it. I need to continue cultivating." Xiao Li bowed respectfully, thinking to himself,
"After I get back, I must quickly do what father instructed." A few hundred miles away from Qingyuan Mountain, Xiao Huo was currently sitting and healing his wounds. After healing for a month with all sorts of pills, "My injuries are mostly healed. I can find a chance to sneak into Greenlame Mountain and scout out news about the Greenlame sect." Xiao Huo strolled slowly at the foot of Greenlame Mountain. Asking someone on the road, he was stunned. "What, the Greenlame sect is gone?" the passerby replied. "Yeah, it disbanded ages ago. Still don't know who did it." Xiao Huo stood there dumbfounded, never expecting the Greenlame sect to be wiped out while he was healing. His face expressionless, he said, "But for me, it's kind of like revenge has been served." He held up the ring and asked, "Master, where do we go now?" The master replied, "Next, we're heading to the Celestial Star Pavilion." He wondered, Celestial Star Pavilion? Then immediately agreed. He recalled the memories his master had told him. It was a top-tier power that he built with his own hands. The Greenlame sect couldn't even compare. 5 years passed at the Zhao family. The system popped up a notification. Detected that the host's descendants have reached 2,000, congratulations host, for receiving the reward. 4th grade superior magic treasure. Cloud-piercing boots. Hearing the system's announcement, he immediately opened his eyes. He didn't expect the number of descendants to have reached 2,000 already. Then a pair of ash-gray boots appeared, surrounded by spiritual energy. Xiao Chen reached out and took them. Obtained cloud-piercing boots, he immediately went to try them on. After putting them on, they disappeared instantly, as if they never existed. Without hesitation, to try out their effects, the speed feels at least twice as fast as before. After 5 years, the entire Green Cloud Mountain belonged to the Xiao family. Sunset City had now become Xiao family territory. Xiao Chen, high and mighty, hovered in the air looking down. At the same time, there were many rumors outside, saying that the Xiao family had a mysterious expert, thanks to the guidance of the spirit ginseng child's innate talent. In recent years, those with spiritual roots in the Xiao family had all embarked on the path of cultivation, so the number of descendants and cultivators was booming. The Xiao family had now become a local overlord. He raised his hand. System. Family harmony brings prosperity, personal info, and selected view. Subject, Xiao Chen age. 130/100ths cultivation. Nascent soul, 2nd layer number of descendants. 2008 cultivation method. Dream glow purple chi scripture divine power. Superior 1st grade sword control sunset slash. Superior 3rd grade sword skill. Superior 3rd grade magic treasure. Superior 3rd grade universe expansion cloth. Superior 5th grade azure cloud sword. Superior 4th grade cloud piercing boot spiritual root. Supreme chaos spiritual root elixir. 4-star youth preservation pill. 5-star longevity probe personal information Tao emblem of heaven and earth. He rubbed his chin happily. Such a long lifespan is definitely the best thing ever. Might as well check the current situation of the others. He checked on Xiao Huo. Name. Xiao Huo race. Human divine power cultivation method. Soaring dragon 9 swords technique. Sword control technique. Unparalleled alchemy art magic treasure. Azure dragon sword cultivation. Golden core 2nd layer aptitude. Top grade spiritual root identity. Pavilion master of celestial star pavilion special destiny. Flame emperor destiny. Looking at the system notification, he laughed out loud.
Unbelievable, he's already in the golden core stage, truly a genius with outstanding talent, and even became the pavilion. He's really got potential, as expected of a descendant of the Xiao family. Then, as if realizing something, he stared at his eldest son, Xiao Li, who had successfully entered the Qi training stage not long ago. He immediately used his divine sense to envelop the entire Xiao family, and his divine sense found Xiao Li walking with a cane.
Xiao Chen used his spiritual power to surround Xiao Li,
And immediately Xiao Li stood before Xiao Chen.
He stepped forward towards where his father was sitting.
Father, you were looking for me. Xiao Chen looked at the system panel. Name, Xiao Li race, human cultivation, Qi training, first layer aptitude, first grade spiritual heart. My son has indeed embarked on the path of cultivation. Not only that, but Xiao Li looks much rosier now.
Looking at his son standing respectfully there, he was indeed much younger than before. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder.
Lin Rare, you're a cultivator now, so later you can go find Ginseng Child. I'll have him give you a cultivation technique. You must practice diligently in the future. Xiao Li immediately agreed. Yes, father. His face moved with emotion.
Father, I'm so touched. I never thought that one day I could become a legendary immortal.
Chen sent his son back, and then the 130-year-old man immediately went into secluded cultivation. System notification. Discovered a person with extremely good fortune. Initiating selection. Please choose option 1. You encounter a person with extremely good fortune. For the sake of the Xiao family's development, accept them as a disciple. Reward. A 5th grade intermediate magic treasure. He looked at the system, his face slightly changed. A person with extremely good fortune? First time I've heard it called that. Option 2. You encounter a person with extremely good fortune, but they might bring disaster. Act like you don't know. Reward. A low-grade transcendent magic treasure. Xiao Chen smiled slyly.
Taking a disciple even comes with rewards, nice. But, I still want to be careful, let's observe first.
He raised his hand, using his divine sense to check.
First, just cover the entire Qingyun mountain with my nascent soul's divine sense.
Then suddenly discovered a young man with a dirty face and patched up clothes. Xiao Chen immediately summoned the kid closer, scaring the bejesus out of him.
The young man looked around, bewildered.
Where is this? At this moment Xiao Chen spoke from behind. Don't worry, young man. This old man won't harm you. The young man was a little scared. Who are you? Xiao Chen slowly replied.
This old man is the Xiao family's old ancestor,
named Xiao Chen. This old man sees that your bones are quite extraordinary. You're a cultivation prodigy. Would you like to take me as your master? The young man was stunned.
Become a disciple.
He was a bit worried.
Elder, if I become your disciple, what's in it for me?
Xiao Chen laughed heartily when he heard that.
Benefits certainly won't be lacking. This old man will lead you onto the path of cultivation,
to seek the way to immortality. The young man's eyes lit up. Although I don't understand what the last 4 words mean. Being able to become an immortal is just too awesome. He immediately knelt down.
Greetings, Master. The system popped up a notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5th grade intermediate magic treasure, Xuan Long Armor.
Xiao Chen sat cross-legged. Good, obedient disciple, what's your name? Then he looked down. From now on I'll call you Shu Shi. Yay, what do you think? The young man bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master, for giving me a name. The system popped up.
Name, Shu Chi Ye.
Race, human. Cultivation, none. Identity, person of great fortune. Spiritual root, 8th grade. An 8th grade spiritual root, he really is a person of great fortune. Then Xiao Chen immediately called out. Ling Kanzi appeared, respectfully. Yes, Master, Xiao Chen continued. From now on I'll leave the guidance of Shu Qiye's cultivation to you, Ling Kanzi immediately said.
This disciple obeys. In the Dark Soul Hall, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire area.
There was a person, dressed entirely in black, floating in the air, his whole body surrounded by a bright red aura of spiritual energy. The disciples below knelt down respectfully.
Congratulations to the Hall Master on breaking through to the nascent soul stage.
He looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, heaven is favoring the Dark Soul Hall. Then he took a spirit pill from a leather bottle and put it in his mouth. A pill to stabilize the power of the lightning tribulation. Now that I've advanced to nascent soul, it's time for Mingguo to change owners. The disciples below shouted in unison. The Hall Master is wise. I will follow your orders. For all eternity, may the heavens bless the Dark Soul Hall. For the Hall Master's great cause, I am willing to wade through fire and water and eliminate all the sects in Mingguo. The one believed to be the Hall Master raised his hand and said, Summon all the disciples. And also inform all of our spies
for a swift campaign to eliminate all the forces in Mingguo.
The people kneeling on the ground shouted in unison, "We obey!" One person stepped closer to him and said, "Man, that Heavenly Star Pavilion seems to be making a comeback lately," the palace master mumbled. He snorted, "Just a bunch of headless flies. I could wipe them all out in a snap." The palace master's words kinda spooked the guy, but he still had to say, "Your Eminence is wise." This subordinate was overthinking it.
Then the palace master dude just floated away. 5 days later, Xiao Chen was standing outside the courtyard gazing up at the sky. It's been 5 days since the Dark Crimson Palace started wiping out sects in the Ming Kingdom, and in those 5 days his cultivation has reached the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. The Xiao family, chilling on Mount Qingyun, is like a safe haven in the Ming Kingdom. Plus, there aren't any major sects around. The only big one, the Azure Ripple sect, got wiped out ages ago, so they're dodging the Dark Soul Palace's attacks for now. He strolled through the courtyard, watching Vam Zi coaching the Xiao family kids. Most of them have entered Foundation establishment now. He walked over, whipped out a bunch of treasures and said, "Nice work. These elixirs are your rewards. They're all those pills the system gave me that I didn't even use." The kids were stoked to get the gifts. "Thanks, old ancestor," he chuckled, looking at his grandkiddos, looking at their spiritual roots.
He couldn't help but smile. These are the future powerhouses of the Zhao family.
Xiao Li walked up to him. "Father." He respectfully clasped his hands.
"I have something to report." Xiao Li had reached the 4th level of qi condensation. Xiao Chen handed him a cup of tea and said, "No need to rush. Have a hot cup of tea first." Xiao Li took the cup and immediately gulped it down. After finishing, he continued,
"Father, 5 days ago the Dark Soul Palace started attacking all the righteous sects in the Ming Kingdom. They've already wiped out over a dozen sects, big and small. All the righteous sects have teamed up, ready to take on the Dark Soul Palace together."
He stared at the teacup being refilled. The Dark Soul Palace again. Last time it was Li Xingshan trying to hunt down Zhao Huohuo, and now they're attacking the righteous sects in the Ming Kingdom.
These demonic sects just don't know when to quit. He frowned and told his son, "Linger, keep the inner clan disciples in check. No getting involved, and no leaving the Xiao family's territory. Better safe than sorry. The safety of the entire Xiao family comes first." Xiao Li respectfully clasped his hands. "Understood. Father, I'll go inform the inner clan disciples now." Watching Xiao Li walk away,
Xiao Chen thought, "After hearing Xiao Li's report, I still can't help but worry about Huohuo. I'm afraid he'll run into the Dark Soul Palace's cultivators. Gotta check on Huohuo's situation."
He raised his hand and told the system to check. "Congratulations, your grandson Zhao Huohuo has successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Golden Core stage." Seeing the system notification, he clicked his tongue in admiration.
"Damn, he's good. Reached the 4th level of the Golden Core stage in just 5 years. The higher Huohuo's cultivation, the safer he'll be out there." Name: Xiao Huohuo. Race: human. Divine techniques: flying dragon bridge sword, sword control technique, alchemy, peerless sword art, soul destruction art, treasure, azure dragon sword, cultivation, 4th level of the Golden Core stage. Aptitude: 5th grade spiritual root, identity, pavilion master of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, special destiny, flame emperor destiny. Zhao Chen's smile froze. Huohuo's cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. Thanks to the Flame Emperor destiny, his spiritual root has also increased to the 5th grade, and he's mastered a new divine technique. Seeing an unread message on the system, he clicked on it.
"Your grandson, Zhao Huohuo, has killed 10 Dark Soul Palace cultivators. Your grandson set up a trap and successfully finished off Elder Kang Ming of the Dark Soul Palace. Your grandson, Zhao Huohuo, was surrounded by the Dark Soul Palace, killed 2 elders, and successfully escaped." Zhao Chen stared at the notifications, surprised, then burst out laughing.
"Nice, he even killed an elder of the Dark Soul Palace. That's my Zhao family man." Then he turned to look at the grandkids practicing. Huohuo's growth is way faster than I expected. A sharp sword comes from forging, and plum blossoms bloom brighter after the cold winter. Some tough love is a must. Months later, Xiao Chen was cultivating on a rock when the system notified him, "Detected that you have a descendant who is an all-knowing reincarnation. Reward received, enlightenment tea tree." He looked at the notification, stunned for a moment. A descendant who is an all-knowing reincarnation. Enlightenment tea tree absorbs the spiritual essence of heaven and earth from the sun and moon, with the effects of relaxation and cleansing the soul. Drinking it for a long time can enhance comprehension. Xiao Chen didn't expect the enlightenment tea tree to have so many uses. Holding the tea tree in his hand, he was overjoyed. Just hearing the name, he knew it was a heaven and earth spiritual root like the ancient ginseng. Plus, after learning about those amazing effects, he became even more interested in this all-knowing reincarnation descendant. The notification popped up with the kid's info. Name, Zhao Mai. Race, human. Aptitude, 6th grade spiritual root. Cultivation, none. Special identity, all-knowing reincarnation. Integration stage. Integration stage is above the nascent soul stage. Zhao Chen's eyes widened. An all-knowing integration stage. System. If Zhao Mai regains his past life memories, will it pose any danger to the Xiao family?
I don't want any dangerous elements threatening the development of the Xiao family.
The system replied, Dear host, all of Xiao Mai's actions, personality, and emotions are tied to the Xiao family. Hearing that, Xiao Chen relaxed. That's the answer I wanted to hear. I can rest easy now.
Xiao Chen used his divine sense to call Qi Ye.
Qi Ye immediately appeared. Respectfully, disciple is here, he smiled. What can I do for you, master? Xiao Chen held the tea plant in his hand and said, This thing is called the enlightenment tea tree. Take it and plant it in the backyard. This cultivation site will allow everyone to cultivate under the enlightenment tea tree. Qi Ye received the tea plant and replied, Yes, I'll go do it right away. Then, Qi Ye immediately disappeared. In the front courtyard of the Xiao family, Xiao Li was holding books and giving instructions when he suddenly received a divine sense transmission from his father. Xiao Chen said, The Xiao family's descendants are intelligent and bright. You must take good care of them. Later, take them to the back mountain so that Ling Shenzi can teach them cultivation.
Xiao Li respectfully replied, Understood, father. Xiao Chen rubbed his chin, thinking, Before continuing to cultivate, I have to remind Ling Shenzi to feel at ease.
Then he used his divine sense to transmit, Ling Shenzi, you must pay attention to teaching Xiao Mai. Ling Shenzi clasped his hands respectfully. Yes, master. Time continued to pass. Another 5 years, Xiao Chen was currently sitting in the courtyard, focused and with his eyes closed, cultivating. As if sensing something,
suddenly his eyes widened. The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly crazily condensed and flowed into his body.
That spiritual energy surrounded his body, causing him to levitate, and then he looked at his hand. After 5 years, I've broken through 3 levels. Nascent soul stage 9, faster than expected, still acceptable.
In the courtyard at this time,
the descendants were sitting, focused on cultivating under the enlightenment tea tree in the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard held the enlightenment tea tree, while outside was an even taller ginseng tree.
The ginseng tree at this time was even bearing fruit in the shape of a small baby. Xiao Chen slowly walked out into the outer courtyard, and the descendants, seeing this, clasped their hands.
Greetings, ancestral founder. He held a bottle in his hand and said, Very good. Seeing you all cultivating diligently, ancestral founder has a reward.
These pills are all rewards from the system that I took out from the space.
The system's pill rewards are all top-notch. The descendants were surprised when they saw the bottle of pills in his hand. For someone who has entered the nascent soul stage like himself, these pills no longer have any effect, so he'll give them to the descendants. The descendants received them and shouted in unison, Thank you, ancestral founder, for rewarding us with pills. Xiao Chen smiled kindly at this.
Xiao Li hurriedly walked over and called out, Father, something bad has happened. Xiao Chen frowned.
Huh. What's the matter that you're so flustered? Xiao Li hesitated and said, The Dark Soul Hall. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chen teleported him to his room. He felt everything in front of him darken for a moment, and then he was sitting in his father's room.
Xiao Chen sat leisurely and said,
Speak. What is it? Xiao Li clasped his hands. Father, the strength of the Dark Soul Hall is now so great that no one can compare to it.
All the righteous sects combined are no match for them. Xiao Chen, hearing this, glanced at Xiao Li while holding a teacup. Xiao Li continued to explain. Currently, more than half of the Ming Kingdom's territory has fallen into their hands. The Dark Soul Hall is brutal and autocratic, with corpses everywhere, like a living hell. Most importantly, this tidal wave will soon hit our Green Cloud Mountain. He stood up and continued. Fortunately, a force called the Heavenly Star Pavilion suddenly appeared, resisting the Dark Soul Hall, slowing down the Dark Soul Hall's expansion. Xiao Chen held the teacup in his hand with some worry. It's about to affect Green Cloud Mountain? Then we must move quickly. I still understand the principle of, where there are green hills, there's no worry about firewood. After all, the other side has a large number of people and great strength. I don't even know how powerful the Hall Master of the Dark Soul Hall is. But all the righteous sects of the Ming Kingdom are no match. I'm a little hazy about him. He asked, What is the cultivation level of the Dark Soul Hall's master? Zhao Li replied, I'm not too sure either. Rumor has it that it's the nascent soul stage. Formidable strength. Can't be underestimated. Zhao Chen frowned. So it's the nascent soul stage. Can breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, I know, you can leave. Once you discover people from the Dark Soul Hall, immediately report to me. Zhao Li clasped his hands.
Understood, father. Looking at Xiao Li's retreating back, he thought, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Isn't that Huo Huo? Let me check Huo Huo's information. The system appeared. Name, Zhao Huo Huo race, human cultivation method, flying dragon 9 swords technique, sword control technique, supreme alchemy first sword,
soul extinguishing dharma treasure, azure dragon sword cultivation, golden core stage 7 talent, 5th grade spiritual root identity, heavenly star pavilion master special destiny, connected fate to flame emperor Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen chuckled. Huo Huo's current cultivation has reached the 7th stage of the golden core, which makes me truly happy and reassured.
He tapped a symbol on the system panel. Your descendant, Zhao Huo Huo, killed the 4th elder of the Dark Soul Hall, Li Feng. Your descendant, Zhao Huo Huo, killed the 6th elder of the Dark Soul Hall, Dry Bones. Your descendant, Zhao Huo Huo, killed 36 disciples of the Dark Soul Hall. He watched the system notifications pop up incessantly, thinking,
these past few years, the conflicts between Huo Huo and the Dark Soul Hall have been making me sweat bullets. Every time, she's dancing on the edge of a blade for Huo Huo's sake. But the results obtained from those brushes with death are abundant, much stronger than a flower grown in a greenhouse. The men of the Zhao family should be like this. My cultivation is still at the nascent soul stage. Staying like this doesn't guarantee safety. In that case, it's time to break through to the transformation god stage. Xiao Chen went to his usual secluded cultivation cave and called out.
Ling Shenzi responded, Master. Hearing Ling Shenzi's response, he continued, I'm preparing to start secluded cultivation, breaking through to the transformation god stage. Unless the Zhao family is attacked by the Dark Soul Hall, do not wake me. Then Zhao Chen immediately sat down in the position where the formation was already set up. He focused on cultivating the Hongmeng purple qi scripture. A stream of purple light floated around him and constantly rushed into his body, which was him absorbing spiritual energy. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, using his nose to breathe in the air around him, feeling a surge of hot air enveloping him. Then all the spiritual power gathered into a faint, golden halo around him. Xiao Chen raised his hand and condensed the spiritual energy into a large ball. Time slipped by, as Zhao Chen had been cultivating for more than a year. At this time, above the Zhao family's mountain, dark clouds surged, and the sky behind the Zhao family's mountain began to condense thunderclouds. Ling Qingzi smiled happily when he saw this. Master is finally about to break through.
He walked to where everyone was cultivating. Quickly activate the teleportation array. Move everyone to an area outside 100 Lidi to ensure that everyone is not harmed by lightning.
Xiao Chen was now floating in the gloomy sky. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. He looked up, saying, This is the transformation god lightning tribulation. Then a huge bolt of lightning struck towards him. Seeing that lightning, Xiao Chen was not afraid at all, his face serious. He used his spiritual power to condense a large hand to resist the lightning bolt.
The cultivating descendants at this time looked towards the back of the mountain from afar.
Ling Shenzi couldn't help but sigh. Master is indeed divinely powerful. Not even the slightest bit afraid of the power of the lightning tribulation. After one lightning bolt, he looked up at the sky. A transformation god lightning tribulation for me. Can't cause even the slightest damage. I won't dodge this lightning tribulation anymore. I'll choose to use my body to withstand the lightning tribulation, to achieve the effect of training my flesh.
With that said, he joyfully spread his arms to feel the lightning strike.
The feeling of numbness instantly spread throughout his body. That's the stuff. In the distance, everyone continued to look towards the lightning bolt striking Zhao Chen. He still stood proudly with his arms outstretched, feeling the comfort when the lightning struck. Oh, talk about defying expectations. His face was indifferent. Looking down at his domain from above, he extended his hand, creating a surge of spiritual energy. Let's use divine sense. The divine sense of the nascent soul stage could cover the entire Azure Cloud Mountain, but now, the divine sense of the transformation stage is enough to blanket over 10,000 miles around here.
Moreover, the perception of divine sense towards everything around is even clearer. Xiao Chen looked at the system panel. The transformation stage can control the surrounding spiritual energy through the nascent soul, summoning rain and wind, utilizing the power of heaven and earth. One who has entered the transformation stage can control 3 parts of the earth's power. Seeing this, Xiao Chen smiled slyly.
Great. Feeling the power of the transformation stage in my heart is more reassuring. The system issued a notification.
Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the transformation stage. Receiving the reward of the Supreme Heaven One-Finger Divine Power, Zhao Chen was surprised. Another new skill, I'll check it out later.
Instantly, his figure disappeared, then returned to the cultivation room in the back mountain.
He sat there cross-legged, back straight, looking at the system with an excited face.
Supreme Heaven One Finger, what's it about? He reached out and touched the icon of the Supreme Heaven One Finger. But this image seems a bit off, dude. The Supreme Heaven One Finger guides the power of heaven and earth.
One finger raised, and the body and soul are annihilated. Regardless of the distance, it can also locate the descendants and cast remotely. Xiao Chen raised his hand, smiling gleefully. The Supreme Heaven One Finger is that terrifying. It can also locate relatives and cast remotely. Then can't the descendants of the Xiao family use the skills of the transformation stage? This skill is too OP. At this moment, behind the Xiao family's mountain, hundreds of miles away, Ling Shenzi shouted to everyone, "The lightning clouds have dissipated. Let's go back to the mountain." Xiao Chen, at this time in the room, chose to view the system's personal information. Harmony in the family brings success in everything. Host. Xiao Chen age. 135 5,000th cultivation. Transformation stage 1 number of descendants. 2,578 cultivation method. Hong Meng Purple Chi Sutra proficiency sword skills. First rate stage sunset sword technique. Upper third rate sword come. Upper third rate Supreme Heaven One Finger. Magic items. Upper third rate magic item miniature universe. Upper fifth rate magic item Azure Cloud Sword. Upper fourth rate magic item Cloud Chasing Boots. Upper fifth rate magic item Black Dragon Armor Spiritual Root. Chaos Spiritual Root Supreme Elixir 99+. Special personal information Heavenly Eyes. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled when he heard about his lifespan. Lifespan is 5,000 years. Reaching transformation stage 1 makes me even more secure. Now let's go back to the cave and continue closed-door cultivation to stabilize my realm. In the cave dwelling on the back mountain of the Xiao family, 3 months had already passed. Xiao Chen's face was a bit troubled, slightly lowered his head, and then he let out a big breath, spreading his divine sense across Azure Cloud Mountain. The scene before his eyes was a group of descendants, some happily in their mother's arms, some focusing on cultivation. He looked at them and smiled. Good, more descendants with spiritual roots have been born again. Suddenly, his beautiful eyebrows furrowed, noticing something unusual. Strangers appeared in the Zhao family's city. With demonic aura, Xiao Chen was worried and immediately searched for information. That guy's information immediately appeared. Name: Legi Race. Demon Race Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Stage 6 Talent. 2nd grade Spiritual Root Identity. Disciple of the Dark Soul Hall. Another guy, with a more treacherous face. Name: Mengmo Race. Demon Race Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Stage 4 Talent. 1st grade Spiritual Root Identity. Disciple of the Dark Soul Hall. Another one with braids. Name: Shu Yi Race. Demon Race Cultivation. Foundation Establishment, Stage 7 Talent. 2nd grade Spiritual Root Identity. Disciple of the Dark Soul Hall. A total of more than 20 disciples of the Dark Soul Hall. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth in anger. It's the Dark Soul Hall! In anger, Xiao Chen released a terrifying killing intent. The descendants of the Xiao family in the back mountain, who were cultivating, trembled in fear. Ling Shenzi was worried. Master suddenly released killing intent, causing those of us cultivating in the back mountain to feel a chill and fear. Our bodies constantly trembled. After all, Master has now advanced to the transformation stage. I'm afraid that just one breath of his has immense power. Xiao Chen, in the cave dwelling on the back mountain of the Xiao family, was extremely angry. I didn't expect that the Dark Soul Hall has begun to eye the Xiao family. Just thinking about the Dark Soul Hall's actions makes Xiao Chen unable to suppress his killing intent. He raised his hand, using spiritual energy, using the divine sense of the transformation stage, focusing on the Dark Soul Hall disciples who were in the Zhao family city. Immediately, those guys were summoned before Xiao Chen. He used a massive hand, aiming it towards the stinky Dark Soul Hall bunch. That hand crushed the Soul Hall folks, blood splattering everywhere. Just die already? Xiao Chen's face was totally indifferent. Those two turned into smoke, their souls scattered to the winds. Keep running spiritual sense all over the Xiao family. See if there are any more Dark Soul Hall people left. No more Dark Soul Hall folks within the Zhao family's area. Then he used his spiritual sense to summon his eldest son, Xiao Li. He respectfully said, "Father, you called for me." Xiao Chen replied, "Li care. Disciples of the Dark Soul Hall have entered the Zhao family's city." Hearing that, he panicked. What? I was only focused on keeping the Zhao family's descendants from leaving the city on their own, and forgot to check the people entering the city. Maybe that's why the Dark Soul Hall disciples had a chance to get in. He gritted his teeth,
Furious, "Damn Dark Soul Hall, I'll lead the Xiao family's descendants and chase them out of the city." Xiao Chen closed his eyes and waved his hand. "No need to rush, I've already killed them all." Hearing that, Zhao Li's jaw dropped, and he turned to say to his father, "I've long known that father has ascended to the god transformation stage, with cultivation and strength far surpassing the Dark Soul Hall's Hall Master. It's truly the Zhao family's good fortune to have father as our backing. The Xiao family will be as impregnable as a fortress from now on. Even if the Dark Soul Hall's Hall Master comes here, father can kill him with a single sword strike." Xiao Chen glanced sideways at him. The Xiao family's motto has always been humility, not arrogance. Lingjie, calm down. From now on, increase security checks on those entering the Xiao family's city, and the core members of the Xiao family must also increase their protection. Hearing his father's instructions, Xiao Li respectfully clasped his hands. "I understand, father," Zhao Chen worriedly added. "This must be done discreetly." Xiao Li clasped his hands. "I receive your order. I'll take my leave." Then Xiao Li instantly disappeared from the room. At this moment, Xiao Chen was standing in the cultivation room behind the mountain. He said, "I must continue my cultivation. If anything happens, you can report directly to me. In the future, I will use my divine sense to scan the area around Green Mountain every 3 months, including every member of the Zhao family. At the same time, you must also report the situation to me at the back mountain every month."
Zhao Li replied, "Yes, father." Time flew by, and a year had passed.
Behind the Xiao family's mountain, in the training room, Xiao Li was sitting and cultivating when the system announced,
"Detected that your descendant, Zhao Huohuo, is being chased by the Dark Soul Hall's Hall Master. Activating choices, please choose." Zhao Chen frowned at the system.
Choice 1. The Dark Soul Hall has done countless evil deeds in the Ming Kingdom. You decide to switch to eliminating evil. Kill the Dark Soul Hall's Hall Master, Old Evil Devil. The reward received is a 4th grade Supreme Magic Treasure. Choice 2. The Dark Soul Hall is slaughtering indiscriminately in the Ming Kingdom, doing all sorts of things that are harmful and unreasonable. There is no evil they won't do. But you trust Zhao Huohuo, worried that it will affect the Zhao family, so you decide to stand idly by. The reward received is a 3rd grade Supreme Magic Treasure. Xiao Chen frowned grimly. Old Evil Devil, the Dark Soul Hall's Hallmaster. Last year, the Dark Soul Hall's disciples infiltrating the Zhao family's city already touched my bottom line. Moreover, Huohuo is currently being chased by the Dark Soul Hall's Hallmaster. He raised his hand
and smirked. "Just right, I can take this opportunity to test the Heavenly One Finger. I'll choose the first choice." The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for receiving the 4th grade Supreme Magic Treasure, Demon Subduing Pestle, at the capital of the Ming Kingdom at this time."
A golden dragon-shaped spiritual energy was fighting with a dark purple spiritual energy.
The two streams of spiritual energy constantly collided in the sky, the purple spiritual energy constantly attacking, and the golden dragon-shaped spiritual energy. It turned out that the golden dragon-shaped spiritual energy was Zhao Huohuo's.
At this moment, Zhao Huohuo was injured and fell down. He said, "Master, do you have any way to remove the tracking talisman?"
He gritted his teeth and resisted. Back then, the Heavenly Star Pavilion I led had become the top organization among all the righteous sects in Ming country.
This time, I originally planned to gather everyone for a major strike against the Dark Soul Hall, but the results were totally unexpected. Especially when I was preparing to scout the internal situation of the Dark Soul Hall, I was locked onto by a terrifying wave of divine sense.
Thinking back to the scene in the Dark Soul Hall, a voice boomed, "Xiao Huohuo, you have a way to heaven but you don't take it, and you want to barge into hell where there's no door."
It was the murderous divine sense of the Hall Master, Old Evil Demon, transmitting, "I've already placed a tracking curse on you. Today, even if you grow wings, you won't escape."
Xiao Huohuo frowned, listening to Old Evil Demon's words. This is a huge problem. Immediately he used his sword to fly away,
but that purple spiritual energy reached up from below. It continuously attacked, causing Zhao Huohuo to panic a bit.
Currently, Huohuo is in the capital of Ying country, he thought to himself.
Although I've maintained a safe distance so far, the evil old demon is still good at long-range attacks, making someone like me who can only run very troubled. Suddenly, the ring on his hand spoke.
"Disciple, this tracking curse isn't impossible to remove. It'll probably only last for another hour."
Zhao Huohuo gritted his teeth.
"Continuing to escape isn't a problem. I'll try to buy time," he thought, not daring to be careless anymore.
"Just for a moment. Because the person chasing me is the Hall Master of the Dark Soul Hall. A little carelessness and I'll be heading straight to the Yellow Springs. It can be said that the situation now is 9 deaths and 1 chance of survival. That purple energy kept calling his name. Xiao Huo Huo, Xiao Huo Huo, Xiao Huo Huo thought that's the elder of the Dark Soul Hall, Wang Qi. From that purple energy, a person wearing a red mask appeared. He said, "Before, I sent some Dark Soul Hall disciples to the Xiao family, but they all disappeared without a trace. This proves that there really is an expert in the Xiao family. So I've been very wary of this rumored expert.
Today, taking advantage of this opportunity, I will capture you.
Old grudges and new hatreds will be settled together right now. I just hate that I can't eat your flesh and drink your blood." Then that red figure rushed towards Xiao Huohuo. The hall master of the Dark Soul Hall on the other side, through a crystal ball, witnessed the whole scene of Xiao Huohuo being chased. He said, "Since Wang Qi has already appeared, then I don't need to rush to act. Anyway, Xiao Huo has been bound tightly. Once my net closes, no matter what, he can't escape my grasp. Besides, I am a great nascent soul expert, failing twice in a row to deal with a Golden Core Jr. Where would my face be?"
Xiao Huo suddenly noticed that old evil demon wasn't chasing him anymore, but Wang Qi was still chasing after him, shouting, "Xiao Huo, if I catch you, I'll rip out your tendons and bones, and burn your soul with spirit fire until you turn into smoke." Behind the ferocious mask, he continued, "Your flesh will be refined into a puppet, to be a dog in my hands." Xiao Huo was chased by the Dark Soul Hall's curse, an old evil demon previously, so he doesn't have any fighting spirit left. Wang Qi continued to chase, saying, "Xiao Huo, the Dark Soul Hall isn't someone you can contend with. Right now there are already more than a few Dark Soul Hall disciples secretly mixed into the Xiao family. As long as I give the order, the Xiao family will become a graveyard." Xiao Huo frowned slightly with worry when he heard this. Hearing what he said, Xiao Huo stopped running and turned around abruptly, saying, "What did you say?"
He angrily said, "You dare to extend your claws to the Xiao family. Today, even if I have to destroy my golden core, I must eliminate future troubles."
Saying that, he charged towards Wang Qi with his sword. Wang Qi ordered his subordinates, "All of you, charge forward for me. Capture Xiao Huo alive. This old man will reward you handsomely."
Qi thought behind his mask, "Actually, I'm also afraid that Xiao Huo will destroy his golden core. If that happens, his body won't be complete, and he can't be refined into a puppet. Then it would really be a huge loss. That's why I ordered to capture Xiao Huo alive. Moreover, behind me is the Hallmaster who has reached the nascent soul stage. What waves can a small golden core cultivator cause?"
Xiao Huo was furious when he heard that the Dark Soul Hall had extended its claws to the Xiao family,
and kept slashing and killing the subordinates of the Dark Soul Hall. He killed one person after another, but their numbers are just too damn high, couldn't kill them all, and now I'm surrounded. I raised my sword and yelled, "You old bandit! Hand over your dog life." As I said that, I raised my sword, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy burst out around me.
Huo's face was stoic, not showing a single emotion. That abundant spiritual power gathered on the sword.
Xiao Huo used spiritual power to transform it into a green dragon, slashed right into the bunch of Dark Soul Hall guys.
That old Wang Qi held his sword,
smugly saying, "Right on time, my dude." He also slashed out a stream of purple spiritual energy. Looked kinda nasty too.
Both sides' spiritual energy turned into dragons. Then both sides charged in to bite each other like a proper dragon brawl.
After all that biting and clawing each other to shreds, both sides just straight up went head to head.
Xiao Huo, even though he's a cultivation genius, got blasted away and coughed up blood from the heavy injuries. Old Wang Qi thought to himself, "I gotta pay the price of ruining a mid-tier third-grade defensive magic treasure just to withstand that blast. Even though I ain't spitting blood like Xiao Huo, can't exactly call this kid a pushover."
His face was already dotted with sweat, he muttered. "Just one fight, and I already know the difference between us. Even though we're both Golden Core stage, it's a whole different ballgame."
He looked at Xiao Huo and hatched a plan.
Taking advantage of Xiao Huo drinking a potion to heal, he glanced at Xiao Huo and immediately turned around, fleeing super fast. He's thinking, I don't want to end up in a sticky situation, even with old evil master here, still end up as a ghost.
Under Xiao Huo's sword, Xiao Huo saw him running and chased after him, sword in hand. "You dog thief, don't even think about escaping," Wang Qi commanded his subordinates. "Stop him. Give me a chance to get away." The Dark Soul Hallmaster on this side witnessed everything. He cursed,
"What a bunch of useless trash. Looks like I gotta do it myself." He said that as he extended his hand with the sharp claws,
pouring a source of spiritual energy towards Xiao Huo. The Dark Soul Hall Master borrowed the sensation of his spiritual energy. Using the instant teleport skill,
Xiao Huo was in the middle of a fierce battle with the Dark Soul Hall guys. Then a terrifying source of spiritual energy appeared in the sky, making both sides stop and look up. The Dark Soul Hall Master walked out from the red smoke after he cast his teleportation. He held his sword in his hand, using a little bit of his spiritual energy, creating a terrifying pressure. The Dark Soul Hall Master frowned, glancing at Xiao Huo. His entire body glowed with a spiritual aura. The pressure of the nascent soul stage cultivation spread out powerfully, he loudly said. Xiao Huo, causing trouble here is enough. Then he pointed his sword at Xiao Huo, using his pressure to suppress him. Xiao Huo was fighting with the Dark Soul Hall subordinates. He gritted his teeth and endured, worried in his heart. I can feel the terrifying power of the nascent soul stage. And that guy who was fighting Xiao Huo laughed. Once the Hall Master makes a move, Xiao Huo will be a fish on the chopping block. Xiao Huo felt terrible all over. This feeling is like being trapped in an endless sea of blood, surrounded by corpses piled up like mountains. That pressure made him gasp. I can feel the terrifying power of the nascent soul stage. This time it's likely that I'll be in deep trouble. With the pressure of the nascent soul stage, the Dark Soul Hall subordinates all lay flat on the ground. As for Xiao Huo, he just collapsed to the ground, using his sword to support his body. Surrounded by the corpses of the Dark Soul Hall subordinates, he said, Master, looks like this disciple can only repay your kindness in the next life, recreating your body and reforming, revitalizing the Heavenly Star Pavilion.
Xiao Chen's face was filled with resignation. He took off the ring on his finger, looking so sad he could cry. Disciple might have to break his promise, because he could feel death approaching. Against absolute power, Huo's plans became useless. The remnant soul of his master, Xiao Huo, appeared and gently said, My disciple, this master has passed on all the knowledge of my life to you, he chuckled. Then today, let me resolve this grudge. His face was emotionless as he looked down at Xiao Huo. The Hall Master of the Dark Soul Hall was a bit surprised to see the soul form. It's Yao Lingzi, old devil. He approached Xiao Huo, saying, I didn't expect that a remnant of your soul escaped back then. This time, I'll send you and your disciple on your way together. You can keep each other company. The old devil's face was ferocious. He realized that this explained why Xiao Huo was so familiar with the Dark Soul Hall. Yao Lingzi's remnant soul floated, saying, Old devil, today, this old man is willing to exchange my remaining remnant soul for the life of my disciple. His face showed some anger. Otherwise, even if my disciple and I have to destroy our souls, we will make you cultivate in seclusion for 100 years. Xiao Huo clutched his chest, worried. Master. His master turned to glance at him, rendering him speechless. A subordinate reported, Hall Master, absolutely don't release a tiger back into the mountains. They are the Dark Soul Hall's greatest enemies. Hearing this, the Hall Master of the Dark Soul Hall frowned fiercely. He channeled spiritual energy into the sword in his hand, making it blaze. Yao Lingzi, I carelessly let you escape last time. This time, even if you grow wings, you won't escape. With that, he unleashed an attack towards the master and disciple. Over here, the pressure of the nascent soul stage was terrifying. Xiao Huo tried his best to resist, but in the end he couldn't withstand it, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Causing his master to turn back and look worried, he shouted, Disciple, I will use my remnant soul to protect you. Run quickly. Xiao Huo knelt on one knee, struggling to resist. Seeing that his disciple was unwilling to leave, his master called out, Disciple. Xiao Huo firmly said without hesitation, Master, I will not leave. Today, if we are to die, we will die together. With that, he immediately gathered a bright, golden source of spiritual energy into a ball in his palm. Seeing the two like this, the old man from the Dark Soul Hall said, If you still want to fight, then I shall help you along. With that, he immediately launched an attack towards the master and disciple. Xiao Huo stood behind. His master stood in front, watching the attack that the Hall Master of the Dark Soul Hall was launching. Xiao Huo frowned, determined to use his sword, planting it into the ground, releasing a dazzling domain of spiritual energy. The ground cracked and shattered. The source of light grew stronger and stronger, and his eyes were already blazing. He pointed his sword towards the sky. This will be the last time we fight side by side, he yelled. One sword to obliterate the soul. Huo's attack instantly blew away the spiritual energy source of the Dark Soul Hall's master. Seeing this scene, he snorted. Then, Huo's spiritual energy formed a massive pillar of light, striking straight down. After that attack, the surrounding smoke gradually dissipated. Xiao Huo also spat out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, his master flew to him, calling out, Disciple, At this moment, Zhao Huohuo collapsed onto the ground. He held his disciple in his arms, his face filled with sorrow, and sighed.
Silly disciple. He gritted his teeth, remembering his ancestor. Ancestor, it seems Huohuo can't tell you himself about what I've experienced these past few years. Then, seeing Zhao Huohuo like this, the Dark Soul Hall master sneered with a look of disdain.
Trash is still trash, Zhao Huohuo muttered from the ground.
Master, ancestor, I'm so sleepy. Making his master worried. Disciple, you can't sleep. But at this moment, his eyes closed tightly.
His master's face was filled with sorrow as he sighed and stroked his head.
Disciple, it's okay, your master will go with you. Saying that, he created a dazzling ball of spiritual energy in his palms and shouted,
Self-detonation of the golden core. After the shout, there were rumbling sounds, and the sky turned gloomy with swirling winds. The Dark Soul Hall master didn't know what was happening. Standing in the middle of a dark vortex, he asked, "Which fellow Taoist has arrived?" Zhao Huohuo's master also didn't understand what was happening.
At this moment, Zhao Huohuo's eyes slightly opened, and he looked towards the large hand pointing down. When that hand appeared, the subordinates of the Dark Soul Hall immediately vomited large mouthfuls of blood. This scene astonished both master and disciple. Even the Dark Soul Hall master couldn't avoid being injured and spat blood, his face filled with horror as he looked at the hand pointing down along with the lightning. He asked, "This venerable one, I have no grudges or animosity with you, why are you attacking me?" In his heart, he thought, this pressure is definitely not something someone at the nascent soul realm can deal with, then this unseen expert must at least possess the power of the transformation god realm. Zhao Chen was in his room at this moment, using the hand across space to point towards the Dark Soul Hall's group and said, "The Dark Soul Hall has committed many evils, causing devastation. It is only right that I eliminate you."
Zhao Huohuo felt this voice with his chest. This tone felt strangely familiar. Even though this person seemed to have concealed his true voice, there was a feeling of kinship that made him feel like it was the ancestor's voice.
The Dark Soul Hall master knelt on the ground and said, "Venerable one, it's fine if you bully the weak with your strength. If you release me, I am willing to offer the Dark Soul Hall to you and conquer the world for you." Zhao Chen's face remained unchanged. He pointed, "How could I agree? Go die."
Zhao Chen's hand was not large on this side,
but when it reached the Dark Soul Hall's side, it grew larger, and he immediately pressed him down to the ground. But a purple aura rose from that position, which was the nascent soul of the old evil demon.
Zhao Chen smirked, his face full of disdain. This guy, at the crucial moment, abandoned his physical body, letting his nascent soul escape, wanting to find a chance to be reborn. But Old Devil didn't know what he was facing. He wants to run. Saying that, he waved a stream of light from his hand.
Using his entire palm towards Old Devil, he called out, "Huo Huo, Huo Huo," immediately used his sword and rushed forward. That one sword pierced through Old Devil's chest, catching him off guard. He couldn't believe it. Roaring loudly, "You can't kill me. If I die, there will be no one to offer tribute. The Ming Kingdom will surely be destroyed."
Zhao Huohuo was surprised to hear this.
"Offer tribute to what? Explain it clearly," Old Devil's face pleaded.
"Besides the Ming Kingdom, there are hundreds of other countries on the continent, all of which are farms. When the time comes, people will come to collect tributes. If I die, those people will know. This terrifying reality is my last secret." Zhao Huohuo, standing behind him, pondered after hearing this.
While his master was staring intently at Old Devil,
Zhao Chen felt a sense of unease rising in his heart.
"What is a farm? Explain it clearly. What exactly is the tribute?" Old Devil pleaded.
"The most talented cultivators of the Ming Kingdom, those with powerful spiritual roots, are all tributes. My Dark Soul Hall has always been responsible for transporting the tributes, in exchange for benefits. Once I die, they will definitely enter the Ming Kingdom, and a scene of misery will surely occur, with human lives as cheap as ants, and corpses piled high. Do you dare to bear this responsibility?" In his heart, he thought to himself that he was the greatest contributor. Zhao Chen's face showed some worry.
Extremely high talent. The Xiao family currently has geniuses as numerous as clouds. Could they be the tributes that the devil was talking about? The system suddenly displayed a notification. Unexpected event detected. Initiating selection. Please choose. Option 1. Agree to Old Devil's proposal. Turn him into a puppet to control the Dark Soul Hall. Approach the truth. The reward received is a third-grade supreme magic weapon. Option 2. Reject Old Devil's proposal. Lead the Zhao family to face the upcoming crisis. The reward received is a second-grade supreme magic weapon. Congratulations, host. You have received the second-grade supreme magic weapon, the Jiangshan Shiji map. Map of mountains and rivers. He frowned. Old Devil must die, no doubt. Even if Old Devil's life is spared, if he contacts the tribute collectors, the Xiao family will be even more dangerous. If the Ming kingdom has been targeted, then whether I kill Old Devil or not, the Xiao family will be in danger.
He sat cross-legged, deciding.
So whether you die or not doesn't make a big difference.
If the enemy comes, the people of the Ming kingdom will resist.
Old Devil was filled with despair upon hearing this. Xiao Huo then jumped up towards Old Devil. Originally, he was still hesitant, not knowing whether to kill Old Devil or not. Now that he heard this answer, he would immediately kill him. Xiao Huo stood behind Old Devil, cupping his hands respectfully. Thank you for lending a helping hand. I don't know how to repay you.
Xiao Chen saw his grandson being so respectful and said, "Become stronger. If you are already a tribute, then you must have enough strength to protect yourself." Xiao Huo then turned around and asked his master, "Master, are the things Old Devil said true?" His master answered his question. "I originally planned to wait until you were a little stronger before telling you these things. But now that you know, you must work even harder." He asked further, "But who exactly are those tribute harvesters?"
"They are powerhouses with strength comparable to gods. Even you have never seen them." "Initially, Old Devil wanted to harm you because he received help from those people," he asked. "So that venerated one from just now will probably help us too, right?"
He looked at his disciple and said softly, "No one is better than yourself. Only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself, or others." He immediately agreed. "Master is right. I will become even stronger."
He remembered the old ancestor, his father, and the other brothers in the family. Those are my loved ones. I must do my best to protect them. Right. I also need to write a letter to inform the Grand Master about this matter.
Xiao Chen was standing on the cliff, looking into the distance.
So outside the Ming kingdom, there are such terrifying things. I concealed my identity and killed Old Devil precisely to avoid being exposed. But now it seems that my descendants are probably about to be exposed one by one. Next is to help them continue to become stronger, or to live in hiding like me. His face was hesitant. I have cultivated until now, becoming stronger and stronger. How can I let those people capture my descendants? The people of the Xiao family all have indomitable spirits. What is there to fear? Then we must become even stronger, strong enough to slay all enemies.
He raised his hand and called out,
"Butler Fu," he said, give birth a lot for me. The daughters-in-law of the Xiao family, as long as they give birth to offspring for the Xiao family, will be rewarded with a supreme grade pill. If they are born with spiritual roots, they will be rewarded with a supreme grade cultivation technique. All the strapping young men of the Xiao family must till the fields in their rooms at night. Those who dare to be lazy will be punished according to family law. Butler Fu cupped his hands. This servant will inform everyone. But in his heart he wondered, what is he trying to do? That night, after receiving the announcement, happiness filled every corner of the Xiao family.
The town was 100 miles from the Xiao family, leaving passers-by speechless. Early the next morning,
as a disciple stumbled out of the house, yawning wide, his eyes popped out, and he stammered, The back mountain's been cleaved in two again." A year later, Xiao Chen was sitting in the courtyard cultivating. He opened his eyes and said softly,
"Second level of spirit transformation. I can't believe it took a whole year to break through. This speed is still too slow. I need to keep expanding the family, keep marrying more concubines, and have kids, quick." He sat there circulating his energy while thinking, "I'm really looking forward to my unhatched great-grandchildren growing up soon." Of course, if outsiders saw this, they would definitely be so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. At the spirit transformation realm, each level takes at least 10 years to advance, but I only needed 1 year. It's practically unheard of. He smiled gently. Summon the system. Let's see what realm Xiao Mai has reached. The system appeared. Name: Xiao Mai race. Human talent: 6th grade spiritual root proficient cultivation techniques. Dragon Yang Sword Sutra. Blood Flame Divine Sword. Profound Yang 1 Sword. Sutra Spiritual Power. Foundation Establishment. 8th level special status. Reincarnated Powerhouse. Fusion Stage Physique Aptitude. Innate Sword Bone. Xiao Chen was surprised. In just 1 short year, Xiao Mai has reached the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. That's really fast. These techniques are probably memories from his past life. I have to say, the landscape painting is really suitable for him. If he continues to cultivate, he'll definitely be an outstanding talent for the Zhao family. Looking at his grandson's back, he thought, he's the first in the Zhao family to go out and train. I wonder how Huo is doing. Check on Huo's situation. Name: Zhao Huo race. Human proficient cultivation techniques. Flying Dragon 9 Swords technique. Sword Art Alchemy. Unparalleled 1 Sword. Soul-destroying thoughtless demonic transformation magical items. Sword Heart. Profound Flame Execution Cultivation Level. Golden Core 9th Level Identity. Heavenly Star Pavilion Master. Leader of 36 sects of the Ming Kingdom Special Fate.
Flame Emperor's Destiny. These are all Huohuo's recent achievements. I'm really happy that the boy has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core.
Such strength is truly extraordinary, and he's gained quite a bit of power in the Ming Kingdom. Xiao Li walked in from outside and said,
"Father, we have a guest," he asked.
"Who is it? Can't you just see them out?" Xiao Li replied. "But these are people from the Ming Kingdom's royal family. Royal family members are definitely people of special status. How could Xiao Li be qualified to receive them?" Xiao Chen's face became serious. "So what, if they're the royal family? Even if the emperor himself came, you'd still receive him like this?" Xiao Li looked apprehensive. "The royal family member is here to propose marriage." Xiao Chen finally stood up. "Propose marriage to whom? Has a female member of the Zhao family been in contact with someone from the royal family?" Xiao Li replied. "Yes, it's the princess. Princess Wenhua has feelings for Huohuo, so she wants to propose marriage." The system notification appeared. Detected Zhao Huohuo's karmic connection. Starting selection. Please choose. Option 1. Let nature take its course. Calmly observe. Reward. A top-grade 4th level auspicious wood magic item. Option 2. Take charge. Organize the wedding. Reward. A puppet magical power clone technique. Zhao Chen laughed loudly. "Choose."
The system announced. "Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, puppet magical power clone technique."
Meaning that he chose the second option, Zhao Chen said to his son.
"So someone has taken a fancy to Huohuo, haha, and it's even from the royal family. Not bad, not bad," Xiao Li thought to himself. "Father is so happy," he smiled, looking at his father. "You agree?" Zhao Chen raised his hand and replied.
"The young men of the Zhao family are all busy having children to continue the family line. Huohuo is outside and can't shoulder this responsibility. I want to see if this can bring Huohuo back. Then it really will be a good thing." At this moment, a woman was sitting and waiting in the living room. She was beautiful, gentle, and graceful. Xiao Chen and Zhao Li had finally arrived at the living room.
The girl stood up and respectfully greeted the old ancestor. Xiao Chen replied with a smile.
"Princess Wenhua, you're too polite. You're still technically part of the royal family, haven't officially married into the Zhao family yet, so no need for such formalities," he thought to himself. "This Princess Wenhua gets it. Makes me pretty darn happy."
Princess Wenhua declared with gusto, "Esteemed ancestor, I'm head over heels for Zhao Huohuo. It's him or no one. I've already considered myself a member of the Zhao family for ages."
Xiao Chen was secretly pleased. This kid's a riot. She'd make a killer daughter-in-law for the Xiao family. He turned back to Xiao Huohuo's side. Xiao Huohuo stood before a crowd of subordinates, with Xiao Chen right behind him. After old evil demon kicked the bucket, they finished cleaning up the remnants of the Dark Soul Hall, and to form a stronger force to deal with unknown enemies, he began working with other sects, becoming the leader of 36 sects within a year. "Last month, the royal family suddenly faced a disaster, and I fled the palace. But I was pursued. In that critical moment, Xiao Huohuo stepped in and saved me, and that's when my feelings blossomed," she recounted proudly, patting her chest. "After investigating the identity of the person I like, I swore it's Xiao Huohuo or no one." Xiao Chen turned to Zhao Li and said, "Excellent, this is fate at its finest. Send a letter under my name, telling Zhao Huohuo to return." The eldest son, Xiao Li, clasped his fist and replied, "Yes, I'll get on it immediately." Princess Wenhua beamed upon hearing this. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. It was a nanny, with soldiers in tow. She respectfully said to Princess Wenhua, "Princess, you've been so hard to find. If you don't return, my head will be chopped off." Princess Wenhua looked down and gently said, "Go back and tell everyone in the royal family I'll only marry Xiao Huohuo in this life, no one else. Otherwise, just bring my corpse back." The Xiao family descendants frowned. "Sounds like there's some drama brewing here." Xiao Chen sat on his chair, furrowing his brow. Could it be the royal family doesn't approve of this marriage? The Xiao family ain't what it used to be. Xiao Huohuo is now famous far and wide. He wondered inwardly. How could the Ming Kingdom's royal family possibly refuse? As Xiao Chen pondered, Princess Wenhua kneeled down, saying, "Esteemed ancestor, rest assured, I live as a member of the Xiao family, and I'll be a ghost of the Xiao family after death. No one can change my mind. Your granddaughter-in-law, Wenhua, requests to enter the ancestral hall to pay respects to the ancestors." Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from behind. "If you marry into the Xiao family, I'll wipe out the entire Xiao family," catching Princess Wenhua by surprise. Xiao Chen's face darkened. Who could wipe out a towering Xiao family so easily? Then he stood up abruptly and roared,
How dare you?
Who gave you the courage to say such things in the Zhao family?
The Zhao family is like the rising sun now. Our strength is unfathomable. To think we would allow others to criticize us. The person who arrived turned out to be the princess's royal uncle. The princess turned around and said, "Royal uncle, did you come to personally apprehend me? I still won't change my mind. It's Zhao Huo or no one in this life. A few days ago, assassins attacked the royal family, and when I fled the palace, I was ambushed. But Zhao Huo saved me at the critical moment. This is an arrangement of fate. Also the predestined fate between me and him." The people of the Zhao family saw the princess's royal uncle arrive and thought in their hearts, it turns out that these people are all members of the royal family. These people wear gorgeous clothes, and at a glance, they are high-ranking officials. The leader looks arrogant and coldly stares at Princess Wenhua. It turns out that he is the emperor's younger brother.
Prince Gong. Prince Gong flicks his sleeves really hard. Liang Kingdom has sent a betrothal gift. Preparing to marry you and fulfill the agreement between the two countries. How can we break our promise? The servants next to him also persuaded, "Princess, you should just stay in your place." Princess replied decisively, "Uncle, do you think I don't know? You led the Liang Kingdom's envoys into the court and forced my father to agree to the marriage alliance. It was also you who forced me, so why should I listen to you? My fate is in my own hands. Who I marry is up to me." Xiao Chen witnessed everything, thinking about what Princess Wenhua said. This Prince Gong is a bit strange, but so what? Huohuo's fate has arrived. As the grand ancestor of the Xiao family, how could I let this fateful marriage slip away? Xiao Chen slowly walked in front of Prince Gong and said, "Hey, don't talk about a marriage alliance. Even if the whole world doesn't agree to this marriage, I must witness it for them. Today, go to the ancestral hall to pay respects to the ancestors first, then temporarily stay in the Xiao family, and hold the wedding tomorrow." Princess Wenhua immediately yelled yes. Prince Gong gritted his teeth, angrily. "What?" He looked at the backs of his niece and Xiao Chen leaving, and said, "The Xiao family dares not to obey my orders. At the ancestral hall of the Xiao family, the descendants are preparing incense for the princess to burn, and Xiao Chen is talking to her royal uncle. Do you want to leave by yourself, or do we invite you to leave?" Prince Gong was very angry after hearing this. "Very good. The Zhao family, you guys are really arrogant. Don't forget who rules Ming Kingdom. You are waiting to die." Xiao Chen wasn't having any of that. Firing back, "Don't you forget who the emperor is in Ming country?" Over there at the main gate, one of the subordinates whispered into Gong Qinhuang's ear, "My lord, Xiao Huo is incredibly strong. He single-handedly subdued 36 sects in a row and can command them. His position in Long country is very special. Stirring things up now will cause trouble. If those sect forces arrive, we'll be at a disadvantage." Gong Qinhuang heard this and pointed, "Fine, just you wait." Meanwhile, inside Gong Qinhuang's mansion, as he was writing, a mysterious figure appeared, saying in a low voice, "Where's Princess Wenhua? Why hasn't she returned yet?" Gong Qinhuang stood up and clasped his hands. "The girl refuses to come back, and she's been taken away by people from the Zhao family. But rest assured, envoy, I guarantee I'll escort her to Liang country for assessment. I won't disappoint the crown prince," the mysterious figure said. "You better deliver. The crown prince loves flowers before they bloom into fruit. If there's any slip-up, you can pray for yourself." Finally, the mysterious figure vanished. Gong Qinhuang's forehead was covered in sweat. Now that he was alone in the room, he clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. "The Zhao family. Zhao Huo, I won't let you off. It took so much effort to send people to assassinate members of the royal family and kidnap Princess Wenhua, but Zhao Huo messed everything up. And he even wants to marry Princess Wenhua. This must never happen." At the Zhao family, someone stepped forward and said to Princess Wenhua, "Now that you've paid respects at the ancestral hall, please stay at the Zhao family tonight. This way, please." On the second day, the atmosphere was bustling with activity, as people prepared red flowers to hang everywhere. Zhao Huo had also returned by this point. Someone stepped up and said, Huo, come with me to meet your bride." Upon entering, the person Zhao Huo saw was Princess Wenhua. He was surprised. "You? How?" The person chuckled lightly and left, saying, "Haha, you two go ahead and talk. Looks like your accidental encounter last time led to some feelings between you both." Xiao Huo and Princess Wenhua both blushed. Up on Qingyun Mountain, Xiao Chen was focused on cultivating with both hands. He used the puppet doppelganger divine art, and immediately a puppet exactly like him appeared. Seeing the finished product, he chuckled lightly. "Not bad. This doppelganger even shares my awareness and can be controlled in such detail. Plus, it looks exactly like me. Moreover, after pouring spirit energy into the puppet,
It even has foundation establishment level awareness. He waved his hand at the puppet. Go! With this puppet doppelganger, I'll be even safer. At this moment, Xiao Chen was standing on the peak of the mountain, he said. The grand wedding begins. The Xiao family gains a new member. The atmosphere at the Xiao family was incredibly lively. Xiao Huo and Princess Wenhua held onto the red ribbon on their wedding day. In the Xiao family courtyard, Xiao Chen was witnessing everything through his divine sense. Someone presiding over the ceremony shouted loudly, "Pay respects to heaven and earth. Pay respects to the ancestors." Husband and wife bow to each other.
After the wedding ceremony was completed, the system appeared. Detected that Gong Qinhuang Li Gong is approaching with his subordinates. Detected that the opponent intentionally activated the function selection. Option 1. Directly kill him, accumulate combat experience, receive a third-grade high-quality magic treasure. Option 2. Inform Zhao Huo so he can eliminate Li Wenhua's worries at the root. Receive a second-grade high-quality magic treasure. Zhao Chen smiled lightly and pondered.
To think that on such a joyous day, Princess Wenhua's own uncle would come to cause trouble. If it were before, I would definitely stay at home and let Hua lead the 36 sects to eliminate the disaster. But now that I have the puppet doppelganger, I can completely deal with Gong Qinhuang's group myself. But why does the person that they are seeing is me mainly presiding over the ceremony? If Gong Qinhuang dies, what does that have to do with me? With that, Xiao Chen immediately used his teleportation ability. Outside of the Xiao family, Gong Qinhuang and his soldiers were lurking near the trees. He said to his subordinates, "Listen up. Kill as many people inside as possible. Make a big scene. The 36 sects know that Zhao Huo is holding a wedding and are on their way. We must seize the princess before they arrive. If we miss this opportunity, none of us will survive. Understood?" He stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Kill." As he was advancing, a loud explosion occurred right in front of him. The ground cracked, and rocks flew everywhere. Zhao Chen appeared, standing in front of Gong Qinhuang. He said to him, "You want to kill members of the Xiao family? Looks like you want to turn into ashes, huh?" As night fell, Xiao Chen stood arrogantly alone in front of the crowd of soldiers.
He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face unchanged as he looked towards them. Prince Gong, enraged, shouted,
"So it's you." Slowly stepping forward, Zhao Chen said, "Today is the Xiao family's wedding? With me here, no one will even think about causing trouble."
Prince Gong and his subordinates scoffed upon hearing this.
"Just you." Saying that, he attacked, laughing boisterously.
These people are all elites selected from various sects in the Ming Kingdom. Each one of them is at the 4th stage of the Golden Core Realm, or a half-step to the nascent Soul Realm.
Then he pointed a finger.
Xiao Huo of the Xiao family is at best only at the 9th stage of the Golden Core Realm. Even if he comes, he wouldn't be a match. So what the heck are you? Daring to spout nonsense in front of me? He was saying that, but inside, he was sweating bullets. This time, to capture Princess Wenhua, I practically brought all my goons. If something goes wrong again, and I can't deliver her to the Crown Prince of the Liang Kingdom, I'm totally screwed. After listening to him, Xiao Chen cracked a sly smile.
So you're saying the strongest one here is just half-step to the nascent Soul Realm, huh?
Prince Gong and his subordinates twisted their faces upon hearing that.
A few guys behind Prince Gong chimed in. The Zhao family's power has weakened. Today is their last hurrah. What right do you have to look down on anyone? Heh, I think he's just putting on a show, trying to buy time for the Zhao family. One person is enough to deal with him. We don't need to interfere.
Hearing this, Prince Gong said,
"Then you go. Quickly finish him off." Old immortal Jingwei immediately stepped forward, generating a surge of spiritual energy, and walking towards Xiao Chen, he said, "Living in this world wasn't easy for you, but you insisted on courting death. Rest assured that the people of the Xiao family will soon be buried with you." Xiao Chen, with his bored face, lightly raised a finger, causing old immortal Jingwei to freeze instantly, leaving him a bit dumbfounded, and the people behind him surprised. "Huh? Why isn't he moving?" Xiao Chen slowly walked forward and stood right next to old immortal Jingwei, pointing his finger at his forehead. That old immortal Jingwei immediately fell backward. His eyes rolled back, and he was no longer breathing. Everyone behind him was utterly shocked by the scene, and Prince Gong's face turned pale with fright. "How did this happen?" Xiao Chen said annoyedly. "Stop being so troublesome, just come at me all at once," one person on Prince Gong's side said. "He must also be a cultivator with considerable strength, probably at the peak of the Golden Core Realm. Then let a nascent Soul Realm expert kill him." Hearing this, Prince Gong glanced behind him. "Real person Zhang, make your move." This real person Zhang has reached the half-step to the nascent Soul Realm. Hong Leng, venerable god, he immediately unleashed his spiritual energy, saying loudly, "Recklessness leads to disaster. The Zhao family is finished." Xiao Chen wasn't in a hurry.
and stretched out his hand, saying, "Absorb." All of the spiritual energy immediately gathered into a ball in the palm of his hand, and the power that Honglang Venerable God had just released vanished completely, leaving him dumbfounded, and the people behind him too. He was freaking out, twisting and turning. "My spiritual power! Where's my spiritual power?" He suddenly looked ahead, totally panicked. You couldn't be." Zhao Chen didn't even bother answering, just dropped 2 words, "Die," which made the guy instantly spit out blood and fall flat on his back. Everyone's eyes went wide. The soldiers were just standing there, dumbfounded and scared. Prince Gong saw this and started yelling, "What are you all standing around for? You think he's stronger than Xiao Huo? That's gotta be some Xiao family trick. He can't have anything else up his sleeve." Then he pointed and ordered the soldiers behind him, "All of you, charge, kill him for me." The soldiers were scared, but they still had to obey orders. Gritting their teeth, they raised their swords and charged, yelling, "Kill, kill." Zhao Chen just looked at them, totally indifferent. Then, with a light wave of his hand, he instantly overpowered them, making all the soldiers faceplant into the ground. Prince Gong saw all this, and was now freaking out himself. How can you?" Zhao Chen gathered spiritual energy in his hand. "Nothing's impossible. You're next." Prince Gong went pale as a ghost. "You dare kill me? I'm royal blood. Killing me is treason. You'll wipe out 9 generations of my family." Zhao Chen just chuckled. "Wipe out 9 generations? Zhao family's daughter-in-law is Princess Wenhua. If 9 generations are wiped out, your whole royal family goes down with you." Prince Gong was sweating bullets now, still trying to put on a brave face. "No. If it weren't for me, Li Wenhua wouldn't have been sent to Liang country. The Liang country crown prince will never let Ming country off the hook. You're ruining Ming country," Zhao Chen casually said. "I don't care about royal family stuff. Anyone who tries to snatch Zhao family's daughter-in-law will get a taste of the consequences." He immediately attacked, and the old guy screamed, "No. You have no idea about the Lijiang country crown prince's other identity. You absolutely can't go against him." Zhao Chen was curious. "Another identity? What is it?" Prince Gong knelt down, pathetic, and said, "The Liang country crown prince's master is a transformation realm expert." Zhao Chen closed his eyes and sighed softly. He said in a somewhat dismissive tone, "Is that all? I thought it was something mysterious and unfathomable. Turns out it's just that." He reached out and used his power to suppress Prince Gong. What he said is really nonsense. He stuttered in fear. Wait. Does this guy have a screw loose? A transformation realm expert? Doesn't he fear his master? In addition to reaching the transformation realm, is also an elder of the Jingzhong Palace." Zhao Chen paused. "Jingzhong Palace?" Prince Gong continued. "Ming country and Liang country are both located in Nanzhao. Within Nanzhao, Jingzhong Palace is considered the largest sect, the leader of all sects. If you offend Jingzhong Palace, don't even mention Ming country, even Liang country can be destroyed in an instant. I advise you to be a little more sensible. It's better not to go against the orders of those great masters." Zhao Chen nonchalantly said. "Is that it?" Prince Gong was stunned. What? Zhao Chen replied. "I'm asking if there's anything else." The old man was terrified, soaking wet. There seems to be more." But Zhao Chen didn't care, reaching his hand close to the old man's head. "Whether there is or not, I don't want to hear it anymore." He pointed his finger at Prince Gong's forehead, making his eyes roll back, and he collapsed. The system popped up. Extracted Xiangkun nail, top grade 3rd level treasure breaking, confirmed use. He turned around, thinking, using Xiangkun nail to dispose of the body will leave no trace behind. It's over. Even if Jingzhong Palace comes looking, no one will be able to investigate that I killed him. With that all settled, Zhao Chen immediately used teleportation to disappear. He teleported to the back of Green Mountain, looking down from above at the descendants holding their wedding ceremony, and then at his puppet. He thought about how his puppet was presiding over the wedding, acting as the witness, and reciting the vows. Xiao Huo clasped his hands. "Ancestor Huo, please excuse me for taking my leave. I still have some other matters to attend to," Zhao Chen replied. "A man should have ambitions in all directions. Go quickly and do what you need to do. The Zhao family will always be your support." Zhao Huo was overjoyed to hear his ancestor's approval. He grabbed his wife's hand, saying, "Where do you plan to go next, my dear?" Princess Wenhua replied. "I'll follow you." The next scene was the two of them embracing intimately. I'm already lonely, and now I have to see this," he thought. "I don't want to limit myself to just the Long Kingdom. I want to go to a more distant place to train." With that, the two newlyweds walked away before everyone's eyes. On Zhao Chen's side, he received a system notification. Detected that the tentacles of the Jingshong Hall in the Ming Kingdom are approaching Tianren City. Approaching. Initiating selection feature. Option 1. Kill them decisively.
Accumulate combat experience and receive a high-grade Tier 3 magic treasure. Option 2. Befriend them. Make friends from all over the world and receive a high-grade Tier 2 magic treasure, Xiao Chen thought. The people from Jinghong Hall have really arrived. How interesting. He stood up abruptly,
looking down imposingly, and directed his puppet to descend the mountain and go to the person's location. So his puppet went down and said, "What brings you here so late at night, friend?" In his heart, he thought, "I've already seen through the strength of the person before me. He's reached the nascent soul realm, but hasn't even touched the highest level of the realm." The person who came was Cheng Tianren. He asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Chen leisurely replied, "No need to be alarmed. I'm just a small, aging member of the Zhao family. Seeing you searching for something here, may I ask what you're looking for?" Cheng Tianren, hearing this, replied, "Did a corpse appear here today?" Zhao Chen feigned ignorance and answered, "No. Today is the great day of celebration for my Zhao family." "What nonsense are you talking about?" He clasped his hands and said to him casually, "Why don't you have a drink with me, friend, and we can talk things over slowly? After all, this is the territory of my Zhao family. Who knows, we might be able to help." While saying this, he thought to himself, last time, when Li Chunfeng from Qinglan Mountain sneaked in, Xiao Chen made a similar choice. He could have received a better reward, but because Li Chunfeng didn't know what was good for him and harbored murderous intent towards him, this time he's just giving away a good opportunity. Xiao Chen went and sat down, taking out the wine. Cheng Tianren, seeing this, said, "Well then, let me borrow some wine to drown my sorrows." Bringing the wine to his lips, he thought to himself, "I'll especially drink a cup first just to put him at ease." Just as he put the cup down, he asked, "What exactly are you here to find, friend?" He replied, "A person went missing here, and he has a mark on him, so as soon as he died, we immediately detected it. That's why I've come to find the body. I want to find out who did it." With that, he lifted his cup and took a sip, praising, "Good wine. The sweet and refreshing wine contains spiritual energy. Truly good wine." Zhao Chen poured more wine as he replied, "A mark. So even the killer can be found?" Cheng Tianren, with a hint of pride, responded, "My Jinghong Hall has quite a few tricks. After death, we can identify the culprit based on the corpse." But before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, thinking, "Luckily, I disposed of the body right away, otherwise it would have been a disaster." "Jinghong Hall, huh?" He replied to him, "I heard that's a sect from the Liang Kingdom. What are you doing in the Ming Kingdom?" Cheng Tianren's face looked melancholic. "Although you're also a cultivator, your vision is narrow. You don't know that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. In the southern continent, all this talk about countries is just nonsense. It's just so the sects can better control the people. They also want to select people with outstanding talents, people with high potential." Xiao Chen continued to ask, "Select them to do what?" Cheng Tianren, seeing that he kept asking questions, said, "Why do you plant a tree and let it grow so it can blossom and bear fruit?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said softly, "You're speaking in such profound and complex terms, I really don't understand." Cheng Tianren's face was already a little unpleasant, thinking to himself, "TCH, doesn't this guy look like a country bumpkin? How can he still not understand after I've explained it so clearly? But this wine is indeed good wine. Oh well. Since I can't find any clues, I won't stay here any longer." He stood up as if to leave. He thought to himself, "It's a pity I can't continue drinking this wine. If I drank this top-grade wine regularly, it would definitely improve my cultivation. But the question is, how does a farmer like him have it? Could it be that the Xiao family had the opportunity to obtain this kind of treasure, and specially wanted to give it to me?" He pointed at the wine jar and asked, "Do you have more of this?" Zhao Chen replied, "The Zhao family just happened to come across this. There's only one jar." Cheng Tianren shamelessly asked, "Can you give me this jar of wine?" Xiao Chen happily lifted the jar of wine, saying, "Of course." As he handed the jar of wine to him, he asked, "I have a question. What kind of mark can help you determine that the person last appeared here?" Cheng Tianren replied, "It's a prisoner's mark, used to control the person. Through the mark, we can check what happened. But now that we can't find the body, there's no way to investigate further." Having obtained the jar of wine, he was extremely happy. Xiao Chen asked further, "I still have one more question. If you're a member of the Jingzhong sect, then do you also have a mark like this on your body?" He said proudly. "How could I have it on my body? Only outsiders who want to receive protection and become stronger are marked for exploitation." Xiao Chen chuckled after hearing the response, waving his hand. "So that's how it is." Holding the wine jar, Cheng Tianren popped it open and said, "This wine must be from some treasure hunt, right?" Xiao Chen stood up and replied, "You could say that." He immediately followed up,
Was there anything else from that treasure hunt, huh? Am I right?
Xiao Chen's smile faded. What are you getting at? Cheng Tianren probed, pointing at the jar. Bing you! I'm already here. Aren't you going to invite me into the Xiao family for a bit? A cup of tea would do.
Xiao Chen frowned. Turn around and leave. Dude, it's late. I still gotta head home. And it's not convenient to have guests. Just go, he thought to himself. How could I not see what this guy's after?
Cheng Tianren yelled from behind. Fellow Taoist, you're not being very righteous. Feeling guilty or something? People from the Jinghong sect disappeared here. It's kind of hard not to suspect something. Xiao Chen frowned, looking at him, originally wanting to be somewhat polite. You really don't know how to play along. He was taken aback.
Huh. Xiao Chen acted dumb, chuckling. Nothing. You said you don't have any markings, meaning no one would know if you died here, right? He sneered. You want to kill me? He then circulated his spiritual energy. Then we'll see if you have the skills to do that, he said, heading towards Xiao Chen. Hand over all the treasures you have, or I'll massacre the Zhao family.
Xiao Chen calmly placed his hands behind his back.
You think you actually have the strength to do that? He fearlessly laughed loudly. Who do you think you are to question me? The Xiao family is nothing in my eyes. You think Xiao Huo can save the Xiao family? Trash like him, my Jinghong sect can wipe out in an instant. But suddenly he felt panicked, his whole body trembling. What's going on? Where's the spiritual energy around me? The power of heaven and earth seems to have vanished.
Xiao Chen stood before him, seeing the scene, and said softly,
Why don't you continue talking? At this time he was so scared that he was sweating all over.
He had never been so scared before.
Looking at Xiao Chen, he questioned, You, who exactly are you? Xiao Chen used a wisp of spiritual energy in his hand, looking down at him, the pressure causing him to kneel down, his two hands propping him up on the ground to support himself. He was astonished. My bones feel like they're shattering. The pain is indescribable. He still struggled to ask, You've reached the deity transformation realm.
Terrifying.
Only the deity transformation realm can control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this area. Xiao Chen, hearing him ask, kindly replied, You're not wrong. If you take the wine and leave, I might spare your life. But those who want to attack my Zhao family don't need to continue living.
Then, a surge of surging power rushed over. He felt death approaching, and he said humbly to Xiao Chen,
I have eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. I swear. After leaving here, I won't reveal anything, and I won't have any thoughts about the Xiao family anymore, please.
Xiao Chen listened to his plea without being moved in the slightest.
If there's no more useful info, then you can die. Hearing there's still a chance, he gritted his teeth and thought, Useful info? I've racked my brains, but I can't figure out what he wants, he roared, unwilling to give up. You can't kill me. If you do, the people from the Jinghong sect will come and wipe out you and the entire Zhao family. Xiao Chen laughed at his nonsense.
Just now you said you had no mark on you. No one would know you died here. With that, he continued to channel spiritual power in his hand on Qingyun Mountain.
At this moment, Xiao Chen's main body was leisurely controlling his puppet to kill Cheng Tianren on Qingyun Mountain. The system popped up a notification.
Congratulations, you've obtained the high-grade third-rank magic treasure, the Profound Yin Banner. After cleaning up, Xiao Chen's main body thought he had thoroughly disposed of the body, leaving no trace. Too bad he didn't get a second-rank magic treasure. Then, a banner appeared.
Acquired Profound Yin Banner. Holding the banner in his hand, he grinned. This is a pretty good item too. It can suppress souls and damage the divine soul. A useful magical artifact. Then he laughed non-stop. Looks like I have to tell my descendants to keep popping out kids.
In the Liang Kingdom's royal palace, in a secret room, a person was kneeling.
The mirror had a weird shape, and a voice echoed from it. My disciples in other countries have sent in their gifts. Why haven't I seen any movement from you?
The kneeling person replied, Master, I'm working on it. I'll definitely bring the Wenhua princess of the Ming Kingdom in a few days. The person in the mirror urged, Hurry up, I still need to refine the white yin pill so I can break through my cultivation realm soon. I've been in the transformation realm for too long. He knelt down submissively.
Yes, master. With that, the person in the mirror disappeared.
The person kneeling was none other than the Liang Kingdom's crown prince, Yan Zhengqing. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Li Wenhua, just you wait. I'll definitely destroy the Ming Kingdom. He sent so many gifts, he should be able to organize the wedding right away. But there's still no news. Right, he commanded. Go investigate that good-for-nothing Prince Gong of the Ming Kingdom. What is he doing? The person behind him. As you command, he muttered. This is my master's order. He's not afraid of me, but he's not afraid of my master either. The person behind him bowed. Your Highness, we can't contact Prince Gong. He seems to have disappeared. Yan Zhengqing was shocked. What? Then he shouted in anger.
Someone. Prepare to go on a diplomatic mission to the Ming Kingdom. Ming Kingdom, Honglu Temple? The vice minister of Honglu Temple bowed. "May I know what brings your highness here?" Yan Zhengqing arrogantly said.
"This prince has sent many gifts to the Ming kingdom. When can I marry Princess Wenhua?"
The officials who heard what he said looked as if they had died. Their attitude made Yan Zhengqing even more angry. "Didn't you hear me? Quickly bring Li Wenhua out here. I want to talk to her in person," the officials explained. "Not hiding anything from your highness, but Princess Wenhua has already married someone else. Even the royal family only found out on the second day." At this moment, Yan Zhengqing's forehead was full of veins. Did I hear wrong just now? The crown prince of the Liang kingdom sent gifts to the Ming kingdom to propose marriage to the princess?
A situation that was supposed to be smooth sailing has resulted in the princess marrying someone else, he roared. "What are you talking about?" the official stammered. "Princess Wenhua got married the day before yesterday. We only found out about it just now." He got even angrier. "Don't say any more nonsense to me. I want to meet your emperor. I want an explanation."
In the main hall of the Ming kingdom, Yan Zhengqing questioned. "I sent the betrothal gifts and letter to the Ming kingdom. What do you mean by this?" the emperor sitting above said. "She married someone else yesterday, to a clan in the Ming kingdom. The betrothal letter and gifts will be respectfully returned in full." He thought to himself that he was very confident that nothing unexpected could happen, but unexpectedly he was about to get the thing in his hand, and then he missed it. He yelled, "Where's Prince Gong? Where is he? He promised me that he would help me and Princess Wenhua get married." The Ming emperor, sitting above, reached out his hand and said,
"Prince Gong is currently missing. No one knows where he has gone. If there is nothing else, please leave the Ming kingdom." Seeing the attitude of the Ming emperor, he shouted, "How dare you? I am the crown prince of the Liang kingdom. How dare a weak Ming emperor like you order me around? If I don't meet Princess Wenhua today, I will massacre the entire court." The soldiers and officials of the Ming kingdom said, "Turns out, he's a powerhouse who's reached the 5th layer of the Golden Core realm. Guards, protect the emperor." He used a surge of spiritual energy to blow away the soldiers, then sneered,
"A bunch of punks. Get lost." The emperor of Ming nation was furious. "Yan Zhengqing, although my Ming nation isn't as strong as yours, you're starting a conflict without permission. Have you thought about the consequences?" He rushed towards the emperor's location. "I want to see Princess Wenhua. Otherwise, you're all dead." Just when things were hanging by a thread, Xiao Huohuo appeared, shielding the emperor. With one palm strike, he sent Yan Zhengqing flying. Princess Wenhua anxiously ran to her father's side. "Father, are you all right?" the emperor replied. "Wenhua, this is," looking at Xiao Huohuo, she said, "this is my husband. Today is our second day of marriage. According to custom, we're returning to my parents' home." Xiao Huohuo cupped his hands in greeting. "Father-in-law." The courtiers thought to themselves, "Princess Wenhua has brought her husband back." Meanwhile, Yan Zhengqing was kneeling on the ground, his face contorted. He turned his head to look at Princess Wenhua, and he couldn't stop exclaiming, "That's the extreme yin and yang physique. Zhao Huohuo is extreme yang, and Princess Wenhua is extreme yin. One possesses an incredible Xuan-yang body, and the other is a Xuan-yin body, which is also an outstanding cultivation physique. They're married now. If they cultivate together, their energy gathering speed will probably increase tenfold. Bringing both of them to my master would be even better than just having Princess Wenhua. These two are a perfect match." He then coughed hoarsely. "This Xiao Huohuo is also incredibly surprising. I didn't expect him to be so young, and yet possess such strong cultivation. He's truly remarkable." He pointed directly at Xiao Huohuo and said, "Very well. The Ming nation not only broke off the engagement, but even used its power to bully and beat up our envoy." Xiao Huohuo stood tall and unafraid, replying, "You, as an envoy, injured people in the royal court. Does Liang nation want to start a war?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "I won't let this matter rest. You Ming nation people are too much. Just you wait." After saying that, he turned and left. The emperor of Ming nation was also delighted at this moment. "Well done, Wenhua. You've chosen a very good son-in-law for me. I'm very pleased with this Xiao Huohuo." The courtiers around him chimed in. That's right, Princess Wenhua," seeing her husband being praised, shyly embraced Xiao Huohuo's arm. Her eyes filled with love as she looked at her husband. "Father, I personally saw Yan Zhengqing standing in front of the mirror, cupping his hands and saying, 'Based on the face-reading technique you taught me, I discovered that Princess Wenhua and Xiao Huohuo have a very good pair of physiques.'" The person in the mirror replied, "It seems that this may be the will of heaven. I will send my eldest disciple to capture them both." After saying that, he disappeared. Yan Zhengqing smiled lightly when he heard that someone was coming to help. Is it the invincible Golden Core Realm senior apprentice? With senior apprentice's help, that Xiao Huohuo is sure to lose. This time, absolutely nothing can go wrong. In the woods behind the Xiao family's mountain,
Xiao Chen was chilling under a waterfall, cultivating his ass off, when he got a notification.
Yo, some of the Xiao clan descendants, cultivating inside the Jiangson Zhantak painting, just randomly remembered a chunk of their past life memories.
Xiao Chen's face kinda soured. Xiao Mai, even though he's a reincarnated big shot rocking memories from his past life,
is gonna have some messed up memories. Like why he died, how he reincarnated. All top secret stuff we haven't unlocked yet.
Then, Xiao Chen bailed from the waterfall.
He had to see what kind of memories this reincarnated powerhouse was suddenly dredging up inside the Jiangsun Zhantak painting.
Xiao Mai was staring at his hand, looking all kinds of tormented.
The sea was raging around him like a damn typhoon.
Road Dog felt the image of a young man in his bed,
built like a brick shithouse, muscles popping but looking super haggard. There was a basin full of blood under the bed, and yep, it was all coming from him. Then, a voice chimed in. Damn, you're hanging in there. 3 days and you ain't kicked the bucket yet. The voice belonged to a green-haired chick. But that's perfect. We'll carve out your Keelan soft bones, snatch your azure dragon marrow, yank out your vermilion bird bloodline, and transplant it all into her. She stroked the guy's face like a creep.
But to really get it cooking,
we need your black tortoise blood. The more you bleed, the better the chances. Don't go dying on us now. The guy's chapped lips finally parted, and he croaked out, Why? Chu Shi, I treated you like gold. Why are you doing this to me? The chick just smirked. Take a wild guess. Then, a shadowy figure popped up on the ground and said, Everything you have, Chu Shi gave you. The cultivation techniques, all those lucky encounters. She set it all up so you could reach the level you're at now. The guy on the bed managed to speak again.
Set me up. Why this? I loved you like crazy. She rolled her eyes at him.
Not in the mood for your sappy crap today. If I didn't see your amazing talent and physique, why would I bother nurturing you little by little? Hearing that, the guy finally started bawling. It was all fake, wasn't it? This sucks.
My sincere feelings, all I got was this.
I can't forgive you guys. I can't. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. And boom! A blinding light erupted. Oh crap. That's the will of the great Tao. This guy actually had the will of the great Dafo. What does it mean? Is it gonna mess with us? If we could snatch it, our strength would skyrocket? But this will of the great Tao is tied to him. If it vanishes with him, it'll be impossible to track down. Back in the present, Xiao Mai finally snapped his eyes open, drenched in sweat. This is what happened in my past life. Then he clutched his head. So I was backstabbed and died a miserable death. Chu Shi, I remember now, she was someone I used to love. He squeezed his head tight, losing it, then suddenly went full power, unleashing all his spiritual energy, and promptly passed out cold. The whole person sank into the water.
Xiao Chen witnessed the whole scene. He closed his eyes and pondered deeply.
That woman named Chu Ji. Every word and deed clearly treated Xiao Mai like a fruit to nurture. That lump is the moment to harvest the great power of the integration stage, becoming sweet fruit for others. Just what realm is the person who snatched that achievement at? Especially that man, although he also remained in the memory. I couldn't see clearly the opponent's strength. At least he must be at the integration stage or above.
Xiao Chen frowned tightly. My current strength is still too weak.
I must quickly become stronger, otherwise the Xiao family's descendants will inevitably be robbed of their achievements by others. Xiao Mai thought to himself, my love died in the previous life. Only hatred remains in my heart in this life. What if you steal everything from me? I'm already invincible. How can I lack innate talent? That's it. Having said that, he immediately raised his hand, looked up to the sky, and said loudly,
In this life, even if I have to go against the will of heaven, I must demand justice for myself. On the outside, Xiao Chen, who was standing next to the tree, saw a stream of spiritual energy erupt. Xiao Mai had come outside, cupping his hands respectfully, calling out, Ancestor. With a determined face, he said,
Ancestor, I want to go on a journey. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's face was calm. He closed his eyes gently. All right? This painting of rivers and mountains can no longer withstand it. It's time for you to leave.
This magic treasure can contain any number of strong people without problems. But the problem is that Xiao Mai has now recalled his past life. The will of heaven and earth in his body is not something this painting of rivers and mountains can control. Xiao Mai patted his chest and smiled brightly.
Ancestor, this time when I go out, I will definitely help the Xiao family become famous and make others terrified. Xiao Chen was startled when he heard this. No way. He patted his descendant's shoulder. You should be humble now. Concealing your strength is the wise thing to do. In any situation, you must prioritize your life. Then his face showed an evil look. The outside world is like tigers watching their prey. There are so many people who want to harvest achievements on others. How can you show off outside? One Xiao Huo is enough. Now with Xiao Mai too, I'm afraid the Xiao family will become a target of public criticism. Hearing this, Xiao Mai replied, if that's the case, then my will follow the ancestor's words. Xiao Chen nodded hurriedly. Then he took out the flag and a pair of boots, saying, I'll give you 2 more magic treasures, the superior 4th grade magic treasure Cloud Stepping Boots, and the superior 3rd grade magic treasure 9 Mystic Yin Banner. Xiao Mai was stunned and moved to tears. The ancestor treats me so well, he's worried that I won't be able to catch up with my enemies, so he's giving me magic treasures to increase my speed. He immediately knelt down and bowed. Thank you, ancestor. Xiao Chen smiled kindly. With these 2 magic treasures, you can escape in time no matter what danger you encounter in the future. This is the most important thing. System. Notification appears. Detecting enemies approaching the Zhao family. Activating choices. Please choose. Choice 1. Attack fiercely. Overwhelm the enemies.
Reward received is a superior 4th grade magic treasure, Frozen Ice Ancient. Choice 2, let Zhao Mai handle it. Reward received is a superior 3rd grade magic treasure, Frozen Ice Ancient Celestial Ring.
He glanced at Xiao Mai. You should go out through the main gate. Xiao Mai then followed the ancestor's words and went out through the main gate.
At this time at the Xiao family, a person was standing outside, shouting loudly,
Call Xiao Huo out here. Xiao Mai stepped forward from behind and asked, What do you want to find my brother for? He replied, It's the business of my Jinghong pavilion. Others shouldn't ask too much.
The person who spoke was Chen W.H. Zhao Mai frowned upon hearing Jinghong Pavilion.
He thought of Chu Shi. He had some impressions of Jinghong Pavilion in his memories. This is an organization founded by Chu Shi. They're all about supporting talented geniuses. Zhao Mai just brushed past him, calling out, I know where your bro Xiao Huo is. Follow me, alright? So yeah, he led Chen W.H. to a deserted area behind the mountain. That dude hurriedly asked, Where's Xiao Huo? Xiao Mai gazed into the distance. Do you even know where this is? Chen W.H. replied all cocky. What's it to ya where this is? He opened his mouth and said casually, This is the place where I once died, man. The 2 of them stood on a rock, with a super deep pit below. Looking down, he thought, it was right here that I was tied up. Had my bones scraped and marrow sucked, my tendons drained for some freaky ritual. Those guys wrecked the whole mountain. Chen W.H., hearing Xiao Mai say all that, turned to leave. What a nut job, he thought. Then Xiao Mai spoke up. Is Chu Ji still at Jinghong Hall? Chen W.H. froze when he heard him ask that, then whirled around and yelled, How dare you? You dare call the old ancestor by name, our sect. Who the heck are you, really? He gritted his teeth, glaring. Only the higher-ups in our sect know the old ancestor's name. Zhao Mai glanced at him coolly.
Is Jinghong Hall still up to its dirty tricks? Searching for geniuses all over the world, sending them to Jinghong Hall to suffer inhumane torture? Chen W.H. was stunned when he heard Zhao Mai say that. Without a word, he unleashed his spiritual power, forming black dragons that rushed towards Zhao Mai. Watching the black dragon hurtling toward Zhao Mai, he grinned wickedly. After the smoke cleared and Zhao Mai was nowhere to be seen, he said, Blown to smithereens, serves that trash right. Then he immediately turned around. But the scene behind him was Zhao Mai standing there proudly, with his hands clasped behind his back, catching him completely off guard. W.H. What? How is this possible? Zhao Mai's face was indifferent. What do you want with Xiao Huo? He didn't answer, but immediately attacked him again. Stop playing mysterious in front of me. A piece of trash who just entered the Golden Core realm dares to compare himself to a genius like me. Dream on. That strike caused a huge explosion. Chen W.H. cursed trash. But Zhao Mai reappeared calmly, still without a scratch. Chen W.H. turned pale with fear when he saw that Zhao Mai was still perfectly fine. He trembled. How is this happening? How can this be? Zhao Mai smiled faintly. Haven't you ever heard this saying? Same realm, I'm invincible, cross-realm battles, 1 for 1. Chen W.H. lowered his head. Our sect once had a genius, not only with high talent, but also with formidable strength. But it's a pity he went down the wrong path, fell into the demonic path, and was purged from the sect. Xiao Mai crossed his arms and gritted his teeth. Such slander is ridiculous. I am the talent you're talking about, the guy scoffed. Are you out of your mind? That's something from ages ago. Plus that person is already dead. Zhao Chen pointed to the sky, using the will of heaven and earth. You say that? Then open your eyes and look clearly. A surge of spiritual power sent him flying, causing him to fall backward. Clutching his chest, he trembled. His body seemed to have a major problem.
His meridians were all broken, every inch of his flesh felt like it was being pierced, and his dantian was a mess. How could this be? Sweat beaded on his forehead. He looked at Xiao Mai. You, how could you be? In his heart, he thought he possessed the strength of a 9th-level golden core, and was even a genius in the sect, basically unmatched in the golden core realm. Only before his death did he realize, there's always a higher mountain.
Xiao Mai also felt that he wasn't doing too well. This one move had exhausted all his strength. A 1st-level golden core facing a 9th-level golden core was still a bit difficult.
If it were his previous life's body, it definitely wouldn't be a problem.
Chen Ban was dead. Lying on the ground, Xiao Mai went over and frisked him, finding only a token and some spirit stones, nothing else. Then he raised his hand and conjured a flame to destroy the body and erase the traces.
Damn, the people from the Jinghong Palace have arrived, and it's probably not a good thing that they're looking for Zhao Huohuo. For now, I should observe in secret, and maybe find out more information about Chu Xi. Next, I'll go back to Sunset City and find a place to rest.
The crown prince of Liang Kingdom was worried, still unable to find that disciple. The next plan would be difficult to implement. He could only try to actively contact the person through this token. That way, he could determine the person's location based on the aura on the token.
That senior brother must be here. The crown prince of Liang Kingdom slowly walked down the street, entering a tavern. He thought, this senior brother is known as the top golden core. I've never met him before, so I don't know what his personality's like. Will barging in like this?
Before he could finish his thought, a voice came from inside.
Come in. In his heart, he thought. As expected of a genius, it seems he sensed my presence early on. He walked in and said loudly, Greetings, senior brother. The person sitting inside was none other than Xiao Mai.
Xiao Mai was a little confused. Senior brother. Could this be the junior brother of that guy from before? I felt someone was looking for me. Knew someone would come knocking.
Xiao Mai spoke up and asked,
Who are you, Crown Prince of Liang Kingdom? Yan Zhengqing clasped his hands. Humble disciple Yan Zhengqing is a fellow disciple with you. I've come specially to welcome you, he wondered. What do you want from me? He thought in his mind. Asking like that is too revealing. I accidentally asked. Out of instinct, I have to add something. I was worried someone was impersonating you, so I asked you in detail. My real purpose for coming here, Crown Prince of Liang Kingdom anxiously replied.
Of course. It is to capture Xiao Huohuo and Princess Wenhua and bring them back as gifts to the master.
When Xiao Mai heard this, he was furious. Chen VH is looking for Huohuo for this reason too. Giving them away as gifts will probably give them a life like mine. The Jinghong Palace really can't be fixed.
Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Xiao Mai took out the token. Just take out this token to make the other party more certain of his identity, he said. Do you have any plans? Seeing the token, he became even more convinced. Senior brother, I have many informants in the Ming Kingdom, and there are even people with royal bloodlines who can help me. Why don't we join forces with them today and start a rebellion together, completely seizing the Ming Kingdom? At that time, the Liang Kingdom will expand its power and invade the Ming Kingdom, and all the geniuses in this Ming Kingdom will be at our disposal.
He asked tentatively. Senior brother Hui, how do you feel about this method? Xiao Mai sat leisurely. That's not bad. You go prepare. We will control the Ming Kingdom today. Yan Zhengqing clasped his hands.
Yes. In another room, a scene was happening that the youngsters shouldn't see, and in that room, there was none other than Xiao Huohuo and Princess Wenhua. Xiao Huohuo said, The family hopes that we can maintain our descendants. They are urging us very urgently. It seems to be the order of the old ancestor. Princess Wenhua shyly said, I will listen to you.
Suddenly, Xiao Huohuo looked at his hand. But he felt that every time after it ended, his strength would increase. Or was he thinking too much?
Suddenly, the door opened, and something like a letter flew in. Xiao Huohuo immediately pinched it with 2 fingers. It was a letter. He opened it and read it. His face was a little stunned. Real or fake? Who sent this? He hurried outside to investigate, but there were no traces of anyone, nor could he find any clues on this letter. At the royal palace, a loud laugh echoed.
Great! Finally there's a chance to overthrow that old dog emperor. He stood before a crowd of soldiers, laughing. The entire Ming Kingdom will have to listen to my orders from now on. Just thinking about the emperor's princesses makes me impatient. Standing outside a room, he wondered, Isn't it time yet? Why isn't anyone here? No way, we agreed on this time. Why haven't our people arrived yet? Or did we come to the wrong place? How can we rebel without soldiers?
Yan Zhengqing's face was a bit gloomy as he immediately went to find someone. I don't care how you do it, just replenish the troops. A voice echoed from behind.
No need to look, your people aren't coming.
Zhao Huohuo slowly walked over, making Yan Zhengqing wonder. Why is it you? Zhao Huohuo smiled lightly. Your plan has been exposed. Your troops have all been dealt with. To be precise, only you guys are left. Hearing this, Yan Zhengqing clenched his fists. Zhao Huohuo looked at him. Want to run? Can you escape? Outside the royal palace, he said.
Xiao Huohuo, I'll give you a chance. As long as you let me go, I'll have Liang Kingdom gift you some spirit pills and treasures. What do you think? Xiao Huohuo didn't care about what he said. I think the chance is for me to give you. Yan Zhengqing was still fearless.
I am the crown prince of Liang Kingdom. Do you want to start a war? Xiao Huohuo smiled. What if we start a war? I've never been afraid. In his heart, Yan Zhengqing was anxious. Senior brother hasn't appeared yet. How much longer are we waiting? Zhao Mai slowly appeared at this time, wearing a mask on his face.
Xiao Huohuo didn't recognize Xiao Mai, because Xiao Mai was wearing a mask,
but he felt why this man gave him a very familiar feeling.
Seeing that Xiao Mai had arrived, Yan Zhengqing laughed arrogantly. Haha, Xiao Huohuo, you're scared, aren't you? This is my senior brother. He is at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, and he is also an unparalleled genius, known as the Invincible Golden Core. You are basically no match for him. Xiao Huohuo raised his sword.
9th level of the Golden Core stage? Better to kill by mistake than let go? Seeing this, Yan Zhengqing was furious. Senior brother, this is the person that Master and I mentioned. Capturing him and Li Wenhua will double our cultivation results.
Suddenly, a sword pressed close to his neck, making him dare not say anything more. The one holding the sword was none other than Xiao Mai,
the person he thought was his senior brother, leaving him unable to resist. Zhao Mai only said 2 words, die. Seeing this, Zhao Huohuo's mouth dropped open. You are Xiao Mai. Finally took off his mask. Even your uncle can't recognize you. Huo, put his hands on his hips and laughed. So it's you, but why are you here? Zhao Mai recounted the whole process.
Which also means that there is a larger organization behind this guy, specializing in hunting down geniuses. Zhao Huohuo walked towards his nephew. That's right, so you have to be careful. Not only you, but your wife has also been targeted, Zhao Mai thought to himself.
I have destroyed all traces of this guy. Surely no one will find out, but uncle should still be careful. The next day at the Xiao family, a loud shout echoed from the room. Father! Zhao Li clasped his hands at Zhao Chen. This is a letter Huohuo sent back, with a secret seal on it, that needs to be read by father personally. After reading Xiao Huohuo's letter, he thought, as expected, Zhao Li was curious on the side.
Father, what does the letter say?
Zhao Chen waved his hand, turning to leave. Nothing much. Just urging the Xiao clan's young men to cultivate diligently, and also to seize the time to have kids. A year later, on the back mountain of the Xiao clan, Xiao Chen was sitting in cultivation when the system popped up.
Detected that the host's descendants have reached 3,000. The reward is... Congratulations, host, for receiving the Hao Yi Bo magic treasure, upper rank 2nd grade, many children and grandchildren. As expected, it was a tough mission. Finally reached the number of 3,000. Looking at the reward in the system, he thought,
can lock onto the target location. Never miss. This is the bow rewarded for reaching 3,000 descendants. It can even create double the attack power based on the user's strength. Indeed, a good treasure. He smiled brightly. It can be said that now if I want to kill anyone, I don't even need to think twice anymore. The system popped up a notification. Name, Zhao Huohuo. Race, human. Divine techniques. Flying dragon 9 swords. Sword intent comprehension. Alchemy. Unparalleled 1 sword. Soul extinguishing no trace. Demonic transformation. 13 swords. Godly venerable heavenly bamboo Buddha finger flick. Azure dragon treasure sword. Mysterious origin barrier. Wind control pearl. Cultivation. Nascent soul 2nd layer. Aptitude. 6th grade spiritual root. Identity. Sky Star Pavilion Master. Leader of 36 sects in Ming Kingdom. Special fate. Flame Emperor fate.
Xiao Chen clicked his tongue after hearing Zhao Huohuo's information.
Not bad, not bad. Huohuo's training outside is indeed progressing very fast, in just 1 year jumping from Golden Core 9th layer to the nascent Soul Realm.
The system popped up another notification.
Your grandson, Zhao Huohuo, has successfully killed 3 spies of the Jinghong Hall. Your grandson, Zhao Huohuo, has found the spies of Liang Kingdom step by step, and eliminated them all. Your grandson, Zhao Huohuo, sent troops to help the Ming Kingdom fight, causing the Liang Kingdom's army to be terrified and suffer a great defeat. Your grandson, Zhao Huohuo, killed a prodigy of the Jinghun Hall, obtaining the secret map of the Jinghun Hall. Looking at the system notifications, he thought,
his continuous actions are completely attracting a lot of people from the Jinghun Hall. The more he suppresses, the stronger he becomes. He wondered, I wonder how Zhao Mai is doing.
Immediately, he pulled up the system. This kid has the same personality as me. Looking at the system, he grinned slyly. Hee hee. Name, Zhao Mai, race, human. Aptitude, 6th grade spiritual root. Divine techniques. Dragon Yang Sword Sutra. Blood Fate Divine Sword. Mysterious Yang One Sword Sutra. Spiritual Mountain Formation Origin Embryo. Cultivation. Golden Origin First Layer. Special Identity. Reincarnated Great Power. Combination Stage. Awakened Congenital Deficient Physique. Possesses the power of heaven and earth will. Your great-grandson Xiao Mai entered Jing Mountain, concealing his identity to cultivate at a branch of the Jinghong Hall, killing a total of 10 enemies. Your great-grandson Xiao Mai rescued the genius Ye Tian in Jing Mountain, a young man possessing the heavenly Yang body meridian, helping him escape. Your great-grandson Xiao Mai rescued a genius from Feng Wu in Jing Mountain, a young man possessing a dual spiritual root, helping him escape. Your great-grandson Xiao Mai. A series of notifications kept popping up. Xiao Chen stroked his chin and smiled, calmly and leisurely, taking action in secret to kill the enemy. Very good.
Remembering my instructions. Acting discreetly, not bad. Xiao Li walked over with a cane.
Father, Huo sent another letter, but this time it also included a map of a hidden treasure structure. Take a look first. Xiao Chen immediately took the letter and read. The letter says, Huo Wu Qing obtained a treasure map,
rumored to have existed for thousands of years, the place where the peak cloud ascending great power Yuan Ming Emperor Sovereign passed away. There are countless treasures inside, as well as countless high-grade cultivation techniques, precious elixirs, and immortal artifacts. Huo cannot leave because he has things to do, respectfully requesting Grandmaster to decide whether the Zhao family should go to find the treasure first or not. So it's the treasure of a peak cloud ascending great power, located at the border between Ming Kingdom and Liang Kingdom. Xiao Li said to his father, This is a good opportunity. Should we go find the treasure? He thought to himself.
Cloud, ascending great power, mighty strength. If we can obtain the treasures there, it will definitely raise the Zhao family to a new level.
The system popped up a notification.
Detected the appearance of a fortuitous encounter. Starting the choice. Please choose. Choice 1. The development of the Zhao clan. Go find the treasure. The reward is a mother-child river. Choice 2. Refuse the choice. Can avoid danger. The reward is a low-grade 4th-rank magic treasure.
He was surprised. Huh? And it's making me choose again at this time. But avoid danger? What danger? All right. This is an opportunity to ease the competition for the Xiao family.
Then let's go. The person below said respectfully, Yes, I will go prepare immediately. Saying that, he walked away with his cane.
Outside, Xiao Chen had now received the reward of the mother-child river in its primary state. After drinking, the chance of getting pregnant that day will increase by 10%. His face lit up.
Good stuff. If our daughters-in-law and granddaughters drink a cup of this every day from now on, won't the success rate of having descendants increase? Right now, the weather outside is absolutely gorgeous, with blue skies, white clouds, and golden sunshine. There's a notice posted. A massive treasure is about to be unearthed, and Jinghong Hall is specially recruiting experts to go search for it together. The crowd murmurs. I heard this massive treasure is located on the border between the Ming Kingdom and the Liang Kingdom, and it was left behind by a great expert at the questioning Dao realm. There'll definitely be danger on this trip, but where did Jinghong Hall come from? Why do they want to share the profits with us?
Someone speaks up.
This Jinghong Hall has an excellent reputation in the Liang Kingdom. I heard they even help poor commoners embark on the path of cultivation and defy fate. The crowd behind him excitedly encourages each other. Let's go sign up. If only I were a few decades younger, I'd have a chance to embark on the path of cultivation. Someone else says, I really admire these young people. Their future is sure to be incredibly bright. What a pity.
Just thinking about the burial place of the treasure. It's a trip that would make this life worth living.
A young man holding a piece of paper smiles brightly. Awesome. Just as I got the news, Jinghong Hall released a notice that as long as you can recommend a genius, and they get selected, you'll be awarded a pill that helps you enter the world of cultivation. The crowd erupts. Let's go find geniuses. Maybe the young people of the Xiao family can make it. Xiao Chen, at this time at the Xiao family, his descendants greet him respectfully. Ancestor. Could the burial place of the treasure that Jinghong Hall mentioned be the one on our treasure map? The locations are similar. It seems like we might be getting played. Huo must have fallen into their trap, but this map is definitely real.
The person replied, Really, Jinghong Hall has been recruiting young talents for so many years. Do they really want to share the treasure?
Zhao Chen snorts lightly. They just want to nurture fruit. A dog can't stop eating SHT. But it's fine. We just need to worry about ourselves.
Jinghong Hall is being so arrogant. Other sects will definitely join in later. If we share the treasure, we won't have to worry anymore.
His descendants immediately bow. Yes. Suddenly, someone rushes in from the door in a panic. Family head, Ancestor, people from Jinghong Hall are here. They say they want to meet and talk. What? They're taking the initiative to come. Xiao Chen smiles fearlessly. Go. Let's see what their intentions are. Don't let any conflicts break out with them for now, Xiao Chen thinks to himself.
Xiao Mai is a reincarnated combined body great expert, and that couple that killed him, their cultivation is definitely not lower than his. Jinghong Hall can't be matched right now, we can only continue to endure. He immediately orders,
Someone, quickly bring up the Zhao family's finest tea. The finest tea is presented. In the room right now are Shi Lin, who just entered the nascent soul realm, and Zhang Chen, who also just entered the nascent soul realm.
Zhang Chen smacks his lips. Great tea. Even in Jinghong Hall, only elite disciples have the chance to enjoy this kind of tea.
Xiao Li says, with the cultivation of you two, are you still not considered elite disciples in Jinghong Hall? Shi Lin speaks up. Family head Xiao is joking.
She sweetly says, if we were elite disciples, who would be sent to do manual labor?
Xiao Li falls into thought after hearing this. Just how strong are the elite disciples of Jinghong Hall, really? It seems like we shouldn't offend them carelessly. Xiao Li speaks up and asks, I wonder what brings you two here, Shi Lin replies. This time, Jinghong Hall has come to recruit some talents to nurture, creating a better future for the world. Just as a secret island has appeared, both sides can help each other and seize opportunities. Zhang Chen next to her also says,
this matter is a good thing for Chengluo Ri, for the Xiao family, and for every citizen. Xiao Li smiles brightly.
I didn't expect such a good thing to happen, he replies. No matter what, my Zhao family is still the biggest household in Chengluo Ri, so we should give opportunities like this to others. Shi Lin immediately responds.
Family head Zhao, the opportunity Jinghong Hall is giving the Zhao family this time isn't something everyone can get. Do you still want to refuse? Are you looking down on our Jinghong Hall?
Her face immediately changes. In his heart, Xiao Li thinks, not even pretending anymore. Young people really don't know how to control their emotions. He replies, you two misunderstand. The main thing is that my Xiao family members all have average aptitudes. How could anyone want to embark on the path of cultivation? The Xiao family has a large population and a big business right now. The young people just want to enjoy life.
If you two were to meet the descendants of the Xiao family, you would definitely be disappointed, Shi Lin replies. Nonsense. Xiao Huohuo is the pillar of the Xiao family, a virtuous woman of the Ming Kingdom's emperor, and also a rare genius in the world of cultivation.
I heard that Xiao Huohuo is young, but her strength has already reached the nascent soul realm. You say that such outstanding talent is just average aptitude, so wouldn't that make everyone else trash? Huohuo left the Xiao family years ago. We don't know what's been happening with him outside. Plus, whatever the Xiao family has is completely unrelated to Huohuo.
Shi Lin and Zhang Chen glanced at each other after hearing that.
Zhang Chen spoke up. Jinghong Palace is giving you a chance, so you better seize it. Whether you have talent or not is something we can check ourselves. You don't need to worry about it, Shi Lin added. That's right, just call the Zhao family's descendants here, and you don't need to say anything else for now.
Xiao Li immediately pulled something out from his chest.
He said, I hope the two of you will consider it. After all, there will definitely be disputes on the way to find the treasure, and I really can't bear to see the Zhao family's bloodline in danger. If possible, the Zhao family will definitely repay you handsomely. Zhang Chen said unhappily. What do you mean? Do we look like money grubbers to you? It turns out that the thing Xiao Li pulled out was a money bag.
Zhang Chen immediately threw the bag of silver, causing the silver and gold inside to scatter everywhere. Shi Lin annoyedly replied, you're playing tricks. We came here to bring blessings to the people, not to extort money, you old fool Xiao Li.
Oh, this isn't so simple. I'll go discuss it with the Zhao family members first. He went to Zhao Chen.
Father, these two are a bit hard to deal with. Stubborn and inflexible. They don't listen to reason.
Could they really be that loyal? Zhao Chen chuckled lightly. If they find a genius for the Jinghong Palace, the rewards they receive will be even more generous. So what do we do?
Are we really going to let them search for a genius in the Zhao family?
Zhao Chen asked. Where are the people you chose?
Xiao Li replied. They've all gone into secluded cultivation to adjust their state, Xiao Chen answered.
All right, I'll personally go meet them, let them search to their heart's content, Zhao Li respectfully said. Yes, father. Zhao Chen immediately summoned his puppet and sent it out.
The puppet walked in front. Xiao Li followed behind, and Xiao Chen used his will to make the puppet say, if the Xiao family really has a genius, what will the Xiao family receive after they're chosen? Xiao Li said from behind. This is our Xiao family's old ancestor. If you want to choose someone from the Xiao family, the old ancestor must nod his head. Xing Lin disdained.
Oh, foundation establishment, Zhang Chen then asked. You're asking what the Zhao family can receive?
Shi Lin replied.
For the Zhao family's genius to be chosen to join the Jinghong Palace and cultivate is already a glorious thing for the ancestors. If they have high talent on the path of cultivation, they might become a hegemon in one area, protecting the Zhao family for hundreds, thousands of years. Xiao Chen thought to himself. All you know how to do is draw big cakes, she continued. Actually, the Zhao family has already received too much. Our arrival here is a blessing for your Zhao family, Zhang Chen chimed in. The young men of the Zhao family are nothing, and there's no genius you're hoping for. You'll probably be disappointed, Shi Lin continued. Are you Zhao family members rehearsing reasons to refuse us? You just keep using the same excuse to reject us? Or are you looking down on the Jinghong Palace's plan? Or even looking down on the Jinghong Palace? The system notification appeared. Zhao family is under threat. Initiating selection, please choose. Option 1, reject the request, reveal your strength and eliminate the opponent on the spot. Reward, advanced disguise technique. Option 2, agree to let the opponent choose, prepare to filter the descendants of the Zhao family. Reward, eye-covering technique, he thought to himself. Revealing my strength and killing the opponent will definitely alert the Jinghong Palace and lead to further investigation of the Zhao family. The advanced disguise technique is better for running away. I shouldn't tear off the mask for now, and just take it one step at a time. Congratulations to the host for successfully choosing. Received the eye-covering technique that can't see the forest for the trees, which can make your realm look lower than the enemy's. Everything the enemy sees depends on your thoughts. Xiao Chen put her hands behind her back, looking at the two young people. Zhang Chen worried. Did we reveal something? Xiao Chen said. You two are overthinking it. If you don't believe me, you can observe their talents yourself, Lin Shi arrogantly said. All right. I believe the Zhao family will definitely have a genius, Zhao Li thought to himself. How could the descendants of the Zhao family be as ordinary as father said? Could it be that father really intends to send the descendants of the Zhao family to the Jinghong Palace? Then, Xiao Chen and Xiao Li went ahead, while the two young people followed behind. This is where the Zhao family's descendants between the ages of 18 and 25 live. They're at the peak of their youth, full of vitality. He raised his hand and said, Xiao Li, lead them inside. I'm old and can't walk easily. I'll wait for you here. Xiao Li immediately agreed, and led the two inside. Zhang Chen turned around and frowned. What do you mean by this? This is clearly a desolate place. There's not a single person around. Don't tell me you want to kill us in this secluded place, Zhao Li leisurely replied. You two have got it all wrong, please, just hear me out. Hearing this, they both closed their eyes and quietly listened to a series of creaking and squeaking sounds. Swish, swish, Shilin wondered. What's that noise? After a moment of realization, her face flushed red. Are you guys doing that in broad daylight? How could you? Zhang Chen was equally embarrassed. Is this the Womb Nurturing Institute or something? So many people contributing day and night, he asked. What exactly are the Zhao family people up to? Xiao Li replied, just like what you two are hearing, I don't need to explain further, right? Bursting with rage, Zhang Chen said. The Xiao family is way too casual, so many people doing that. In broad daylight, Xiao Li scoffed. This is the Xiao family's outer courtyard. Is pleasure in the bedroom a crime? Now Shilin's face was burning red. I'm not criticizing, just curious. Why? Xiao Li crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. If we didn't do this, how could the Xiao family have grown to its current size? Shilin's face lit up. Isn't it because of Xiao Huo's appearance? Old Xiao Li put his hands behind his back and said, looking at the two, it's all a misunderstanding. Huo is out there training himself, contributing to the peace of the Ming kingdom, for the common good of the world. The Xiao family has never benefited from it. We just rely on procreation to strengthen the Xiao family bloodline. Zhang Chen put his hands on his hips, which means young men, 18 and up, are working tirelessly here day and night. Xiao Li nodded. That's right. If you two don't believe it, you can wait here until nightfall. The Zhao family might not be good at other things, but they're definitely good at this. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's face turned red. His words were indeed blunt and forceful. Suddenly, Xilin noticed the mountain in the back. Why is that mountain split open? Was there an earthquake here? Hearing her words, Xiao Li replied, Ah, that mountain. One night, everyone in the Xiao family worked hard day and night, causing the mountain to crack. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people in Sunset City. Everyone knows about it. Xilin froze upon hearing this. After a bit of talking, all three of them walked out. Xiao Chen, sitting there, asked, What do you two think of the Xiao family's descendants? Both of them were embarrassed. Xiao Chen spoke again. You two, Zhang Chen said. This is just the outer courtyard. The Xiao family can't just have these people. Where are the others? Xiao Chen immediately walked ahead to lead the way. Follow me. Xiao Li stood next to his dad and asked, "Father, the descendants of the Xiao family in this place are all outstanding talents. Could it be?" Zhao Chen replied. "It's okay." Zhao Chen walked ahead, and the two from the King Crimson Hall followed behind. "I bet if they can find 10 genius disciples, they could get 10 high-grade elixirs from the King Crimson Hall. If they can find 2 genius disciples, they can get a spot as an elite disciple of the King Crimson Hall."
Talk about a bright future. Xiao Chen suddenly turned his head and glanced at the two. "Are you two really sure you want to take a look?" Zhang Chen said arrogantly.
"Don't waste words, let's go." After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and secretly used "one leaf obscures the vision." He replied, "All right, let's go then." A beam of light emitted from Zhao Chen's hand. Then the beam of light flew towards the two of them. They both said in unison, "Let's go." The scene changed to the martial arts practice ground, full of strong young men practicing hard. One of them was even carrying a huge rock on his head. Zhao Li wore a worried expression on his face. With talents like these, they're probably going to get picked out.
When Zhang Chen and Xi Lin saw this scene, crows flew all over their heads. The scene that Zhang Chen and Xi Lin saw was a young man, but he was a bit slow like a child, drooling and playing with a beetle. Zhang Chen frowned and asked, "Someone like this can also enter the inner courtyard of the Xiao family. Are your conditions that low?" Xiao Li replied. He's still considered ranked in the Xiao family. Potential, HMPH, what's low about it? Xi Lin wore a bored expression. "This kind of person isn't even as good as the commoners we meet," Zhao Li said to the two behind him.
"Could it be a mistake?" Zhao Chen said with a smile.
"It's okay. Let them continue." Zhao Li breathed a sigh of relief at this time. No wonder father didn't refuse at all when we came here. It turns out he had already been pulling strings for this.
"But how did you even do that, father? Is truly amazing." At this time, under a lush green tree,
2 young men were constantly practicing their running speed around it.
Zhang Chen was too bored to even speak when he saw that scene, because what he saw wasn't 2 people practicing, but one young man swinging on the tree, having a blast, and the other one was scribbling nonsense on the wall. Zhang Chen cursed, "Is he crazy?" And the image that Xi Lin saw was a strapping young man encountering a giant cake and crawling through it. Her face was disgusted. "Does the Xiao family have this kind of genius?" Xiao Li answered immediately next to her. "Talent, you say?"
What Xiao Li saw was that the person was sitting and focusing on cultivating.
This disciple cultivates the immovable king, only has a golden core first-level cultivation base, which can only be considered normal among the people.
"Why only praise this disciple?" Zhao Chen curled his lips and rubbed his chin. The next part is even more special. The scene that Zhang Chen and Xi Lin saw was a strapping young man falling face first.
One was lying on his back, laughing and enjoying himself, while another was teary-eyed and hugging his arm. "Oh, my arm." Zhang Chen and Xi Lin were truly speechless. "How can people do this?" Zhao Li said very seriously.
"They are all outstanding people in the Xiao family. I'm not wrong." Zhang Chen frowned and even broke out in a sweat. "You know, it's hard to imagine that Xiao Huohuo was born into your Xiao family. It's the blessing of how many lifetimes for the Xiao family." Xi Lin couldn't help but speak up.
"It can only be said that the Xiao family wasn't completely destroyed because of Xiao Huohuo. Not because of you guys." Zhao Chen asked, "What are your plans? Have you chosen yet?" Xi Lin immediately replied when she heard the question, "No." Xiao Chen pretended to be serious. "The Xiao family's city is like this. We've seen both the inner and outer courtyards. Both of them left with resentment."
Xi Lin was extremely uncomfortable. HMPH, what an eye-opener. "Let's go." Zhao Chen saw them off with a face as bright as a flower. The two of them mumbled as they walked. "It's infuriating. What a waste of a day. I should have just gone to the Chen family's estate. How detestable." Regardless of the outer or inner courtyard, does the Xiao family only know how to give birth to these others and not manage them? No wonder Xiao Huohuo never wants to come back. He definitely doesn't want to see these good-for-nothings. If it were me, I wouldn't come back either, and it's embarrassing to spread the word, and even write with urine. Doesn't this kind of person have a problem with their brain? Xiao Li, who was seeing them off, didn't understand anything when he heard the two of them talking. They were talking about the Xiao family. Back in the inner courtyard of the Xiao family, Xiao Li was still lost in thought. Xiao family disciples, don't even mention Sunset City. Even in Ming Nation, they're top-notch geniuses. Although they don't have talents as good as Xiao Huohuo, they shouldn't be underestimated. Xiao Li spoke up, questioning his father.
"Are the descendants that we call geniuses nothing in the eyes of the Jinghong Palace?" Xiao Chen frowned.
"It can be said that way. There's no shortage of geniuses in the Jinghong Palace," he thought to himself. Xiao Mai's previous life had Qilin spinal marrow, azure dragon meridians, vermilion bird blood, black tortoise. How can the Xiao family compare to that kind of talent? Xiao Li heard his dad say that and replied, "No wonder. Like this treasure hunt, even if we go, the people from the Jinghong Hall will definitely be our strongest opponents, Xiao Chen then replied.
You think it's just us? A lot of people already know about the treasure appearing. They're definitely watching like tigers stalking their prey. Yes, then I'll tell the Zhao family disciples to keep working hard. Xiao Chen was really determined at this point, no matter what. The stronger he is, the safer he'll be.
He walked towards the door behind the Zhao family's back mountain, and there were a lot of treasures inside.
These are all given by the system. Many things are useless to me. I'll give them to the outstanding disciples of the Zhao family, and I'll use the rest in this period to improve my strength. After that, he sat back in his cultivation spot. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. After some time cultivating, he stopped, and felt that he had reached the 3rd level of the transformation god realm. He thought, the spirit pills and precious medicines I used could only help me reach the 3rd level of the transformation god realm. The speed is too slow. I must seize the time to live. Xiao Chen went to the main hall of the Xiao family.
Xiao Li saw his father and stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully.
Father, I have prepared everything. The treasure hunting team can set off at any time. Xiao Chen heard this and immediately praised. Good son. He smiled slightly.
Bring them here for me to see. Xiao Li immediately obeyed. And then a group of strapping young men stepped forward, shouting,
Greetings, old ancestor. Everyone was full of energy. Their muscles were extremely firm after training.
Xiao Li pointed at one person and said,
Father, this is the team leader, named Zhao Feng. His strength is at the peak of the Golden Core realm. The others are also in the Golden Core realm. All outstanding talents of the Xiao family. They will definitely be able to obtain the hidden treasure this time. Xiao Chen looked at his descendants and smiled, getting up. All right, go. He handed out the map and instructed, this map is real. But I don't know why it was leaked. Even the news of this mysterious treasure was spread by the Jingshong Hall. There must be a conspiracy in this. Remember to be careful. Life is the most important thing, understand? Everyone said in unison. Yes. Zhao Li walked closer to his father. Father, rest assured, I will definitely remember your teachings. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with his preparation. He reached out his hand. Very good. I also have a magical artifact to give you. Carry it with you for self-defense, to protect the descendants of the Zhao family. A bright golden ring appeared. It is the heavenly outer ring,
which can open up space in front of the enemy, causing serious damage. Xiao Feng also respectfully clasped his hands at this time.
Thank you, old ancestor. Then all the strapping young men left. Like this time, let the descendants go to find the treasure.
Xiao Chen was still worried, so he decided to use a puppet to follow behind to protect them. His face was a little troubled.
A Golden Core realm substitute puppet. I hope it's enough. If it's not enough, there are other ways. To kill the enemy beyond 1,000 miles.
At this time, on the border between the Ming Kingdom and the Wang Kingdom, a large group also gathered. A group of people were respectful to the person standing above. Greetings, God Lord. Hong Xin, the one called Hong Xin, had a sinister face, said, You have done well, finding many talented disciples to join the Jingchong Hall. The rewards promised to you will definitely not be missing. He stared at Xi Lin and Jiang Chen. On the contrary, Sunset City is such a land of outstanding people. The Zhao family is still a big household, but you can only bring back a few disciples. It's really a waste of my expectations for you. Both of them knelt down when they heard this.
God Lord, we did go to the Zhao family, and we also examined everything, but there was nothing good, Zhang Chen quickly replied. Yeah, those guys in the outer court are blinded by their desires, only caring about enjoying themselves. The inner court guys are even worse, not worth a second glance, Hong Xin scoffed, closing his eyes and chuckling. Whatever. It's a miracle. The Zhao family even got a spark of talent. I bet there won't be any outstanding descendants anyway, no need to bother with them. Time to start hunting for the treasure? You guys are taking the assigned disciples to the treasure site, right? He gave an evil smirk.
Remember, I want all of them to experience this great opportunity and eventually stay to become members of the Jinghong Hall, also disciples under me, Hong Xin. He put one hand behind his back
and asked, Any news about Xiao Huohuo? The subordinate behind him respectfully replied, Divine One, Xiao Huohuo is still in Ming country, hasn't left at all. Doesn't seem to be taking any action regarding the treasure either. Hong Xin smiled upon hearing this. If he doesn't come, did all the eyes I planted in Ming country die for nothing? Did the Liang country disciples die for nothing too? The subordinate behind him answered,
But it's said that the Zhao family has sent people heading in this direction. Hong Xin Oed, the Xiao family, besides Xiao Huohuo, who else is worth my attention? Besides, Zhang Chen and Xi Lin already went to the Xiao family and confirmed that the Xiao family members are all trash, no need to worry about them. With one hand behind his back, he started walking.
It's time. Prepare to go inside and search for the treasure. But still monitor Xiao Huohuo. Report any actions he takes to me immediately.
In another scene, the young Zhao Feng, with his hands freezing, shouted loudly,
"Everyone remember, from now on we are the Qiao family disciples from Liao country in the north, got it?"
Seeing Zhao Feng like this,
Zhao Chen thought to himself,
"This kid Zhao Feng, no wonder he was chosen as the leader. He looks rough, but he's so careful and meticulous, cautious like a carbon copy of me." Everyone below scratched their heads.
"Got it, big bro Zhao Feng."
Zhao Feng chuckled upon hearing that. "Why are you still calling me big bro Zhao Feng? It's big bro Zhao Feng. The ancestor said this mission is important.
We must try our best to get the treasure. Later, if it's something like murder and arson, just use the identity of the Qiao family from the north. If it's something good, we are still the Xiao family." Zhao Chen was really happy at this point. Seems like I can relax about this side for now. It's lucky for the family to have someone who knows how to do things like this.
The system popped up a reminder.
Detected a reincarnated great power from the questioning divinity realm born in the Xiao family. Detected that you have a nephew who is a reincarnated great power for the second time. Received reward, Immortal God Tea. Besides helping to calm the mind, Immortal God Tea can also accelerate the development of the drinker's senses and shorten the time it takes to comprehend cultivation techniques. Zhao Chen thought, a questioning divinity great power? So, I'm exploring the secret treasures left by a questioning divinity great power, and at home, a baby is born as a reincarnation of a questioning divinity. Great power? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The system initiated a choice.
Make a choice.
Choice 1. Plan ahead for your killing nephew. Lend a hand to help the reincarnated baby awaken. Receive the Kaishin Seal Divine Power as a reward. Choice 2. Be cautious. Prevent hidden dangers. Intervene. Erase the great power's old memories. Receive the Samsara Seal Divine Power as a reward.
Zhao Chen put his hands behind his back and walked slowly. System. How much of the old memories can this reincarnated questioning divinity great power retain? The system replied. Dear host, a questioning divinity great power can use secret techniques to solve the riddle in the womb. Generally, they can still retain their past life memories, but their consciousness is still in a chaotic state, Zhao Chen realized. No wonder there's a choice to erase the memories.
He walked to a house in the inner hall of the Zhao family. As soon as he entered, a Zhao family descendant spoke while holding the baby. Ancestor. The baby's name is Zhao Lin. Human race. Heavenly spiritual root aptitude. Golden core realm cultivation. Special status. Reincarnated great power of the questioning divinity realm. Innate spiritual treasure. 1,000 transformation pearl that can accelerate time. The boy laughed happily when he saw the ancestor. Looking at the baby's information, he smiled.
Born as a golden core cultivator, truly worthy of being a great power who solved the riddle from the womb.
Zhao Chen then waved his hand to reveal a landscape painting. The baby was startled and cried loudly. Wah wah! Zhao Chen approached with a cup of tea in hand. Fellow Taoists, no need to continue hiding. You naturally reincarnated into my Zhao family. I don't have any hostility towards you. The baby stopped crying after hearing what he said. He smiled and said, I didn't expect the ancestor to have such good tea. The little guy then rested his chin on one hand and his head on the other, looking quite stubborn. Zhao Chen said, to be willing to call me ancestor shows that you've accepted that you're a member of the Xiao family. If you've reincarnated, then of course you'd forget your given name and sever ties with all previous lives. The child said, I originally wanted to reincarnate discreetly, but I didn't expect to be born into a cultivation family. His face was smiling, but in his heart he thought, and I can't sense the aura of this great ancestor in front of me at all. The ancestor's cultivation must be at the integration stage. Zhao Chen chuckled a bit when he heard that. It's not like we're some great cultivation clan, it's just that my family has always believed in the idea that having lots of children brings good fortune, so we've had quite a few kids.
Regardless of what the past was like,
if you have the blood of the Xiao family flowing through your veins, then you're naturally a member of the Xiao family, and that's what I want.
The system then appeared. Congratulations to the host for receiving the divine ability, Heaven Opening Seal. He said, if you're born into the Zhao family, then as the ancestor, there's no way I can't give you some kind of congratulatory gift. With that, a strand of light flew into the child's glabella. Clasping his hands behind his back, he said, this Heaven Opening Seal, although it's not some profound divine ability, it's enough as a red envelope gift. The child immediately shouted loudly, thanking the ancestor. In the child's heart, there was a little anxiety that caused him to sweat. He was a great power of the nascent soul stage reincarnated. Although his memories were a bit fragmented, a single divine ability could point directly to the primordial era. This kind of divine ability, the standard said, as long as Linner likes it. If there are any problems with the divine ability during cultivation, you can ask the ancestor, the child, who had his own thoughts. Could it be that this ancestor whom I can't see through is also a great power of the nascent soul stage? How could he have a divine ability like this? He's just giving it away. The child smiled and replied,
although the ancestor has bestowed this gift, Linner wouldn't dare just accept the gift without giving anything in return. The place where I was buried in the past definitely had no shortage of heavenly treasures. On the mountain, along with my emergence, it might have reappeared. The ancestor can send people there to search. This is a small token of Linner's appreciation. Xiao Chen thought about it when he heard that. This place seems to be where the Jinghong sect is searching for treasure. The death of a great power of the nascent soul stage. The place where treasures are buried. It all lines up, he spoke. Liner. The ancestor has some news to tell you. I'm afraid your tomb is about to be dug up by someone else. The child was startled when he heard that. At this time, a large crowd had gathered on the mountain, both men and women. Someone spoke up. The direction these teams are converging is different from the location on the map that the ancestor gave us, the people below said. The ancestor is right. The Jingchong sect definitely has a conspiracy. So what should we do now? Zhao Feng chuckled lightly. I have a plan, everyone. Listen closely. Then he whispered and whispered. A young man below asked, Brother Qiao, but if we do that, we won't get the treasure. Qiao Feng smiled when he heard that. Qiao Feng can't just sit by and watch so many fellow cultivators be murdered by the Jingchong sect's treacherous scheme, the person below replied. Foiling the Jingchong sect's treacherous scheme is also a great achievement. I'll listen to what Brother Qiao says. Others also replied, I'll also listen to what Big Brother says. Xiao Feng heard everyone in agreement. Good, everyone is my good brother. On Hong Xin's side, a subordinate reported, Divine Lord, there are hundreds more people outside the valley. Hong Xin stood on the cliff leisurely and replied, Very good. Let's just wait a bit longer. We have to wait for more fish before we cast the net. At this time, the people of the Jingchong sect were already at the true burial site of the treasure, and Jiang Jian and Lin Xi were leading the way. Everyone then exclaimed, The spiritual energy here is so rich. Just by sensing this spiritual energy, I feel like I'm about to advance. Others felt the same. Xiao Lin then appeared in a larger form, along with a zither at the entrance. There were no geniuses with excellent aptitude in the group. Xin Lin spoke up and asked, Little friend, who are you the child of? Do you want to join the Jinghong sect? Xiao Lin frowned. You dare to dig my grave based on just the likes of you. How the group then broke out in cold sweat. His grave? Who is this child? Emperor Mingyuan? Xiao Lin crossed his arms and thought, after using the 1,000 transformation pearl, it hasn't even been a day, and I already have the appearance of an 8-year-old child. Although I'm only 8 years old, it's enough for now. Zhang Chen looked at the child and said, Golden Core 9th level at such a young age, his cultivation is already impressive. But Emperor Mingyuan has fallen for so many years. He shouted loudly, Kid, I'll give you another chance, join my Jinghong sect, otherwise you will die. Xiao Lin then stood up and looked down. Just you guys, seriously. Xin Lin couldn't hold back anymore and raised his hand to strike. A little brat who still smells of milk dares to insult us. You're tired of living. A giant golden hand slowly advanced toward Xiao Lin, making him furious. You dare spout nonsense above this old man's grave. With that, Xiao Lin clasped his hands together, creating a dazzling light that pierced through the giant hand. Shi Lin was injured instantly, Zhang Chen hurriedly said. This guy's too. OP, run, Xiao Lin chuckled. You think you can escape? Stay here. Meanwhile, back at the Xiao family, Xiao Chen received a system notification. Congratulations! Xiao Lin has successfully killed Zhang Chen, a disciple of the Jinghong sect. Congratulations! Xiao Lin has successfully killed Shi Lin, a disciple of the Jinghong sect. Congratulations! Xiao Lin successfully changed the minds of 32 genius disciples of the Jinghong sect, leading them to leave the sect and erasing their related memories. Congratulations! Xiao Lin killed 69 genius disciples of the Jinghong sect. Xiao Chen processed the information, thinking, although the Heavenly Change Pearl's timeframe is 8 years, the actual time that has passed is less than a day. This is the terrifying power that can kill a nascent soul stage cultivator from a reincarnated great power. He held the crossbow in his hand. No, I need to be more cautious. This world is too scary. Just then, a voice shouted in the mountain, Everyone, run! This is a scheme by the Qiao family and the Liao kingdom. There are traps in the valley. The crowd scrambled to escape. Run! They want to trap us all in one place. The Liao kingdom's army is coming. Treasures. It's all a scam. Our Zhao family risked everything to get this intel. Run, Zhao Feng shouted. Shut your mouths. This is a feud between the Qiao family, the Liao kingdom,
And the Xiao family? Hong Xin was shocked to hear this.
What? The Liao Kingdom's army is coming? Get out of the valley? Run, run, treasures can wait, we're about to die, the crowd shouted as they ran. Run, run! The Liao Kingdom's army is coming. Hong Xin stood high above, gazing into the distance, and thought, almost, just almost. The sudden appearance of this group has thinned out the crowd in the valley by more than half. He decided to activate the formation. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted. What? The Liao Kingdom's army is coming? Hong Xin was furious. A bunch of insects ruining my good deed, go die. Suddenly, a massive hand reached toward Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng never expected the Jingchong sect's cultivator at the transformation god stage would attack so quickly. If I can save this many fellow cultivators, I, Xiao Feng, will die without regret. But suddenly, Xiao Chen appeared out of nowhere, blocking in front of Xiao Feng. Dude, seriously, stop. But the guy didn't stop and continued to attack, creating a massive explosion.
Xiao Chen, back at the Xiao family, was sitting cross-legged, deep in thought.
That was terrifying. My puppet got smashed to pieces. It was really too terrifying. Then he smiled slightly, raised his hand, and used the sky-severing finger. Xiao Feng cupped his hands in respect.
Many thanks for the senior's life-saving grace. Senior used his life to pave a path for Xiao Feng. I will never foolishly put myself in such a dangerous situation again. Otherwise, I would be truly ashamed of the senior's kindness. Turns out Xiao Feng didn't recognize it was the Ancestor's puppet earlier. Xiao Feng immediately flew away.
Hong Xin was enraged when he saw this. An old fart daring to block my path, courting death like an ant trying to stop a chariot. He frowned menacingly. The formation has been activated. Where do you think you can run? He flew towards Xiao Feng.
Trash like you deserves to die.
But suddenly, his eyes widened as he noticed a beam of light rushing towards him from afar.
It was a sharp arrow. The arrow hurtled towards him, striking him. He was now injured.
He took out a pill and swallowed it. He thought, if I didn't have the sect leader's reward pill, I would have lost my life here today. That arrow just took away my arm.
Witch Senior finally made a move. I hope you can show yourself to talk and give the Jingchong sect some face. But his reply was, Xiao Chen's sky-severing finger. He was truly panicked at this moment. Unprepared for the attack, he was now badly beaten, his clothes tattered amidst the swirling dust. He gritted his teeth. No matter who you are, the Jingchong sect will make you pay a terrible price.
But then another arrow came flying, causing him to panic, and could only shout, no. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, nodded approvingly. All right, systems broadcast incoming. Congrats, host. You've unlocked the achievement. When idiots fail, enemies successfully escape. Reward. Rank 1 space sealing magic item, Wind Pearl. Detecting your seed Xiao Feng's kill of an enemy 2 levels higher. Transformation stage. Reward. Mutian Sheng Ling Dan recipe. Your seed Xiao Feng successfully eliminated Hong Xin, a divine lord of the Crimson Rainbow Hall. Reward. Rank 2 top grade tribulation resistant armor for nascent soul cultivators. Because you caused the most damage and took the most hits in this big battle. The descendants' achievements are, my achievements function is now active. Reward, Spirit Tier Treasure Armor, Duwen Yuan Armor, Xiao Chen side, I'm still too weak. I attacked a transformation stage cultivator and still let him escape. Luckily, Xiao Feng didn't disappoint. This is bad. Gotta pop out more kids, gotta pump them out like crazy. The rank 1 space sealing magic item, Wind Pearl, can lock down the space in an area, making it impossible for enemies to escape. The Mutian Shengling Dan recipe, once refined, can enhance the grade of one's spiritual root. All good stuff, he pondered. There are still many people in the Xiao family suffering from poor spiritual roots. With this Mutian Shengling Dan, the family will have more and more geniuses. He rubbed his chin. Too bad there isn't a single alchemist in the family to concoct the Mutian Shengling Dan. Guess this old man has to learn it myself. At that moment, a voice begging for mercy echoed from the mountaintop. Guardian, spare me.
This time, a true expert had made a move. Shouting from above, the person was kneeling on the ground, trembling. The Qiao family of the Liao Kingdom really does have a terrifying trump card. That's the divine power of the Qiao family's ancestor. Back then, the Divine Lord was attacking Xiao Feng of the Qiao family, when he was struck by that attack. After that, Xiao Feng destroyed his nascent soul. The mysterious, unseen person said. This guardian was preparing to deal with the Ming and Liang kingdoms first, then the Liao kingdom. Never expected his Liao kingdom to show up so eagerly. Then, he called out, Divine Lords Hong Feng and Lan Ying. Both answered in unison. Subordinates are here, he said. I order you to clean up the mess in the Ming and Liang kingdoms.
You must use iron-fisted methods to suppress them and restore the prestige of the Crimson Rainbow Hall.
Wanting this guardian to personally go to the Chao family in the Liao kingdom, their reach is pretty far. The two received the order and replied in unison, subordinates obey.
In a room of the Zhao family, Zhao Lin said, "Old Ancestor, I wish to donate everything I obtained in my previous life to the family." Zhao Chen was delighted.
"Lincher, that's thoughtful of you," Zhao Lin replied.
"With the old ancestor protecting me, I can cultivate in peace," he asked. "Lincher, do you know the art of alchemy?"
Zhao Lin smiled. "Of course I do, but I'm not very good at it. My forte lies more in music." He handed over a recipe, saying, "Try taking a look at this alchemy recipe." "Recipe?" Zhao Lin exclaimed.
"An elixir that can enhance one's spiritual root only exists in legends. I never thought it was real. Enhancing one's spiritual root can be said to defy the heavens and change one's fate. It's not just a great blessing, but a supreme treasure." Zhao Lin clasped his hands.
"Old Ancestor, this alchemy recipe is beyond my capabilities." Hearing this, he wasn't upset, and replied, "Then Linger, go cultivate. This old ancestor will study it." At this moment, outside the Zhao family city, stood a long-haired woman in white. It was none other than Zhang Lingqian.
She said, "Mother, your daughter has finally returned." At this moment, in a room of the Xiao family, Xiao Li asked, "Father, you called me here for something," he said to his son. "Limher, from now on, secretly acquire these medicinal herbs. At the same time, start planting them in the Xiao family's medicine garden. Plant the important ones in the landscape painting."
"That's right, there are currently many people watching our Zhao family."
"Don't make it too obvious. Just add them while acquiring other medicinal herbs. Don't disrupt the usual acquisition pace." Zhao Li immediately agreed. "Yes, father," he added. "Father can rest assured. The Xiao family usually buys and sells the herbs on the list. We just need to acquire the missing ones in different places, and it probably won't attract any attention." Seeing his son say that, Xiao Chen thought to himself, "Xiao Li is becoming more composed, possessing my prudence. The problem of medicinal herbs has been solved. Next is the alchemist. I'm not specialized in this area. The Mu Tian Sheng Ling Dan is a rank 5 alchemy recipe. Moreover, the Zhao family's highest level alchemist has only reached rank 2. Cultivating an alchemist won't be fast enough, and the Zhao family doesn't have an alchemist to teach them." His face didn't look too good. The limitation of having too shallow of foundations has surfaced. The family's plans are too chaotic. It's time to rearrange them. Inheritance and nurturing can't be lacking, he sighed. Countless difficulties in the future. The only way is to pop out more spawns.
The system popped up a notification.
Detecting your seed, Zhao Mo entering a love tribulation, activating the selection function. Option 1. Worse than a beast. Taking advantage of Xiang Tianbei's unconsciousness. Sealing the deal. Reward. Rank 6 formation. Grand Red Dust Heart Refining Formation. Option 2. Not even a beast. In a moment of overflowing emotions, remain unmoved before her captivating beauty. Reward. Special physique. Pure ice jade body. Name. Xiao Mo race. Human aptitude. 6th grade spiritual root cultivation arts. Dragon Yang sword scripture. Blood flame divine sword.
Profound Yang 1 sword scripture. Spirit mountain shaping divine nascent soul art cultivation level. Golden core 9th layer special identity. Reincarnated grand being harmony stage. Physique. Innate sword body awakened. Possesses the power of the will of heaven and earth. Your descendant Zhao Mo entering a love trial. In this life, he inadvertently saved a woman from the Jiang clan, Jiang Tianbei. After going through many things together, the two developed feelings for each other. Jiang Tianbei, because of her clan's rules, didn't dare express her feelings, and Xiao Mo, because of the hurt from his previous life, also didn't dare reveal his feelings. The two had the chance to enter the Sword Dao 3000 inheritances, and Jiang Tianbei was injured while saving Xiao Mo. At this moment, Jiang Tianbei's unconscious face was too alluring. Wanting their relationship to take another step, Xiao Mo's icy heart was gradually melting, leaving him in a state of indecision. "Do you want a hint?" Xiao Chen was a bit surprised by the information. But that's not right. Does something like this need the ancestor to choose? He thought as he picked up his teacup.
But no matter what, I shouldn't make a decision myself. No matter how tempting the reward is. System. Check personal information. Name.
Xiao Chen. Age. 139 pH 70. Cultivation. God Transformation Stage 3. Number of descendants. 3028. Cultivation method. Hong Mang Purple Chi Scripture. Divine abilities. Heaven Opening Seal. Sent Heaven One Finger Technique. Useless Clone. Sword Come. etc., etc., and so on. Magical treasures. Cloud crossing armor. Spirit grade magical treasure. First stage, Space Jade Pendant, top grade magical treasure. Second stage, Hu Yi Bo, superior grade magical treasure. Second stage, Rivers and Mountains Painting, superior grade magical treasure. Third stage, Universe Cauldron, etc., etc., and so on. Spiritual Root is Supreme Chaos Spiritual Root with 99 drug effects, plus, specifically, check personal information, and the Tao Field, Heaven and Earth. He immediately turned around and said, Xiao Li, call Xiao An, that wolf in sheep's clothing, come out and meet me. At this time, outside the Xiao family, a group of people were stopping a young woman. She barged into the Xiao family, injuring the Xiao family's descendants. If the young woman doesn't provide a reasonable explanation, she won't be able to leave Xiao family city today. Zhongling Qian held her sword, unyielding, and said, None of you in the Xiao family are good. If I don't meet Xiao An today, I will destroy the entire Xiao family. Xiao Chen said. The guards are only injured, but their lives aren't in danger. It seems this young woman is measured in her actions, but I don't know why she wants to see Xiao An so badly. Xiao An is a man with a refined appearance. He is a fourth-generation descendant, a deep impression. This Xiao An was named by me just because this child was born very beautiful. The first reaction was that this child will definitely have the appearance of Pan An when he grows up, although after growing up, his aptitude is extremely poor. But in a short 10 years, he has taken 68 concubines, giving birth to 132 children, and can be said to be one of the most outstanding dogs of the Zhao family. Outside, the guards were surrounding Zhongling Qian, saying, Capture her. Don't care if she lives or dies. Zhongling Qian was exhausted at this point, not expecting the Zhao family's strength to be so great. Besides Zhao Li and Zhao Huohuo, there were also many Golden Core realm cultivators. She raised her sword. Mother, your daughter is useless. I can't get justice for you. Then she stood there, watching a series of swords flying towards her. Tears streamed down her face. Perhaps after she died, Xiao An wouldn't be sad at all. Suddenly, Xiao Chen appeared, floating in the air, and shouted, Stop. Everyone below saw this, and immediately respectfully said, Greetings, Ancestor. Zhongling Qian also looked up at Xiao Chen at this time and said, My child, you've suffered so much these years. Then he called his son, Li Sher. Bring little Ling Qian in here to see me. The system displayed a notification in front of Xiao Chen. Name, Zhongling Qian. Race, human. Aptitude, 8th rank spiritual root. Cultivation method. Medicine King saving the world scripture. Cultivation. Golden Core stage 8. Special identity. Successor of the Medicine King saving the world scripture. Zhao clan descendant wandering outside. Physique. No wonder your name is Zhongling Qian. Because to demand justice for your mother, you wielded a sword and attacked the Zhao family, injuring 18 Zhao family guards. Xiao Chen clicked his tongue. With so many descendants, what's meant to happen will happen. From Twilight Sun, at this time in the room, Xiao Chen was standing high above, looking at his grandson kneeling, then projecting the image of Zhongling Qian for Xiao An to see. He asked, Do you know this girl? Xiao An's face looked troubled, and he said respectfully, Great-grandfather, this grandson doesn't think he knows this girl. He continued, Think carefully. This little girl attacked our Zhao family's mansion for you, Zhao. An scratched his head when he heard this. I really have no impression at all. Could it be a woman who is infatuated with my appearance and is determined not to marry anyone but me in this life? If that's the case, then, before Xiao An could finish speaking, Xiao Chen slapped him crookedly. She's your daughter. Xiao An had an innocent face, with tears welling up in his eyes. Great-grandfather, don't hit the face when hitting people. Besides, this grandson really doesn't remember. Xiao Li had also brought Zhongling Qian. Father has brought the person here. Zhongling Qian frowned when she saw Xiao An. She grabbed her sword, preparing to attack. You wolf in sheep's clothing, prepare to give up your life. Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop her. Little Ling Qian, don't rush. This old ancestor is here. If you have any grievances, tell me. If this damn thing really did something outrageous, then this old ancestor will personally help you kill him. Zhongling Qian was extremely angry at this point. She took out an object and said, This is my mother's relic. Inside is a picture of Zhao An and a jade pendant with the character An on it. Then Xiao Chen turned to look at Zhao An, making him jump in fright. Sinner, is there anything to say? Zhao An remembered it at this time, not expecting it to be Zhongshu. Xiao An knelt down, explaining, Great-grandfather, this grandson is wronged. Zhongling Qian's face was full of killing intent. Wronged. You abandoned your wife and daughter, you ungrateful bastard, causing my mother to be ridiculed by those around her. I only hate that my strength is too weak.
Unable to kill you, this betrayer, with one strike. The system displayed a notification. Noticed the host's curiosity gradually increasing. Reward received is the water mirror technique. Zhao Chen frowned. Curiosity gradually increasing, what the heck? But anyway, then Zhao Li suddenly spoke up. Alright, you two stop arguing. Then he reached out and summoned the water mirror technique.
She says he abandoned her mother, he says he was framed.
Let's take a look. And we'll know. In the water mirror technique, an image of a beautiful woman appeared, saying, "Look closely, it's this person, don't hurt him later." Her subordinates replied in unison, "Yes, miss."
From then on she rode on horseback, slowly moving along.
At this time she was at her daughter's place, taking out a picture of Xiao An and saying to her daughter, "Ling Qian, he is your father." In the water mirror technique, an image of a jade pendant with the character An appeared. At this time, Zhao An had also arrived, stepping past that woman. But then Zhao An was pushed onto the bed by that woman. Sitting on Zhao An, she said, "No wonder he's a rare beauty in the world. Follow this lady and I guarantee you'll eat well and dress well." Zhao An's face looked a bit distressed. "Heroine, please spare me. I have wives and concubines at home. I can't betray them." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao An immediately received a slap across the face. To be honest, little Anne's life is pretty rough. Getting slapped all the time, that girl's face was flushed red.
"Shut up. Now you're my person. If you don't want to be punished, then obediently enjoy it."
At that point, Zhao Chen stopped using the water mirror technique. Zhong Ling Qian was dumbfounded. So that's how it is. No wonder my mother never blamed Xiao An before. With my current cultivation and observational abilities, I can tell at a glance that my mother was born with a short lifespan, so she did that to the person she loved. Xiao An's face was now completely dark.
Because he didn't want to be whipped, he had to serve Zhongshu wholeheartedly, so he had a chance to escape. After returning to the Zhao family, he didn't even have the mind to take revenge. And unexpectedly, Zhongshu even gave birth to a daughter. Zhong Ling Qian now realized she was wrong, she said. "This junior was in the wrong. I respectfully ask the senior to punish me," Zhao Chen said to her. "Then stay in the Xiao family. You are originally a descendant of the Xiao family. Consider this a recognition of your ancestors and return to your clan." Zhong Ling Qian immediately obeyed. Yes, he looked at the two father and daughter and said,
"You two are father and daughter. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, you should love each other."
Zhao An then grabbed Zhao Chen's sleeve, his face innocent.
"Grandfather, I'm scared. Scared." Zhao Chen saw his grandson like this, and scolded. "Useless. Get lost." The system displayed a notification. "You have made a choice for your great-grandson Zhao Mo. The rewards received are the 6th grade magic treasure, Great Hongchen Tempering Heart Array, and the special physique is the ice-clear jade body." Zhao Chen stroked his chin. "I didn't do anything. Why did it say I made a choice? Moreover, I received both rewards, less than a beast, and not even as good as a beast are all accounted for." Name: Zhao Mo. Race:
Human aptitude. 8th grade spiritual root divine power cultivation methods. 3000 sword Tao. Dragon sun sword scripture. Blood flame divine sword. Mysterious yang, 1 sword scripture. Spiritual mountain becoming a god. Nascent soul art cultivation. Nascent soul first level special identity. Great power reincarnated, fusion stage physique. Innate sword body possesses the power of heaven and earth's will. Zhao Chen was extremely surprised. Heavens! In less than 2 hours, the spiritual root has increased by 2 grades, and the cultivation has been promoted all the way to the nascent soul stage. The system displayed another series of notifications. "You chose to do nothing for your great-grandson." Jiang Tianbi was moved by this, and the feelings that had been buried for a long time erupted, deciding to take the initiative to attack, making a preemptive strike. "Your great-grandson Xiao Mo reached yin-yang harmony during dual cultivation, successfully comprehending the 3000 sword Tao, and his cultivation increased to the first level of the nascent soul stage. Your great-grandson Xiao Mo relied on the flow of true essences during dual cultivation to obtain heavenly creation, and his spiritual root rose to the 8th grade." Zhao Chen smiled happily. "First Xiao An, now Xiao Mo. Luckily I'm old, I don't have to endure this kind of dangerous thing." Xiao Chen stepped forward and said to Zhong Ling Qian, "Little Ling Qian, are you a descendant of the Medicine King World Saver?" Zhong Ling Qian was shocked when she heard this and thought, "This is my biggest secret. How does this Xiao family ancestor in front of me know?"
Seeing that she seemed hesitant to speak, he spoke again.
There are no outsiders here, and the old ancestor will not seize the opportunities of his descendants, little Ling Qian. You can rest assured. I just want to know what grade of primary pills you are currently refining, Zhong Ling Qian immediately replied when she heard this. 4th grade. Xiao Chen then laughed heartily when he received the answer. Good. The Golden Core Realm is a 4th grade alchemist. It can be seen that she has a high talent in alchemy. No wonder she can be inherited by the Medicine King Worldsaver. Generally speaking, alchemists can only refine elixirs that are lower than their own realm. Genius alchemists can refine elixirs equal to their own realm, and she is currently in the Golden Core Realm and is already a 4th grade alchemist, able to refine the elixirs needed for the nascent soul stage. This is not a genius alchemist but a super genius. Zhong Ling Qian heard this and was slightly unhappy. Senior wants to keep me here to refine pills. Zhao Li finally spoke up. This child. The old ancestor is letting you recognize your ancestors and return to your clan? And you're still calling him senior? Not just anyone can enter the gates of the Zhao family. If you still don't know what's good for you, then I'd rather not recognize you as the bloodline of the Zhao family, directly beat you to death, and snatch your inheritance. Xiao Chen saw his son say that, and reminded him, Li heir, little Ling Qian has outstanding talent, and she has suffered a lot in recent years. Being a little arrogant is normal. You, as an elder, should be more generous. Xiao Chen smiled and turned to look at his grandson. Alchemy cannot be forced. If you don't want to refine them, then the old ancestor won't force you either, Ling Qian replied. If that's the case, then I don't know how many elixirs you want me to refine before the old ancestor will agree to let me go. He smiled and picked up the teacup. Let's not talk about refining pills for now. Little Ling Qian, how about you try this cup of tea from the old ancestor? Ling Qian did not hesitate, reached out and took it, and immediately drank it. Then her eyes lit up. Ancestor. This tea, I feel that as the tea water flows down my throat, there's an incredibly mysterious sensation, allowing me to perceive the heavens and earth and understand nature. This is the turning point of enlightenment. Time passed, and 3 days later, Ling Qian finally opened her eyes and smiled. She said to her ancestor, Ancestor, is this enlightenment tea? Zhao Chen replied, Enlightenment tea. A red blossom variant, a type of immortal tea. She was stunned when she heard this. Enlightenment tea, a red blossom variant, can be drunk continuously like spring water. Even the great sage dynasty probably doesn't have cultivation conditions like this. If I can really drink this immortal tea continuously, then returning to the Zhao family to acknowledge my ancestors isn't out of the question. Zhao Chen clasped his hands behind his back and said, Little Ling Qian, since you've returned to the Zhao family, your ancestor has nothing to give you. I guess I'll just give you a special physique. Ling Qian wondered. A special physique can be given. Then, Xiao Chen immediately raised his hand, in which a bright golden jade was floating. Ling Qian was incredibly surprised as she felt her body changing. It's actually the Ice Purity Jade Physique. It allows for focused cultivation, prevents inner demons from invading, and prevents evil spirits from influencing you. Moreover, this type of physique doubles your alchemy skills, triples the effectiveness of alchemy, and is one of the special physiques most liked by alchemists. Then Xiao Chen immediately asked, How long do you think it will take you to advance to a 5th grade alchemist? Ling Qian replied with a beaming face, reporting to Ancestor, As long as I advance to the nascent soul stage and have a 5th grade alchemy formula, I can create 5th grade elixirs. If I were to rely on improving my skills, I would need over 10,000 experiences refining 4th grade elixirs, and refine 5th grade elixirs, over 100 times. With that, he opened the Rivers and Mountains Sheiji map, and said to his niece, In that case, come with me. Ling Qian was surprised when she followed. Spatial-type magic treasures can even create secret realms. There's so much spiritual energy in here, many times more than outside. If I can cultivate in here for 3 years without going out, I'm confident I can advance to the nascent soul stage, he said to his niece. Just cultivate here peacefully. If you need any materials, just tell your ancestor. Little Ling Qian was overjoyed at this point. Ling Qian, thanks ancestor, we're all family, no need to be so polite. At this time the system appeared with a reminder. Detected a descending celestial being. A reborn female emperor is born in the Gu family in Nanling. Xiao Chen's face was a bit awkward. What does this have to do with the Xiao family if she's born in the Gu family in Nanling? The Gu family is just a small family. Although there are some marriage alliances with the Xiao family, it's a matter for the younger generation. But still, the female emperor is someone with immense luck. I'll remind Zhao Li later to establish a relationship with the Gu family and become in-laws with that child. The system displayed a series of notifications again. Another place to await is within the Zhao family's territory. Moreover, to be born with the luck of an emperor, it is determined that there will be auspicious omens. Suppress the omens or not. Option 1.
Suppress the omens, conceal the whereabouts, hide the light of the Emperor's star.
The reward received is the ancestral stone tablet.
Option 2. Ignore the development of the omens. They will appear in many countries, and the light of the Emperor's star will shine. The reward received is the reincarnation seal divine power. In the territory of the Zhao clan,
moreover, omens will appear in various countries. Once the omens occur, it would be strange if those forces didn't sniff them out. I can't let it happen. The Zhao family is still very weak, and secretly building strength is the main goal. Then he chose one, without hesitation.
Conceal the omens. The system announced. The omens have been concealed, and the light of the Emperor's star has been hidden.
The reward received is the ancestral Zen tablet, whose effect is to enhance the luck of the Zhao clan and conceal the lifespan of the people in the clan. The system has detected a large number of enemies appearing in the territory of the Zhao clan. Do you choose to attack? He then activated the water mirror technique to see what was happening.
He didn't expect it to be two transformation stage powerhouses who had come. The sound of a baby crying echoed in the wooden carriage, and it seemed the crying was from the female emperor. Inside the carriage, the mother was holding the child in her arms, looking at her crying daughter with a heartbroken expression. "Oh, my poor daughter. Your mother is sorry for you. The Gu family is sorry for you."
The coachman, whose face had bruises, spoke from outside at this moment.
"Madam, we're almost at the Xiao family. The Gu family and the Xiao family have a marriage alliance. The Xiao family will definitely help." In the distance, the people chasing the carriage, someone spoke up and asked, "Master, they're about to run to the Xiao family's city. Are we still not going to take action?" The person believed to be the master replied, "Don't rush. What we need is these sects and aristocratic families. Just wait and see the decisive methods of our Jingzhong Hall. If the Xiao family dares to be stubborn like the Gu family, then we'll destroy them all."
The person dressed in red spoke up.
"Lan Ying, I'll be blunt. Directly capture the Xiao family. It's both simple and less troublesome. The Xiao family has a huge influence in Ming Kingdom. If we control the Xiao family, do we still have to be afraid of the remaining sects and aristocratic families? What about that child?" Lan Ying then replied, "Guardian, why haven't you seen that this matter is our failure of Hongxin? In Ming Kingdom territory,
most of the sects and aristocratic families are outwardly compliant but inwardly resentful towards our Jingzhong Hall. So this time, we must not only suppress Ming Kingdom and Liang Kingdom, but also turn these two countries into the backyard of Jingzhong Hall, so that they don't dare to harbor rebellious thoughts."
There's no need to worry about Liang Kingdom. They are extremely obedient to Jingzhong Hall, but Ming Kingdom is not the same.
"We must handle this well this time, but why did you choose to take action against the Gu family?"
Seeing the image, he looked at her and replied,
"Last time, when Hongxin recruited genius disciples, the Gu and Zhao families were the ones with the fewest contributions. Targeting the Gu family first wasn't wrong. You saw how the Gu family would rather die than surrender. Originally, I planned to deal with the Gu family and then move on to the Xiao family. But unexpectedly, the last fugitive from the Su family fled to the Xiao family's territory. Letting them escape serves two purposes. First, it can draw attention and scare other families. And second, it makes it convenient to observe the Xiao family's attitude. What if the Xiao family is smart enough to capture them and deliver them to us? If that happens, even better, the Zhao family will completely lose face." "How many of Zhao Huohuo's 36 allied sects do you think will remain then?"
As expected of a master of insidious schemes. Whether the Xiao family saves them or not, they're doomed to destruction. The coachman driving the parents spoke up. "We're less than a mile away from the Zhao family, and they haven't reacted yet. It seems we've been abandoned. With a powerful force like the Jinghong Hall making a move, it's understandable that the Zhao family doesn't want to get involved and is just trying to protect themselves." Holding her daughter tightly, the mother said with heartache, "We're both heavily injured and won't live much longer. Oh, my poor child." On Lan Ying's side, a subordinate reported, "Divine One, the Xiao family remains still as ever. Should we take action?" Lan Ying immediately agreed. "Good. It's better that the Xiao family doesn't help them. Go, kill that old man and woman. Don't spare the child either. Yes, Divine One." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared, blocking the carriage.
Tears streaming down her face, the mother pulled out a hairpin from her hair. "Ruoji, don't blame your mother." With that, she prepared to stab the hairpin into her child, preferring death to dishonor. The hairpin was about to strike when the little girl burst into tears. Then, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared inside the carriage, holding the child, who had stopped crying. He said, "If Madam doesn't want this child anymore, you can give her to this old man." Knowing that she was safe,
The little one giggled happily.
The mother immediately knelt down and begged, "Noble one, save my daughter, noble one, please leave quickly."
"I won't live much longer anyway, Wang Elder, and I will risk our lives to hold them off. The Jinghong Hall's people are outside. You absolutely cannot let them discover you." Unafraid of what she said, Xiao Chen lifted the curtain and stepped out. Seeing him, the group arrogantly said, "Unexpectedly, someone came to offer their life. Are you from the Zhao family?" Xiao Chen remained indifferent and asked,
10 nascent soul cultivators, 170 golden core cultivators, plus the 2 commanders are transformation stage. This force could flatten all the sects and families in the Ming Kingdom, except for my Zhao family, of course. He looked at the 2 transformation stage cultivators and continued, "If it were anywhere else, this old man might have to think it over. But you guys actually chased me all the way here," Lan Ying said. "He's just one person. Don't bother about his identity. Kill him." With that, the group prepared to attack. Xiao Chen smiled and used Dao Domain of Heaven and Earth. The Dao Domain of Heaven and Earth controls all arts lower than the host's cultivation, except for divine abilities. All spiritual artifacts within the host's control can be elevated by 1 cultivation level. The range covers the entire Zhao family city. Looking at the controlled weapons, he smiled slightly. The 2 transformation stage cultivators were horrified at the sight. "This guy is not simple. Run." As they spoke, the 2 immediately fled. He held the child in his arms and produced a jade pendant. Space-locking jade pendant. Activate. After that, all the people from before were locked up. With everything settled, he turned to the mother, the child, and the person beside her. "Everything is taken care of. Let's go back to the Zhao family. But you're both seriously injured, and I have no way to heal you," the mother pleaded earnestly. "Please, noble one, take care of my daughter," Xiao Chen said with a firm voice. "Don't worry. Leave her to me." A certain emperor was saying something. "My initial ideal was to be a carpenter, but this damned throne has tied me down. Manhua, with these sects sprouting up like mushrooms, it's very difficult and tiring to be a good emperor. Tomorrow's court session, I will go with you to prove to the entire world that I am voluntarily passing on the throne, and not that I am being usurped by some ambitious traitor." In the Xiao family's backyard, Xiao Chen was holding the baby, playing happily with her. Every time he put her down, she would cry loudly. Neither the wet nurse nor toys could console her. Her cries were extremely loud and strong. The entire Zhao family could hear her clearly. Fortunately, he was always holding her. Zhao Li spoke up from behind. "Father, the first step is complete," Xiao Chen praised. "Very good. Continue with the second step. Send all the Zhao family descendants above Golden Core Realm outside to train them. It would be impolite for Jing Hong Hall to come without a congratulatory gift." Xiao Li clasped his hands. "Yes, father." "When should the third step be implemented?" he replied. "Start tomorrow." A group of people outside were discussing. "Heard the news. The Ming Kingdom is throwing its entire national strength into a war against the Liang Kingdom. Although the Liao Kingdom is quiet, the other smaller countries don't dare to make any moves. Plus, the Ming Kingdom, which is usually always scheming, has already taken 24 cities from the Liang Kingdom in this battle. The Protector has been moving countless Liang Kingdom cultivators around, weakening their strength as a result. How long is this plan of the Protector's going to take? At this rate, even if we wipe out the Qiao family, our family will be finished too. Hey, remind him, keep it down. If the Protector hears you, he'll beat you to a pulp. He's currently in the outer areas of the Qiao family." Huang Tianxi, the Protector of the Southern Domain's Jinghong Temple, looked down and thought, "My lord's subordinates are either missing or dead. Someone's about to completely take over my territory. We've been besieging the Qiao family for almost a month, and I can't give up now. Only the Qiao family's ancestral land hasn't been taken, because it has a level 7 Grand Mountain Protection Array." A subordinate stepped forward to report. "Reporting. Protector, Senior Chen has arrived," he replied. "Excellent, excellent. Quickly, invite him here." 2 people in black slowly walked over, and one of them said, "No need to invite him. I've already brought Senior Chen here. Protector Huang, the Temple Master knows about your situation. You haven't gotten anything done in 3 months. You know the consequences." Huang Tianxi sounded a bit rushed. "Protector Wang, what do you mean by that?" The masked Protector Wang replied. "What else could it mean? You've turned the entire southern region into a mess. Not only you, but I'll also be punished this time. Attacking the Qiao family isn't without its gains. Although the Qiao family's descendants have slightly worse spiritual roots, they can still be used as low-quality gifts for submission." Protector Wang wasn't happy when he heard this. People can be dealt with, but what about losing land? And the reputation of the Jingzhong Temple, utterly foolish. Protector Huang was also extremely angry. "Wang, stop mocking me here. I didn't expect this desolate and remote southern area to have a level 6 Grand Mountain Protection Array."
The person behind them spoke up. Seeing that neither of them was willing to back down, the two protectors shouldn't argue. Just leave the matter of breaking the formation to this old man. The two protectors thanked Senior Chen for his help. The person believed to be Senior Chen thought to himself, with a level 7 formation master equivalent to the integration stage breaking a level 6 protection array, it's only a matter of time. Destroying the Chao family is good.
Originally, the next step was to control the Liao kingdom anyway, and this Chao family would become a stumbling block sooner or later. Now that Senior Chen is here, the Chao family of the Liao kingdom is in your hands. I'll go investigate the Xiao family in the Ming kingdom, Protector Huang said.
I wouldn't encourage you to do that. 2 of my subordinates have gone missing without a trace, and there's still no clue. Let's deal with this matter here first, before we go there. Protector Wang disagreed. HMPH, do you think I'm your subordinates? Take care of your current problems. A small Zhao family can be wiped out in an instant. The Xiao family now has a cultivation tower, a stone tablet, the Sutra Collection Pavilion, a grand heart-refining formation, and more.
The Xiao family's city now has the appearance of a 1,000-year cultivation family.
But Xiao Chen wasn't satisfied with that. He felt it wasn't enough, it was still too far from what he wanted. Building a holy land, a cultivation holy land with formidable strength, was easier said than done, and it needed a solid backing. Right now they had a 6th grade spiritual vein that was enough for 5 to 6 integration stage cultivators to cultivate with, but unfortunately, the Zhao family didn't have any integration stage cultivators. Just as he thought about the integration stage, one appeared. The system popped up a notification that an integration stage cultivator had entered Xiao family city. In the Xiao family's main hall, Xiao Chen worried. Continuing like this isn't the way. Even though I can unleash the strength of a nascent soul transformation stage in Zhao family city,
what can I do if the Jingcheng temple sends an integration stage, or even a great power in the asking Dao stage? The only way is to give birth. I have to give birth to a lot. He called his son, Li Ge, come see me. Xiao Li walked in.
Father, did you call for me? Xiao Chen said. Send a message to Xiao Huo. Huo should control the Ming kingdom, so that the Ming kingdom becomes the outermost layer of defense for the Xiao family. Elsewhere, a mysterious person was sitting imposingly, when a subordinate reported. Reporting. Protector, God Venerable Hongfeng and God Venerable Lan Ying have lost contact. Princess Wen Hua of the Ming kingdom launched a coup, becoming the first female emperor of the Ming kingdom. The mysterious person was furious. Useless. All of you are useless. Investigate thoroughly. Where did they disappear? The Kui person below trembled a little and said, Reporting. Reporting Protector. The area near Zhao family city. The mysterious protector exuded a dangerous aura. Xiao family. Princess Wenhua is the Xiao family's daughter-in-law. What are they planning? No matter what, our Jinghong temple can't suffer this much loss. The Ming kingdom and the Xiao family must pay a heavy price for their actions, the subordinate below asked. Do we need to continue with the plan with the Xiao family?
He sat down in anger, then immediately acted. Does the protector need you to point fingers? Continue the plan? The day we finish with the Xiao family will be the day the Xiao family and the Ming kingdom die. In the imperial palace of the Ming kingdom, Princess Wenhua was standing next to her father. He looked at his daughter and said,
I've finally been able to put down the burden on my shoulders. I wanted to pass the throne to you a few years ago, but you always refused. Princess Wenhua looked at her father and smiled brightly. I laugh at father. Huo said that as long as the Jinghong temple is destroyed, he will return the throne to you. The emperor of the Ming kingdom heard this, and raised his hand to cover his head. Nah, please. No. If that day ever comes, I'd rather you pick someone from the clan. It was hard enough for this old man to crawl out of that fire pit. Don't make me jump back in. The system displays. Name, Xin Honghui. Race, human. Aptitude, 8th grade spiritual root. Cultivation arts, Azure Dragon Sutra. Business acumen, cultivation level. 9th layer of the fusion realm. Special status, none. A rogue cultivator. Physique, business savvy. This Wang Xin Honghui is struggling to break through. Knows his chances of advancement are slim, and with his lifespan dwindling, he's traveling the continent to find a successor. After reading this, Xiao Chen thought, so he's here to find a disciple. As long as he doesn't come causing trouble for the Xiao family, it's all good.
Xin Honghui, meanwhile, was gazing at the Xiao family's domain, thinking, unbelievable, absolutely beyond imagination.
When I left the southern region, I never heard of the Xiao family. Yet, in just a short century, they've grown to this extent. Forget the 6th grade spiritual vein underfoot. That towering pagoda alone puts many sects to shame. As he was pondering, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Release that young woman! The voice came from a member of the Zhao family. standing protectively in front of a frail girl.
Shin Hong Hui looked at the young man and inwardly praised, "This lad has good bones and quality. As long as his spiritual root isn't too bad, he's exactly the kind of disciple I've been looking for."
He glanced down at the young man's waist, where he wore a badge with the character Zhao on it, and then he sighed. Suddenly, a wine flask came flying towards him out of nowhere. He caught it with a quick hand. The person said, "Old man, you look kind of familiar. Want to sit down and have a drink together?" He looked at the one who tossed him the wine flask, continuing to praise inwardly. "Excellent foundation. Honest, straightforward, and generous. Someone like this cultivating my techniques would probably be even more suitable." But he looked at the waist badge, also a Zhao family badge, and rubbed his temples with a sigh. A young girl in tattered clothes slowly approached him, as if trying to steal something. He swiftly grabbed her wrist, sensing, "Amazing. What kind of family lets a girl with a 6th grade spiritual root become a beggar?" Caught red-handed, the girl panicked. "Senior, I was wrong. Forgive me this time. How did you young masters see through this old man, and even know the purpose of my trip?" The girl panicked. "Crap, I've been exposed."
Shin Hong Hui wasn't angry, but turned to look at her and said, "All right, after I've finished taking a stroll, I'll personally visit the Xiao family."
Xiao Chen, holding his grandchild in the backyard of the Xiao family, rubbed his forehead. "These 8 little pups are still too green. Their acting's totally unconvincing. What a waste of my carefully arranged capture a disciple scenario that the senior would love. After telling them all about it, guess I'll have to use my ultimate trump card." A Zhao family descendant approached Xiao Chen and said, "Ancestor, I was at least a questioning Dao realm expert in my past life, and now you're telling me to become a disciple of a fusion realm cultivator." Xiao Chen chuckled. "No other choice. Who told you to be the most talented one in the Xiao family right now, with a 6th grade spiritual root? If he's unimpressed with your 6th grade spiritual root, I don't believe he won't be able to resist this heavenly spiritual root of yours." The descendant panicked. No, Ancestor, please spare me. Learning his techniques won't do me any good, and I'm already preparing to break through to the nascent soul realm. He might not even accept me."
Shin Hong Hui, meanwhile, walked along muttering to himself, "I don't have much lifespan left anyway, and I don't want to make any more enemies. I should probably leave Xiao Family City and find a disciple somewhere else."
As he was walking, he overheard the descendant talking to Xiao Chen right in front of him, a heavenly spiritual root.
"In all hundreds of countries in the northern region, there's someone who possesses a heavenly spiritual root."
His face lit up. Such talent would be regarded as a holy son to be nurtured in any holy land. Who knew there'd be someone with such heaven-defying aptitude in the Zhao family?
"The Zhao family is clearly trying to attract me. No way. For this heavenly spiritual root, I'd even join the Zhao family."
The young man broke out in a cold sweat, silently chanting, "Don't look at us. Don't look at us. Don't look at us." Shin Hong Hui then spoke. "Lead me there. Let's see what you Zhao family are up to." The young man's eyes welled up with tears. Why did he feel like a daughter being forced into marriage, and the kind that actively seduced the groom? At the Zhao family's guest reception pavilion, as he stood facing Xiao Chen, he saw that he was holding a child, and thought to himself, holding a baby while receiving guests.
And it's another heavenly spiritual root. What kind of luck did this Xiao family encounter, having 2 heavenly spiritual roots in the clan? These are heavenly seeds that even major sects would beg for.
The young man happily stood next to Xiao Chen. "Ancestor, the guest has arrived." Xiao Chen then spoke. "Welcome, business-savvy king." Hearing this, he smiled. "You really did see through this old man's identity. I wonder what the Zhao family ancestor is planning with all of this."
Xiao Chen grinned. "Of course, I want to keep the business-savvy king here. It wouldn't be a problem for this old man to stay, but out of these 2 children, you have to let me have one as a disciple." Xiao Lin immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully. "Xiao Lin greets master." Xiao Chen said to him, "Venerable Sheng, don't be surprised. This kid's talent is off the charts, ridiculously arrogant. If you're not feeling it teaching him, you can always pick a few more disciples from the Xiao family." Shin Hong Hui replied, no problem at all." Then he summoned a spear. "Consider this, raging wind. Spear, your master's gift for your apprenticeship." Xiao Lin stepped closer and asked, "Master, how long until I can break through to the soul transformation stage?" Shin Hong Hui replied, "This master has been stuck at the 9th level of body integration for 870 years. I guess I'm not fated for soul transformation in this life." Xiao Lin continued to ask, "What's causing you, master, to be unable to advance?" Shin Hong Hui looked at Xiao Lin, inwardly sizing up his newly acquired disciple. Why is he asking such pointed questions? Xiao Lin clutched his head. Spiritual root? What, cultivation method or pills? Internal injuries? Comprehension?
or the inability to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth.
He clasped his hands behind his back and said,
"Well, this master's spiritual route is subpar. The highest I can reach is the 9th level of the soul transformation stage. The dragon-shattering spear scripture is a grand accomplishment cultivation method. I don't lack pills, and I don't have internal injuries. It's just that the problem is vast, and this master can't figure it out."
Zhao Lin said. "Could master elaborate?" Xin Honghui was already getting a bit annoyed. Is this disciple trying to push my patience? If the ancestor wasn't here, I'd definitely teach this disciple some manners. Zhao Lin had a sly look on his face and bowed his head.
"If master doesn't want to say, then this disciple will share my own views," he calmly said. "Seize the Tao without seeking, yet seek. The great Tao is formless and shapeless. With 1,000 years of changes, how can one comprehend it? One must understand what is already developed from others, and then there will be a path. Why do we need to fix the universe?"
Xin Honghui was shocked. Soul transformation. He immediately sat down to cultivate. Zhao Lin closed his eyes and thought, so exhausting. Taking a body integration stage cultivator as my master is such a disgrace. Soul transformation is barely acceptable. Xiao Chen was overjoyed at the scene. What a pleasant surprise. I originally intended to recruit a body integration cultivator, but I didn't expect Xin Honghui to break through. But soul transformation, also called Emperor Realm, its strength compared to body integration is like heaven and earth. If this Xin Honghui harbors any designs on the Zhao family, we'll be in trouble. As he spoke, Xiao Chen took something out.
Zhao Lin exclaimed, "The Celestial Insight Plate? Why is this a supreme treasure of fate, on the same level as the Celestial Transformation Pearl I possess? I didn't expect this treasure to be in the hands of the old ancestor." The system notification popped up. Name: Gu Ruoxi. Race: human. Aptitude: Heaven spiritual root. Special identity: Reincarnated Empress. Innate spiritual treasure: Celestial Insight Plate. Deduce fate. Conceal the heavenly secrets. The divine artifact is the creation of the 3-live stone. What does the 3-live stone do? The system can't see it, but this Celestial Insight Plate was inside her when I saved the little girl. Through the Celestial Insight Plate, I can calculate the great disaster of the family. Our family must accelerate its development. Otherwise, with my current situation, I would have to hide for several hundred more years. This Celestial Insight Plate is spinning in the air. Currently, an unexpected existence has appeared in Zhao Family City. I must calculate again. Old age can't bear the pain of life and death separation. The southwest region shakes in the change of years. The future is a sea of dead people. That's the scene that he saw in the future. It is no different from when I obtained the Celestial Insight Plate. Still, the Zhao family is destroyed. In addition, Xin Honghui is also seriously injured. It seems that the appearance of Xin Honghui also cannot change the ending of the Xiao family. Even a soul transformation stage cultivator cannot change the fate of the Xiao family.
Xiao Lin next to him. Old ancestor, this is not yet finished. Then Xiao Chen spoke up. Lingora, you are the successor of the Xiao family. The great disaster of the Xiao family is approaching. The old ancestor doesn't need to hide it from you anymore. Xiao Lin frowned, determined.
Old ancestor, you underestimate Linier. Since Linier has been reincarnated into the Xiao family, then I am a part of the Xiao family. Moreover, the future is not necessarily unchangeable.
Xiao Chen's face lit up when he heard this.
Worthy of being a descendant of the Xiao family, Linier, can you lend me the Celestial Transformation Pearl?
Xiao Lin didn't hesitate to take out the Celestial Transformation Pearl. Is Zhao Chen planning to use the Celestial Transformation Pearl to cultivate himself?
He immediately replied, "No. Old ancestor wants to use the Celestial Transformation Pearl to cover Xiao Family City." Xiao Lin was a little sad when he heard this and said, "No. Old ancestor doing this will definitely expose the spirit treasure." He looked at Xin Honghui and said, "A soul transformation realm emperor can still deter those bad guys. If we attract the ambition of the great powers, it is no different from those 4 people in that realm."
Xiao Lin understood at this time. So the reason why the old ancestor wanted Linger to become a master was for that plan. Xin Honghui walked briskly, his whole body covered in light, and laughed loudly. I didn't expect that Xin Honghui, in his twilight years, could still reach the soul transformation stage.
My good disciple, Zhao Lin, respectfully clasped his hands and congratulated his master. He asked you, "How did you know about those insights, and how did you make them help me break through?" Zhao Lin humbly replied, "Master, this is my lucky encounter."
Xiao Chen also chimed in with, "Congratulations, congrats, God of unrivaled power." He looked at him and said, "Your Xiao family is full of surprises, all right?"
If that's the case, then the Xiao family respectfully invites the god to take on the position of offering. Qin Honghui spoke up, saying, This old man has never joined any family, sect, or force, who said my disciple is a descendant of the Xiao family. After that, all three of them entered the Xiao family's back courtyard. Arriving in front of a tea table, Xiao Chen spoke, inviting, "Please, have a taste of this tea." Looking at the teacup on the table, he thought to himself, "It's unbelievable that the Xiao family's ancestor even has this kind of treasure. If I had it, I wouldn't have had to waste my life until I was about to run out of lifespan to break through.
If you want to drink it, I have enough for you to use." While holding up the teacup, Xiao Chen was thinking to himself, "I've already drunk all the immortal tea, so I can only bring out enlightenment tea to entertain him. Luckily, I have a whole tea plant of enlightenment." Qin Honghui then clasped his hands to Xiao Chen and said, "This is a treasure that money can't buy. Not only can it increase the chance of breaking through, increase the ability to comprehend laws, but it can also have a small chance of enlightenment."
"Thank you, Ancestor," Xiao Chen said to him. Qin offering, "Actually, I still have something I want to ask for," Qin Honghui said casually.
"Please, go ahead and say it, Ancestor," Xiao Chen immediately replied. "I have a treasure. If I use it, it will cause some commotion. I hope Qin Honghui can use his emperor's might to cover the Xiao family city, reducing some trouble." Hearing this, Qin Honghui said easily, "I thought it was something. I can do this."
With that, he flew onto a spear, using the myriad spirit stone to activate the heavenly pearl transformation. Just covering the Xiao family is enough. The higher the spear goes, the more the protective layer is covered. The accelerated time of the myriad spirit stone is only enough to withstand 3 days, but if the range is the entire Xiao family city, it can only last for half a day.
Qin Honghui said, "This was thought to be a joke, just wanting to show off the Zhao family. Who knew they actually had a treasure? And it's still a heaven-defying treasure. This commotion can't be hidden from those with ambition at all. A time-accelerating spiritual treasure. Only sacred lands probably have it. No wonder they wanted me to release my emperor's might. The time difference is indeed shocking. 1 day is equivalent to 1 year. This spiritual treasure is also the highest grade among spiritual treasures. I'm a dignified, peak-questioning Dabio emperor, but I don't even have this kind of spiritual treasure. The weapon I use is just a first-grade, upper-quality magic treasure. Evercloud silk." Qin Honghui sighed in the back. Xiao Chen spoke up, "Ancestor, how about we stop? I'm afraid I won't be able to cover it for long." Xiao Chen calmly replied, "Isn't there still me?" System notification. Detected that a descendant of yours has appeared with a mutated ice spiritual root. The reward received is profound ice-piercing immortal art. Detected that for the first time among your descendants, someone possesses a mutated spiritual root. The reward received is profound nether cold pool. Detected a great power of the demonic path reincarnating into the Zhao family. Activating choices. 1. Eradicate the demonic path, protect righteousness, eliminate hidden dangers from the bud. Reward received is subduing dragon, vanquishing demon, immortal. 2. Diligently nurture, teach carefully. Good and evil are different, but people cannot choose their initial intentions. Reward received is Jade Spring Cave. Xiao Chen, with his hands behind his back, thought, "Great power of the demonic path. There are currently 5 children being born at the same time." Thinking, he turned around and said to Qin Honghui, "I have something I need to go do first." Qin Honghui clasped his hands to him. "Ancestor, please go slowly." Xiao Chen had already stepped in front of the delivery room of 2 descendants of the Xiao family. They immediately spoke to him. Ancestor, Xiao Chen, looked at the information of a baby in his hand. Name, Zhao Fengyuan. Race, human, spiritual root aptitude, 2nd grade, cultivation, none, special identity, reincarnated great power of the demonic path, accompanying spirit object, spring-autumn cicada. It's really impossible to tell that this child is any different from other normal children. How is there any resemblance to a reincarnated great power of the demonic path? Even the spiritual root is ordinary. At least it can be said to be poor. Besides having an accompanying spirit object, there's nothing else. With that, he created a bright ray of light in his hand. Like those who have ascended 3 paths, they always disregard familial affection. Now kill him, to prevent future troubles. When he pointed his hand at the child not only wasn't afraid but smiled gleefully. Because of his compassion, he retracted his hand again. He's still my descendant after all. The system has already said, good and evil are different, but people are born as a blank slate. Keep this child. If there are any strange clues, I will extinguish it myself. The other child's name, Zhao Lingshu. Race, human, aptitude, heaven, spiritual mutated root, ice, spiritual root, cultivation, foundation, establishment, first layer, no special identity. Looking at the child's information, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a mutated spiritual root, no need for any reincarnation. She's already at the foundation, establishment, first layer at birth. Profound ice-piercing heaven art is a part of the ice element cultivation technique from the primordial era. Profound nether cold pool.
a training place with extremely rich spiritual energy, a particularly good land for cultivating ice element techniques, can give birth to profound ice 10,000 years, profound ice 1,000 years, ice crystal mines, and cold iron ore treasure caves. Is an area with extremely abundant spiritual energy, a particularly good place to cultivate ice element cultivation techniques, can produce 5-colored golden lotus spirit liquid. Now, there are 2 new training places. As long as the Xiao family has enough time, they can definitely become a sacred land in one area. Time flies by. One day outside is equivalent to 20 years in the Xiao family. At times, Chihare has become a beautiful girl. She held a teacup and approached, saying, "Husband, drink tea." Hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh. Don't call this old man husband anymore. This old man's age is more than enough to be your ancestor. Chihare often doesn't accept this.
Husband, you're so capricious. The pursuit of my entire life as a cultivator is longevity. You're only 100 years older than me. Let's consider ourselves the same age, okay? Xin Honghui sighed on this side. Xiao Chen is standing in the training tower. This kiddo didn't grow up with me, so they ain't scared of me at all. When they learned to talk, the first thing they called me was hubby. As for the Tam Sheng, it's like a regular old jade stone in my hands. Can't find nothing special about it. My eldest son steps up and says, "Father, Mutian Shengling's medicine is running low. How should we divvy up these Liang Mutian Shenling pills?" Zhao Chen asks back. "Have they been passed out to all the kids and grandkids in the clan?" he replies. "Yep, all gone." Xiao Chen says casually, "Alright, this time keep 2 pills for Fang Yuan. The kid's a little weak. Give the rest to Huo Huo and Qi Ye. They're out there fighting the Liang kingdom. A little late grub ain't gonna hurt 'em. Also, buy up a ton of medicinal herbs, we gotta hustle." My son clasps his hands. "Yes, father." I immediately go check out Zhao Fang Yuan's info. Name: Zhao Fang Yuan. Race: human. Aptitude: 6th grade spiritual root, cultivation method. 9 revolutions, ancient grandfather, immortal GU, natal GU. Dream butterfly GU, cultivation. Golden core 7th layer, special identity. Reincarnated demonic grand elder. Accompanying spirit item is the spring-autumn cicada. Checking out the kid's info, I can't help but think. Speak of Feng Yuan. No wonder he's a reincarnated demonic grand elder. Reached the golden core 7th layer in just 1 year. That's crazy fast. Even though the Xiao family's cultivation resources are plentiful right now, this cultivation speed still blows the socks off of other kids his age. Even though he was born on the same day as the mutated ice spiritual meridian Zhao Lingshu, she's only at the golden core 5th layer. The path this kid is walking is the ancient GU path, super rare. Even a golden core 9th layer guy in the clan ain't a match for him. System, ding, congratulations. The number of descendants has exceeded 4,000. Reward: 100 years of cultivation, 10,000 spirit stones, spiritual treasure magic items. Old ancestor Zhao Chen is startled by the notification. 100 years of cultivation. Why is he so happy that his whole body is shining bright? Awesome. What I need most right now is cultivation. Please accept the reward. After accepting the reward, I take a look at my own info. Name: Zhao Chen. Age: 149, 81,800. Cultivation: Transformation God Stage 2nd layer. Number of descendants: 4001. Cultivation method: Hongmeng Purple Chi Scripture. Divine abilities: Heaven Opening Seal, Sky Piercing Finger, Wildly Break Through the Heavens, Clone Technique, Puppetry, Sword Come, and many other cultivation methods. Tribulation Dodging Armor of the Nascent Soul Level, Hao Yi's Bow. Top spiritual root is the supreme chaotic spiritual root. 999 plus elixirs. Especially search personal information. Heaven defying Taoist physique. I've reached the transformation God stage 7th layer. The Hongmeng Purple Chi scripture is powerful, but because it's too powerful, leveling up even 1 stage requires a massive amount of spiritual energy. 100 years of cultivation only got me 3 stages. Ugh, if my main cultivation method had been the Xuan Bing and Immortal Decisive, I'd probably be at the Union Spirit stage by now. Once a problem is identified, it's impossible to prevent disaster. What about being at the Union Spirit stage? Creating something face determined temporarily, no need to rush. Just need the Zhao family to cultivate more and more. Union Spirit Stage 3, Union Spirit Stage 5, Union Spirit Stage. Only that Union Spirit Stage will be able to prevent this disaster. Presumably the reward for having 5,000 descendants will also have. 2VF, I feel the most important thing at this time is to give birth. Continue to give birth. Ding. The system pops up another notification. A Union Spirit Stage expert has appeared within the Xiao family's territory. This expert has a strong interest in the Xiao family. Identified as an irreconcilable enemy, the enemy's realm is far higher than the host's, affecting the family's peace. Please make a choice, host. Yesterday, with a spatial mirror, I peeked at that Union Spirit Stage expert.
He's wearing dark clothes and hiding his face. That person's name is Wang Cheng. Human race, 7th grade spiritual root aptitude, cultivation methods, incomplete Asura world destroying saber, incomplete Yellow Springs soul devouring scripture, cultivation, union spirit stage 4th layer, special identity is the southern pole protector of the Jinghong Palace. I walk over to where Shin Honghui is and say, I need a favor?
Shin Honghui, who's sitting with his eyes closed and cultivating, casually replies, Old ancestor, feel free to ask. This old man will definitely do his best. Zhao Chen freezes. Never mind.
My aunt discovers that the person is gone. Wang Cheng himself ran away because he sensed the union spirit stage in his heart, he muttered. Oh my god, the Xiao family actually has a transcendent emperor. No wonder they dare to act so arrogantly. I must quickly report to the top.
At the Qiao family, Liu Kingdom, a person stands far away looking at the fire. Haha, a small Qiao family dares to attack my Jingshong Palace. Now that the Qiao family has been destroyed, Liu Kingdom will surely become a subordinate of Jingshong Palace.
Wang Cheng has now returned to the place. The person sees him and says, Protector Wang came and went so quickly, surely the Xiao family has been destroyed. Right? Looks like I was a little too worried. How could a family of ants like the Xiao family be our opponent? But he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? I feel that Protector Wang's complexion is not very good. Could it be that he was injured? Although we are competitors, you are also helping me solve the problem this time. You can choose 3 treasures from the Qiao family. The protector finally spoke. Don't say any more. I have already informed the domain lord. He will come here immediately. The person listened and was stunned. What, Wang Cheng, you are so good. You also told the domain lord about this little thing. You wait for me. The main culprit finally appeared. His whole body surrounded by a cold aura. The 2 people on this side said in unison, Greetings, Domain Lord. The one considered the Domain Lord spoke. Wang Cheng, is the information about that person true? Wang Cheng respectfully clasped his hands in response. It is indeed so. Zhao Jiacheng not only has the authority of an emperor, but also has the spiritual charm of a spiritual treasure. The man was also stunned at this time. The Zhao family has a transcendent emperor. Oh no, such a serious oversight will definitely be punished by the Domain Lord. The Domain Lord turned his head and glanced. Let's go, Xiao Chen frowned after receiving information from the system. Detected a high-speed Star Warship-class ship appearing within the Xiao family scope. Detected ambitions to covet the throne within the Xiao family scope. Detected a Union Spirit Stage expert appearing within the Xiao family scope. Detected a Transformation God Stage expert appearing within the Xiao family scope. How can they be so fast? It's only been 2 days since Wang Cheng escaped. Could today really be the doom of the Xiao family? Damn. Looking at each person's info one by one. This Ku Ming guy. Asura race. 5th grade spiritual root aptitude. Asura world destroying blade divine power. Yellow Springs scripture at the 3rd level of the circumference. In the stabilization stage. Special identity. Domain lord of the southern domains Jinghong Hall. The next one's Huang Tianxi. Human race, 6th grade spiritual root aptitude. Incomplete Huangfu blood heaven great art cultivation technique. On Jaish transformation stage 4th level. Special identity. Protector of the southern domains Jinghong Hall. Looking at these 2 guys' info, he thought, this guy must be the black-clad cultivator calculated by the heavenly mystery compass. The domain lord of the southern domain is standing high above, looking down at the Zhao family, and that Tian Xiao turns out to be that old geezer Qin Honghui from 1,000 years ago. If I can get a strand of your divine soul to be loyal to me unto death, today I won't kill anyone from the Zhao family.
Shin Honghui, not intimidated at all, pointed directly and said, Isn't it enough that Jinghong Hall poisoned the entire southern domain? Today, I, Xiao family's Shin Honghui, will stand my ground.
The domain lord chuckled. Escaping from the southern domain for 100 years. Is your breakthrough to the stabilization stage your confidence now? Come on, let me see what you're made of. With that, he flew towards Shin Honghui, one side with a spear, the other with a blade. The 2 collided, creating a terrifying force. The domain lord then said, Useless thing, seeing that your prime is not bad, I'll give you one more chance. Offer up your divine soul and be loyal to me. Shin Honghui couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Your Jinghong Hall kills living beings, harms the heavenly bridge. Don't even think that I will submit to you. Hearing him say that, he raised his blade and slashed down. Seeking your own death, Asura world-destroying slash. Shin Honghui also didn't hesitate, and used the spear, dragon-shocking world spear, hidden dragon in the abyss. The domain lord recognized it at this moment. It's a spiritual grade magic treasure. Having such treasure. Today, Shin Honghui You must die." Then, displeased, he turned his head and said, "What are you still standing there for? Annihilate the entire Zhao family for me." Wang Kai immediately opened fire.
Xin Honghui was worried when he saw this. "I'm done for. The Xiao family can't withstand this barrage."
Xiao Chen, who was in the Xiao family at this moment, spoke up. "Where are the swords?" The Xiao family at this time was standing in front of the domain lord, and he angrily said, "Good, very good. It seems you knew what you were going to face. As long as you are willing to join Jingshong Hall, then I will be lenient to the Zhao family. But you must hand over the children with the best aptitudes every year." The Xiao family, with Xiao Chen at the head, spoke up. "What nonsense are you talking about? My Xiao family hasn't lost yet." The domain lord laughed loudly when he heard that, looking at him and saying, "Your stabilization stage monarch has already been killed by me. What do you have to fight me with? Could it be that star?" With that, he waved his blade. "You're the old ancestor of the Xiao family, right? I'll kill you first, and see if the descendants of the Xiao family still have the courage they do now."
Xiao Chen frowned at this moment, and then muttered in his head, "I can only use the trump card now. System, activate."
Xiao Lin on this side formed a dazzling red spirit power. Time flies so fast. Other Zhao family descendants on this side also created an overwhelming power around themselves. Because of the hardships, many heroes can't let mortal affairs disturb their myriad thoughts. Ruo Ji on this side also immediately prepared for battle. The three-live stone contains old souls, watching the moon and chanting poems. No need to discuss. Shy lovers meet. This life's attraction always exists. The domain lord realized at this moment that he was in danger. Immediately, he reached out and grabbed Wang Cheng, saying, "Come here," letting Wang Cheng take the hit, who screamed, "Domain lord, save me!" Then he ran away immediately. Xiao Chen smiled contemptuously. "I didn't expect that among my grandchildren there would be one that's even more of a coward than me. Do they have a system after all? Or do I have a system?" Wang Cheng lost both his arms and legs. His entire body was incomplete after taking that attack. But to land that attack, 3 of Xiao Chen's grandchildren also aged noticeably. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and thought, these are all the last moves they desperately used. He opened the forbidden space.
The Qinchong Hall disciples were all sealed, but unfortunately, Huang Tianxi managed to escape. Xin Honghui on this side was holding his shoulder, although he was heavily injured, almost dying. But even if he had the support of spiritual medicine, it would take decades to recover from the injuries on his body.
Xiao Chen asked, "Xiao Li, what's the price for that attack?" Xiao Li replied seriously, 500 years of lifespan, but compared to your talent, the remaining 500 years are enough for you to ascend to the Asking Dao stage.
In Liang Country, the gathering place of the Jinghong Hall, the domain lord there said to the leader of Liang Country, "Gather the Lan City Protectors and the Northern Liang Protectors. A small family almost cost this domain lord his life. How infuriating."
The person opposite him frowned and replied, "Domain lord, please calm your anger." Hearing this, he chuckled. "It's no hindrance. This Xiao family, I will annihilate them completely. Send a message to the domain lord of the Western Domain, saying there's a spirit-grade divine spear. Since he mainly cultivates the spear, he'll definitely come. Then, send a message to the Yutian sect and the Ming Shen sect. They want to build a holy temple in the Western Domain, and what they lack is a time treasure."
The person opposite hesitated,
but before the domain lord could finish speaking, he interjected, "I know what you want to say. I can't possibly hand over 2 spirit treasures to others. It's just a scheme to borrow a knife to kill people. But both spirit treasures are things we urgently need. They will come."
Recalling the scene earlier, he frowned. 3 nascent soul stage juniors could unleash an attack powerful enough to kill me. Otherwise, why would I need to rely on others to deal with such a small Zhao family?
I want to go heal now. When they arrive, inform me.
The emperor of Liang Country thought to himself, if my soul and cultivation methods weren't controlled by the Jingchong Hall, I'd want to run away too.
In the 4-domain continent, a branch of the Jingchong Hall, a purple-haired man sat high above, looking down at his subordinates. He said casually, "You're saying that Kuai Ming is so kind-hearted. There's a spirit-grade divine spear waiting to be given to me." Below, someone cupped his hands respectfully. "Domain lord, this subordinate feels that there's no need to be suspicious. Kuai Ming is a general under your command. If he has any schemes, we can figure out how to break them."
We heard such words and laughed loudly and endlessly.
"You still understand me? Kuai Ming is only concerned with immediate gains." In the Xiao family's city, standing in the courtyard, he asked, "System, is there a way to become stronger quickly?" The answer he received was, "Have more children." While thinking randomly, the system displayed a notification. A god transformation stage expert has been detected in the area. Here we go again.
Through space, he saw two people approaching. Their information was displayed one by one.
Name: Zhao Si. Cultivation. Third layer of God transformation identity. Elder in charge of the Yutian sect. The other one is Wenwu Cultivation. Fifth layer of God transformation identity. Elder in charge of the Ming Shen sect. Aren't the Yutian sect and the Ming Shen sect major sects in the Western domain? What are they doing in the Xiao family in the Southern domain?
When the two arrived in front of the Xiao family's city gate, they announced, "I am Zhao Si, an elder in charge of the Yutian sect. I have come to visit the Xiao family. I am Wen Wu, an elder in charge of the Ming Shen sect. I have something to discuss with the Xiao family head."
He immediately appeared and replied, "Greetings, seniors. Please come in." Zhao Si thought to himself. The Xiao family actually sent an old man at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment to greet two God transformation stage elders in charge. It feels like an insult. At the Xiao family, in the guest pavilion, when all three had arrived, Xiao Li turned around and said, "I am the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Li. May I ask, what brings the two seniors to the Xiao family?"
Both guests had their own thoughts. Although this is the poorest place in the southern domain, it can still give the Jingshang Hall a headache. Could the sect have misjudged? Can a mere 9th layer of Foundation establishment be the family head? Wen Wu turned to say, "Not hiding anything from family head Xiao. To be frank, the Yu Tian sect intends to buy your time treasure. The Ming Shen sect has come for the same reason." Xiao Li looked at the two with a stern face. "I apologize to the two seniors, but the Xiao family has no intention of selling the treasure."
Wen Wu was openly displeased. How dare the Xiao family? No one has ever refused our two great sects. This is clearly a slap in our faces. If it weren't for the sect's orders, we would have already slaughtered this family. Zhao Si asked, "Why doesn't family head Zhao consider it carefully? The price offered by my Yutian sect will definitely not disappoint your family. The Ming Shen sect also has no shortage of spirit stones."
Xiao Li cupped his hands respectfully to the two.
"I truly apologize to the two seniors. The time treasure is an important item of the Xiao family, and truly cannot be sold."
Zhao Si was angry. "Well done, Xiao family. Do you know that the Xiao family is about to face a great disaster?" Wen Wu added. "Brother Zhao is right. With this treasure, the Xiao family is like a child holding gold. Our Ming Shen sect has come to save the Xiao family this time. Do you know that today you are the culprit who will exterminate the Zhao family? The Jingzhong Hall has already contacted our sects. We don't want to cause a bloody massacre in the southern domain. If you sell the treasure to the Yutian sect, the Yutian sect will protect your Zhao family. If you sell it to the Ming Shen sect, the Zhao family will be a direct subordinate family of the Ming Shen sect, and the Jingzhong Hall will certainly not dare to attack in the southern domain." Xiao Li remained firm. "Please return, both of you. If you want to talk about cooperation, that's possible. But if you want to buy the time treasure, absolutely not." Hearing this, they both left. Wen Wu sighed. Doesn't know what's good for them. The Ming Shen sect will have no choice but to join forces with the Jingshang Hall. Within a month, the Yutian sect's warship will definitely fly to your Zhao family city. Xiao Chen, who was in the room, witnessed everything that just happened, and he frowned. Dutian sect, Ming Shen sect, Jinghong Hall, all of them are massive forces. Jinghong Hall has been investigating for decades, and discovered that their forces are spread throughout various regions. The master of the 5 domains in the Ming region seems to be just a middleman, not even entitled to enjoy the fruits of their labor.
At the speed of their warship, they'll probably be here in 10 days. 10 days! The Xiao family has only existed for 100 years.
There's one way for now, and that's to rely on a sect. The southern domain doesn't have any major sects, but the western domain does. Besides Dutian sect and Ming Shen sect, there's also Kunlun sect and Shushan sect. If we bring the entire Zhao family, the chances of being accepted are high, but some might not even give a damn about the Zhao family, or even destroy us.
His face turned serious. Centuries of experience told him that relying on someone else, whether it's mooching off them or entrusting your fate to them, is an incredibly stupid decision. He asked the system, "If I die, can you protect the Xiao family for once?" The system displayed 6 words. System cannot do that. Knowing the answer, it seemed like some things still needed to be prepared. He looked at his eldest son, Li Care. He messaged Huo Huo and Qi Ye. 5 days from now, everyone goes into hiding. Also, start arranging for the Xiao family to leave Xiao family city. Xiao Li replied, "Dad, what do you want to do?" He looked at his son and said, "Execute the final plan? You too, leave after everyone else is gone."
Xiao Li looked at his father. I'm the family head of the Xiao family. If I run away, how could those Jinghonghao guys not know?
Then, Xiao Chen conjured up a puppet that looked exactly like Xiao Li. As long as the descendants of the Xiao family survive, the Xiao family will still exist, so you have to go. Moreover, take Xiao Lin and Xiao Fangyuan with you. They're outstanding seeds of the Xiao family, and the hope for the Xiao family's resurgence.
Xiao Li said worriedly, Father, I can go, but Xiao Lin and the others might not listen to me, Xiao Chen replied. I'll take care of that, just prepare well. Xiao Li had no choice but to obey.
Yes, father. In the sky there was a yacht moving forward without stopping.
The person at the front is from Du Tian sect, and is headed by Zhai Jing Emperor. At the same time, on another yacht, Ming Shen sect is headed by Yu Hun Emperor. The domain lord said to the person next to him, Kuai Ming, who told you to inform Du Chen sect and Ming Shen sect.
The person replied, You will know it soon. This guy is not normal. The group of people are currently hovering above, looking down at Xiao family city. The whole city is empty. Not a single person can be seen. Someone spoke and asked, Domain Lord Kuai, what is going on? Xiao family city is like a dead city, without any vitality. Kuai Ming was sweating profusely,
thinking to himself that he could not say that all the Qinhongdian disciples surrounding him had died. In Min Kuokogek, Qinhongdian is blind.
Law Protector Lagam turned to say, Dear Emperor, it is normal for this Xiao family to run away in fear. While they were talking, Xiao Chen appeared. They wondered, Who is this? Xiao Chen immediately introduced himself clearly.
Xiao family's old ancestor, Xiao Chen. The group taunted when they saw him. It's useless, even if you've taken all the treasures from the Xiao family. Xiao Chen was not afraid and slowly said, Superpositional Emperor and Domain Master, my Xiao family is willing to hand over our supreme treasure in exchange for a chance to live.
The purple-haired man smiled lightly. Speak quickly. Where is the Xiao family's treasure?
Xiao Chen stared at him. It's on this old man.
Another person reached out. Hand over the treasure, and Ming Shen sect will leave this place. After hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately drew his weapon and aimed it at them. After seeing that scene, there was a loud roar, Traitor, how dare you! At the same time, the people on this side rushed forward as well.
Kuai Ming smiled sinisterly.
Don't fall for this old man's tricks. Annihilate him first. As he spoke, he rushed towards Xiao Chen. Eliminate this old man first. Xiao Chen immediately dodged.
Seeing this, he frowned. Using tricks is just a way to speed up death. Purple Hair turned around and said,
Kuai Ming, are you gonna help me or what? You gonna let those treasures fall into their grubby hands?
The others started channeling their spiritual energy and stepping up too, a slight smirk playing on his face. Grabbing the spear, someone sidled up to him from behind thinking, Guess I gotta help, daring to just stand by and watch. If Zhao Hao Tian says something to the sect leader, my domain lord position is toast. The battle turned into a total chaotic mess, lighting up the sky with explosions. Back at the Zhao family compound, Xiao Chen was still chilling. Not a care in the world. He said, Just as I predicted, the moment I saw the envoys from the Yutian sect and the Ming Shen sect, I knew this alliance was just for show. The feud between the Jinghong Pavilion and the Xiao family is too deep for them to send envoys to buy treasures. Plus, those two only mentioned the treasure of time, not a peep about the Xiao Chen spear. Gotta smack the Jinghong Pavilion good.
But it has to hurt like hell, so the Zhao family gets more time to get stronger. But reaching the peak of the Emperor realm, getting those guys to cripple each other or even die, is super difficult, even with a spirit-grade treasure as bait. Now's the perfect time to strike. Boom! A terrifying wave of power erupted from his whole body. The folks on the airships were completely gobsmacked. What the heck is that? This spiritual energy is like dozens of times stronger than the southern domain. That's gotta be the spiritual energy of some Emperor Realm experts going wild, someone shouted. No wait, look over there, what is that? It's a dazzling golden tower, and on this side, there are sharp ice spikes floating around. All three airships were surrounded by Xiao Chen's power. Someone finally clued in and yelled, Emperor Realm, please stop. We think we fell for a trap. On his side, Xiao Chen wore a stern expression. He activated the Ming Han Pool, Jade Spring Cave, the Training Tower, the clan's demon-suppressing Steedle, and the Mind Training Formation. Today, he's unleashing all the power he's accumulated over a century. He said to the system, Alright system, show yourself. Confirmed. Last question, host, do you want to activate auto-recovery? He immediately picked, yes. After he spoke, all hell broke loose. The power unleashed was blinding.
Huge, earth-shattering explosions, the sky filled with smoke and dust, and the entire Zhao family city was engulfed in flames. After Xiao Chen launched that attack, he shrunk back down to his nascent soul form. He was so grateful he had the nascent soul calamity armor, otherwise he would have totally been wiped out. The system popped up a bunch of notifications. Host has killed the star-picking emperor.
Reward is the Ziu Star Sword formation. Host has killed the Nether Soul Emperor. Reward is the Soul Restoring Spirit Pill. Host has killed the Western Domain Lord of the Jinghong Pavilion. Reward is the Divine Power. Samsara of the Heavens. Host has killed the Southern Domain Lord of the Jinghong Pavilion. Reward is the Asura Transformation Divine Talent of the Asura clan. After the explosion, the Xiao family was in ruins. Houses collapsed, and trees burned to a crisp. Months later, the cultivation world of the southern and northern domains erupted in chaos. The Jinghong Pavilion in the southern domain was completely wiped out, and all the Jinghong Pavilion commanders in the western domain were also eliminated. No one knows who was behind it, and there were no witnesses left to tell the tale. The Xiao family became a legendary clan. At the Imperial Dynasty city, everyone was gossiping that nouveau riche Xiao family suddenly expanded their mansion and started marrying wives left and right. They've had 21 weddings in a month. Good thing this Xiao family doesn't ask for wedding gifts, or all his close friends would have already cut ties with him. Someone stepped up and said, "I heard today is another big day for the Zhao family." The Zhao family head had 13 of his own grandsons lined up to welcome the wives they're marrying into the family, and it's also the full month celebration for his 17th kid. At the Zhao family, a woman in bed weakly said, "Husband, can you not take 17 away?" The man standing by the bed said, "Hunger. 17 has spiritual roots. You should understand that she can only develop well at the ancestral land." The woman continued, "Husband, I really can't bear to leave my child." The child in the man's arms coaxed, "Hunger, this is also a last resort. Old Ancestor has already given the order, and he will reunite all relatives in no more than 15 years. At the same time, on an airship, mysterious people in black clothes said, "The babies are all here, let's go." The airship raced through a spatial gate. The leader ordered, "To the main peak." Xiao Chen was currently cultivating in the main peak's grand hall. A descendant stepped forward and respectfully kowtowed. "Old Ancestor Fang Yuan has not failed your orders. He has brought back a total of 527 descendants of the Zhao family, with spiritual roots." Xiao Chen chuckled upon hearing the report. "Fang Yuan is reliable, I trust his work. The body you see now is my reconstructed body." The subordinate continued, "Elder Ancestor, I overheard news about the soul transformation divine liquid during my outing." Intrigued, Zhao Chen said, "Tell me about it." He mused inwardly that the explosion 3 years ago had severely damaged the Jade Heaven slab, and Zhao Lin had been seriously injured as a result. All the efforts of the Zhao family had been reduced to nothing, with the clansmen scattered across the southern and western regions. Zhao Lin and the Jade Heaven slab were now being nurtured by Xiao Chen, within a spirit pond. Without the soul transformation divine liquid, it would take about years to fully restore the Jade Heaven slab. The Xiao family owed Xiao Lin too much. Being a reincarnation of a fallen summit powerhouse, Xiao Lin could have thrived even without the Xiao family. A descendant stepped forward. "The news says that the Kunlun sect has discovered the soul transformation divine liquid within their secret realm." Zhao Chen was taken aback. "In the Kunlun sect's secret realm, how could this news have leaked out?" The person below chuckled. "We have to thank the Nether God sect for this. Kunlun sect has Ren Ji from Nether God sect. Even the 5th elder of the Kunlun sect wants to spread the news to reveal his identity, thereby besieging and killing the Kunlun sect. In a situation where he knows he can't win, he will reveal even more information. Now it has spread throughout the world." Hearing this news, Xiao Chen felt invigorated. "Regardless of whether this news is true or false, we must try." The person then asked, "Does Elder Ancestor already have a plan?" Zhao Chen replied immediately, "No rush, go rest first." "Yes, Elder Ancestor." As that descendant left, Zhao Li entered. Seeing his son, Xiao Chen asked, "Linchair, you've finally advanced to the Golden Core realm?" Xiao Li scratched his head upon hearing this. "My spiritual root aptitude is extremely low. It was only with great difficulty that I broke through to the Golden Core realm with that enormous source of resources." Xiao Chen stared intently at his son. "Golden Core is not bad. Leave everything at home to you. I'm preparing to go out for a trip," Xiao Li asked humorously. "Father is going out as fake. Avoiding auntie is the real reason, isn't it?" Xiao Chen looked at his son with concern. "Why are you starting to call her that too? It's already inappropriate for the Lingshu group to call her Grand Elder Mother. You even call her auntie. You must know that Huo Huo's group sent the message. Tell me about it." Hearing his father say that, Xiao Chen replied immediately, "Huo Huo has secretly controlled 15 principalities, and Biye has also controlled 12 principalities. 1/3 of the southern region is already beyond the control of the Jingzhong Palace." He pulled out a letter. This is from Zhao Mai. "He has secretly sneaked into the Jinghong Palace again. The letter mentions that the new domain lord of the southern region is named Kuai Liang.
who is also a demonic cultivator and the uncle of Kuai Ming. Xiao Chen accepted the letter and thought to himself, Kuai Ming wanted to reform the Jingchong Palace of the southern region, so the demon faction sought him out and became a protector of the southern region, with the ambition to become an emperor lord. Kill one and another comes. This Jingchong Palace is truly formidable. After a while he said to Xiao Li, the Jinghong Palace is starting to return, so cut ties with Huo Huo's group. Xiao Li immediately complied. His father chuckled and continued, soon, we can cultivate the southern region again, forming a blunt knife, gradually cutting away the power of the Jingchong Palace. Remembering something, Xiao Li asked his father, that's right, father, how long did you say you would be leaving for? Xiao Chen left behind only 2 words, now, and vanished before his eyes. The reason he vanished so quickly was because a girl in a pink dress had arrived, and she was dumbfounded. Where did you go? Xiao Li smiled awkwardly and replied, Auntie, father just left. The person called Auntie folded her arms and looked at Xiao Li, replying immediately, urging the children to have babies and have them with me, but only know how to run away. Xiao Chen sighed inwardly outside. Phew, no one's chasing after me. I heard that Elder Yu of the Kunlun sect is a 9th-layer integration realm powerhouse. To obtain the soul transformation divine liquid, I still have to take action myself. In a city at the foot of Mount Kunlun, a person saw Xiao Chen and stepped forward to ask, are you also here to participate in the Kunlun sect's selection of disciples? I have a consulting service for joining the sect here. It only costs 10 spirit stones for 1 session, guaranteed to get you in. Would you like it? Xiao Chen replied readily. Sure, give me 1. Watching that person's departing back, he thought to himself, looks like he's been scammed a lot, but it's fine. You're the key to helping me infiltrate the Kunlun sect. He walked forward to a door, opened it, and shouted loudly, Sister, I sold 3 more today. The person called Sister had a beautiful face. She said to him, didn't I tell you not to go out and scam people anymore? Why are you still doing it? That person stubbornly replied, Sister, don't talk about that anymore. Guess how many spirit stones I earned today? His sister sighed. How many spirit stones could it be? Focus on your cultivation, you're so unmotivated. As the two were talking, Xiao Chen thought from afar, why is the female cultivator beside that young man so ordinary? She's not the chief disciple of the Kunlun sect, is she? The system panel immediately appeared with information. Name: Mu Qingqing Aptitude. 4th grade spiritual root cultivation. Qi refining 9th layer identity. Residual cultivator name: Yi Lang Aptitude. 3rd grade spiritual root cultivation. Qi refining 7th layer identity. Residual cultivator special identity. Target of Kunlun sect chief disciples conquest. Looking at the information, he mused. Is conquest like pure admiration or what? The system displayed a notification. Checking for existing primary system. Name: Wen Shi Yu Race. Human race aptitude. 9th grade spiritual root divine power. Kunlun sword art. Divine firmament lightning art. Sword ring. Divine power circumference transformation god. 8th layer special identity. System host conquering Kunlun sect chief disciple. Seeing someone approaching, the 2 people immediately greeted respectfully. Senior Sister Wen. Greetings to Elder Qian. When Elder Qian saw them, he replied, Chief Wen, is this the person you asked this old man to help with? The girl beside her immediately answered, yes, thank you for your trouble, Elder Qian. He immediately sized them up. This old man sees that this person's aptitude is utterly unremarkable, with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Chief Wen, are you sure you want this old man to take him in? Hearing this assessment, Wen Xin Yu replied, her face unchanging. Yes, but in her heart she was thinking, if I wasn't being forced by the system, I wouldn't even glance at this guy. The fact that she originally found him in some backwater mortal town, that he's the laziest, most deceitful bum, the polar opposite of the Dactyl companion she envisioned. The thought of having to thoroughly manipulate someone who only knows how to use tricks and schemes filled her with disgust. Hearing this, the elder reluctantly agreed. Fine, if that's the case, this old man will agree. The young man then said, Senior Sister Wen, if you want me to enter the inner sect, I must go with Senior Sister Mu. He calculated in his heart. Wen Xinyu already told me I'm her target, so she won't refuse my request. The purple-haired girl also knelt down. Senior Sister Wen, there's no need. It's enough for Ye Lang, my little brother, to enter. I'm fine with being a errand runner at the sect. Hearing how much these siblings cared for each other, Senior Sister Wen thought, it seems like I'm the third wheel in their relationship. If it wasn't for the system, I wouldn't have bothered spending so much money to ask Elder Qian for help, but if I don't agree to Ye Lang's request, his affection for me will decrease, and my mission will become even more difficult. So she decided.
You'll both enter the inner sect.
He turned to Qian Elder and said, Chief Wen, that's not in accordance with the rules.
Hearing what he said, Wen Xinyu, having already planned ahead, said, I will explain it to Sect Master Shibo myself. With that, the two senior siblings and the elder immediately flew off, leaving senior sister Wen alone below, thinking, a year ago, I was suddenly bound to this system, and my cultivation has been stuck ever since.
I've tried so many ways to get rid of it, but I still can't, so I can only go and find a target. But I never expected this kind of situation. This guy already has someone in his heart, and he's so far from the Tao companion I envisioned. A voice said, I can solve your troubles. When Xinyu's eyes widened when she heard this, she said, Taoist friend, please come out. Xiao Chen slowly walked towards her. Seeing Xiao Chen come out, she thought in her heart, he was hiding so close I didn't sense even a hint of his aura just now. Staring at him, she asked, Senior, can you really solve my troubles?
Xiao Chen smiled lightly at her. Of course. But, when Shiyu hesitated, what is it that Senior wants? His face was calm as he spoke 5 words.
Enter the Kun's secret realm. Hearing this, Wen Shiyu immediately replied, Absolutely not. As if he had expected this, Xiao Chen continued,
Is it because you want to complete the task for the system? This old man just saw that in Chief Wen's eyes with Ye Lang, there is no love. When she heard him mention the system, Wen Shiyu frowned. The system, how does he know about it? But, I really hate that Ye Lang. After thinking for a while she continued, Senior, can you change your request? He immediately replied, Of course I can. Give me the Origin Transformation Divine Elixir, the thing that got you here. And she readily agreed. All right, I agree. I will bring the Origin Transformation Divine Elixir in 10 days.
Xiao Chen, after achieving his goal, smiled lightly. If that is the case, I will wait for you for 10 days. But this old man would like to remind you, this system is forcibly changing your will. She asked back, What do you mean? Then, Xiao Chen put his hands behind his back and said casually, It means nothing. If possible, I still suggest that you bring me into the secret realm. Wen's attitude was firm. Absolutely not. I still hope that Senior will wait for me here for 10 days.
She thought to herself, I don't want to have any contact with this Yanlang at all. Hurry, and give the Origin Transformation Divine Elixir to that Senior. Time flew by, and 10 days later, in front of the entrance to the secret realm, Wen slowly walked out, her face distraught, saying, I've found some heavenly treasures, but I couldn't find the Origin Transformation Divine Elixir. I'll go stabilize that Senior first. If that Senior leaves, where will I go to find a way to get rid of this system?
The young man whom Wen had helped get in stepped forward.
Oh, Senior sister, I missed you so much.
His face was smiling, but his heart was not. These 10 days in Kunlun Mountain were not easy at all. My cultivation level in the sect is the lowest, and I was bullied as soon as I arrived. My sister was also humiliated a few times. Hearing that Wen Shiyu had entered the Kunlun secret realm, I waited outside for a few days, and finally waited. But Wen's face indifferently passed him, and said, You wait there. I have something to do. He turned back to glance at Wenji. Wait a sec, Wenshiji, I really miss you so much. Hearing that, Wenji's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Yilang. If Yilang says stuff like that, then he must like me. He walked over and grabbed her hand, making her blush. Wenshiji, I've been feeling really down lately. Could you maybe comfort me? She was flustered, thinking, as long as Yilang likes it, I'll do anything. Inside Kunlun Mountain, Yilang led Wenji in front of a group of people and declared, This Shiji is the one they're bullying. Shiji pointed her sword at one dude, making him freak out. Wen Shiji, it's me, don't hit me! The others around him were screaming for their lives. After a while, Wenji turned to Yilang and said, These are the treasures I got in the Kunlun secret realm, they're all yours. Yilang gave her a bright smile. Wen Shiji, you're the best. I'm still a little confused about my cultivation recently. Can I ask Wen Shiji for some guidance? Wenji scratched her head. Yilang Shidi, if you don't understand anything, you can always come and ask me. Leading Wenji into a room, Yilang said, Shiji, come in. Yilang then leaned close to Wenji to listen, making her face red, and he thought to himself, knew Wen Shiyu wouldn't refuse me. Luckily I prepared a supplementary cultivation method early. Suddenly, Wenji sensed something was up and shouted, Get out! Being controlled against my will is too much. She felt uncomfortable. I should quickly go find that Senior. Wenji was now below the city at the foot of the mountain, and when she saw Xiao Chen, she said, Senior, I agree to take you into the secret realm. Looks like I still have to make a trip, he said. As the two approached the entrance to the Kunlun's secret realm, they were stopped.
Wen Shiji, although I don't know why you have to enter the secret realm, it's fine for you to enter, but this person cannot.
This isn't someone from the Kunlun sect. She immediately showed her badge. I'm bringing this senior in with a mission.
Ye Lang spoke up from behind. Oh, Shiji, I want to come too. The guard at the gate said. Ye Shiji, you're only at the chi refining stage. It's very dangerous to enter the secret realm. Moreover, you haven't earned enough contribution points to enter the secret realm. When Shiji saw this, she shouted loudly, Enough! With me here, I will definitely protect Yeshidi's safety, and I will also give him my contribution points. The person hesitated, but when Shiji's reason had flown out the window, and all that remained in her eyes was love. There is no but. My Yeshidi just wants to enter the secret realm to play. Is that not allowed?
The wind howled in the Kunlun's secret realm, with blue skies and white clouds.
Looking at the scene, Xiao Chen thought to himself, it's a secret realm, but the spiritual energy is only 3 times that of the outside world, not even as good as my Shanhe Shiji painting.
But the strong wind had the destructive power of the Foundation establishment stage.
The 3 slowly entered, surrounded by light.
Wenji, blinded by love, turned and said, Within 10 miles of the entrance is the Foundation establishment stage range, 100 miles is the Golden Core stage, 1,000 miles is the Nascent Soul stage, and the Yunhua Shenyi can only be found at least 100,000 miles away. It will take us about 2 days to get there directly.
Then the 3 immediately flew away. But Ye Lang hurriedly said, Wait,
let's go down.
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at this scene. With this style of flying and stopping 6 times before reaching 100,000 miles, this time it's just for 100-year-old Liangqi grass that they stopped for. What a waste of time, Xiao Chen said unhappily. What do you mean by doing this? He looked at him and replied, Just found something rare. If you have any opinions, you can also go separately. Xiao Chen grabbed his neck and lifted him up. A chi-refining cultivator like you is courting death.
We were being strangled uncomfortably. When Shiji slowly walked over and embarrassedly said, Senior, please spare Yeshidi. Hearing Wenji say that, he immediately threw him to the ground.
Manage your Yeshidi well. If you continue to waste time, this old man will definitely kill him. In his heart, Ye Lang angrily thought.
It seems that Wen Xinyu is unwilling to drop the act with him. Once I completely possess Wen Xinyu, I will definitely have Wen Xinyu kill this guy.
So after a day, the 3 of them finally arrived at the Transformation God area.
The scenery was this super mysterious green.
At night, crazy strong tornadoes would show up, destroying everything. Even a questioning divinity cultivator would have a hard time escaping if caught in one. Let's chill in this stone cave for the night. Ye Lang went over to Sis Wen and said all gently,
Sis, want to come outside with me for a bit? Sis Wen was totally mind-controlled, and immediately agreed. Then the 2 of them slowly walked out of the cave.
Watching their backs, Xiao Chen thought to himself, why the rush? Can't we just chill for a sec?
Yilang got all close to Sis Wen, touching her shoulder. Xiao Chen couldn't just stand there and watch Yilang pull some crap with Sis Wen,
so he immediately smacked him on the head.
Sis Wen was more awake now, not being controlled anymore.
Why did you kill him?
He looked at her and gave a faint smile. This old man is just making sure your problems are solved. What if something unexpected happens to you, and you regret not recognizing an acquaintance? She stammered.
Will I die? Xiao Chen chuckled. Of course not.
She stared at Xiao Chen, thinking, how is this guy not getting killed by the system?
But the way things are going is pretty much the same as my data. Thinking that, she crushed something in her hand. Suddenly the system popped up a notification. Detected a questioning divinity stage powerhouse approaching. Detected 3 integration stage experts approaching. Detected Nangong Yuan Ying stage approaching. Xiao Chen thought to himself, sweet, this painless murder is calling reinforcements like crazy. The whole bunch of people immediately surrounded Xiao Chen.
Sis Wen glared at him, questioning.
Speak, who the hell are you? Why are you looking for the primordial transformation divine fluid? Xiao Chen said proudly. What makes you think you can catch me? A woman in robes said. Based on the Kunlun secret realm. Based on the years of questioning divinity cultivation of our sect leader. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Chen unleashed a burst of powerful energy. Then Wu Chun. Then he swirled a burst of spiritual energy. Then Sis Wen's system notified.
Target of attack is Xiao Chen.
Then she turned to the woman in robes and said, Master, wait. The mission has changed. It's to become someone named Xiao Chen. The master immediately frowned. What? Xiao Chen put his hands behind his back, slowly replying, This old man is Xiao Chen. Don't blame me for making a move on you if you don't keep your word. Then he called out, Wen Shiyu, come here. Wen Shiyu's face flushed red. No, I won't go over there.
When Shinyu's master softened her tone. Your Excellency, we concede this time. Please spare Shiyu. Help Shiyu change her mission, and we'll give you the primordial transformation divine fluid. How about it? Xiao Chen replied. Not gonna happen. Hand over the primordial transformation divine fluid first, then we'll talk. Sis Wen, with hearts in her eyes, whispered to her master. Just take out the primordial transformation divine fluid. I believe Xiao Chen won't lie to us. The master, looking conflicted, said, Giving it to him first is fine, but after getting the primordial transformation divine fluid, you must help Shiyu change her mission. Xiao Chen then smiled faintly. Give the divine fluid to Wen Shiyu, and have her bring it to me. Wen Shiyu immediately took the jade bottle from her master. Then she walked over to Xiao Chen and hugged him. Big brother, here's the primordial transformation divine fluid you need. Then Xiao Chen freaked out. Holy crap. Seriously, this system is full of surprises. The master walked over to the two of them, saying, Now you can change the mission, right? Xiao Chen asked. Change it to who? Zhu Qingyi, who was standing next to the master, immediately replied, It's Zhu Qingyi. Then Xiao Chen immediately created a circle of light in front of his chest. Sis Wen's face welled up with tears. Big brother Xiao Chen looked at Sis Wen and couldn't help but sigh. Heavens! This little bit of affection, not even 30 breaths worth, feels like a life or death separation. Wen Shiyu replied, I know Gurge doesn't want to be separated from me. I'll help Gurge. As she spoke, a beam of light enveloped them both. The master turned and asked everyone, Elder Zhang, what should we do about this? One person said, I didn't expect the system to affect Xinyu this much. What else can we do? Chase after Wen Shiyu. At this moment, she used her sword to fly Xiao Chen away, turned back to him with a bright smile, and said, Geje, I won't let go. In Xiao Chen's heart, he sighed. This Gurge is really popular. Feels like I'm losing ground here. Besides, we've already run. Why would we ever turn back? The group chased after them, but couldn't find Xinyu's aura. Someone stammered, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, the young man behind, asked, Senior Sister Zhang, is Xinyu chasing after them? Her face darkened and she replied, We might have to give up on this disciple. A chubby guy stepped forward and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Shiyu is the most talented disciple Kunlun's sect has seen in the last 100 years, and she has a mysterious system with her. Her future achievements will definitely be no less than mine. How can you just say give up like that? He chimed in agreement. That's right. No matter what, we have to get her back. Wen Shiyu, Senior Sister Zhang, turned back to look at them. Do you guys even know who she's with? A red-robed man frowned. No matter who he is, does our vast expanse sect have anyone we can't afford to offend? The beauty beside him added, That's right. Even if it's the sect leader of Mount Shu, we have to get her back. That person is old Ancestor Exterminator. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Chen. The legendary old Ancestor Exterminator Xiao Chen. If it's him, then it'll be hard to get her back. Over here, the senior sister kept seducing Xiao Chen, making him blush with embarrassment. Stop touching me. Wen Xinyu looked at him with a gentle smile. Gears doesn't like it. He whipped around to stare at her. Then they both fell down immediately, leading to a romantic scene that children shouldn't watch. The sun had risen, and they had both woken up. The system displayed a notification, detected that the host is 30% moved. His face was grim, but he was secretly very happy. What? Only 30% in 2 days? Doesn't that mean it won't be long before she's completely head over heels for me? What will a system that's completely fallen in love be like? A series of system notifications popped up again. The host will be bound by Wen Shiyu's love threads. But what does bound even mean? Does that mean being controlled? The system replied, the host can understand it that way. Looks like he still has to rely on the system. The system asked him, is the host sure you want to change the data? Of course he was sure. After a period of modification, the system announced, the system has completed the modification of the primary offensive modification system. Detected that the host is 0.003% moved. He felt like it was too dangerous. Accepting fate means accepting a wavering will. This system is really scary. It's a good thing I haven't gone back to the family yet. Otherwise, I'd lose all face in front of the old guys. The system announced, detected a warship-level spaceship. Looking through the glass, he thought to himself, a spaceship like that is from the Jingzhong Palace. I really have a karmic entanglement with the Jingzhong Palace. This direction is southwest. Towards the Mount Shu sect, he reached out and rubbed his chin. Although I don't know what the Jingzhong Palace is up to, since I've already run into them, it would be a disservice to our karmic entanglement if I didn't get involved. Wen Shiyu, who was still lying there, turned around to leave. Never mind, Wen Shiyu also woke up at this time. Gurge, wait for me. After they had both tidied up,
They looked up at the spaceship. System: find the Zhao family disciple who is closest to Mount Shu. The system immediately popped up. Found for the host, name is Zhao Ling Sheng, human race, aptitude reaching 7th grade, cultivation technique is immovable Ming King art, diamond indestructible divine art, cultivation at golden core stage 8, special identity is an 8th generation Zhao family disciple, wealthy merchant of Shu City. The opening of the Mount Shu sword tomb is approaching. The spaceship had arrived in front of them, and a young man stepped forward and asked, "Dude, why are you blocking my spaceship?" Zhao Chen said stubbornly. When Xin Yu chimed in, "This road, I made it. This tree, I planted it. You want to pass? Gotta pay the toll." The guy behind them was fuming. "What kind of logic is that? We're flying in the Zhang district? There's no road or tree here," he yelled. "Guards, let me go kill them." The so-called protector raised his hand to stop him, calmly asking the two, "Xiao Chen, how much do you want?" Xiao Chen, hands clasped behind his back, replied, 1 billion spirit stones. Hearing this, the guy immediately drew his weapon, thinking to himself, "Turns out they're not much. Last time we went to that auction at Shushan Sword Sect, the amount of spirit stones we didn't get wasn't even up to 1 billion. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and softly said, "Don't agree to hand over spirit stones, then die." Immediately afterward, the entire sky turned red, and everything exploded into pieces. Xiao Chen clicked his tongue in disdain. So poor. Only a little over 200 million spirit stones. No wonder they drew their swords when I mentioned 1 billion. Wen Shiyu replied from the side, 200 million is already a lot. A regular transformation realm expert with over 10 spirit stones can be called a rich man. Then they both immediately flew towards the auction at Shushan's sword sect, which was being held at the base of Shushan Mountain in a dueling arena. The auction house was packed, and everyone was chatting excitedly. Heard that Shushan Sword Sect opens its 23 sword tombs randomly every 6 months. There are some top-grade flying swords and all kinds of sword Dao inheritances. Another person continued, heard that the mineral resources of the Shushan sect are scarce. In the sword tomb, the disciples of Shushan aren't fully inheriting those divine power resources. The first person added, as if he had just caught wind of something new. No wonder every time they open the sword tomb and obtain a portion, they start auctioning it off to supplement their spirit mineral resources. They're not even afraid of being robbed. This time, Shushan's sword tomb opened 7 tombs. Shushan took away 21 portions to start the auction. Someone on the side reminded, just bid with peace of mind. The highest bidder will get it. Don't worry about anyone bidding fraudulently. If you can't produce the corresponding spirit stones, you'll not only get a beating, but you also won't be able to enter Shushan. At this moment, in the waiting seats for the auction, Xiao Chen had 30 million spirit stones, while Wen Shiyu had even more than him, with 35 million spirit stones. Xiao Chen's face was smug. Looks like a spot will cost between 100 to 200 million. The Jinghong Hall has prepared over 200 million spirit stones. They must be here for the auction. 120 million and 140 million. It's a pity the divine power isn't complete. Can't be used. Guess I'll just watch the excitement. Another person made an offer. Ming Shen's sect offers 180 million. When Xin Yu grew anxious and turned to ask, "Bro, what do we do?" Xiao Chen took out something and said, "Don't let Ming Shen's sect get a spot." When Shiyu's cheeks flushed red. "Okay, bro." The head of the Shushan sect, Li Chunfeng, bid 190 million, thinking to himself, the first item has already been auctioned off. 190 million is equivalent to the price of a ceiling. His face was smug. The first item in the sword tomb, the Kunlun sect, has bid 190 million. Can anyone go higher? Above, everyone was discussing non-stop. So it's the Kunlun sect. They can spend so many spirit stones. They're a big sect, after all. Not long ago, the Kunlun sect had another emperor lord. Word has it that the Kunlun sect has 6 emperor lords now, and they're spending such a large amount of spirit stones to get a qualification in the sword tomb. Looks like the Kunlun sect's strength is almost at the level of the 3 great sects. 190 million is the final bid. He felt like something was wrong, but more importantly, the face of the young master of the Night God sect turned gloomy. He stepped forward and said loudly, 200 million, the auctioneer asked. Ming Shen's sect has bid 200 million. Will anyone raise the price? Wen Shiyu's whole body seemed to be surrounded by a halo. Whatever Ming Shen's sect bids, I, Wen Shiyu, will double it. Wow, she's a real sugar mommy. I love you, sis. Hee hee. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Double 200 million spirit stones is 400 million spirit stones.
Wen Shiyu did this because she couldn't let Ming Shen's sect suppress her own sect, so she generously offered an astronomical price. Ah. The young master was now upset.
I didn't expect the Kunlun sect to spend so many spirit stones for a show of spirit. I absolutely can't raise the price any further. If I bid again, it would be over 4 million spirit stones. Is Wen Shiyu deliberately provoking me? The appraiser then announced loudly. The first item has been successfully traded. Next up is the second item. The prices continued to explode. 8 million spirit stones, then 30 million spirit stones. Zhao Chen winked at Wen Shiyu. I didn't expect this Wen Shiyu to be so bossy. It's cool, but 400 million is all gone. Ming Shen's sect now had a fierce look on his face, and said loudly, My Ming Shen sect has bid 200 million spirit stones. In his heart he thought, to quickly regain face for the Ming Shen sect, bidding is the best way. Wen Shiyu's voice rang out softly again.
Whatever amount your bright god sect throws down, my Wen Shiyu will double it. Zhao Chen's face just shrunk. 4 trillion, again with the 4 trillion. Even though he's not short on spirit stones, he feels a pain in his body. Wen Shinyu's master's heart is also breaking. Tears streaming down, words can't describe the heartbreak. Her precious disciple is being snatched away. And publicly appearing at the auction, but not daring to step forward. The sect leader of the Bright Gods sect is probably fuming by now. Wen Shiyu already used 800 million spirit stones. Losing face is whatever. Getting the qualification is what matters. I don't believe Wen Shiyu can snatch all the remaining 21 items. He can suck on these losses for now. The second item starts the bidding again.
The fourth, then the fifth item is auctioned off. But his face is still confident, certain that Wen Xingyu doesn't have that many spirit stones. Then I'll take that sixth item. Then, Wu Tian sect bid 200 million. Elder Zhao Gi of Zhao Tian sect directly bids 200 million. In the Bright Gods sect's room, the Zhao Tian sect elder is stunned. When Shiyu doubled the price again, he's so pissed. Kunlun sect. You usually let us two sects ride on your heads. Aren't you afraid that we won't be able to handle you later? The person hearing that immediately angrily spat out, "Shut up!" Then fired a weapon at the elder, his face nonchalant. Li Chunfeng will say this one more time. Anyone who ruins this auction, especially by threatening bidders, is picking a fight with my sword peak. The appraiser loudly says. The seventh auction slot begins. The Bright God sect bids 200 million. Again, when Xingyu has already spent 1 billion spirit stones, he doesn't believe that Xingyu has any spirit stones left. But he was immediately slapped in the face, because the other side bid 400 million. He's stunned. Could the Kunlun sect really be that rich? Then for the next items, if he bid 200 million, Wen Shiyu would bid 400 million, and so on. His face is already too tired to speak. We've already auctioned off to the 17th slot, and can still take out double the spirit stones. He looks at Wen Shiyu, thinking, could the Kunlun sect have dug up the graves of 2 Great Tribulation Realm experts? Even so, they shouldn't be able to pull out this many spirit stones. Xiao Chen sighs, looking at the smiling Wen Shiyu. Use it, use it. Once you start, you better be ready to throw out hundreds of millions of spirit stones. I only saved up over 600 million spirit stones over these years, and there aren't many places to actually spend spirit stones. The sect leader of the Bright God sect is super annoyed, so he decides to bid 500 million spirit stones. Wen Shiyun doesn't hesitate to bid 1 billion immediately. Hearing this made him angry, and he just snorted. The appraiser announces. The 19th auction slot begins. The elder from before decided to bid 475 million spirit stones, but as soon as he finishes speaking, Wen Shiyu bids 1 billion right away. He turns away in anger. Forget it. Wen Shiyu's master calculates in her head. Today's limelight has all fallen on the Kunlun sect. Spending close to 10 billion so easily will put the Kunlun sect in danger. We need to prepare our sect. Xiao Chen looks at Wen Xinyu affectionately and says, you continue bidding? Spending so many spirit stones, I'm gonna find the Spirit God sect and steal Heaven sect to pick up some losses. On the way back, Xinyu smiles at him. Yes, brother, outside. The white clouds are clear. Now standing in front of the airship, the elder, who was already in a bad mood, saw Xiao Chen daring to block him like this, immediately pulls out his weapon and slashes. Xiao Chen doesn't hesitate to immediately use heaven and earth freezing towards the airship. The elder who was talking tough before is now frozen stiff. Screw being a peak emperor, let's run. Xiao Chen crosses his arms and looks casually. Spaceban bead. The system displays a notification. Host slays King Tian Emperor. Rewards the revival god pill. Alright, his info pops up. Host, Zhao Chen. Age, 152, 870 thousandths. Cultivation, none, asking Divinity Realm Layer 1. Number of descendants, 1087, Cultivation Method, Mystic Ice Sky-Shattering Art, Grand Dream Purple Chi Scripture, Divine Abilities, Mystic Ice Sky-Shattering Art, Myriad Heaven Cycle Divine Power, Heaven Opening Seal, Sky-Piercing Finger, Puppet Clone Technique, Sword Come, Asura Transformation and many other divine magic items, Spirit Treasure Level Vanquishing Tribulation Armor, Spirit Treasure Magic Item Violet Sky Divine Spear, and so on and so forth. Spiritual Root, Supreme Chaos, Spiritual Root.
Pills and elixirs are at 999 plus, and he can even snoop on the news from the Heavenly Daco Arena all by his lonesome. Looking at his own stats, he thinks, sweet, looks like I'm asking divinity now, and normal asking divinity emperors don't stand a chance. Guess I unconsciously switched my main cultivation method.
If they had that 3-year head start back then, the Xiao family wouldn't have had to abandon their city and run. The leader of the Dark God sect blocks the two from the Xiao family, demanding, just who the hell are you? Offending my Dark God sect means you'll die without a burial place. Back off now, and this young master will pretend nothing happened. Right after he finishes talking, he gets obliterated. Poof! Xiao Chen turns to his people and says, let's go, follow me back to Shu Mountain. At the auction, Wen Shiyu waves his hand. Xiao Chen says the auction's over, let's wait for the quota assignments now. The appraiser from earlier says to them, President Wen, your people are here, let's go then. Xiao Chen stops them, smiles, and says, Elder Lai, actually, we bid in the auction because we were targeting the Heaven Stealing sect and the Dark God sect, and we're not really interested in your sword origin bloodline. How about we call it off, and you return half of the spirit stones? Hearing this, the dude folds his arms and thinks to himself, Wen Shiyu splurged a whole 8 billion spirit stones in that auction, even half as compensation is 4 billion. In the last 1,000 years, there hasn't been a single auction event that reached 4 billion spirit stones. He looks up and says to them, this little junior, don't you think your request is a bit much? Xiao Chen glances at him and asks, Elder Li, you sure you're not going to budge? The guy just scoffs. You have a total of 17 slots. Quickly pick 17 people to follow me into the sword origin bloodline.
Someone in the back speaks up. Old Ancestor, Xiao Chen, raises his hand to stop him.
All right, Fang Yuan, you're usually the calmest one. What's with you today? Just randomly pick 16 people to follow the elder into the sword origin bloodline. Oh yeah, there's someone named Zhao Ling Sheng. He wants to go in, so hurry and take him along. Fang Yuan immediately bows respectfully. The appraiser from earlier is thinking like crazy. Wen Xinyu was the one bidding, but the one calling the shots is that handsome male cultivator, and they're calling him Old Ancestor. Could he be some ancient monster? Even if he is some ancient monster, trying to get spirit stones out of my hands, dream on. It wasn't easy getting these spirit stones, and fighting to overturn the table is more like it, but giving away spirit stones is out of the question. At Shu Mountain, Qingtian Platform, everyone is gradually heading toward it.
The 7 sword seeds being activated this time are elegance, reverence, courage, affection, integrity, emperor, and benevolence. You can now grab a token and enter the Pillars of Light for the sword origin bloodline you desire. This trip will last a maximum of 3 years. You'll be subject to the sword seed's repelling effects, so it all depends on your own luck. Go on, Fang Yuan asks his old ancestor. Which sword seed are we going into? Xiao Chen gives him a light smile. Doesn't matter, let's go. Then everyone heads right into the sword seeds. Inside the sword seed, Xiao Chen is at the head, and one of his descendants asks, Old Ancestor, what kind of flying sword should we look for? He smirks and says, no need to look. Elder Li Chunfeng doesn't want to pay, so the old ancestor is going to confiscate all his swords. She asks Xiao Chen again, but Old Ancestor, isn't it only possible to take one flying sword inside the sword seed? If you want to take others, you have to give up the first sword you intend to take, Xiao Chen says proudly. Old Ancestor alone is worth 1 million people. Why would I give anything up? In his heart, he's thinking, my puppet clones, each and every one of them, will have an independent life. Under the conditions where the level isn't that important, I will be able to grab all the flying swords of 2 or 3 sword seeds. Then he activates his divine ability. Sword come, a glow envelops him, and then tons of swords rush towards him. He stares at a sword in front of him and says, Shadow Echo Divine Sword, top grade spirit treasure, also carrying the rules of elegance, divine ability of illusion and reality. Seems like this divine sword is the foundation of this sword seed. Thinking this, he immediately takes it into his hand. Right then, the Shadow Echo Sword Spirit appears, a little kid, saying, Master, you're going too far. If you take all the spiritual swords here, what's going to happen to this sword seed? Xiao Chen says to him nonchalantly. Since you've called me master, you don't need to worry about this. The little sword spirit figures, that's reasonable. The 2 descendants were chatting. Let's go to the next pillar.
He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The old ancestor is indeed the old ancestor. A beautiful sword seed turned into a barren, desolate mountain in the blink of an eye, and all the sword spirits were swept away. The people of the Shu Mountain sect looked at the pile of spirit stones and laughed gleefully. We're rich! For the next 100 years, the Shu Mountain sect won't have to tighten their belts anymore. An elder stepped forward to report. Sect leader, this is terrible. Something big has happened. Sect leader Musen looked at the elegant intent sword seed and frowned. What's so important that you're shouting about? Our Shu Mountain sect's new future has just begun.
But when he looked at the elegant intent sword seed, his face froze. Inherited shadow. Where's inherited shadow?
The elder pointed at Zhao Chen and said,
It's been taken by that person. Only then did he feel the danger, muttering to himself,
We're doomed. We're doomed. Zhao Chen had already entered the reverent intent sword seed,
causing him to slump to the ground, stammering,
How could he? How could he? The elder explained.
The sword seed couldn't restrain him. Sect leader quickly stop him. This elder still didn't understand the seriousness of the problem, his face still smiling.
It's not like the supermarket doesn't know. The number of people entering the sword seed is already full. We can't even get in, so how can we stop him? Besides, if we do, what will happen to the reputation of our Shu Mountain sect? Even if he enters the sword seed and gets the sword, he will have to give up inherited shadow if he wants to get another spirit sword.
I'm praying for this to happen.
Inside the reverent intent sword seed, the scenery was extremely magnificent. Old ancestor, do we need to climb to the high platform too? The descendant asked Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at the surrounding scenery and smiled lightly. Climb what? There are still 22 pillars left. We need to speed things up. He immediately summoned his sword. A series of swords flew up, and then one sword stopped in front of him.
The Pure Lord sword spirit was a woman, and she greeted,
Master. Pure Lord pays respects to the master. Seeing her, he thought to himself, another top-grade spirit treasure-level divine sword.
The people of the Shu Mountain sect felt like a bomb had exploded around their heads. What kind of illusion is this? Not only does that person not need to give up inherited shadow, but even Pure Lord was easily taken away.
Looking at the scene of Zhao Chen retrieving the sword spirit, he thought, could it be that that person's sword intent has reached an unimaginable realm? Or is he relying on some kind of divine power?
Seeing Zhao Chen fly into another sword seed, the people of Shu Mountain were beside themselves with anxiety. Sect leader, hurry and think of something. That person has already arrived at the next sword seed, and it's even the unopened intent sword seed.
If the sect leader doesn't stop him, it will be too late. The unopened intent sword seed will be taken away by him. The sect leader said indifferently. The number of people from the Shu Mountain sect who can enter has long been used up. There are only 21 spots left for auction. Now, even if I am the sect leader, I can't enter the sword seed. His face frowned. Normally we would leave a few spots in case of emergencies, but now the Shu Mountain sect is too poor, so they were all taken out for auction. It seems there's only one last way.
Then he immediately stood in front of the sword seed gates, summoned something, and then ordered, Attack the sword seed with me, only then can we transmit sound inside. The sound Zhao Chen received was, Senior, Shu Mountain knows its mistake. Please show mercy. Please don't take any more. Please don't take any more.
Shu Mountain is willing to return the spirit stones.
While he was transmitting the sound, Zhao Chen had summoned his sword again. He immediately transmitted the sound outside.
I liked you better the way you were before, with that arrogant look that didn't put anyone in your eyes. The sect leader outside burst into tears. I'm sorry. Just now it was because this junior spoke too loudly. This junior knows his mistake. This junior is willing to return all the spirit stones to you. Zhao Chen immediately transmitted back, It's not you who is wrong, it is this old man who is wrong, underestimating your Shu Mountain sword seed.
There are still quite a few good things in the Shu Mountain sword seed. Spending 8 billion spirit stones is very worthwhile.
The people outside could only cry until they ran out of tears. Please don't, please, I beg you. As long as you agree to stop, Shu Mountain is willing to agree to 3 conditions of yours.
Hearing this, Zhao Chen immediately agreed. I don't need 3 conditions from you, 1 is enough. Then he slowly said, Cooperate with the Zhao family to attack the Dark God sect, the Wandering Heaven sect, and the Startling Rainbow Hall.
I want the western and southern regions to no longer have any trace of these 3 forces.
Zhao Chen thought to himself. The Zhao family only has more than 5,000 people in total. I don't know how many years it will take to develop enough to face these 3 forces.
If I can pull in these sects and families, the difficulty will be greatly reduced. Although the Shu Mountain sect is the poorest, it is definitely not the weakest. It will definitely not be easy to win over proud sword cultivators. Although it is taking advantage of their weakness now, it is the perfect opportunity to propose an alliance.
The person outside heard this and immediately agreed. Okay, my Shu Mountain agrees to Elder Ye Di's request. With heaven and earth as witness, we dare to agree to an alliance with the Xiao family. Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately left the sword seat and stood in front of the sect leader of Shu Mountain. Sect leader Li is indeed a smart person. The sect leader immediately clasped his hands at him. Thorough. The old ancestors' divine powers are unmatched. This is a total reversal. In the forbidden area of the sect, within the Ming Shen sect, everyone's gathering around a red box. Someone opens the box, revealing the Ming Shen sect's ultimate reincarnation technique, Underworld Earth Reincarnation. You can't learn it without a special bloodline. Then someone pipes up, Shen Gua, what's going on? Your marriage token just cracked. Ice sword. A gigantic ice sword. I've never seen such a terrifying divine power before. Someone next to him tries to calm him down. Easy there, take it easy and tell us what happened. With a dazed look, he says, we failed to get the qualification for the sword seat. On the way back, we were ambushed by a group. The leader was a Wending wielding a spear. His strength was equal to mine. I sacrificed some disciples so I could escape, but suddenly, I was ambushed by someone. Couldn't see who it was. I barely recognized the divine power before I lost my life. An elder speaks up. Who dares to oppose our Ming Shen sect? If we don't avenge this, how can the Ming Shen sect maintain its standing in the western region? A black-haired young man shouts, everyone, quiet down. Wending wielding a spear. Was this person dressed like a commoner? The redhead replies, yes. The divine power and techniques he used were very similar to the world-shocking Azure Dragon Spear. Not just similar, it's definitely it. Who dares to attack the Ming Shen sect in the southwest region? Besides the Zhao family from 3 years ago, there's no one else. Hearing this, the elder says, the Zhao family has already become Dimi Gu. Who can we seek revenge from? The person opposite replies, if the Zhao family shows their face again, we can definitely trace their whereabouts. Someone, contact the Yutian sect and the Jinghong Palace and tell them the wolf has arrived. In the main scene of the Kunlun sect, a man speaks up and asks, where is the headmaster of the Kunlun sect? Outside the gate of the Kunlun sect, two sides are facing each other. Taoist Ji Shan speaks up and says, this humble Taoist, Ji Shan, is the headmaster of the Kunlun sect. What can I do for you two seniors? We're here for one thing, the primordial spirit nectar. As long as you hand it over, we promise not to make things difficult for your small sect. Techniques or keepsakes, name whatever you want. When Shi Yu's master speaks up, we no longer have the primordial spirit nectar. The person opposite is surprised when he hears this. What, are we one step too late, or are you unwilling to hand it over? When Shi Yu's master sighs, we already gave it to the Xiao family. She thinks to herself, Elder Zhang, if you say that, what if the old ancestor Dimie comes looking for us? We can barely take care of ourselves. How can we worry about the old ancestor Dimie? At the auction, he spent tens of billions of spirit stones, putting our Kunlun sect in the spotlight. We can only save ourselves for now. It won't hurt to tell the truth. The other party immediately. Thank you for the information. In the sky, a flying ship appears. Standing on it are Zhao Chen and the headmaster of the Shu Mountain sect. The headmaster says, the most important thing in an attack is speed. The Yutian sect's leader, Zhao Hongchen, failed his tribulation transcendence a year ago. Now is the perfect opportunity to attack. If these three forces manage to realize what's happening and team up, the Zhao family and Shu Mountain won't gain any advantage. Xiao Chen's face hardens. Of the 11 high-speed battleships of Shu Mountain, 7 were led by Shu Mountain elders to raid 7 major mining areas of the Yutian sect, and the remaining 4 will attack the gate of the Yutian sect directly. In the Yutian sect leaders' hall, the head says, Elder Wei, the Yutian sect and Shu Mountain have been at odds for a long time. This sect leader doesn't believe that Shu Mountain has come to the Yutian sect for sightseeing. Danger is imminent. What plans do you all have? An elder speaks up. Sect leader, the great elder has received news that the Ming Shen sect has already set out. Why don't we send a message to the great elder to request reinforcements from the Ming Shen sect? Hearing this, he sighs. This sect leader already did that. What other plans are there? Someone stands up and clasps his hands. If that's the case, then please rest assured, sect leader. We will rely on the power of the mountain protection array to seal off the mountain and not go out, waiting for the Ming Shen sect's reinforcements to arrive, and this danger will be resolved. The sect leader ponders. If we do that,
Then I don't need to discuss it with you all again. I've received news that Shu Mountain came this time after reaching an agreement with old Ancestor Demie. Old Ancestor Demie has unpredictable methods. The disappearance of 4 Wending realm experts that year is still a mystery. I fear he has other tricks up his sleeve.
A person walks in from outside to report. The Shu Mountain sect has launched a surprise attack on our major mining areas, and 4 of them have already fallen.
The person immediately kneels down. Sect leader. The high-speed battleships of Shu Mountain have entered the 1,000-mile range. There are thousands of cultivators on board, and their cultivation levels cannot be clearly determined. They are all using methods to prevent detection and speculation. Hearing this, the sect leader is furious. How hateful. Another Zhao family. Does Shu Mountain dare to start a war with us? Once we get through this danger, Shu Mountain will definitely be destroyed. Everyone in the room is worried and agitated. What? So fast? Didn't you say there were still thousands of miles to go? They really don't hesitate to spend spirit stones to make the ships run faster. The sect leader slowly walks to the door and says, "It's too late for anything. Let's go. Get out quickly."
Enemy, the headmaster of the Shu Mountain sect, is now standing in front of the sect leader of the Yutian sect. The sect leader of the Yutian sect speaks up and says, "Li Chunfeng, do you really want to fight to the death with the Yutian sect?" Li Chunfeng smiles lightly. "Old dog Zhao, you're still talking tough at this point. Many Shu Mountain disciples have died at your hands. Today is the day the Yutian sect gets wiped out." Saying that, he immediately launched an attack forward. Li Chunfeng continued to strike a sword Kia at the defensive barrier of the formation. This places the formation of the Du Tian sect. That sect master Zhao immediately appeared, babbling non-stop. "Li Chunfeng, don't waste your energy. An 8th grade grand formation, activated with full power, isn't something you can break, haha." He then boasted, "I don't mind telling you, the Mingshen sect is already on their way. If you guys don't hurry up and leave, then you'll be the one staying here." Li Chunfeng raised his hand and declared gloomily, "Everyone, break his mountain-protecting grand formation immediately." Li Chunfeng's entire group unleashed their moves, focusing their attacks on the mountain-protecting formation. Inside the formation, an elder was startled and advised the sect master, "Continuing like this will consume a lot of spirit stones." He got straight to the point. "I see only Shushan disciples outside, no sign of Ancestor Destroyer. Why don't we charge out and kill them to reduce the consumption of spirit stones?" This sect master Zhao turned around angrily and cursed, "Silence! Defend for me! We must defend to the end! All disciples guard the weak points. Do not let the grand formation be broken. If there are no spirit stones, use your cultivation to pour in. As long as we hold out until the Mingshen sect arrives, we'll be safe. You guys go and guard the formation too." Immediately, 3 elders flew to where the formation was being attacked, and all 3 poured their spiritual power into the formation to reinforce the weak points. While the 3 elders were reinforcing the formation, Zhao Chen, somewhere inside the formation, let out a sinister chuckle. "My formation rank isn't high, and even to break it from the inside, I need to know the weak points." The elder inside the formation still didn't realize anything, muttering to himself, "Elder Du Feng is the highest cultivated person below the sect master. The opening he's guarding is definitely one of the most important spots." Suddenly, Zhao Chen revealed himself, then used his divine sense to form a sword, unleashing 2 massive waves of sword, intent to attack the elder. The moment they collided, an explosion occurred, and the elder's body was completely destroyed. But his divine soul quickly fled. Xiao Chen watched the elder flee with his divine soul and chuckled inwardly. "Just as I guessed, he is the key weak point to breaking this formation. Even if the defense is stronger, dealing with it from the inside is much simpler." Sect Master Zhao saw Zhao Chen standing right next to him, and exclaimed in panic, "It's Ancestor Destroyer! How did he get inside the formation?" Terrified, he quickly flew away to save his life, muttering to himself, "This is bad. Run for your life." Li Chunfeng saw Sect Master Zhao escaping and chased after him, not forgetting to shout while pursuing, "Trying to run, don't even dream of it." Li Chunfeng's fellow disciples immediately supported the chase from behind, each person excitedly yelling, "Kill! Kill!" When the people in that sect master's sect saw this, they also fled in fear, shouting, "The formation is broken, sect master!" The sect master ran away. That sect master Zhao ran like the wind, but was easily blocked by Xiao Chen. He was a little scared, and opened his mouth to talk reason. "You are Ancestor Zhao family, right? Don't chase me anymore, or I will kill you too." Xiao Chen replied without hesitation. "Someone who only seeks personal gain like you, claiming to be the sect master of a sect, but abandoning everyone and fleeing at a crucial moment. If you don't deserve to die, then who does?" Li Chunfeng smiled and replied disdainfully, "As long as this sect master is here, The Du Tian sect will sooner or later return to its peak. Today, I will kill persistent people like you first. Sect Master Zhao raised his hand to his chest and activated some secret technique. He kept chanting incomprehensible incantations: wander heaven, wander earth, wander the great Tao, pluck dream, pluck star, pluck creation scripture, incarnation sacrifice.
After finishing the incantation of the forbidden technique, he sneered contemptuously at Zhao Chen. Ancestor destroyer, go to hell, he thought to himself. Tribulation crossing transformation. Somewhere, there were flying ships hovering in the air. People on the ship were discussing non-stop. Great Elder, there's no need to be so anxious. It's good that the Zhao family has risen again this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found their whereabouts so easily. When he said this, he continued. Plus his Shushan, our three great forces joining hands again. Capturing Shushan won't be a problem. The elder next to him offered a few suggestions. Yes, Great Elder. This opportunity brings a lot of benefits. After Shushan is destroyed, my Jinghong Palace only needs half of the territory. This made the Great Elder awkward, and before he could answer, the elder next to him said, the Ming Shen sect also contributed a lot. The other half belongs to the Ming Shen sect. What do you think?
At this point, the Great Elder was speechless.
Scene change. At the Zhao family's Misty Valley, two old seniors were hovering in the sky and loudly shouted, where is the Zhao family ancestor? Come out quickly. Scene change again. Towards Zhao Chen, a sword key flew towards him. He managed to block it with difficulty but was heavily injured. The system panel displayed the opponent's information. Name, Zhao Hongchen race, human innate talent, celestial spiritual root changed to earth spiritual root divine abilities, Ji Yuan Wushan, Tian Di Wai Jiang, Ji Jing Shu, Sheng Si Tong Jing cultivation, tribulation crossing stage 1, not true realm, current cultivation technique, Jia Wo Hua Shen Jing identity,
special. Du Tian sect master innate spiritual treasure, Leng Han Jing Xiao Xiao Chen, looked at the system panel and still smiled as if nothing had happened.
As expected, he's a nobody. I couldn't even block a single move from someone below the tribulation crossing stage. The world of cultivation is truly terrifying. In the future, it's better to run if possible. Zhao Chen calmly observed his opponent carefully and concluded, but since I've already come down the mountain, how can I not even handle the simplest Du Tian sect? Just as Sect Master Zhao charged forward to attack, Zhao Chen quickly teleported away. The leader Zhao exclaimed in surprise, what kind of divine ability is this of yours? Is it space or time? He continued. You relied on this to enter the mountain's defensive formation, right? Zhao Chen chuckled and replied to him. Why ask so much when you're about to die? Zhao Chen thought to himself. With this kind of secret technique that forcibly increases cultivation, I just need to stall until its effect wears off. Then taking down a heavily injured leader like him will be a piece of cake. When this leader realized Zhao Chen was stalling for time, his expression changed drastically.
It turned out his forte was spatial divine abilities.
And so it continued. Every time the leader lunged to attack Zhao Chen, he was dodged by means of teleportation. The leader cursed hatefully, I can't escape by running, and I can't catch him by chasing. I never thought I'd be in such a predicament like this. I can't just wait to die.
He suddenly took something out from his sleeve, clenching the red object in his hand.
He shouted loudly, shedding origin, sacrificing the body, celestial transformation. A huge pit appeared on his body. After using this secret technique, he laughed maniacally. Heh. Let's see where you can run now.
Zhao Hongchen's protective aura suppressed the netherworld old ancestor.
It mainly wants to kill this person. But here there are 100 original bodies of the netherworld old ancestor.
Zhao Hongchen's protective aura didn't know which was the original.
At the same time, all 100 people spoke at once. Kill. The faster you kill, the faster you die too. Zhao Hongchen gritted his teeth looking at the scene before him. If this continues, once the sacrificing my ego transformation wears off, I'm definitely not escaping death. Thinking there was no other way, Zhao Hongchen quickly backed down.
Netherworld old ancestor.
This leader admits defeat. Let's talk it over. Unexpectedly, the netherworld old ancestor flatly said, what qualifications do you have to talk to this old man? Zhao Hongchen's heart burned with anxiety. Feeling like things were going south, he tried desperately to negotiate with the netherworld to give himself a chance to survive. I am willing to hand over everything I have, including the secret that is not passed down, the sacrificing my ego transformation scripture, begging old ancestor to spare me a path to survival. The netherworld old ancestor didn't care about his intentions. He smiled and replied, no need. Letting you go today is like releasing a tiger back into the forest. If you were this old man, would you let go? Zhao Hongchen smiled kindly and looked at the other person, deliberately wanting to gain trust.
Zhao Hongchen, I have cultivated for 7,600 years. Never thought there would be a day I would die at the hands of the Xiao family. But even so, he said nothing. He unleashed all his strength in one go. Zhao Hongchen had been forced into a corner he provoked. Netherworld old ancestor, fall with me, divine ability, symbiotic birth and death. Then he added,
Haha, you can't escape death if I die either. The Netherworld could only smile helplessly at the unfortunate guy who was about to die but was still wishfully thinking. Ignorant. Luckily, I prepared from the beginning, and took a revival pill to prevent Zhao Hongchen's divine ability. Zhao Hongchen self-detonated his body and spiritual power. In the final moment, about to turn to ashes, he still couldn't believe it and screamed, No! How could this be? After he disappeared, the things he held fell down, a storage ring, and his existing spirit treasure, the frozen cold star hand. The system then appeared with another notification.
Congratulations to the host for killing the Yutian sect leader Zhao Hongchen. The reward is the Kunpeng 9 Transformations Divine Ability. Detecting that the host has killed the first Tribulation Transcendence Realm powerhouse, the reward is a Tribulation Spirit Immortal Aperture. Netherworld happily held the spoils in his hand, nodding. As expected of a sect leader, the rewards are quite good.
Let's sort things out and try to absorb these things and see how it goes. The Kunpeng 9 Transformations Divine Ability has full body methods. Defense, attack. A golden halo surrounded his body. Soon the 5 elements merged into one. Tribulation Spirit Immortal Aperture. This thing can only be condensed in the body after crossing the Tribulation. Tribulation Transcendence Realm without immortal apertures cannot basically defeat the Tribulation Transcendence Realm possessing immortal apertures.
Suddenly, at this moment, a message talisman was transmitted.
When Netherworld received it, there was a notification in the clan, Old Ancestor Na. Return immediately. Netherworld immediately quickened his pace to return. At this time in the clan, the dilapidated scene here was really surprising. High above, there were countless flying ships of the foreign race. These groups of people came and dared not look directly into their clan anymore. What is this? Above, a foreign race member kept attacking downward, cursing incessantly. Shu Mountain disciples died, but as soon as he struck down, another stream of spiritual power blocked it. Li Chunfeng stepped forward and said, What's so great about an old thief slaughtering juniors?
A dude stepped forward to chat with Li Chunfeng, and it was none other than Chen Jun, the West Region overlord of the Jingchong Hall. Looks like our Jingchong Hall's representative really took a hit from those 2 wastes before. A tiny Shushan dares to neither beg for mercy nor run from Jingchong Hall. How amusing. Li Chunfeng, being the younger one, didn't back down an inch. He kept his chin up and retorted, A demonic cultivator like you dares to act all high and mighty in front of my Shushan.
Chen Jun got triggered by Li Chunfeng's words. His eyes widened as he roared, You've got a death wish. In the next moment, a massive dragon, seemingly Chen Jun's protective guardian, appeared, ready to throw down. Meanwhile, on Li Chunfeng's side,
he was all prepped and ready too, with countless sword incantations materializing around him, waiting for his command. Looks like the West region's been peaceful for too long, making you forget the power of my Shushan. One of those guys swaggered forward, sneering. The previous Shushan headmaster is dead, and a little punk like you is acting so arrogant. Today you'll be the one responsible for Shushan's annihilation. Before we knew who attacked first, a single word, kill, exploded with full Tai Chi power, and the 2 sides clashed fiercely, evenly matched. Li Chunfeng just watched them fight from the sidelines. He only needed to control the sword incantation, so he was feeling pretty smug. My natal spirit name sword, spirit tome, one sword can suppress myriad matters. Feeling all giddy and pleased, Li Chunfeng watched the battle unfold, utterly delighted.
Thanks, old Lai. Never had such a satisfying beatdown before.
After the dust settled, the outcome was clear. The other side didn't dare mess with Shushan anymore. Chen Xun even piped up, wanting to negotiate a peace. Li Chunfeng called a halt. The resources of the 3 Yuntian sects. The injured dude beside him interjected, Yeah, our Jingchong Hall acknowledges the strength of your Shushan. We'll split the mineral veins, herb gardens, and territories equally. Li Chunfeng wasn't having any of it. He was confident he'd win if they kept fighting, so he boldly laid down his demand. Shushan takes at least half.
Naturally, the other guys weren't thrilled, and they scowled, shouting, Li Chunfeng, don't push it. Can your Shushan even handle that much?
Li Chunfeng stroked the sword in his hand, not giving a damn, and said reasonably, What can't Shushan handle? Don't forget, Shushan is allied with the Xiao family. The 2 leaders knew that no amount of arguing would sway Li Chunfeng, and he might even start fighting again. So, they had to cave. Fine, we agree. With his desires fulfilled, Li Chunfeng became all smiles and sunshine. He didn't draw his sword anymore. Well, let's discuss the ownership of Yutian sect's resources then.
In the Xiao family's mountain valley, countless swords were enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy,
surrounding two old dudes, Lao Nan and Lao Zhang. One of them turned to the guy behind him, asking, Lao Nan, what's going on? How could this desolate place have such a grand formation? Lao Nan immediately retorted, annoyed. How would I know? The Xiao family has zero hospitality. Once we break this damn formation, we'll turn everyone in Xiao family city into human jerky.
Lao Zhang sighed, telling him, Lao Nan, shut your trap. This formation is no joke, it's getting stronger. We might both end up buried here.
Seeing the formation shrinking, Lao Nan retreated while yelling for help. Lao Zhang, I'm about to get smoked, let's bail. Then, they both quickly took off on their flying swords.
Lao Zhang agreed with Lao Nan's suggestion. Yeah, retreat first. This formation is no pushover. Then, both of them hastily flew away. Inside the second stage of the Zhuxian sword formation, the sky had turned pitch black, and thunder roared. Lao Zhang and Lao Nan were both shocked by the scene before them, and they both thought the same thing. Blurting out, No way, are you kidding me? Lao Zhang couldn't help but exclaim. A sword formation that summons thundering tribulation. Does the southwest region have something like this? Lao Nan was bewildered. A thunder tribulation combined with a sword formation is no ordinary thunder tribulation. Even a great ascension stage thunder tribulation isn't like this. This kind of sword formation would be considered a top-tier treasure in the East Continent. Perfect as a legacy item for a holy ground. It's even stronger than our holy ground's defensive formation by leaps and bounds. Lao Zhang gritted his teeth, replying, Is this a cultivation family? Since when did cultivation families get this powerful? He continued. We only came to get some spirit transformation. Ooze, how did it become a life-threatening situation? At the same time, a bolt of lightning hurtled toward him. In the Xiao family's mountain valley, a familiar figure appeared, and it was Xiao Chen. He thought to himself, It's been 10 days since the message was sent. Although Xiao Li sent a message back halfway saying all was well in Xiao family city, I still can't relax.
Xiao Chen stopped, and a familiar fragrance wafted over, startling him, he thought. There's a faint scent of thunder tribulation.
Before him, on a flat rock, lay two motionless men. Great power tribulation stage.
Xiao Chen frowned, looking at the two people on the ground, these two being so close to the Xiao family's mountain valley. It's like the Xiao family's destined tribulation is these two nascent soul realm experts from the southwest territories. Who knows what kind of forces are behind these two? Maybe even a bigger conspiracy. It's not time to let them kick the bucket yet. Gotta get some useful info out of them first. Let's drag them back to the Zhao family for now. Ruoji happily skipped over to Xiao Chen. Hubby, you're finally back. She glanced at the two guys trapped in the protective formation behind him and asked, Are these the spoils of war?
He chuckled and said, Ruoji, call me Grand Ancestor.
Ruoji circled around Xiao Chen, giving him a suspicious once-over, and interrogated, Hubby, have you been seeing other women behind my back? He immediately denied it. Don't go spouting nonsense if it ain't true.
Hearing that, Ruoshi immediately tried to use a spell to check him out, but Xiao Chen stopped her, saying helplessly, I heard you. Hearing that, she sadly left, leaving him there alone. Xiao Chen sighed, watching Ruoshi's back. These two kids. He couldn't help but blame the system in his head. If it weren't for that system messing with her mind, how could such disrespectful things be happening? Lost in thought, a voice startled him. Father, aren't you going to go and coax her? Hearing that, he said, Brat, you're still here making fun of your father. Let's go check on Zhao Lin. We got the Essence God elixir already. Inside a cave, a kid was sitting on a rock, with a pill floating above his head. Xiao Chen took out the Essence God elixir and dripped it onto the cracked pill. It quickly healed and returned to its original form. The child, named Zhao Lin, was overjoyed to feel the pill healing and said, Thank you, Grand Ancestor, for finding the divine elixir for me. He replied, Linner's natal spirit treasure was damaged because of me, so it's only right that I do this. It's mostly recovered now, the rest is up to you. This Essence God elixir should definitely help your Jade Heaven transformation level up.
Xiao Lin watched him leave, saying, Grand Ancestor doesn't need to feel indebted to me. Linner knows the situation of the Xiao family. In my past life, Linner had no parents, and nothing else except for this natal spirit treasure. So if it could protect the family, it's alright to lose it. Hearing that, Xiao Chen waved his hand. Liner, why are you saying such depressing things? I can't take it. Xiao Chen returned to his room and thought to himself, Crying in front of my descendants, how embarrassing. Then he looked ahead. Jade Heaven transformation, the time inside is equivalent to 1 day outside, and 1 year in the Zhao family's Frost Canyon, Sing, Linner.
That kid used a secret art to reduce his lifespan last time, and now he's rushing to use his spirit treasure. No matter what, the Zhao family owes him a debt.
Xiao Chen sighed. Bao Linaire, that kid used a secret art to reduce his lifespan last time. I have to find a way to extend his lifespan. He looked at the book in his hand and pondered. I got this pill formula book. After defeating second elder of the U-Heaven sect, it's called the Dan Emperor's Records. It records some extremely rare and ancient pill formulas, he muttered. Reading what was written in the book, longevity pill can extend the lifespan of a golden immortal. That's straight up BS. Don't even mention the Great Ascension stage. The highest level in this world, the realm is completely different once it reaches the tribulation transcending stage. But this Dan Emperor's Records was given by the system. Can't help but believe it, and even if longevity pill can increase Linear's lifespan, that's a good thing. Let's study it later. A moment later, a woman walked in. Grand Ancestor, you called for me. He handed the book to her, saying, Ling Shu, can you help me see if the pills in this book can be refined? Ling Shu took the book, and was surprised after seeing the name of the book. She immediately asked, Grand Ancestor, where did you get this book? He avoided the question. You don't need to know that. Can it be refined? Ling Shu said hesitantly. Grand Ancestor, you really think too highly of me? I'm only a 6th grade pill refiner right now. How could I possibly refine immortal grade pills? Hearing that, he said, then take it, and study it slowly. Ling Shu expressed her feelings, hoping that the Grand Ancestor would take it back. If I read this with my current skills, it will only affect my Davio heart. To understand the pill formulas written in this, you must be at least an 8th grade pill refiner. Also, Grand Ancestor must never reveal this outside. 1. Once the immortal grade pill formulas in the book are revealed, the Zhao family will definitely face a bloody disaster. After reminding him, she left. He thought to himself, looks like this pill formula book has a normal name, but the contents inside are extraordinary. Speaking of which, I'm feeling kinda down. All the other system hosts are like, totally OP and multi-talented, but me, besides fighting and popping out kids, I'm not particularly skilled in any of the myriad arts of immortal cultivation. Gotta train. With the U-Heaven sect wiped out, and the western regions stabilizing, and the southern regions' plans slowly falling into place, now's the time to level up. If I can manage to cook up a few of those spirit pills from this book, the Zhao clan will definitely get stronger, and we won't freak out so much when facing the Crimson Rainbow Hall like before. 3 days later, boom! A huge explosion went off right in front of him. 2 pills surrounded by a swirl of blue spiritual energy were floating above the crucible. Is it done already? He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. With the bodies of transcending tribulation experts here, I can test out the pills with peace of mind. After feeding the pills to those 2 charred bodies, their skin gradually changed from black to gray. Turns out those 2 bodies were Old Zhang and Old Nan. But he didn't know them at this point. Seeing that, he couldn't help but sigh. Welp. Looks like it's a bust. Next. Then, another explosion happened, and it kept going on like that for the next 4 months. Time flew by. It's been 4 months since Xiao Chen started concocting pills. He was no longer limited by Tier 2, Tier 3, or Tier 4 pills, and started working on Tier 5 pills. Looking at the pill furnace in front of him, he didn't try to make excuses. Even though I haven't managed to create any low-level pills, it's probably just that those pills don't suit me. It's definitely not because I lack pill-making talent. Seeing smoke rising, he excitedly said, This is it, I've made a pill. But inside, there was nothing but a black powder. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. I finally avoided blowing up the furnace, and I still didn't make a pill. But then he grinned. Got it, I'll just knead it into a pill, haha. Our ancestor is truly a genius. After that, he threw the 2 kneaded pills into the mouths of the 2 bodies to test their effectiveness. Suddenly, they turned rosy, and he happily said, Could it be that I succeeded? Gotta strike while the iron is hot. Time to prepare another batch. At this moment, the 2 of them finally woke up. Old Zhang used his spirit communication technique to say to Old Nan, Old Nan, Old Nan, Old Nan replied. Finally taking a breath, Old Zhang asked again. Looks like we've been saved, huh? Old Nan retorted. This old man doesn't think so, Old Zhang continued to ask. You mean we're being held captive? Old Nan simply said. I can't sense any restraints, but it's not convenient to talk for now, Old Zhang agreed. True, let's just play dead for now. Too bad we've used up all our pills, otherwise this would be a good time to escape. At this time, Xiao Chen stood in front of Old Nan and Old Zhang's bodies, wondering, that's not right. The method was the same as before, but why did it explode? Old Zhang couldn't help but cry in his heart. Cruel, so cruel, Old Nan chimed in. Such a snake-hearted bastard, using us 2 as guinea pigs.
Old Zhang kept screaming, "I can't take it anymore, old Nan. This guy is too terrifying, I want to die." Xiao Chen, who hadn't had any luck after all his attempts, started to get annoyed and spoke up. "Why can't I make a proper pill after all this time? Time to try concocting a poison pill." His words immediately sent chills down the spines of the two men lying motionless below, one worried, the other comforted. "Old Nan, I can't take it anymore, old Zhang." "Stay strong," old Nan quickly replied. "If we try to endure any longer, we're gonna die for real."
Finally, faced with the imminent threat to his own life, old Nan decided to speak up. "Kid, you can't concoct pills like that." But Xiao Chen didn't seem surprised at all.
On the contrary, he seemed like he had been waiting for it. As soon as old Nan finished speaking, he grinned and said, "You're finally willing to talk." This time, it was the two men lying motionless on the ground who were shocked. They stammered and asked,
You knew all along." Hearing that, Xiao Chen turned back to continue concocting pills, while saying, "I just couldn't bear to give up such good test subjects."
Looking at his back, old Zhang spoke up. "In the beginning, we just wanted to create a nascent transformation elixir who knew we'd end up becoming enemies of the Xiao clan. Could you spare us for the sake of the Azure Mystery Holy Land?" Xiao Chen was a little surprised and said unexpectedly,
"So you're from the Azure Mystery Holy Land. They're pretty strong." Seeing Xiao Chen about to start concocting pills, old Nan quickly reminded him, Wrong. Concocting poison pills is all about the explosion. How can you make one if you're so gentle?"
Old Zhang, standing next to him, quickly stopped his fellow sect member. "Old Nan, are you crazy? You're actually teaching him." Old Nan glared back at him. "If I don't teach him, are we going to wait for him to poison us to death?"
Saying that, he whispered to the person next to him, "Normal poison pills can be easily neutralized by us, but the purple poison pills made by a weirdo like him are different every time. If it were a normal poison pill, would you be afraid?" Old Zhang immediately replied, "No!" Getting the answer, old Nan continued, "That's right then. This guy definitely won't let us off, so we'll suffer less if we teach him." Xiao Chen, who was standing on the side listening to their whispers, got a headache. He couldn't take it anymore, and said unhappily, "Do you guys even know how to do it or not? You actually want to teach this ancestor?" These words seemed to hit a nerve with the two men opposite him. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, the two of them immediately replied, "If we don't know, then no one in this world will. This old man is incompetent. A Tier 9 pill concoctor, Zhang Xiang." The other person also introduced himself, Tier 9 pill concoctor, Nangong Lin. As soon as Xiao Chen heard the names of the two blurry figures in front of him, he immediately became happy. He thought excitedly, "Awesome! These two are the second and third ranked pill concoctors on the top 10 pill concoctors list." Breaking free from his thoughts, he grinned and said, "Turns out you two have this kind of status. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Hearing that, Nangong Lin looked at Xiao Chen and said in silence, "Kid, what do you want to do? Kill us to silence us?" Zhang Xiang added, "We are alchemists. You can't and shouldn't treat us like this." Facing these two alchemists' rich imaginations, Xiao Chen didn't say much. He conjured up an alchemy recipe and put it in front of them, asking, "Know how to refine this or what?" As soon as they glanced at the book, both Nangong Lin and Zhang Xiang were instantly horrified. They looked at each other and stammered, Holy crap. This, damn it, immortal grade alchemy recipe. The refining techniques, the ingredient combinations, and the alchemy methods this old man has never heard of or seen anything like it. I could die happy tonight. To see something this unique before kicking the bucket. All my years of alchemy have been for naught. Too bad this old man can't refine such an immortal pill. Watching them ramble on and on, Xiao Chen began to lose patience. He frowned and said, "Stop gawking already, can you refine it or not?" Hearing the question, Zhang Xiang got a little flustered, his words a bit disjointed. I can, it's just that." Before he could finish, Xiao Chen directly cut him off. "Just what? You're both prisoners here. What just could there possibly be?" At this point, Zhang Xiang replied, "We're still rebuilding our bodies, and our consciousness is weak, so even if we wanted to refine, we couldn't." Xiao Chen didn't pay much attention to that. He quickly flipped the alchemy recipe to another page, held it up to where they were standing, and asked, "Don't overthink it, can you refine this page?" He thought to himself, "The spirit condensing pill can solidify the divine sense. The golden lotus can escape the dreaminess, change the memories. Gu Ruoxi's feelings for me are too obsessive. If I can awaken her past life memories, maybe she won't be so infatuated with me." Looking at the page Xiao Chen had just presented, Zhang Xiang and Nangong Lin exclaimed in horror, "There's more. Is it the whole book, old Nan? This isn't a tribulation, it's our lucky break, haha." That's right. The laughter landed in Xiao Chen's ears, immediately making him displeased. He dryly reminded them,
What are you laughing at? If you can't teach this old man, you can wait for some poison pills.
Hearing this, Zhang Xiang and Nangonglin were extremely troubled. They were caught between a rock and a hard place, muttering, "This relies on alchemy talent, and the pills we need to refine are immortal-grade elixirs. How are we supposed to teach that?" 10 days had passed in a flash, but for Zhao family's mountain valley, 10 days were equal to 10 years. Today, Li Chunfeng and the Zhao family disciples entered the Zhao family's mountain valley together. After dividing up the spoils from the Yutian sect, besides the mines and spirit fields, they discovered quite a few resources. Standing in front of the mountain valley, facing Zhao Chen and Zhao Li, Li Chunfeng spoke up. The rules of time. The news of the Zhao family having a time spiritual treasure is true. 103 billion spirit stones, 9,800 cultivation techniques, 3,856 rank 6 and below spirit pills, 4,200 rank 6 and above spirit pills, 33,000 rank 2 and below magic treasures, 876 rank 1 magic treasures, 1 spirit treasure level supreme treasure, medicinal herbs, minerals. Hearing the numbers that Li Chunfeng had just rattled off, Xiao Li thought, the Xiao family hid for 3 years. They have so many things that are not easy to obtain. These people really understand the Xiao family's worries. Xiao Chen was also deep in thought. There's still a supreme treasure level spirit treasure? I got one by killing Zhao Hongchen, now there's another one. Looking at a pair of shoes among the magic treasures, he muttered in his head. These shoes contain the rules of the earth element. These shoes have the earth escape divine power. Thinking this, Zhao Chen said, "Send them to Huo Huo and the gang." Speaking of which, he looked ahead again and wondered, why is Wen Shi Yu here? She's a little tricky to deal with. Ji Yu Ruoxi called me husband for dozens of years. Wen Shi Yu's arrival brought a feeling of a concubine entering the house, which is not in line with reason on a psychological and moral level. As soon as Xiao Chen glanced at her, Wen Shi Yu immediately caught his eye. She happily called out, "Brother!" Before he could react, she ran over and hugged him tightly. Xiao Chen helplessly allowed Wen Shi Yu to hug him, his face full of melancholy. He loudly ordered, "You two bastards, this old ancestor orders you to refine the spirit condensing pill." As soon as the order was given, Zhang Xiang and Nangonglin appeared. They happily said, "Old ancestor, you're willing to let us refine pills now? You should have let us refine pills long ago." M years, a full M years, and old ancestor is only a rank 3 alchemist. Give one of us a disciple, and we'd reach rank 6 in M years. That's right. These M years have been so hard, we can only look, but not touch. I've almost forgotten what it feels like to refine pills with my own hands. Standing there and listening to them blabber on endlessly, Xiao Chen immediately frowned. He questioned in a dark voice, "Is it because this old man's pills aren't poisonous enough? Or are you too comfortable, not feeling threatened?" Zhang Xiang and Nangonglin quickly shut their mouths. They fearfully turned their heads and replied, refining pills, we'll go right away." Just then, Xiao Li, looking quite flustered, said urgently, "Father, Huo Huo sent an emergency message. The situation in the southern region is critical." After that news was revealed, Xiao Qin quickly opened Xiao Huohuo's system panel to take a look. Immediately, another notification popped up. The Jinghong Palace has launched a plan to raid the countries in the southern region. Xiao Huohuo was stabbed while in the Jing country's imperial palace, but fortunately escaped and is now recuperating in the Qin country. After reading these lines, Xiao Chen became silent. He blamed himself for being too careless. 3 years of secluded life had been too peaceful, so he had completely not expected the Jinghong Palace to retaliate so quickly. Holding the letter from his nephew in his hand, Xiao Chen muttered in his head. In the letter, Huo Huo emphasized that the assassin who attacked him had extremely high cultivation, and also had the aura of a tribulation crossing cultivator, speculating that he was a tribulation crossing powerhouse. If it weren't for his master protecting him, he would have lost his life. Although he had long anticipated that they would send tribulation crossing powerhouses, he just didn't expect it to be so soon. Apart from the western region and the southern region being connected, other regions have borders separating them. To go from one border to another, even the soul transformation stage and above need to use a compass to move. But the compass is controlled by the 10 great sacred lands. The compass of soul transformation stage and above cannot flow out at all. It would take at least 100 years for a tribulation crossing powerhouse to secretly enter the 5 regions from outside the 10 great sacred lands. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen stroked his chin in consideration. It seems that the Jinghong Palace has infiltrated the 10 great sacred lands. After that, Xiao Chen quickly opened the system notification panel about Zhao Mai to see. At this time, a new notification appeared in the last line.
Your nephew, Xiao Mai, has infiltrated the internal Jingzhong Palace in the southern region, wealth and fame like flying rain, received the identity of Godlord, currently in the Jing country's imperial palace. After seeing these notifications, Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh. He thought to himself that being a spy under the nose of a tribulation-crossing powerhouse was extremely dangerous. Those two were the nephews that he valued extremely. Now both of them are in danger. This old ancestor can't stand by and watch.
Thinking this, he turned his head and looked at Li Chunfeng behind him, asking, "Old Lai, do you have time to travel with this old man?" Hearing Xiao Chen ask this, Li Chunfeng was a little stunned, blurting out, "What?" He muttered in his head, "Weren't you saying you wanted to deal with the Li Ming sect? Why are we traveling now?" Even so, he still asked with a smile, "Are there any spirit stones?"
Xiao Chen also smiled back and replied, "Split it in half. Half for each of us." Li Chunfeng then asked, "When are you setting off?" Xiao Chen quickly replied,
Now, as the two were chatting, Wen Shiyu, who was standing nearby, overheard them. She quickly ran over to Xiao Chen's side and hurriedly said, "Brother, I want to go too." Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't refuse and replied, "All right." He thought to himself that if Wen Shiyu and Jiyu Ruoxi were both at the Xiao family, it would definitely be chaotic like cats and dogs fighting, so it's best to just bring her along.
Just as the three of them were preparing to set off, suddenly the system popped up with a notification. Detected that the host's essence quantity has reached 6,000, rewarding 100 years of cultivation, 1,000,000 spirit stones, and a heaven-grade spirit fire, core earth spirit flame. Seeing this, Xiao Chen thought to himself,
"Perfect timing, I can use it for Huo Huo to heal his injuries."
The news of Xiao Chen and the others going to support Xiao Huo Huo finally reached Jiyu Ruoxi's ears. As expected, upon hearing the news, she roared furiously, "What? This old lady is the main wife? And he dares to take a mistress out? You're rebelling?" With that, she quickly darted out of the Xiao family's corpse valley.
Xiao Li, who was standing below, couldn't help but silently pray for his father as he watched Jiyu Ruoxi fly away. He sighed and said, "My two fathers, take care of yourselves." At the same time, outside the Qin Kingdom's imperial city, a group of people from the Jingzhong sect were chasing down Xiao Huohuo's men.
Ling Kanzi, who was carrying the unconscious Huo Huo on his back, looked at the person beside him and worriedly said, "If Uncle Huo Huo doesn't wake up, what are we going to do?" Hearing this, the other person quickly replied, "It's all right, our leader has his own celestial blessings, he will definitely get through this disaster."
Saying that, he looked down at the Jingzhong sect people below and said, "Take the leader and go first, I'll stay here and hold them back."
Then, he carefully instructed Ling Kanzi, "Deliver Uncle Huo Huo to that person." After letting Ling Kanzi take his leader away, that Xiao family member immediately went down to buy time. Looking at the remaining members of his clan who were still standing there, he asked, "What are you all staying here for? Go quickly!" The Xiao family members who were standing here, even though they were about to face death at any moment, didn't show any fear. On the contrary, they were very fierce and laughed. The Xiao family has never been the type to be afraid of death. Hearing this, the person who asked could only sigh in frustration. At this time, the Jingzhong sect people had also caught up. Looking at the Xiao family members in front of them, one of them mocked, "Running away, not running anymore, without Xiao Huohuo, all of you are just useless trash." After speaking, he also showed disdain, and said to his disciples,
"The one with the highest cultivation is only at the nascent soul stage. Quick battle, quick win." Before they could finish speaking, suddenly a shout rang out from somewhere, 3,000 sword Dao. After that shout, a vortex immediately appeared in their shock. The divine power that was unleashed instantly caused almost all of the Jingzhong sect people who were chasing to die on the spot. And the ones who had just made a move were two people who looked quite old. Everyone called them Uncle Mai and Aunt Jiang. After carrying Xiao Huohuo away from that forest, Ling Kanzi quickly ran towards the yacht, an action that was seen by two people standing on a nearby cliff. Looking at the two people who were trying to escape, one of them, who looked quite unfamiliar and had white hair, said, "I didn't expect such barren land like the southern domain to be able to produce such high-quality medicinal spirit, Kuai Liang. This one must be captured alive, don't injure him." After hearing the order, the one called Kuai Liang quickly bowed and replied, "As you command, envoy." Finishing speaking, he grabbed his sword and charged forward. Using the technique, Heavenly Spirit 9 Revolutions, quickly swung his hand and slashed at Ling Kanzi. But this slash didn't do anything to Ling Kanzi at all, it only tore a little of his clothes. Seeing this, the white-haired man became angry, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Waste! You can't even carry a person properly." Seeing that his envoy was angry, Kuai Liang quickly knelt in the air and hurriedly apologized. "Envoy, calm your anger. This medicinal spirit's cultivation technique is not ordinary, only one realm lower than this subordinate. This subordinate didn't control his strength well." Hearing this, the envoy frowned and said, "Forget it. I'll take action myself." After saying this, his figure disappeared and went to tightly grip Ling Kanzi's neck. By the time Ling Kanzi was starting to have difficulty breathing, that envoy quickly sucked all the spiritual power from Ling Kanzi's body. He also praised without sparing any words. "Not bad, not bad. This level of medicinal spirit, with a little more nurturing, will be a precious medicine for breaking through the Great Ascension stage. Plus, the Flame Emperor's fate, this trip to the southern domain was truly not in vain." Seeing that he was about to be captured by the envoy, Ling Kanzi wanted to self-detonate. He gritted his teeth and said, Master will avenge me." Of course, the white-haired man wouldn't let Ling Kanzi do that. He laughed mockingly. "You still want to self-detonate after falling into my hands." Saying that, he also waved his hand and grabbed Huo Huo. Seeing this, Ling Kanzi couldn't help but feel pain. He thought to himself, "Master, this disciple is useless." After capturing Zhao Huo and Ling Kanzi, that white-haired envoy said to Kuai Liang, who was standing next to him, "Let's go. Maybe those Zhao family disciples have been captured already. Collecting 1 or 2 souls can find out the current location of the Zhao family." Kuai Liang also quickly replied, "Yes, envoy." But before they could even take a step, Xiao Chen and the others finally arrived and blocked their path. Looking at the white-haired man in front of him, he asked grimly, "Where do you want to take my disciple and grand chick?" Hearing the voice, that envoy quickly looked over. When he saw the person who came, he quickly asked back, "You are the Xiao family's old ancestor." Xiao Chen didn't hide anything and spoke, "This old man is Xiao Chen. Release them, and I'll spare you a path to live." These words, falling into the envoy's ears, were like he had just heard something very funny. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly, saying, "Although I can't see what realm you are, but relying on just the 3 of you, are you looking down on me too much?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chunfeng, who was standing silently, quickly waved his hand and added, "Senior, don't count me in, I'm just passing by." Saying that, he turned and whispered into Xiao Chen's ear, "Dude, if you want to kill someone, don't drag me into this. This is a tribulation transcendence stage, dude. A tribulation transcendence stage." Xiao Chen chuckled in response. "Deal with him, and all the spirit stones are yours." As expected, material things determine consciousness. With the promise of spirit stones, Li Chunfeng became aggressive. He grabbed his sword, approached the envoy, and declared, "No need for 3 people. This old man alone can take you down." With that, Li Chunfeng immediately swung his sword, creating a stream of spiritual energy that shot towards the white-haired guy. The white-haired guy quickly responded, casting a spell to counterattack. But he couldn't hold out for long. With just one move from Chunfeng, he was completely encased in a block of ice. But this didn't affect him too much. The envoy just used one punch to directly shatter the ice block, ranting like a maniac. Finishing his sentence, he quickly launched an attack towards Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen disappeared just in time. This completely shocked the white-haired guy, his eyes wide and mouth agape, asking, "Space laws? Such profound spatial abilities." Xiao Chen reappeared in another location, looked at the envoy who was standing blankly below, and asked, "What ya thinking about?" Without waiting for an answer, Xiao Chen quickly chanted, "All heavens shifting divine ability." Then, to the envoy's horror, he teleported Zhao Huo and Ling Shenzi to his side. Li Chunfeng had another chance to praise, "Old Zhao and I are a powerful combo. Tribulation transcendence experts are nothing special." The envoy was now fully exposed. Looking at Xiao Chen, he curiously questioned, "Are you also at the tribulation transcendence stage?" Saying that, he refuted his own idea. "No, that Q signature is too weak. How are you doing this?" Hearing the guy in front of him asking, Xiao Chen burst out laughing. He didn't answer but mocked, "Asking your opponent for their fighting method mid-battle. You're so clever." Without giving the guy time to recover, Xiao Chen immediately summoned a fiery red sword and shot straight towards the envoy. The bulky guy standing outside didn't dare to interfere as he watched the two fighting. He thought in fear, "I can't interfere. I don't dare to get involved with those powers." But that didn't mean he'd stand still. He glanced at Wen Xinyu standing on the other side and muttered, "If they can't beat them, can't I beat you? I don't believe a spirit transformation stage female cultivator can withstand one of my sword strikes." Spirit transformation to nascent soul are 3 major realms. Thinking this, he immediately grabbed his sword and charged over. But of course, things wouldn't be as easy as he thought. The female cultivator he looked down on used the Kunpeng 9 transformation's divine ability.
nimbly evading his sword strike. Looking at Wen Xiyu smiling across from him, the bulky guy immediately became angry, cursing in his heart. This is bullying. Clearly excessive bullying. How can a spirit transformation stage cultivator have cultivated their divine abilities to this extent? Moreover, that badge is clearly a treasure, spirit-level treasure. He looked at the dazzling light on Wen Shiyu's body on the other side and thought, with divine abilities and spirit treasures like that, it's impossible to injure her, and if I try to run, I won't be able to catch up. But in order not to reveal that he didn't really want to catch her, he should pretend to chase after her a little. Thinking this, he quickly chased after Wen Shiyu.
Xiao Chen and the envoy were now fighting fiercely, but it seemed only the envoy was exhausting his energy. Glancing at him standing on the other side, Xiao Chen smiled. Undying Key. Tribulation Transcendence experts don't die. This attack causes significant damage to Tribulation Transcendence experts. But it can't be stopped. Only in this way can the opponent's Tribulation kit be consumed. Have to wait for an opportunity. Fortunately, the spiritual sea in my Danshin is vast and boundless. No one would expect it. As long as Li Chunfeng has spirit stones, he will be a perpetual motion teleporter, prolonging the time, and the advantage will tilt in our favor. This battle lasted for 3 whole days. They fought until the night. Looking at his weakening body, the envoy wondered, strange, I thought I could exhaust these two, but instead I'm consuming even more. And they still have abundant spiritual power. Something is not right. I have to run. As soon as he thought of that,
he immediately turned and ran, but before he could get far, 2 huge figures loomed into view. Looking at them, the envoy exclaimed in horror, What? Tribulation Transcendence Stage? Where did these Tribulation Transcendence Stage people come from? He just thought that, and it turned out to be Zhang Xiang and Nangong Lin. Looking at the envoy in front of them, the two smiled and said,
We waited nearly all day. We finally waited for you. You still want to run?
That little Zhao Chen is really ruthless, not letting us out immediately and telling us to hide. What a wretched native. As soon as they said those words, Zhao Chen immediately appeared behind them and coldly questioned,
Who are you calling wretched? Hearing this, Zhang Xiang and Nangong Lin immediately replied guiltily,
No, we said that emotionless kid is wretched.
After speaking, Zhang Xiang quickly waved his hand, using a divine ability to bind the envoy.
He handed it to Zhao Chen and said, Here's the person, hand over the promised pill formula.
Xiao Chen didn't hand over the pill formula immediately. He said, Kill him, and I'll give you 2 formulas.
Hearing this, Zhang Xiang quickly turned to look at the person next to him. Nangong Lin understood and said, All right, Tribulation Transcendence experts are indeed not easy to kill, but if they are also at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, things are much easier.
The messenger dude, realizing he's about to bite the big one, suddenly shouts, Hold it! You can't kill me! I recognize you guys. You're Zhang Xiang and Nangong Lin from the Qingshuan Holy Land. If you kill me, the Jinghong Palace will never let you off the hook. Before he could even finish his sentence, poof, gone. Xiao Chen didn't even let him get a word in. He just straight up croaked. Looking at his lifeless body, Zhang Xiang snarked. Knowing we're from a holy land and still daring to threaten the eastern domain. Since when did the Jinghong Palace get to boss people around? Mission accomplished. Nangong Lin quickly turned to Xiao Chen, grinning. Thanks, buddy, for those 2 alchemy recipes. Remember, if anything good like this comes up again, hit us up.
Zhang Xiang, standing beside him, chimed in. Yeah, if we kill a few more Tribulation Realm guys, that alchemy recipe of yours will be mine. Zhao Chen chuckled at that. Where are you going to find that many Tribulation Realm cultivators for you to kill?
Finally, with everything more or less settled, Xiao Chen quickly went to remove the white-haired guy's ring and tossed it to Li Chunfeng, yelling, His 2 ring, old lie, you keep it.
Li Chunfeng didn't refuse the ring. Chuckling, generous as always, old Zhao.
Just when it seemed like everything was over, suddenly cracks appeared in the sky, and beams of light shone down from them. Seeing this, Zhang Xiang panicked and shouted, Oh crap, it's the Grand Ascension Realm's Heavenly Tao probe.
He immediately turned to his buddy and asked, Old Nan, you got any escape treasures? Hearing this, Nangong Lin replied in silence. Why would I bring anything to run away with me to a place like the Southern Domain?
Seeing the scene before him, Xiao Chen also felt uneasy. He quickly asked the system, What is this? The system quickly issued a notice to answer. Grand Ascension Realm's probe, you killed a Tribulation Realm cultivator, so you are now noticed by the Jinghong Palace.
Hearing this, Zhao Chen hurriedly asked, Do you have the item for escape that Zhang Xiang's group talked about? The system replied, Consume 2,000 years of lifespan to activate a high-level shield. Zhao Chen had no choice but to agree. Consume it! Now is not the time to get involved with the Grand Ascension Realm cultivator.
The Zhao family is not a match.
After consuming 2,000 years of lifespan, the system quickly created a barrier surrounding the group.
At the same time, Xiao Chen's God's eye opened to observe, and he was a little stunned when he saw the scene below, and he made a noise. What was amazing was that the scene that God's eye saw was that the messenger was unscathed and powerfully killed all of Xiao Chen's men. This surprised Nangong Lin and Zhang Xiang very much, and they praised without hesitation. Xiao Ancestor, your divine power is so powerful, it is indeed very powerful. I thought we would be discovered. At this moment, Gu Ruoxi, who had been walking for several days, finally arrived here, and what Gu Ruoxi saw was exactly what God's eye saw. Therefore, when she saw Xiao Chen lying dead on the ground, she said heartbrokenly and numbly, "May I be like a star, and you like the moon, shining day and night, and entangled with each other."
Xiao Chen then saw Gu Ruoxi crying over there, and he muttered worriedly, "Crap." What Ruoxi saw was the scene after the shield disappeared. It's too late. The little one has thought of death in her heart. Breaking free from his thoughts, Xiao Chen immediately dodged and flew to Ruoxi's place, shouting, "Ruoxi, stop!" Hearing the sound, she hurriedly looked over, and looking at the figure coming towards her, she smiled with difficulty. "Husband, you are not dead. That's great." When she was lying neatly in Xiao Chen's arms, she said a sentence, without beginning or end. "Is it not possible in this life? Can you wait for me in the next life?" Seeing that Gu Ruoxi had died in his arms, Xiao Chen panicked and hurriedly asked the system, "Is there any way to save her?" Seeing that the system still didn't respond, Xiao Chen urged immediately, "Quick, tell me quickly if there is any way to save her." But in response to him, the system only said, "I'm sorry, host, there is nothing I can do." Looking at the young girl in his arms, Xiao Chen begged unwillingly, "Please, system, I beg you, I beg you." Perhaps touched by this sincerity, the system suddenly agreed to help. "Okay then. I have identified that the host conspired to kill the great power, the Tribulation Ying Kong Wolf Lord, awarded the red transformation thread. This red transformation thread is a Dao Yan level treasure. It has the effect of changing the body and connecting the mind." Looking at the red thread that the system had just given him, Xiao Chen hurriedly asked the system, "How do I use this?" For some reason the system sighed and replied, "Tie it on your wrist." And Gu Ruoxi's system reminds, "This treasure requires a telepathic connection." After receiving the instructions, Xiao Chen quickly tied the straps to both of them without hesitation, took her hand, and said, "Ruoxi, no need to wait for the next life, let's do it in this life, wake up quickly, wake up." He thought in silence, "Maybe we really did meet in a past life." The next morning, when Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he was greeted by familiar faces. Seeing everyone staring intently at him, he spoke up and asked, "What are you all doing?" But surprisingly, it wasn't Xiao Chen's usual voice, but a woman's voice. Even he was shocked, saying, "That's not right. What's wrong with my voice?" Then, he turned to look at the body lying next to him, wondering, "Isn't that me lying there?" Thinking this, Xiao Chen reached out and touched his chest, and as soon as he did, he exclaimed in panic, "Me and Gu Ruoxi, holy crap, we swapped bodies." Realizing this, Xiao Chen immediately shouted, "System, system, system!" Hearing the call, the system popped up and replied, "Yo, I'm not dead yet, bro." Hearing the way it addressed him, so fresh, Xiao Chen quickly retorted, "And bro too, what's going on here?" The mechanical voice replied, "Who just called the system bro? Besides, you're the one bound to the system. It's just a body swap. Of course I'm still here." It added, "The system sacrificed a grade to give you a prop, so I got downgraded. You better work hard later, pop out more kids." Xiao Chen waited for it to finish before asking grimly, "You think I want to listen to your excuses? Aren't you going to explain more?" The system didn't seem annoyed, and continued to explain. Gu Ruoxi's soul is dissipating, beyond saving. Only a supreme chaotic spirit root like yours can forcibly bind her soul. The system had no other choice. "Who told you to cry and beg me?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen said annoyedly, "Even though I'm an old ancestor over 100 years old, suddenly turning into a woman still feels so awkward." He quickly asked, "Can we switch back?" The system replied, "Once Gu Ruoxi's soul has healed, and you two are of one mind, you can switch back to your old bodies." Xiao Chen felt a little relieved, saying, "It's good that we can switch back." The others still didn't know about the body swap. Seeing Gu Ruoxi wake up, Ling Kanzi quickly said, "Master's wife, are you all right? Why isn't Master awake yet?" Zhao Huohuo, standing next to him, questioned Ling Kanzi's address. "Master's wife. Why is Martial Uncle Ling Kanzi calling this woman?" Just then, Gu Ruoxi, in Xiao Chen's body, finally woke up. Looking at her body across from her, she glared and cursed. Where did this monster come from, daring to transform into a face exactly like mine?
After speaking, she finally realized in shock that she was Xiao Chen. Going to a corner where there were few people,
Gu Ruoxi hurriedly unfastened the belt of her body, wanting to examine something.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen quickly rushed over to stop her rampant hand, and asked, "Ruoxi, what are you doing?" Hearing the question, she didn't feel shy at all, replying, "Curious. I've been curious for a long time," Xiao Chen thought with a headache.
My disciples and descendants and 3 shameless old guys are all here, yet she's not holding back at all. If she lets the bird out, where will I hide my face?
Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent,
Ruoxi continued, husband can also look at this wife's body.
As soon as these words came out,
Xiao Chen scolded her. Nonsense.
These actions were all seen by Li Chunfeng in the back, who came over with a smile and asked, "Old Xiao, did you two swap bodies?" Without waiting for Xiao Chen to answer, he affirmed in his heart and added,
"Old Xiao, you really broadened my horizons. To snatch each other's bodies and still be able to merge so well, you really know how to play."
Xiao Chen gradually felt better, looking at his slender legs, he thought with a smile. But these 2 legs that are longer than this life aren't bad either. Breaking free from his thoughts, Xiao Chen quickly reminded, "This isn't a place to stay for long. Once Wen Shiyu returns, we'll leave immediately." Hearing this, Gu Ruoxi asked, "Just by being hidden in this body, can you sense that woman?" Xiao Chen was even more annoyed now, thinking guiltily, "What a headache. Fate merged with that body. Hopefully there won't be any trouble." After waiting a while, Shiyu's figure finally appeared. As soon as she returned, still unaware of what had happened, she rushed over and hugged Xiao Chen's body, calling out, "Brother!" This action of Shiyu's truly shocked Xiao Chen.
He cried out in his heart, "Big trouble. With Gu Ruoxi's personality, I'm afraid she'll beat Wen Shiyu to death." But things didn't go as he thought. When hugged by Shiyu, Gu Ruoxi gently replied, "Shiyu, you've worked hard." This was completely unexpected for Xiao Chen, and he thought in surprise, is this the system's attack issue? But this place really shouldn't be stayed at for long. Xiao Huohuo's injuries haven't healed yet, and Gu Ruoxi's soul is also heavily injured.
We can only return to the Xiao family's mountain valley. There, with the time spirit treasure, we can recover faster.
At the Zhao family's mountain valley mountain gate, upon arriving, Nan Gonglin and Zhang Xiang quickly bid farewell. Ancestor Zhao, the Holy Land, has ordered us to return there for a trip. Xiao Chen didn't stop them, replying, "All right." He chuckled to himself. It seems something happened in the Azure Profound Holy Land. I was planning to keep them here to refine pills, but now I'll have to do it myself. People can't be trusted as much as oneself with techniques like this. The pill refining technique must be practiced before one's eyes. Gu Ruoxi needs a mind-calming pill, and Zhao Huohuo also needs other pills. In the end, I still have to rely on myself.
After saying goodbye to those 2, Xiao Chen's group headed to the Mountain Gate Plaza. The moment they stepped in, a bunch of Zhao family descendants bowed respectfully. "Welcome back, Ancestor." Since Gu Ruoxi couldn't reveal the body swap just yet, she hastily replied, Good, everyone, rise." Xiao Li, still clueless, went up to his father and started explaining, "Father, Dinyang, today's a big day for the family. I know you don't like these ceremonies, but..." He didn't even get to finish before Ruoxi quickly cut in with a smile. "It's all right. Let the kids compete. And this year, the rewards are double." With that, she and Wen Shiyu zoomed off. This, of course, sent the Xiao family into a frenzy. No way. They whispered amongst themselves, "Oh heavens, the ancestor brought another female cultivator to Ruoxi Palace. What is going on here?" Xiao Li was also stunned, wondering, what's father doing? Shouldn't openly be asking for death like that.
Bringing a mistress to Ruoxi Palace right in front of Dinyang, that Zhao family's happiness position. Dinyang is young and supremely dignified. If she doesn't make a scene in the Zhao family that's just super weird, Zhao family is doomed. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Gu Ruoxi was just a body at the moment. Seeing her expression, the Zhao family secretly thought, the mistress doesn't even look angry. There's even a hint of worry between her brows. Could it be she doesn't want to keep her position anymore? Or is that mistress a full house carrying father's bloodline? Does the ancestor also want to embrace the Zhao family's motto? Breed fast, breed lots, breed like crazy?
Xiao Chen, oblivious to their thoughts, sighed and said, "This year, all the family supplies have been restocked, and the rewards will be triple what they were last year." As soon as Xiao Chen said that, Xiao Li panicked. No way, he thought to himself, eyes wide. The mistress has to increase the rewards just to keep her position. How pitiful. The Xiao family descendants below immediately started discussing, once the clan competition ends, we're going straight back to making babies,
As expected, in the Xiao family, whoever can give birth has status. Even the favored mistress is losing favor because she has no children. We need to work harder.
Xiao Huo, who knew the truth, was annoyed seeing everyone's misunderstanding, he thought. The family is having some warped thoughts. Guess I should drop a subtle hint. After all, he's the ancestor. I can't just spill the beans on his private life. Thinking this, he walked over and deliberately said to Zhao Chen, in Jiyu Ruoxi's body, "Ancestor, when Hua came to our place a few days ago, I want to go visit her." Zhao Chen didn't stop him, replying, "Go ahead." But this seemed to deepen everyone's misunderstanding even further. They exclaimed in shock. She successfully snatched the mistress's power. The ancestor is willing to be the small one for love. The fate of female emperors is so tragic. Even someone as great as the ancestor can't resist. Ling Tanzi wasn't idle either. Seeing the deepening misunderstanding, he coughed a few times and went over, saying, "Ahem, my master has been away from home for so long. I want to go check on how the Enlightenment tea tree is doing." Xiao Chen didn't suspect anything, and agreed. "All right, go." He thought this would clear things up for the Xiao family, but nope, they were even more horrified, muttering to each other. "What's going on?" Ling Tanzi called her master, not mistress. Could it be our ancestor is head over heels in love? So much so that he doesn't even care about his disciple anymore? Ling Tanzi isn't just the ancestor's personal disciple, he's also the embodiment of a spirit herb. A 9th grade innate spirit plant master. He's a treasure that's hard to find even in Holy Lands. Saying this, they all lamented. "We're doomed. The Xiao family is in danger." Xiao Chen didn't pay much attention to their words. He was anxiously asking in his mind, "System, what is Wen Xinyu's power going to do to Jiyu Ruoxi?" Hearing the question, the system popped up and responded, "Dear host, you've asked this question over 10 times. Of course she'll do everything she can to attack the target." Xiao Chen said to it morosely. "System, I'm scared. I don't even dare to think about it. If Jiyu Ruoxi does that, what kind of horrified expression will she have?" The cold, mechanical voice rang out. "Host, think positive. Anyway, it's all your body, you won't lose out," Xiao Chen complained. "Why do I feel like you've changed since the Emperor extermination battle in the canyon?" The system didn't answer this, it just announced, 5,000 of your descendants have leveled up. Then Xiao Chen, hearing this, said, "You can even control leveling up." The system seemed rather annoyed, replying, "I'm not a low-level system. Leveling up wouldn't cause a disconnection." Xiao Chen's melancholy appearance fell into the eyes of the Xiao family descendants, and they thought that was a appearance of a person feeling sad after a breakup. They looked at their mistress and said to each other, "This is what someone who has power but loses in love looks like. Why isn't she going back to Ruoxi Palace but flying to the ancestor's Xiao Ancestral Palace?" Inside the grand hall of the Xiao Ancestral Palace, Xiao Chen sat silently on the chair after returning. He closed his eyes and decided, "Fine, I'll just have to split my consciousness to keep an eye on those two, to avoid putting a cuckold's hat on myself." Leaving that aside, he quickly looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him and muttered, "Let's start refining the spirit-gathering pill." The spirit-gathering pill, a immortal-grade pill, can not only increase the cultivation of the soul, but is also an extremely effective medicine for Jiyu Ruoxi's injuries. Putting the various spirit herbs into the refining pot, Xiao Chen muttered in his heart, 1 5th-grade soul-refining grass, 1 7th-grade spider lily, 2 6th-grade snow soul fruits. This spirit-gathering pill refinement actually lasted for 10 days. Looking at the alchemy furnace still intact in front of him, Xiao Chen happily said, "It didn't explode. I really do have a knack for alchemy." Looking at the light emitted from inside the furnace, he said with a little regret, "Unfortunately, the golden light didn't reach 3 inches, and the aroma didn't transform into immortal spirit energy." But he wasn't upset for long. He cheered himself up. "But this is already progress in alchemy. The pill I'm refining today is an immortal-grade pill, and before, refining 3rd-grade pills would make the furnace explode. Today I was able to complete all the steps peacefully. Although it wasn't perfect in the end, and the refined pill wasn't round, half black and half white. This was still an achievement that had never been seen before." Looking at his current body, Xiao Chen thought to himself, could the reason be Jiyu Ruoxi's body? This refining failure so many times is due to this body's realm being too low? A core formation stage cultivation base simply can't refine immortal-grade pills. He couldn't help but complain. The method isn't wrong. The steps are complete. But it keeps failing. Could it be my original body is toxic? Saying that, Xiao Chen turned around and left the alchemy furnace, saying, "Now I should probably raise the realm of this body, To refine immortal-grade pills, the cultivation base must reach the questioning Tao stage.
After thinking it over, he quickly went into cultivation. But before long, Xiao Chen thought to himself, feeling uncomfortable. I just feel uneasy in my body. There's this intense urge to take a bath. Could this be a woman's hobby? It's only been half a month since I last bathed, and I've even used cleansing techniques, but I still can't shake this feeling. This woman is so strange.
Having said that, he reached out to undo his buttons, thinking, should I inform Gu Ruoxi about something as important as taking a bath?
Meanwhile, at the entrance of Ruoxi Palace, Gu Ruoxi was holding hands with Wen Shiyu as they entered the room.
Xiao Li, following right behind, became anxious at the sight. Seeing the two figures disappear behind the door, he hurriedly called out, "Father, father!"
After calling out, he rushed inside, only to be greeted with the sight of his father lying on Xin Yu's lap, letting her tenderly caress him. Xiao Li thought in dismay. So father has fallen from grace. Gu Ruoxi opened her eyes at this moment, and upon seeing that it was Xiao Li, she spoke up. Oh, it's Lingir. What are you looking for, Lingir? Ah, is there something you need from your father? Hearing her question, he hesitated a bit before replying. Father, won't you ask this person to leave? Ruoxi not only didn't let Xinyu go, but instead pulled her into her embrace, and then replied to Xiao Li, no need, Xinyu isn't an outsider.
Hearing this, Xiao Li didn't try to dissuade her any further, and he reported, my Zhere sent a secret message, wanting to lure him to the eastern city, to let Jiang Xuan manage the Jingshong Hall in the southern domain. Our plan can begin now.
Little did Xiao Li know that the person before him wasn't his real father, so when he said these words, Gu Ruoxi didn't understand at all. She even asked back in confusion,
what plan? Xiao Li realized something was wrong, and he quickly lowered his head and stammered, no, there's no plan, just urging the clansmen to take more concubines and have more children.
He frowned and thought, there's something wrong with my father.
Gu Ruoxi didn't pay much attention to this, and she said,
isn't that what the clan has always done? If that's all, then you may leave. Xiao Li didn't say anything more, and he replied, yes. But after leaving Ruoxi Palace, he thought, quickly summon the main strategists of the Chenggu Xiao family to the Xiao Ancestral Hall. Finally, Xiao Chen decided to cleanse himself with a bath.
After bathing, he comfortably began his cultivation. As he sat, he thought to himself, I remember Gu Ruoxi's cultivation technique is the 3 lifetime scripture. The power within the scripture, the compression and disorder of the meridians, is not inferior to the mysterious ice-sky shattering art that I cultivate. Standing up and walking to a place with light, he thought, Ruoxi's realm is stuck at the light barrier of mysteries. This isn't a normal realm barrier, but a lack of cultivation experience related to the 3 lifetime scripture. What kind of barrier would reckless cultivation or practice create?
Xiao Chen wondered. Could it be that I need to use Ruoxi's body for a trip outside to cultivate? With such a beautiful face, it feels like a loss if others see it. Just as he was entering cultivation, Li Chunfeng suddenly arrived from outside the door, standing right outside.
Sensing the aura from inside, Xiao Chen spoke up, come in. Receiving permission, Li Chunfeng quickly entered, and upon seeing Xiao Chen, he smiled and called out, old Xiao, no, immortal Xiao. Hearing him, Xiao Chen replied silently, what's the matter?
Li Chunfeng hurriedly said, let's talk business.
But before he could say what it was, Xiao Chen immediately refused bluntly. Not interested. Li Chunfeng didn't hesitate
and took out a green jade from his person and held it in front of the other person. Looking at the thing in his hand, Xiao Chen was so shocked that his eyes widened. He quickly covered his mouth and exclaimed, heavenly tribulation wisdom, he muttered in his head. This thing is extremely rare, born from the heavenly tribulation of a great cultivator undergoing tribulation, and its probability is extremely low. It is a treasure that can help cultivators overcome tribulations and sense the tribulation spirit, immortal aperture within.
Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Li Chunfeng withdrew his hand and he smiled and said, haha, old Xiao, your movements are getting more and more graceful. Hearing this, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and cursed, graceful my ass, it's just this body's habits taking over.
Letting the heavenly tribulation wisdom float up, Li Chunfeng added, this thing was inside the ring of a tribulation passer that we eliminated. I thought about it for a long time, and decided that I shouldn't hog it all to myself, so I brought it to you. Looking at the green jade right in front of him, Xiao Chen smiled and said, Lila, the great elder has changed his ways. You're willing to give up a treasure like this? Or do you have some other motive?
Chunfeng smiled and replied,
as expected, only the old ancestor understands me. Your Xiao family has a treasure of time, and I want to send some disciples to your Xiao family to cultivate.
Hearing this,
Xiao Chen smiled and pushed the heavenly tribulation wisdom back to its owner. He said, "Keep this for yourself. I don't need it. You can send disciples to the Xiao family to cultivate. Disciple exchange isn't just about marriage alliances." The person in front of him seemed a little upset and said, "Marriage alliances are great, old Xiao. My Shushan sect has so few female disciples, and you want to dig them up? No way." Xiao Chen quickly added, "Who said I only want female disciples? Males are fine too, as long as the Xiao family females are willing. My Xiao family is a cultivation family. It's impossible to not marry into the Xiao family if you want to stay in the Xiao family's mountain valley for a long time." Li Chunfeng started to think a bit, and he said,
"Let me think about this." Xiao Chen continued, "As long as there's one marriage alliance, I'll allow 10 Shushan disciples to cultivate in the Xiao family." He thought to himself, "I've had plans for a marriage alliance with Shushan for a long time. The immortal physique of those who can cultivate in Shushan is definitely extraordinary, and Shushan's imitation is also trustworthy. Even ordinary elite disciples are better than ordinary people." After waiting for a while, Yi Chunfeng finally agreed to this proposal. "All right, I agree, but this marriage alliance must depend on fate, and the younger generation must consider it themselves." Xiao Chen didn't refuse. He suggested, "How about you go back and bring 200 disciples here for a grand matchmaking event?" "Matchmaking event?" Li Chunfeng asked, confused. Xiao Chen excitedly thought to himself, "The Shushan matchmaking thing is a go. If we get a marriage alliance, and even Kunlun joins in, the Xiao family won't just get stronger. Our plan to wipe out the Mingshen sect and the Jinghong sect in the western regions will speed up too. Plus, Wen Shiyu is here, and she has the Kunlun sect leader's token. Getting Kunlun on our side isn't impossible." Snapping out of his thoughts, Xiao Chen said, "Let's head to Ruoxi Palace. Bring Wen Shiyu along. The three of us will make a trip." Meanwhile, inside Zhao Li's palace, after summoning all the key forces of the Xiao family, he got straight to the point. "I suspect father is no longer the real father." As soon as he said that, the Xiao family members below immediately started murmuring, "Patriarch, the old ancestor is just favoring his concubine a bit more. It's not that serious, is it? I don't see anything unusual either. The old ancestor looks no different from any of our descendants when they take a new concubine." But Xiao Li didn't think this was normal at all. He quickly retorted, "It's very different. He doesn't even know the plan to conquer the region anymore." Looking at everyone, Xiao Li added, "This plan was father's idea. Now is when the Jinghong sect's strength in the southern region is at its weakest, and he's forgotten all about it." Hearing this, the important members of the Xiao family became worried. They hurriedly asked, "Patriarch, what do you think we should do?" Xiao Li frowned and replied without hesitation, "Capture father and use severe interrogation." At the same time, inside Ruoxi Palace, Jiyu Ruoxi still had no idea what she was about to face. She was leisurely lying half-naked on the bed, excitedly hugging Shiyu with curiosity. "Finally! That guy finally left. Now I can study Xiao Chen's body." Saying this, she embarrassedly said to herself, No, I can't go too far. How embarrassing. But I can't miss such a good opportunity. I need to add an extra layer of restrictions to make sure this is safe. If someone finds out, I'll never be able to show my face again." Jiyu Ruoxi quickly set up protective formations around her. Looking at her residence, she considered, "I'll add another formation here." While she was doing that, Ruoxi suddenly felt something was off, she thought. The spiritual energy around is abnormal. There are at least 1,000 people outside Ruoxi Palace. Could I have been discovered? I clearly set up 2 layers of restrictions already. With that, she dropped her expression and shouted, "Activate the formations!" At the same time, outside around Ruoxi Palace, a protective force immediately appeared after that shout, but there were also some other forces present. Looking at it, Jiyu Ruoxi was stunned and thought, "The 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation. Could it be the Jinghong sect secretly attacking the Xiao family's valley?" Thinking this, she quickly launched herself from inside Ruoxi Palace, breaking through the roof to fly outside. Going in front of Xiao Li and the main force of the Xiao family, she asked in confusion, "Xiao Li, what are you kids trying to do?" Hearing this, Xiao Li quickly replied, "Who are you? Where's my father?" Ruoxi was so shocked that her jaw dropped. She thought, "Who am I? Aren't you guys in the Xiao family supposed to know? I can't just say I'm your mom." But the Xiao family really didn't know anything. Seeing the surprised look on her face, Xiao Li continued, "If you don't speak, you'll be captured. I advise you not to resist. If we restart the Xiao family's mountain defense formation, I won't be able to guarantee your safety." Jiyu Ruoxi was starting to get annoyed. She thought to herself, "There must be some misunderstanding about Xiao Chen's body. A bunch of idiots. They've cultivated themselves into fools. I can't be bothered to explain to them." So after a while, she cast a spell on the entire Ruoji palace, freezing everything.
After finishing, Ruoshi quickly flew away, cursing as she went. It's all that damn Zhao Chen's fault. He left the valley without taking me.
Xiao Li's group was no exception. Ruoji left in anger, leaving the frozen disciples yelling below, "Quick! Where are the disciples who cultivate fire attribute techniques? I'm freezing to death. Go invite Uncle Huo, old ancestor. The old ancestor is really too strong."
After inviting Zhao Huo to help,
Everyone finally managed to escape from the ice encasing them. Everyone quickly went to Xiao Li and said, "Patriarch, are you mistaken? If this person isn't the old ancestor, then why didn't the mountain defense formation attack him? This person's aura is definitely the old ancestor's, but why didn't he just say so and instead ran away?"
Hu stepped forward and mocked, "Haha, family head lie, you're so dead this time." After saying that, he quickly went to Xiao Li's ear and told him everything.
After hearing everything Huo said, Xiao Li immediately knelt down on the ground and lamented,
"No, I, Xiao Li, have failed in my filial duty. My death is not regrettable. I even ruined my father's love affair and made my mother-in-law sad."
The disciples still didn't understand what was going on.
Seeing their patriarch suddenly kneel down like that, they asked, "What's wrong with the patriarch?" Hearing this, someone quickly replied, "What else could it be? His self-esteem is hurt."
People often say a grown man's heart breaks in an instant. The patriarch is already this old, so maybe it's time.
After leaving the noisy Ruoshi palace, Ji-Yu Ruoshi flew to the South Ming coast. She thought,
"Last time I left the Zhao family to find Zhao Chen. This time I'll let Zhao Chen come find me."
While she was strolling around, Ruoshi suddenly saw a brawl. She muttered in her head, "They're fighting, using the Ming Shen inner struggle technique. Maybe they're fighting over treasure."
At the same time, a strange girl suddenly appeared below.
She looked pretty scared, running and thinking, "There are 29 people chasing me from behind. 5 are in the combination realm, and the rest are in the star transformation realm. In this situation, this girl is definitely dead meat." While running, she saw Ji-Yu Ruoxi standing and watching from above. Looking at her, the girl immediately pleaded, "Senior, save me."
Hearing the voice, Ruoxi turned her head to look down. As soon as she looked, she smiled and thought, "She looks kinda pitiful, but a quick glance tells me she's trouble with a capital T."
The girl below saw that the man above still didn't answer, so she continued to plead, "If Senior makes a move, I'm willing to offer my soul." As soon as she heard that offer, without the slightest hesitation, Ruoxi immediately replied, "Hide behind me." With that, she quickly released ice swords towards the group chasing the girl. The group chasing behind saw the swords coming and were terrified. Their eyes widened as they shouted, "It's Emperor Lord Wending! Run!"
But how could Ruoxi easily let them run away like that? She shouted. Thinking of running now, too late. As soon as she finished speaking, the swords accurately pierced the people in front. This made the girl behind Ruoxi extremely horrified. Her eyes widened as she stammered. So strong, she thought to herself, "I thought I was going to kick the bucket this time, grabbing at the only straw, but I didn't expect to meet someone so strong." Breaking free from her thoughts, she quickly had to look at the person in front of her with different eyes. With a respectful appearance, she hurriedly said, "Ji-Yu pays respects to Ancestor Dimie." This time it was Ruoxi's turn to be surprised. She asked in astonishment, "You know me?" Ji-Yu also honestly replied when asked, "No one in the entire western region can compare to the Ancestor's ice techniques. Eliminating 5 combination realm powerhouses with one move, there's no doubt it must be the Ancestor." Hearing this, Ruoxi didn't ask any further questions. She said, "All right, hand over your soul, and tell me the reason you are being chased." Ji-Yu seemed quite surprised. She quickly replied, "Doesn't Ancestor know Ji-Yu?" Ruoxi was silent, and said, "Why should I know you?" At this point, Ji-Yu didn't say anything more, and quickly handed over her soul. After receiving it, Ruoxi thought, "This girl will die if she's not treated." She was already seriously injured, and she had to separate her soul. Thinking like that, she quickly pushed a pill towards Ji-Yu and said, "Take this pill." After taking Ji-Yu to a nearby forest, Ruoxi brought Ji-Yu here to sit and refine the pill she had just given. Ji-Yu, Ruoxi also conveniently asked, "Why do they want to kill you?" Ji-Yu, who was refining, quickly replied, "They don't want to kill me, they just want to catch me." She added about herself, "I am the holy maiden of the Ming Shen sect, a wondrous furnace body. What I cultivate is the substitute marriage art." Ming Shen? Hearing this, Ruoxi couldn't help but think, no wonder this woman has a naturally charming appearance. If I use the language of my previous life to describe it, it is both pure and vulgar, both innocent and wild. Moreover, this woman is quite scheming. She didn't hand over her soul first, but asked if I knew her. The soul of a wondrous furnace body is incomplete.
and the effect is doubled after dual cultivation, so she's afraid of being eaten by me?
Thinking about it, to Ji-Yu's surprise, Ruoxi didn't know what she was thinking, and went to grab the small chin of the person in front of her.
Suddenly seeing the man come and touch her face, Ji-Yu shouted in fear, Master, Ji-Yu's injuries are quite serious. I'm afraid I can't serve Master well.
But these words did not stop Ruoxi's groping hand. She even shamelessly replied, Don't be afraid, I'll be very gentle.
But it seems that Ji-Yu was not very interested in this matter. Seeing the hand placed on her plump area, she screamed in fear, then quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Please spare me, Ancestor.
Ruoxi didn't know how to cherish the flower.
Seeing the person below was so scared that she even knelt down, but she still liked to tease. What are you running for? Weren't you willing? Ji-Yu was kneeling. Upon hearing this sentence from the person opposite, she couldn't help but blush. She lowered her head and replied, Ji-Yu doesn't want to.
Ruoxi spoke again. You should remember, the soul you voluntarily separated is in my hands. With just one thought, I can kill you. But even though she was being threatened like this, the girl in front of her still refused to agree. She said, Ji-Yu knows, but you can ask me to do anything except that. Hearing this, Ruoxi relaxed a little. She asked, Are you willing to die to preserve your virginity? It seemed that there was no hesitation at all, and Ji-Yu immediately replied, Yes. After receiving her firm reply, Ruoxi smiled and said, Okay, your answer satisfies me very much. Remember your choice today, she muttered to herself. My current body is Zhao Chen's. I don't want to take in a scheming maid who seduces her master. Ji-Yu over there also began to think in her heart. She thought, It is said that the Zhao family's ancestor is a lecherous old man. Otherwise, how could he have nearly 10,000 clansmen in just 100 short years? Originally, I had prepared myself to lose my virginity, but unfortunately what I practice is the Ming Shen substitute marriage art. After losing my virginity, my cultivation and spiritual roots will be taken away by the person who deflowered me. Looking at the man in front of her, she curiously asked herself, But the words that the Zhao family's ancestor just said are not like the rumors. Could it be that I am not beautiful enough? Or does the Zhao family's ancestor not understand the wondrous furnace body and the Ming Shen substitute marriage art? But I don't want to think anymore. Right now I just want to live. Thinking this, Ji-Yu immediately lowered her head respectfully and said, Thank you, Master, for your pity. Ji-Yu is willing to be a servant for Master. Ruoxi waved her hand in response. I don't need a servant. Find a quiet place and tell me the whole story about the Ming Shen sect. As she spoke, she turned and walked away. At the same time, on the Kunlun mountainside, Zhao Chen, Wen Shiyu, and Li Chunfeng were facing a group of people, the Kunlun sect. Looking at Li Chunfeng in front of him, Qi Shan of the Kunlun sect spoke up. Many thanks to Headmaster Li for protecting us along the way. Kunlun will remember this kindness. Xinyu's master was glaring at her disciple furiously, yelling, You unfilial brat, get over here now, Li Chunfeng. Then opened his mouth and said, Fellow Taoist Qi Shan, are you mistaken? We didn't come to escort your disciples. We have something to discuss. To everyone's surprise, he added. Furthermore, Wen Shiyu, this little sister, is now the concubine of the Zhao family's old ancestor. Perhaps she doesn't want to return to Kunlun. Qi Shan went silent upon hearing this, thinking, Although the Zhao family's old ancestor is a peak-level powerhouse, his strength is indeed unfathomable, but the Zhao family's reputation doesn't match our Kunlun sect. A family with only 100 years of development is still far behind Kunlun's millennia of inheritance. More importantly, our outstanding disciple, whom we painstakingly nurtured, is being given away as a concubine. This is practically slapping the face of our Kunlun sect. Thinking this, he forced a smile and tactfully declined. Headmaster Lino, let's put this matter aside for now and discuss it later. When Shiyu's master also stepped in front of her disciple, glaring and scolding. You unfilial brat, you'll be confined upon your return. Don't even think about stepping outside for 100 years. After saying that, she even reached out to grab Xinyu, but she quickly dodged far away. Seeing this surprised her greatly, and she couldn't help but think, she definitely wouldn't be able to dodge my grab. But that movement technique, it's a transformation god technique, surpassing 3 major realms. A divine ability that can leap over 3 major realms. Xiao Chen, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. The Hong Huang grade Kunpeng 9 transformations divine ability. If the Kunlun sect agrees to this marriage, we're willing to offer these 3 volumes of the divine ability to your esteemed sect. In addition, we can add 10 billion spirit stones as betrothal gifts. He muttered to himself. Consider it a marriage proposal. The fact that Shiyu and I have already cultivated together is undeniable.
I can't just act like I'm pulling my pants up and not taking responsibility. If I've done it, I have to give her a title.
Qi Shan and the Kunlun elders on their side pondered at this attractive offer. They thought, a Hong Huang grade divine ability is something even the sacred grounds might not have. Our Kunlun sect only has an incomplete version. And there's also 10 billion spirit stones, although saying it directly is a bit crude. It's very practical. Seeing their contemplating expressions, Xiao Chen spoke up again, asking, well, do you have any objections to this marriage? Hearing this, Qi Shan glanced at his elders and thought to himself, we were all prepared to seize the Yutian sect's mineral vein. Now, simply marrying off a disciple makes our previous thoughts seem a bit ridiculous. Seizing the mineral vein will definitely result in casualties. Losing a core disciple isn't a big deal. But how long will it take to extract 10 billion spirit stones from the mineral vein? Face, how many spirit stones is Face worth? We initially took a liking to Wen Shiyu because of her mysterious system, not because she was an outstanding transformation god stage disciple that the Kunlun sect can afford to lose. Breaking free from his thoughts, that elder looked at Xiao Chen and said, this fellow Taoist, are you speaking the truth? Wen Shinyu's master was also secretly muttering, if we could really get our hands on a Hong Huang grade divine ability, I'd be willing to marry off not just one of my direct disciples, but 10.
Seeing that they were starting to waver, Xiao Chen quickly confirmed, of course it's true, but are you all planning to continue discussing such an important matter here?
As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Qi Shan and the Kunlun elders immediately respectfully gestured, please, this way, to the main mountain. Seeing that her relatives had agreed to let her marry, Wen Shiyu suddenly felt a bit melancholic. She silently muttered in her heart, the elders and master changed their minds faster than flipping a book. She naturally felt a sense of sorrow. Xin Yu recalled Xiao Chen giving her a choice, either return her freedom and give her the opportunity to choose her own target, or be eternally loyal, even if she closed her eyes and went to the Yellow Springs, going through several reincarnations without changing. When she made her choice, Xiao Chen prevented the system from interfering with her decision. She herself chose to be together forever, and at the same time, she decided not to let Xiao Chen snatch away the target of fate. Currently, the body possessing fate is far away, and her thoughts are only slightly influenced by the system. If she hadn't been suddenly bound to the system, her master would have betrothed her to Zhu Qingyi of the Zhu family long ago. Fortunately, she had the system binding, so she could choose Xiao Chen. A moment later, everyone was present at the main mountain. After being led into the main mountain by the people of the Kunlun sect, Xiao Chen constantly felt like he was being stared at. He thought, I feel like there are quite a few eyes looking at me, not really paying attention to how many souls are captivated by my current body as Jiyu Ruo Ji, every frown, every smile, but there's one person's gaze that I find disgusting from the bottom of my heart. Thinking this, Xiao Chen immediately met the infatuated gaze of that man. He felt disgusted, muttering, Zhu Qingyi, right? The young man Zhang Zhuan brought here, what a disgusting gaze. If I weren't on the Kunlun sect's main mountain right now, I'd really want to kill this guy with one sword strike. Shaking off his thoughts and ignoring that matter, Xiao Chen quickly got down to business. He took out the 3 Hong Huang grade divine ability volumes and a ring, approached Qi Shan, and said, the 3 Hong Huang grade divine ability volumes are the Profound Ice Skybreaking Art, the Heaven Opening Seal, and the Kunpeng 9 transformations, respectively. The 10 billion spirit stones are in the storage ring. Qi Shan was overjoyed to see such treasures right in front of his eyes. He happily exclaimed, excellent, excellent! Wen Shiyu will be the concubine of the Xiao family's old ancestor from now on. At the same time, I announce that the Kunlun sect and the Shu Mountain Xiao family have reached an agreement for a defensive alliance and announced the preparations for a grand blind date event. After the agreement was successfully made, Xiao Chen didn't say anything more, only Li Chunfeng whispered into his ear, Old Xiao, I have a feeling you're not happy about this. Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't deny it, simply asking, is it that obvious? Li Chunfeng didn't hide anything and immediately said, during the second half of the discussion, you were looking at the Kunlun people like they were trash. It's just that they were blinded by the techniques and spirit stones and didn't notice. Actually, you didn't need to give them so much. Just cultivating in the time treasure is enough to pull them into our camp. He added, I know you're afraid that the Kunlun sect will betray us when we go to war with the Ming Shen sect and the Jinghong Hall, but I still feel like you gave them a bit too much. Hearing this, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and smiled, retorting, no, I gave them that much because of Xin Yu. At the Qingshuan sacred ground, after receiving the order to return from the sacred ground, Nangong Lin and Zhang Xiang quickly returned and stood before their elder. Nangong Lin spoke up, asking, Sacred Lord, what's the urgent matter that requires us to return so quickly? The person Nangong Lin was asking was the current sacred lord of the Qingshuan sacred ground, Xuan Yin Yang. Hearing the question, Xuan Yin Yang responded, Elder Zhang, Elder Nangong, the old sacred lord's time is running out. I summoned you two back to gather the strength of all the sacred grounds alchemists to refine the Xuanyang longevity pill. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiang and Nangong Lin were immediately horrified. They gaped and thought in surprise. The old sacred lord is also a high-level Great Ascension stage expert, and his lifespan still has 500 years left. Why is his time suddenly running out? Seemingly understanding their thoughts, Xuan Yinyang solemnly explained. Some time ago, the old holy master was injured in a fight with a Grand Ascension expert outside. Since then, his lifespan has been rapidly decreasing. He only has about 2 years left. Just as he was speaking, Zhang Zhuan, a 9th-rank alchemist, arrived. Seeing the two who had just arrived, he said, "Senior brother is back. We can finally refine pills. With the help of senior brother and Elder Nan Gong, we have a 70% chance of success this time. I can't guarantee I can refine this profound Yang longevity pill on my own." Hearing this, Zhang Xiang quickly interjected, "Holy Master, we don't actually need to go through so much trouble." Xuan Yinyang immediately asked, "Could it be that Elder Zhang Xiang has broken through to become a 9th-rank alchemist?" Zhang Xiang retorted, "No, but we have a better way." Xuan Yinyang was already losing his patience, he said impatiently. "Stop beating around the bush, what way is it? Tell me quickly." At this moment, as if they had agreed beforehand, both Zhang Xiang and Nangong Lin spoke in unison, "Immortal grade longevity pill." As soon as they finished speaking, the Holy Master couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "You have an immortal grade longevity pill," Zhang Xiang said with a sullen face. "We don't have one, but we can concoct it." He said that concocting it wasn't complicated at all. The pill formula could be said to be uniquely creative, simple, and easy to understand. He could do it alone. Nan Gong Lin also added, "Lao Zhang and I will concoct this pill, but we can't reveal the pill formula." Seeing that they had a way, Xuan Yin Yang quickly agreed without forcing them. He said, "All right, please concoct it, Elder. I just don't know how much longer this immortal grade longevity pill can extend the lifespan of a Grand Ascension cultivator." Hearing the question, Nangong Lin didn't hide anything and immediately replied with a smile, "We've concocted 2 pills before. One is top grade and the other is mid-grade. The top grade one can extend lifespan by about 1,000 years, and the mid-grade one can extend it by about 600 years. If the cultivation level is below the tribulation transcension stage, the effect is tripled or more." Hearing this, Xuan Yinyang was overjoyed. He exclaimed happily, "Good, good, good," he thought. The best profound Yang longevity pill refined by a 9th-rank alchemist can only extend the lifespan of a Grand Ascension cultivator by 500 years at most, but now, just a top-grade pill can extend it by 1,000 years. Before he knew it, a month had passed. Finally, Nangong Lin and Zhang Xiang finished refining the pill. They gave it to Xuan Yinyang and said, "This is a top-grade longevity pill. Besides, we have something we want to ask for help with." Hearing that the 2 people in front of him wanted to ask for help, the Holy Master spoke up. "Please tell me." As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Lin and Zhang Xiang bowed in unison and reported, "We ask the Holy Master to allow us to resign from the Xiao family of Changji Yu." At the foot of the mountain, a large crowd of people was gathering. During this period, a major event had occurred in the Zhao family of Changji Yu. The location of the Zhao family of Changji Yu had been leaked, and more than 30 small sects had moved to the outside of the Zhao family's mountain valley. In addition, there were also sect leaders, or grand elders, of 50 small sects, waiting patiently outside the gate of the Zhao family. All because news of the Shushan, Kunlun, and Zhao family alliance had spread. The western region and the southern region were different. The southern region was a place where more than 100 vassal states were conquered, while the western region was a place where countless sects gathered. Some time ago, after the leading sect, Yutian sect, was destroyed, the western region became chaotic. Now, the news of the alliance between Shushan, Kunlun, and Zhao family exploded, causing the entire western region to stir. Heroes emerge in chaotic times. For many small sects, this was an opportunity. The Zhao family's ability to form an alliance with Shushan and Kunlun was definitely not ordinary. Therefore, these small sects began to spare no expense in searching for the sect closest to the southern region that had received the news. When they received the news, they were all extremely surprised. So surprised that they couldn't believe it was true. Along with it was news about the old Ancestor destroyer, one clan with 2 nascent soul cultivators, and one battle destroying the 4 emperors. This kind of news made them have to believe that the Zhao family had strength comparable to Shushan and Kunlun. But these families with weak strength were obviously not doing too well. having top-notch combat capabilities but not enough strength to rely on to help and support them. Waiting for the Xiao family to develop, the sects that came to build relationships the earliest could at least become second-rate sects. It was originally an opportunity to jointly develop the strength of the Zhao family. But the Zhao family of Chang Ji-yu always kept their doors closed. Even if these sect leaders asked to meet, no one received them, for no other reason than the Xiao family was currently without a leader. Inside the Xiao family, a disciple was waiting for a long time but not seeing anyone. He worried and wondered, why hasn't the old ancestor returned yet? The Xiao family disciples were in an uproar. They discussed among themselves. Family head Xiao Li left home half a month ago, leaving a letter saying that he felt ashamed of his old father. You can't shoulder the big picture. And even Uncle Huo had to return to the southern region with an injured body. The departure of the domain lord of the Jinghong Palace, in the southern region, is a good opportunity. To stabilize the southern region, he has to return.
There is no one else to take this position of family head. The disciples quickly went to ask Xiaonan, can you take on the position of family head for a while? But Xiaonan refused outright. No, I'm busy recovering. Biantian Zhao, Xin Honghui, when asked, also said,
and a rogue cultivator like me doesn't understand the rules of the sect, I can't do it. No one accepting the position of family head during this period caused the disciples in the sect to be very troubled. They sighed and said to each other, first, send someone to arrange for the sect masters and elders waiting outside the Zhao family's mountain valley. The old ancestor was driven away by us, and we can't contact him, so we have to send a letter to the main wife who is in Shushan.
Then they quickly sent the letter.
After receiving the letter from the sect, Xiao Chen couldn't help but be silent. Is the rebellious period of my good eldest son coming too late? He's over 100 years old and still playing the runaway game. The system's announcement about Zhao Li also reported, your son, due to years of high-intensity work, mental fatigue, plus feeling ashamed of you and his stepmother Ji Yu Ruo Ji, believing that he has ruined your relationship, is currently resting at the Yichun brothel in Zhangxiang City in the western region. After reading these last few lines, a huge question mark appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He said, running away from home and going to a brothel to rest. But after saying that, he sighed. The Xiao family has really relied on Xiao Li's hard work these past few years. Oh well, let him relax. Find someone suitable. The Xiao family's developing way too fast. Even though they got tons of resources to boost their cultivation levels, their knowledge base ain't keeping up. A lot of the family members just know how to grind, so when something special needs doing, forget about it. As he said that, Xiao Chen quickly scanned the notice board for suitable descendants. When he got to the announcement for someone named Xiao Shi Yi, race, human, talent, 8th grade spiritual root, cultivation method, profound Azure Heart Sutra. Cultivation level, foundation establishment stage 3, special status, 9th generation disciple of the Xiao family. Responsibility. Xiao Shi Yi has grand ambitions, wanting to help the Xiao family stand above all races. Age, just 17. Personality, eager to learn.
Reading this far, Xiao Chen shouted, this is the one! He quickly issued an order.
Immediately sent a letter home to Xiao Shi Yi, temporarily appointing him as the family head, responsible for managing the Xiao family. The order was quickly sent back to the sect. A disciple quickly relayed this to Xiao Shi Yi. The madam family head sent a letter back, ordering Xiao Shi Yi to temporarily act as the family head and manage the Xiao family. Xiao Shi Yi, upon hearing this, quickly replied, understood, he added. Although I don't know what the madam family head intends, this is the best way to benefit the Xiao family right now. At the same time, let's start building the venue for the matchmaking event. After tens of days of hard work, a small but exquisite city was built. Countless sects arrived, reaching hundreds, with nearly 100,000 cultivators.
Simple villages and sects sprang up around the small city. Because they all came seeking support, cultivators tried to restrain themselves from fighting, fearing they wouldn't be chosen by the Zhao family. All sorts of shops and businesses naturally emerged. The Xiao family's gates, which hadn't been opened in a long time, swung wide, and the Great Formation activated. 2,000 Xiao family descendants, dressed in gorgeous attire, stepped out. The men wore brocade robes and jade ornaments, the women painstakingly made up, each entering the small city. Not long after, the flying ships of Shushan and Kunlun slowly flew into the city. Both ships were full of handsome men and beautiful women. The people from Kunlun and Shushan have arrived. Xiao Shi Yi, in his role as the Xiao family head, began to speak to start the event.
From ancient times, talented men and beautiful women have been rare.
I sincerely hope our family members will find suitable partners, not only from the Shushan and Kunlun sects, but all cultivators from other sects here are welcome to enter the city. If there is mutual affection with a Xiao family member, you may enter into a marriage alliance. Saying this, Shi Yi announced, now the Xiao family's first matchmaking event begins.
Besides the Kunlun and Shushan sects, there were also smaller sects participating, hoping to gain the Xiao family's support. The auspicious hour had arrived, and all the cultivators entered the city together. The pavilions in the city were different, and outside each pavilion, there were requirements before entering, such as cultivation level, personality, spiritual root, hobbies, bone age, appearance, and so on. If the requirements were met, they could enter the pavilion for a face-to-face conversation. Xiao family members could choose someone they had feelings for. As for the cultivators seeking help, most only had 1 or 2 representatives. Although they had profound cultivation levels, they were all quite old. Because of this, those seeking help weren't too happy. They angrily grumbled among themselves. Based on what? This old man is 800 years old but still young at heart. Why can't I enter any of the pavilions? That's right, this old man is 500 years old and still in his prime, young and strong. These standards are too harsh. Someone also said, I feel that the requirement of no Dao partners allowed is the harshest. Dao partners. Adding a few more isn't a big deal. Why aren't we allowed? We have to find the head of the Xiao family. We have to talk to him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Missing it would be difficult to have again. Hearing this, the group with the same idea quickly shouted, That's right. They quickly went to where Xiao Shi Yi was standing and said, Xiao family head, please invite him out. We have something to say. Shi Yi, hearing that they wanted to find him, said, I am the acting family head of the Xiao family. What do you all want to say? Seeing the family head they wanted to find was in front of them, they quickly poured out their grievances. Unfair. Too unfair. This matchmaking event only lasts for 10 days, but we can't participate. Summoning more disciples from the sect in time is also impossible. Facing these complaints, Xiao Shi Yi remained calm and said, Fate has been decided this time. Xiao Chen saw Shi Yi's rebuttal and couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart. Not bad. Even when facing seniors with higher cultivation levels than him, the kid still maintains proper etiquette and decorum. The people seeking help were angered by Xiao Shi Yi's answer. They glared and said, Acting family head, little brat, you've only reached the foundation establishment stage. Don't go too far. Shi Yi wasn't afraid at all and immediately replied, What do you want? The old man fiercely said, I want you to not force me to kneel to you. Upon hearing this answer, both Shi Yi and Xiao Chen were nothing but curious. Shi Yi thought to himself, using kneeling to force others is the first time I've seen it, but these small sects are mostly the kind that could be destroyed at any moment. Facing the Xiao family, kneeling down to beg others, forcing others, it's all the same. Xiao Chen then whispered into Shi Yi's ear, Shi Yi, tell them after I speak. Xiao Chen Shi Yi quickly said, Marriage alliances with the Xiao family can receive protection and are not limited to 10 days but are available any time. Among you, if anyone has a disciple who can become husband and wife with a Xiao family member, they will naturally become a sect dependent on our Xiao family. Hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but think to himself, if this news spreads, Xiao family disciples going out in the future will definitely become the target of pursuit of talented young men and women. In order to have more children, they will spend no less effort. If we want them to have more children, we can only urge them to marry. While the event was still in progress, a loud shout suddenly came from afar. Get out of the way! Everyone get out of the way! The person who had arrived was none other than Zhao Qingyi, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen, and he confessed, Ruo Shi, my heart is set on you. Can you become my Daogyo partner? Xiao Chen was secretly disgusted in his heart when he heard him say these words. I really don't understand what this guy is thinking. Coming here to pursue me. Shi Yi quickly replied, What is the Kunlun sect doing? This is our family's Madam Family Head, Shi Yu's master. Hearing this, she quickly said, Please forgive us, Xiao family head. This was unexpected. Then she turned to look at Zhao Qingyi and scolded, Idiot, you disgrace the sect. Kneel down now. But that Chu Qingyi acted like he was in the right and laughed back. I know. Actually, Ruoxi isn't the headmistress of the Xiao family. She just grew up in your Xiao family. Right now we're both single. What's wrong with me pursuing her? He also thought to himself, not only handsome but also rich. Getting Gu Ruoxi means Kunlun will have another talent. Xiao Chen couldn't take it anymore. He drew out a sharp sword. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed towards Chu Qingyi in front of him, slashing down. But before the sword could even touch him, the Chu family's ancestor, Chu Xian, along with Xin Yu's master, immediately stepped forward. creating a barrier to block Xiao Chen's sword.
Looking at the people in front of them, the two hurriedly asked, "What are you Zhao family doing? We agreed to be allies. Why are you attacking us?" Zhao Chen didn't bother to respond. "These disgusting people. I'll kill them if I want to." That master glared and asked, "You want to break the agreement?"
Xiao Chen didn't answer, he just laughed and asked back, "You two want to stop me?" At this time, the old Chu Jihan, Chu Qingyi's ancestor, opened his mouth and said, "It's just that my grandson, Suirer, was expressing his feelings. That's why there's such a commotion. It's not worth taking it so seriously." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was originally going to let it go, but just as he turned his head, that Chu Qingyi yelled, "Ruoxi, I'm sincere with you. Please accept my good intentions. Let's become Dao partners." Xingyu's master, upon hearing this, immediately scolded him loudly. "Shut up. Do you really want to break the alliance agreement?" Before he could answer, Chu Xian spoke up first. "It's not that serious. My grandson isn't wrong. Jiyu Ruoxi isn't from the Xiao family, nor is she the real headmistress of the Xiao family. Why can't my grandson pursue her?" Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel strange, he muttered in his head. It seems like these two are doing this on purpose. After thinking, he immediately opened the system and checked the names of these two Chu family members. All the information was very normal, but in the identity section, there was a new one. They are both targets for discord by the Ming Shen sect. After seeing this, Xiao Chen glared and thought, "Last time I checked the information of these two, there wasn't any target for discord from the Ming Shen sect. It seems they've joined the Ming Shen sect. No wonder they're acting so strangely. Isn't the Ming Shen sect's goal to destroy our alliance? Then let's play along." Breaking free from his thoughts, Xiao Chen quickly said to Li Chunfeng beside him, "Old Lai, help me block them." Chunfeng, hearing this, said annoyedly, "You should have said so earlier if you needed help." But even so, he smiled and said, "Leave these two to me." Xinyu's master was also very surprised. She worriedly said in her head, "I never expected that a fight would break out after just a few words." Right now, Jiyu Ruoxi is the only one who made the first move, although her cultivation level is the same as Chu Qingyi's, but in essence, she only comes from a small Zhao family. Her true strength definitely can't compare to the core disciples of a high-level sect. Since she's already made a move, let Chu Qingyi teach this ignorant junior a lesson. That Chu Zhan was also preparing to fight, he considered. Making a move openly would be too obvious that it's intentional. Although Jiyu Ruoxi isn't from the Xiao family, if I anger Liu Guo, she will be severely punished when she returns to Kunlun, feint to the east, and attack the west. Thinking this, he immediately launched an attack towards Xiao Chen. But how could this attack injure Xiao Chen? As soon as that divine power arrived, Xiao Chen only leaned back slightly to perfectly dodge this attack. Li Chunfeng couldn't help but feel disgusted at this scene. He glared and said, "Chu, are you tired of living?" Entering the sword domain set up by them, he added, "I originally only intended to pretend to stop you. I didn't expect you to use underhanded tactics." Chu Zhan laughed upon hearing this, acting like he didn't understand anything, and replied, "This old man doesn't know what you're talking about. You attacked me first." How could Li Chunfeng bear this injustice? He angrily released a series of swords, and then gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, I'm beating you." Seeing this scene, Chu Zihan said to the person beside him, "Junior sister Zhang, this guy is bullying us too much. Let's go together and teach him a lesson." Then the two sides charged at each other and fought. At the same time, outside, Chu Qingyi was also sent flying by Xiao Chen. Looking at the woman in front of him, he couldn't help but turn green with anger. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, this woman is too strong. Even with 20 more core disciples like me, I can't beat her." Not only he was being beaten helplessly, but the people in Kunlun also couldn't bear it anymore. They hurriedly begged, "Fairy, we were wrong, please withdraw your divine power." The divine power Xiao Chen was using was the Zhuxian Lunzhuan divine power. Hearing that the people he had knocked to the ground were begging for mercy, he thought, "I can let the Kunlun disciples off the hook, but Chu Qingyi must die. Killing him can stimulate the Yin Shen sect to continue their next actions." While he was thinking, suddenly a strange feeling rose from within Xiao Chen's body. He quickly realized, "I've been poisoned." Smelling the familiar scent, Xiao Chen immediately knew where it came from. It's from the flower above. Chu Qingyi had also stood up at this time, looking at Jiyu Ruoxi in front of him, trying to cover her nose to reduce the poison. He laughed disgustingly and said, "Haha, it's useless. Even the Yunting Emperor Lord will be poisoned by this." Xiao Chen muttered silently, "It's something from that despicable Ming Shen sect called the Flower Parasol Soul, which is very similar to the Dragon Blood Rose, making it easy to disguise. This thing reaches the 7th rank. Without the Ming Shen sect's antidote, it can't be cured." Zhu Qingyi walked up to Xiao Chen, grinning. "You're helpless now. I'm giving you a piece of advice. Don't resist. It's best if you obediently let me enjoy you." His hands,
not giving a damn, started groping Zhao Chen's skin, his mouth shamelessly saying, "See where you can run now?"
But before he could even touch for long, Gu Ruoxi's figure blurred and reappeared far away from him. Seeing this, Zhu Qingyi's jaw dropped. He exclaimed in horror, You did it!" Zhao Chen thought to himself. The soul-scattering Netherbloom is indeed incurable at this moment, but the heaven-defined dojo is a system skill, it doesn't require spiritual energy. Seeing Zhu Qingyi's terrified expression, Zhao Chen smirked and retorted, "This is Zhao family's territory, aren't you afraid of getting killed for attacking here?"
But Zhu Qingyi showed no fear at all. He even laughed, and disdainfully replied, "The Zhao family is nothing. The Zhao family's ancestor left Frostwind Valley last month. He must still be at the South Sea coast. He won't make it back in time. The Zhao family is nothing without its ancestor." With that, he was about to unleash his divine power at Zhao Chen. But Zhao Chen instantly used Blink to run away. Zhu Qingyi missed and angrily yelled, "Running again!" While running, suddenly, a series of system notifications popped up in front of Zhao Chen. Alert. Detecting 7 Great Power Ascension Peak Stage Cultivators approaching. Alert. Detecting 3 Fusion Realm Experts approaching. Before the notifications could fade, a swarm of Nether Gods sect disciples descended from the sky, led by none other than the Nether Gods sect's sect leader, Yufu Po. Spotting Zhu Qingyi below, he praised, "Good job, nephew." As they appeared, the entire Zhao family city was enveloped in a formation. Zhao Chen fell into silent contemplation, annoyed. This formation completely covers this city of nearly 10,000 people. Looks like Zhu Qingyi and Zhu Zhan's goal is to scout out for ambushes. Li Chunfeng is being held back, and the soul-scattering Netherbloom poison has been released, but no one has come yet, so Yufu Po and the others dared to show up. Seeing Tang Ming arrive, Zhu Qingyi quickly went to pay his respects, adding, "Please, grant me this person." The red-haired Nether God sect member glanced at Gu Ruoxi and said, "I heard this is the Zhao family's mistress, truly a beauty that could topple empires. Such a beauty would make an exquisite furnace." Zhu Qingyi, "Your request is a bit too much," Zhu Qingyi quickly apologized. Qingyi has overstepped his bounds. But after saying that, he stubbornly continued, "This woman was once betrothed to Qingyi. I implore the sect leader to grant her to me." And at this moment, Zhao Chen was beginning to cultivate something. Seeing the person before him so persistent, the red-haired young sect leader chuckled, then said in a low voice, "Bravo! Very good! In my life as a cultivator, besides immortality, what I seek is wealth, power, and dajo partners. And you've taken a liking to this woman, so of course I can give her to you, but it seems you don't quite understand the current situation, do you?" With worry gradually appearing on Zhu Qingyi's face, he added, "Mount Shu, Kunlun, are allied with the Xiao family. Your death is more useful than your life." Knowing what he was about to face, Zhu Qingyi immediately became terrified. He quickly turned his head to look towards his ancestor for help. "Second grandfather, save me, save me." But all that responded to him was an empty sky, with only a coffin floating there, along with the tone of the young sect leader. "With my jade coffin suppressing it, don't even think about getting out for now." Zhu Qingyi was so scared that his face turned green. He hurriedly knelt down at the feet of the Nether God sect members and begged, "No, I don't want it anymore. Please spare me, young sect leader. Spare me, sect leader." But the red-haired man wasn't about to let it go so easily. He held a sharp spear in his hand, aiming it at Zhu Qingyi, and thrusting forward, laughing. "You clearly stated your wish. Why are you saying you don't want it anymore? The woman will be yours. It's a pity you don't have the life to receive her." After saying those words, he immediately stabbed down with the spear. But instead of Zhu Qingyi getting injured, a sword appeared, blocking the thrust. The sword belonged to Zhao Chen, who had arrived and blocked it at some point. Zhao Chen even chuckled. "He wants to kill. Why are you allowed to kill?" The young sect leader quickly retorted, "Can't you see the current situation? Did you cultivate until you're stupid?" Zhao Chen didn't hold back either, immediately firing back. "Cultivating so arrogantly in this place, you're the ones who cultivated until you're stupid." The young sect leader wasn't angry at being scolded, he even laughed. "The formation is already set up. Even if the Zhao family's ancestor returns, it'll be a waste of effort. When we kill all the cultivators here, the 10,000 souls will sever the Zhao family's reputation. The Mount Shu leader, the 2 great ascension peaks, Kunlun's alliance will be broken. Even if we can't temporarily break the Great Defense Formation in Frostwind Valley, your Zhao family will still be a declining small clan in the southern domain as before." Yufu Po, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Chenghua, why are you talking so much to her? Just control her directly and refine her into a furnace." Chenghua quickly replied, "Yes, sect leader." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately charged towards Zhao Chen. Without any hesitation, he directly killed Zhu Qingyi with a single strike of his sword. The system quickly reported,
Alert. Host has killed a core formation stage cultivator, obtained 5,000 spirit stones, a grade 5 spirit fruit of lust and a fruit of desire. This sword strike from Xiao Chen also went towards Chen Gua, but he quickly avoided the attack.
Looking at the woman standing before him, he said, I didn't expect it to be a spirit-grade flying sword. Perhaps that last strike was your last bit of spiritual energy, Xiao Chen silently replied. So what if it is? Yu Fu Po's face was filled with annoyance. Seeing his disciple unable to capture her, he raised 2 fingers, casting a spell as he said,
Unable to capture a core formation cultivator, fine, this sect leader will personally take action. Quickly activate the soul refining formation.
Right after that, bam! A whole bunch of spiritual energy blasts shot out, all aimed right at Xiao Chen, boxing him in. But Xiao Chen wasn't messing around. He swung his sword, hacking at those energy blasts, and glared at that Vice Sect Leader Yu down below, yelling, Sect Leader Yu, your chance is UP. Vice Sect Leader Yu, hearing the woman's words, couldn't help but wonder, what chance? He didn't have to wait long, though,
as Xiao Chen's sword skills went wild, smashing right through the Mingshen sect's formation and stabbing straight at their sect leader.
And who did it? None other than the guy they always look down on. Seeing the injured dude below, Xiao Chen smirked. I told you, you don't go causing trouble on Zhao family's turf. That Shen Gua guy was totally losing it. His jaw dropped. He stumbled over to his sect leader, stammering, How is this possible? Our soul-refining grand formation couldn't stop that. Vice Sect Leader Yu snapped back to reality real quick, staring down his opponent. He wasn't about to admit defeat, though, saying, Ha, just a Zuxian sword formation. I was just caught off guard. You think you can turn the tables with just a sword formation? But when he saw Xiao Chen start to unleash some seriously dark purple technique, he started panicking so much he couldn't even talk straight. See calamity, 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 breath.
Shen Gua, seeing things go south fast, told his buddy, Sect Leader, this ain't working, let's bail.
But of course, Vice Sect Leader Yu's pride wouldn't let him do that. He scoffed. It's just a sword formation with some illusions. That one sword earlier didn't have any calamity breath. She's probably faking it. Let Sect Leader here show her who's boss. Xiao Chen laughed. Whether or not I can turn the tables, I don't know. But I can kill immortals, he thought angrily.
Messing with my matchmaking event, ruining the Zhao family's development plan, and even affecting my own schemes. The Ming Shen sect is nothing but a small fry. Cutting off his thoughts, a bunch of swords shot out all at once, all targeting one guy, Vice Sect Leader Yu. But he wasn't going down without a fight. He was still a sect leader, after all. Seeing the sword techniques coming his way, he shouted, Behold, Yu Shen's soul refinement! Then, a giant bell appeared, protecting him from Xiao Chen's swords. But this bell couldn't protect his soul. The sword technique went right through the bell and pierced the soul fragment. His clothes were torn, and he yelled in horror, This woman is insane! Run! But Xiao Chen knew the Ming Shen sect mainly cultivated the soul,
and they used yin energy to nourish the body, so their souls were their most important weapons. At that moment, the soul fragment materialized. He looked at Xiao Chen and grinned. Your opponent is me. As soon as he said that, he immediately created a giant hand that punched straight at Xiao Chen's head, but Xiao Chen quickly activated a technique to block it.
Glaring at the soul fragment across from him, he calculated in his mind, if that's the case, then I'll first chop Vice Sect Leader Yu. Once he had thought that, Xiao Chen immediately ordered, If immortals can be chopped, then extinguish this small yin soul. The sword techniques quickly flew. Vice Sect Leader Yu quickly used the bell to defend, but when he looked at the swords that were about to pierce his shield, he anxiously told himself, This is not good. I'm about to not be able to hold on. If it comes to this, I won't hold back. Immediately afterwards, right above the jade coffin, it unexpectedly opened. Within the coffin, a vengeful spirit appeared that was full of resentment. It yelled a horrifying cry. Looking at the scene unfolding before him, Xiao Chen couldn't help but have his eyes widen, he thought. The vengeful corpse of a great tribulation transcendent expert. Could it be that this was Vice Sect Leader Yu's trump card? He underestimated the Zuxian sword formation too much. After this thought, the vengeful corpse already flew immediately to where Xiao Chen was. But it seemed like only in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen already escaped and teleported out of the Ming Shen sect's formation. This caused Vice Sect Leader Yu to be terrified. He stupidly yelled inside his heart, Am I done for? In just a blink of an eye, and she could teleport out? My vengeful corpse can't go outside. To break the formation, it's not something a few calamity breaths can accomplish.
My yin soul is still trapped in the Grand Soul Refinement Formation. It doesn't even have a target.
Xiao Chen definitely wasn't about to let those guys from the Ming Shen sect chill, and before they even knew what hit him, he was all like, "Bring on the Great Chu Xian Tribulation Lightning Formation."
And then bam! It was raining lightning strikes, slamming right into the formation around the Zhao family mountain valley, trapping the Ming Shen sect dudes inside like rats.
That vice sect leader Yu was finally freaking out, screaming his lungs out.
Stop it, fairy, I surrender. But ain't no miracles or mercy coming his way, haha.
After settling everything, Xiao Chen was kinda surprised. No system rewards? Figures, those Ming Shen sect guys probably got a resurrection trick up their sleeves. But hey, this zombie dude seems special, surviving the lightning sword formation without a scratch, and that jade coffin can hold down the sword dimension. It's gotta be at least a low-tier treasure. Looks like this wasn't a total loss after all. After the battle, Zhu Zhan got dragged back to Mount Kunlun. Not kicked out of the sect though. Kunlun had to join the alliance now. Couldn't ruin the whole alliance deal over one Zhaozhan, you know.
The euphorbia's toxicity automatically wears off after 24 hours. And get this, 10 days later, over 600 couples decided to tie the knot as Dao partners. This fight totally put the Zhao family on the map, making them famous far and wide. All that mystery and power, it made a bunch of smaller sects willing to put up with anything. Basically, those 600-plus couples were mostly about taking wives or concubines, as long as they could cling to the Zhao family. These small sect disciples didn't even care if they were the umpteenth wife or concubine. Liu Mao. Thousands of people came in pairs to return to the Zhao family mountain valley. Before you knew it, a month had zoomed by since the celestial change orb recovered, making it 23 years for the Zhao family mountain valley. Suddenly, the system pops up with a flurry of announcements. Congrats! After all that blood, sweat, and tears, fully embracing the Keep the Bloodline Strong motto, your descendant count has hit 10,000. Reward, 1,000 years of cultivation, 100 million spirit stones. Congrats! Descendant count at 10,000. System permissions upgraded. Congrats! Descendant count at 10,000. System unlocks providence function. Establishes family function. Right now, Xiao Chen was laser-focused on boosting Jiyu Ruoxi's physique, taking her step-by-step from the integration stage to integration stage 1, integration stage 2, all the way to integration stage 9. Right there, Xiao Chen had to slam on the brakes, grumbling. Integration stage 9 is the limit. I don't know enough about the ascending peak stage of her cultivation method, so I can't risk a breakthrough, he thought to himself. Cultivation is like building a staircase to heaven. If one step is unstable, you're going to have problems later. Light case would be shallow cultivation. Serious case would be a stalled cultivation road. I don't even dare to cultivate other cultivation methods, so better just stop for now.
Shaking off those thoughts, Xiao Chen immediately ordered the system. Open the providence function. Let's have one bell strike per month, and the providence we get depends on how many times it rings.
Looking at the system screen showing a bell, but only one lonely ring echoed.
Xiao Chen asked the system in silence, "Is this function of yours broken or what? Just one ring?" The system, with its robotic voice, replied, "Could it be you're ringing it wrong?" The system went on to open another message. Fortune bell uses chi luck to ring. Reading that, Xiao Chen frowned and sighed. Lost for words, I was just using brute strength. I didn't even think of infusing chi luck. Hearing that, the robotic voice spoke again. You can use cultivation strength to ring the bell. Today your chi luck is super great. Or there wouldn't have been a single ring sound. Knowing the system was just messing with him, Xiao Chen closed his eyes in annoyance and retorted, "You find it funny seeing this old man confused, huh? You didn't even remind me. Where's the human decency? I suspect your system has a cruel streak." The system didn't argue, just put up a notice about its owner's providence, which said, 1 month from now, a white serpent will undergo tribulation in the southern domain of White Sands.
Looking at the image of the white serpent on the system screen, Xiao Chen was a bit taken aback, complaining, "A white serpent is my providence. That's it. The white serpent gets hurt by lightning during its tribulation. Are you telling me to go pick up its corpse? I'll go check it out in a month." Setting that aside for now, Xiao Chen began to check out the other functions. The system screen showed a bunch of architectural structures. Looking at them, Xiao Chen thought, the profound Yin ice cave, Jade Spring Steel, the destroyed clan protection, and mind tempering formations are still there. These things were all in grayscale. The system quickly chimed in with some info. Function. For every 100 million spirit stones, one of these structures can be rebuilt. Xiao Chen had been bummed about these structures being all grayed out, but hearing what the system said, he perked up immediately. He said with a grin, "Each of these places is worth over 100 million spirit stones. I was regretting how hard it would be to get them back after they were destroyed.
But now I can just use spirit stones to rebuild them, but damn. Spirit stones are just too expensive for me right now. This is the first time since getting the system that I've felt broke. Speaking of spirit stones, that's the core of mineral veins. The ratio of spirit stones at the trading company is 1/100th. 100 spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 tin lin, Zhao Chen pondered. The 100 million spirit stones I got are new.
Right now, 100 million spirit stones can rebuild one structure. Then let's rebuild this town clan stone steegle. This thing can shield my clan's fate, raise the clan's chi luck. It's what we need right now.
Thinking that, Zhao Chen decisively chose to rebuild the clan protection stone Stiel. After finishing his selection, the system screen quickly showed. In the process of building the town clan Stiel. Countdown timer. 8 days. After getting all that done, Zhao Chen said aloud, "I need to call Xiao Er Shiyi. I want to buy a large quantity." As soon as he said that, Xiao Er Shiyi was quickly summoned. Once he was there, Zhao Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly gave the order. From now on, the whole clan will put their backs into gathering spirit stones. Hearing that, Shiyi didn't question it and quickly replied, "Yes." After receiving the order, Shiyi hesitantly asked the main mistress in front of him, "Main mistress, it's been over a month since the old ancestor went outside. Should we go pick him up?" Hearing that, Zhao Chen pondered. For the sake of the future cultivation method, I should call Gu Ruoxi back. After agreeing to pick up the old ancestor, Shiyi didn't leave. He stood there and said more. "There's another matter." After being allowed by the main mistress to say, "Speak," he dared to open his mouth. Even though there are many clansmen, the birth rate is falling sharply. As soon as Shiyi finished that sentence, Zhao Chen turned serious, asking, "Do you know why?" Shiyi quickly said what he understood. "Main mistress, everyone in the clan now is a cultivator. There aren't any ordinary mortals left. Even with the help of the Twin Suns amulet, it's hard for everyone to get pregnant." Hearing those words from Shiyi, Zhao Chen suddenly realized this. He frowned seriously and mumbled in his head, "Crap it. I was so focused on raising the strength of the clan that I forgot one thing. It's hard for cultivators to get pregnant. The higher the realm, the lower the chance of getting pregnant, and the higher the spirit root, the easier it is to end up like this. Right now, the Xiao family has abundant resources, and the heavenly birth spirit pill, leading to lower and lower birth rate of the Xiao family. The Xiao family is at a difficult stage. The newborns are all basically born with spirit roots, starting to cultivate from a young age. To date, the number of clansmen is over 10,000. But the number of pregnant descendants isn't even as high as when the clan had 6,000 people. This is a big crisis. I should have nurtured some ordinary children, not letting them cultivate. But the lifespan of ordinary people can't compare to cultivators. Who wants to live a life that only lasts a few decades? As Zhao Chen was pondering this, he suddenly sensed something amiss and wondered, someone is sabotaging the mountain defense array. With that thought, he quickly extended his divine sense outwards and discovered that the culprit was none other than Mu Qingcheng. Retracting his divine sense, Zhao Chen swiftly left his room. Emerging outside and standing right behind the woman, he spoke. "Mu Qingcheng, why are you doing this?" Hearing his question, Mu Qingcheng's face was streaked with tears as she turned to face him, her voice filled with resentment. "Why? To avenge my younger brother, Ye Ling, of course. It's a pity the Zhao family is no more, otherwise it would have been even better to wait for the Nether God sect to kill him." Glancing at the weeping woman before him, Zhao Chen was taken aback and fell into deep thought. Decades ago, I observed her, but she was just like the other daughters-in-law of the Xiao family, showing no unusual behavior, so I felt relieved. Who knew the bond between her and Ye Ling was so profound, enduring decades just for revenge? Just then, Mu Qingcheng immediately raised her hand and cast a circular array diagram. Immediately afterward, figures with the cultivation levels of the Nether God sect, Crimson Rainbow Hall, and Wandering Heaven sect appeared one after another. Ufupuo, who had died before, was now resurrected. They stared at Zhao Chen and taunted, "Gu Ruoxi has no array this time. Let's see how your Xiao family will cope." Witnessing the scene unfolding, Zhao Chen silently mused. 13 Emperor Lords at the pinnacle of the Nether God sect, remnants of the Wandering Heaven sect, and Crimson Rainbow Hall. Currently, the Xiao family's mountain valley only has one peak ascendant, Shan Honghui. Our biggest support, the Immortal Cultivation Sword Array, has also had a crucial part sabotaged from within by Mu Qingcheng. Thinking this, Zhao Chen glared angrily at the woman standing opposite him, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I thought the Xiao family's environment and resources would change this woman, but I was wrong. So wrong." At this moment, many people rapidly approached from behind Zhao Chen, loudly calling out, "Matriarch." Zhao Chen calculated in his head, having already sent messages to Mount Shu and Quanlun. Currently, the Zhao family has 3 Integration Realm cultivators, 132 Nascent Soul Realm cultivators, and 456 Transformation Spirit Realm cultivators. If we fight, we'll definitely lose. But if we flee, the Zhao family's years of development will be destroyed in an instant. It's needless to think about what the low-level clansman would face. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen's face turned stern, and he shouted loudly, "Activate the array." Seeing this action from the woman below, the sect leader of the Nethergod sect mockingly laughed, "Ha ha! So, you refuse to surrender?" The nearby Xen region master chimed in. "Gu Ruoxi, you sect leader's previous plan failed, and I thought you were a clever one. Now if you surrender, you must hand over everyone in the Zhao family, and I guarantee you'll receive a position no less than mine." Ufupuo added with a laugh. "Fairy Gu, it's best to surrender to avoid a situation where, once the battle begins, everyone in the Zhao family will become vengeful corpses, their souls refined into wandering spirits. That fate is far more pitiful than becoming our fruits of labor." Glancing at the babbling crowd above, Zhao Chen felt a bit puzzled, thinking, logically, they should have decisively attacked, not stall for time. But judging from the current situation, it seems they have other tricks up their sleeves. Do they feel that 13 peak ascendants aren't reassuring enough? As he was pondering this, Zhao Chen suddenly keenly detected a familiar scent. He muttered, "A fragrance. The same trick, trying to use it a second time." Quickly shaking off his thoughts, he immediately loudly ordered, "Everyone, plug your noses. They're scattering soul-devouring pollen." Zhao Chen instructed everyone not to breathe, facing the dispersed pollen of the spirit nether-devouring flower. While he was still warning them, the enemy forces on the other side, having been discovered, directly attacked. They straightforwardly launched a rather large weapon, so powerful that they yelled out while throwing it, "Die!" Seeing the object hurtling towards him, Xiao Chen couldn't help but be somewhat stunned, thinking, he used a divine power of law right from the start. It seems that killing Ufupuo once left him with a significant trauma. With that thought, Xiao Chen quickly cast a cultivation technique, Heaven and Earth Dao Domain. Instantly dodging that move of his, seeing his move fall on the ground without causing any injury to the woman below, Ufupuo was unwilling to accept it. Determined not to stop, he quickly gathered his forces, targeting the array surrounding the Zhao family, and loudly ordered, "Attack her clansmen." Immediately afterward, a series of rays like thunder tribulations shot out, targeting the Zhao family disciples within the barrier. The Zhao family clansmen didn't stand still. Without hesitation, they hurriedly raised their hands to support the barrier of the array, preventing those techniques from hitting. Everyone tried their best, and encouraged each other to hold on. Seeing the current situation leaning towards the opposing side, Xiao Chen couldn't help but worry, thinking, his Earth Law domain is severely affecting my Heaven and Earth Dao domain. This tremor even delays my spatial teleportation. If this continues, we might die here, and the Zhao family will be destroyed. No, it's still better to flee. They came too quickly, and we didn't have time to prepare at all, or we wouldn't have fallen into this passive position. I have to make a decision now. The fate of the remaining clansmen can only be left to heaven. Breaking free from his thoughts, Xiao Chen immediately shouted, "Hey!" Then, he swiftly released a secret realm treasure. Xiao Chen urged the Zhao family clansmen to enter. The clansmen didn't hesitate, dragging each other inside. Seeing this treasure of the Zhao family, Ufupuo was slightly surprised, he exclaimed. A Bing-grade spatial treasure. The Zhao family truly has many treasures. Ignoring his words, Xiao Chen was still hurriedly urging the clansmen, "Zhao family, hurry in." At this moment, the idiots of the Nether God sect finally realized, damn it, she wants to run. Capture her. With that said, a crowd of people flew to capture her. Ufupuo further instructed, dispatch some people to intercept and kill the Zhao clan members, to distract her. Hearing these words, the people of the remaining sects quickly ordered their disciples, let's go kill the Zhao clan members. It's our master's will, to avenge the stolen heaven sect. Hearing their plan, Xiao Chen hated them so much that he gnashed his teeth, cursing in his heart, damn it, I don't have time to split myself now. Even if I could use a clone divine power, with my integration realm body, it would be difficult to fight against a peak ascendant emperor lord. Just then, several figures suddenly emerged from the Bing-grade treasure. They were none other than Li Chunfeng, Xin Honghui, Xiao Nan, and Wen Xiyu. Looking at the crowd before him, Xin Honghui spoke up, saying, Old Ancestor, leave these four to us. Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't refuse, directly darting away. Several members of the underworld god sect tried to chase after him, but Xiao Chen's speed was too fast, they simply couldn't keep up. This made the underworld god sect's group anxious, and they reminded that Serene Domain Lord, if the Serene Domain Lord doesn't take this seriously, the Xiao family will really escape. After those words, that Serene Domain Lord transformed from his divine soul into a massive dragon. This was the Earth Underworld divine power of his original form, the Earth Dragon. It was a high-ranking divine power
that could transform the heavens and earth.
This couldn't help but make Zhao Chen worried. He frowned, calling out in his head, "Crap, space is out of control." Not giving Zhao Chen much time to react, after using his Earth Underworld divine power to wreak havoc on space, Yu Fu Pu immediately charged forward with his spear. Zhao Chen didn't just stand there and take it, he quickly pulled out the jade coffin he'd obtained in the previous battle to block the incoming strike, he thought. Luckily, over these years, I refined this jade coffin into 2 parts. This jade coffin is effective at blocking soul attacks, so it should be able to stop Yu Fu Po's attack. But nothing is ever that easy. If Zhao Chen was in his own body, he could easily block this attack. But now he was stuck in Jiyu Ruoxi's body. Zhao Chen sulked to himself, but due to the massive difference in cultivation levels, Yu Fu Po's attack completely shattered the Jiyu jade coffin. Zhao Chen was left with no way to defend. He looked at the sharp spear tips charging towards him, and wondered to himself, "Am I going to die? Can't block this attack." But at that moment, suddenly, a figure rushed out, standing in front of Zhao Chen, facing Yu Fu Po's attacks. A poem suddenly manifested. A Milky Way hangs, carrying the carp dragon, defying heaven, walking alone across the desolate lands. Today, I temporarily spread my wings and depart. Autumn and spring, I will return with enlightened meditation. After that poem, the figure turned around. It was Xiao Fengyuan. He was willing to withstand that attack. Before closing his eyes, he smiled and said, "Old Ancestor, Fengyuan will take his leave first." With that, a light instantly erupted, so blinding that people had to cover their eyes. At the same time, Fengyuan's figure shattered like broken pieces of glass scattering in the wind. Touching those fragments, Zhao Chen cried. He said with heartache, "This child." Because of this departure, Zhao Chen suddenly felt like he was infused with strength. He looked at the crowd before him and roared heroically, "Underworld God Sect, Heaven Thief Sect, Shocking Rainbow Hall, this old man will eradicate you all in this lifetime." That serene domain lord was stunned by what had just happened. He said warily, "This heavenly formation is terrifying. It just made those 7 Ascendant Realm cultivators disappear. Luckily, that bizarre young fiend has also disappeared." Yu Fu Po added, "The Zhao family is on the decline. This is a rare opportunity. If we don't eliminate the Zhao family, we'll be the ones destroyed." Saying this, he laughed, thinking, the Zhao family only has Xin Honghui struggling to hold on. With the current 1-against-2 situation, he could lose his life at any moment. That female cultivator in the Harmony Realm is barely holding off the Third Elder's attacks. She's already coughed up blood for the 9th time. Yu Fu Po then looked at Zhao Nan, secretly sizing him up. That last male cultivator seems bizarre. Although his cultivation is only in the transformation realm, if he has mastered the laws of time, he's no ordinary person. Every move he makes is unexpectedly capable of calmly avoiding the Great Elder's attacks. Thinking this, he quickly snapped out of his thoughts, and looked at Zhao Chen opposite him, saying, "There are still 6 Ascendant Realm cultivators. The advantage is on our side." Without any hesitation, he immediately charged straight toward Zhao Chen, shouting, "Die!" Zhao Chen quickly used the remaining strength of this body to create a barrier. Seeing this, Yu Fu Po immediately shouted loudly, "Serene Heart Domain Lord, what are you waiting for? Move!" Hearing this, Serene Heart quickly cast his technique, shouting, "Rise!" Then, streams of energy from his hands surged toward Zhao Chen, but instead of killing him, they turned into a cage, trapping Zhao Chen inside. Looking at what was imprisoning him, Zhao Chen thought to himself, "Is this the great earth imprisonment divine power?" Yu Fu Po, displeased with Serene Heart's actions, scolded angrily, "Idiot, why didn't you kill him? What are you thinking?" Serene Heart, being scolded, hurriedly replied, "The Zhao family has countless mysterious artifacts. If we can figure them out, it will be a huge opportunity for us." But clearly, these words didn't satisfy that Yu Fu Po at all. He retorted sternly, "I don't see any opportunity here. I only see infinite fear. If we don't sever the roots of the Zhao family today, when Zhao Chen returns, it will be the moment of our deaths. Moreover, I have a feeling that this Jiyu Ruoxi is definitely not simple. She might be even more dangerous than Zhao Chen. She must die." As he spoke, he raised his sword and rushed towards the cage, intending to kill the person inside. Zhao Chen wanted to use a divine power to block the attack, but he couldn't manifest it no matter what he tried. He muttered to himself, annoyed, "Even the Heaven and Earth Dojo is ineffective. There must be something strange about that Earth Dragon." Just as Zhao Chen thought he was about to eat this attack, a huge sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It swooped in, smashed Zhao Chen's cage, and blocked that damn Yu Fu Po's divine power. And that sword technique, none other than Jiyu Ruoxi's. Shi and Jiyu finally arrived. Ji
Yu glanced at the woman behind her and quipped, "Master, looks like your situation is, somewhat optimistic, Gu Ruoxi just gave her a flat look and said, "Just shut it." Then, she turned her icy glare on those remnant scumbags from the cult, snarling, "I was already going easy on you guys, and you dare to bully him."
Seeing the Xiao family's old ancestor had returned, those troublemakers immediately freaked out. They started whispering to each other, "It's the Mie old ancestor, what do we do now, fight or flight?" Chen Xin immediately jumped in. "That sword formation's already busted, there probably won't be a better chance, let's go all in."
And just like that, all three of them unleashed their divine powers at the same time, aiming straight at Gu Ruoxi. Ruoxi wasn't scared in the slightest. She just casually pulled out a jade pendant and started refining it, muttering some ancient-sounding poem. Xianglai, Tumian Chunyan Lao Quanti, Jitan Shue Dian Yibei, Fa Lingjun Shuo Shu, San Sheng Yuan Ding Wo Sui Tian. After refining for a bit, Gu Ruoxi suddenly realized, "Oh crap, I forgot, cultivation isn't about Tamsin Kin." And with that, both Gu Ruoxi and Gu got smacked before they could even react. Gu yelped in pain after getting hit, "Master." Gu Ruoxi saw things were going south fast and rushed over to Zhao Chen, urgently saying, "Think of something, quick, how do we switch back? If not, we're toast."
Seeing how easily their old ancestor was getting roughed up, the Mingshen sect guys were pretty surprised. They gawked at each other, huh? Is this Dimi old ancestor kinda overrated? Too weak. Could it be a trick by the Xiao family? The Xiao family's old ancestor is at the Wending stage. If it's a trap, will they wait for us to strike again to wipe us out? 1 second they weren't paying attention, and when they turned back they saw Gu Ruoxi and Xiao Chen locking lips. Their jaws dropped. What the hell? How did it come to this? Not to mention the old ancestor from the Shaotian sect was raging.
He unleashed a massive fiery hand, striking towards Gu Ruoxi, cursing, "Kill me! This is like using a butter knife to off someone. I'll go down with you, Zai Jingzhang." Gu Ruoxi finally pulled away from Xiao Chen, glaring, and shouted, "Get lost." Then she tossed out a bunch of swords to block the incoming attack. After that, she walked back to Xiao Chen, complaining, "Can you focus a little?" "No, can't switch back. It's definitely because you're thinking about other women. Better kiss again, our minds will definitely connect."
And then they were making out again. Seeing those two making out below, Ufu Po couldn't help but get worried, and yelled, "Chen Xin, Domain Lord, these two are definitely planning something, separate them." Chen Xin hurriedly unleashed his divine power, trapping them in 2 separate cages. But even trapped, Gu Ruoxi didn't seem too worried. She was just concerned about switching back. Looking at Zhao Chen, Gu Ruoxi apologized, feeling a bit guilty. "Sorry. Seeing my body moving like it's kissing myself, maybe it's my fault." Ufu Po chimed in from above, talking to Chen Xin. "I think they just want a final makeout session. The Xiao family's ancestors are really vulgar. Putting on a love act at a place like this, disgusting." Chen Xin added with a serious face, "This domain lord does not see any Yao cultivators here, kill them." Hearing that, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel worried. He panicked. "Crap, if we can't switch back, we're really dead. Minds connecting. Or both of us thinking about the same thing. There's still one thing we can do." Thinking of this, Zhao Chen immediately turned to Gu Ruoxi and blurted out, "Ruoxi, your body's already been used by me." Gu Ruoxi was a bit stunned, replying, Your body has also been used by me," she thought to herself. To realize such a crude thing when death is imminent. But because of these words, the red string on their hands, given by the system, suddenly flared up. The string quickly carried out its mission. The fate-binding, soul-switching string swiftly swapped their bodies back to their rightful owners. Finally, both of them were back in their own bodies. After switching back, Zhao Chen excitedly said, "Feeling my own body again. This is the best." While he was reveling in this delight, Gu Ruoxi's voice rang out, "You damn man, save me." Hearing this, Xiao Chen snapped back to reality. He paused for a moment, then quickly shattered both of their cages, and immediately rushed to pick up Ruoxi and carry her out. Returning to her old body was too much for Ruoxi to handle. Looking at the unconscious girl in his arms, Xiao Chen quietly thought, "I swapped bodies in the first place to save her. Although my cultivation is now at the Heti peak, I can only temporarily seal her soul from dissipating. To save her, I still need a Ning Hun pill." Xiao Chen mumbled in his heart, a bit distressed. 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, even a Heti peak body can't seal her soul. The Tiandi dojo within the Zhao family's territory can forcibly increase my cultivation by 1 major realm. I used to think this was a bug. After moving the entire Zhao family a few times, I realized this was a function, only usable after the Zhao family controls the whole area. This is also one of the reasons they want to take over our southern domain. The Heaven and Earth Dao Arena opens After the Heaven and Earth Tao Arena opened, Xiao Chen immediately boosted his cultivation like crazy.
Questioning Divinity Stage Level 2, Questioning Divinity Stage Level 3, and finally Transcendence Tribulation.
Seeing what's going on, the Jingzhong Hall folks over there finally started freaking out. They yelled to each other in a panic, what the heck kind of crazy secret technique is that? To jump stages like that and reach Transcendence Tribulation in the blink of an eye? Run, we gotta run. That Yu Fu Po dude wasn't any different from them.
But his pride wouldn't let him run. He thought to himself, I can't run? If I do, everything we've done will be for nothing, and even the 2 southwestern regions won't have room for the Nethergod sect. After thinking that, he shouted to calm everyone down. These kinds of temporary power-up secret techniques have time limits. Don't be scared.
Before he could even finish his sentence, Xiao Chen made his move. He sent his sharp swords flying straight towards Yu Fu Po.
Seeing himself getting stabbed and slashed, he cried out miserably, You! Couldn't you kill them first? The spiritual soul he nurtured also ran away hastily. This body is trash now. Even my soul has to get out of here. His trump card already ran away, of course. Nobody stupidly stayed behind to take the hit. Those guys from Nether Heaven Cult scrambled to escape, telling each other, a Transcendence Tribulation Stage expert who is skilled in Space Element is way scarier than the Zhao family's Mountain Protection Formation. Shit! Nether Heaven Cult my ass. Exterminating the sect my ass. Nether God sect my ass. First thing we need to do is run. A few who couldn't escape in time could only kneel down and beg Xiao Chen for mercy. Please, Ancestor Slayer Emperor, spare us. We're willing to offer up our spiritual souls.
But the only thing that responded them was a terrifying sword strike down from the head, separating their soul from their bodies.
Looking at them, Xiao Chen said with disgust, If Xiao Fengyuan hadn't died, I might have actually accepted their surrender. But now, not a single one of you will escape, he thought in his head. 2 breaths, still 5 left. With that, Xiao Chen went on to hack and slash 3-4 people. Coming to this point, he laughed. There's still Yu Fu Po escaping in his soul form, and Chen Xin merging with the earth in the shape of a earth dragon. But of course, this wouldn't make things difficult for Xiao Chen.
Very soon after, Yu Fu Po, who was escaping, was found. Seeing the person who was full of power in front of his eyes, Yu Fu Po hurriedly begged, Ancestor Slayer Emperor, our Nethergod sect knows our mistake. Nethergod sect is willing to surrender and join the Zhao clan. Xiao Chen showed contempt after hearing these words. He answered harshly, it's too late since you sent your people to massacre Xiao City in the southern domain. Finishing his words, he quickly used his divine power Corpse Earth Demon Plate, pulling Yu Fu Po's spirit out of his body, causing him to not have the chance to beg. After dealing with this dude, Xiao Chen quickly counted. Still 7 breaths, Chen Xin. And Chen Xin was trying to escape secretly at this moment. He said, I only need to escape, and whatever person wants to come to this 2 southwestern regions, I, Chen Xin, won't be coming anymore.
But he didn't have any chance of leaving in a healthy condition. His location was found by Xiao Chen. In the moment he was escaping, a fire hand suddenly appeared from the back, and only using one move, it easily penetrated his chest directly.
Looking to the person who attacked, his eyes were filled with anger. He gnashed his teeth and blamed, You, Zhao clan, don't push people too far. Behind me is the Jingzhong Hall. Don't even mention Transcendence Tribulation experts. There is also the Great Ascension Stage Big Shot.
Facing this threatening words, Xiao Chen treated it like water off a duck's back, and didn't bother listening. He answered back while smiling, Jingzhong Hall and I have been enemies for a long time. It's either you die, or I die. While speaking, he was prepared to use a divine power attack. Chen Xin took out a piece of spirit stone from somewhere. Looking at that, he suddenly spoke, No, I definitely can't resist this strike. After these words, his body suddenly depended on the spirit stone in his hand to teleport away, completely disappearing.
After seeing this, Xiao Chen was curious. He quickly asked, System, what is that?
A information panel quickly popped up to answer. Immortal Star Dimension, the most high-quality material of space law. After Xiao Chen finished reading it, he said in silence, Perhaps this is why Shen Jin's divine power can restrain my space shuttle. I can't even chase him. Xiao Chen's body took a lot of damage. He held onto his chest and spoke.
Transcendence Tribulation Stage and Questioning Divinity Stage has real knowledge on seeing the nature of life. This forced cultivation of even the Heaven and Earth Tao Arena's power has to bear extreme backlash. Luckily, the process of leveling up is short, or else the body won't be able to resist.
While speaking, Xiao Chen thought in his head, 3 breaths, still 2 breaths left. Seeming to have knew what he was thinking, Ji-Yu Ruoxi, after waking up, quickly asked, Are you going to switch back? Xiao Chen didn't refuse, and answered lovingly, That's right, Ruoxi. Not knowing what she was thinking, her face suddenly became red. Her cheeks are like 2 ripe tomatoes. And Sheng Tong spoke. You said that you used it before. What did you use? You see. Zhao Chen didn't directly answer but spoke vaguely. You guess. After speaking, he suddenly bent down and placed his lips on Ruoxi's lips. This caused Ruoxi's stomach to be full of questions. She yelled. What exactly did you do? My whole body hurts. After returning back to Gu Ruoxi's body, Xiao Chen received a notification reward from the system.
Congratulations, host, for killing Changming Emperor Monarch. Rewards 1. Complete Questioning Heart Breath Bridge. Congratulations, host, for killing Cheng Rui Emperor Monarch. Rewards Spirit Treasure Grade Weapon Great Jia Long Sparrows. Congratulations, host, for killing Bai Tu Emperor Monarch. Rewards Spirit Treasure Grade Pill Cauldron Crimson Cloud Cauldron. Congratulations, host, for killing Sun Shun Emperor Monarch. Rewards 6 Desires Heart Scripture. After reading the whole list, and not seeing Ufu Po's name, Xiao Chen scolded angrily. Damn it, Ufu Po actually ran away. From the Xiao family since the old days, Ufu Po is definitely seen as a difficult opponent. No wonder he's the sect master of the great sect. In his head there's at least 800 meters of thoughts. He glanced again at the jade coffin placed on the other side. Xiao Chen thought to himself. I knew that Ufu Po had a divine power called the Netherworld Coffin Rebirth, but I didn't expect that it could be reborn twice like this. It seems that there may be many more times. If the Zhao family didn't have so many things to do right now, I would really want to kill my way straight to the Nether God sect.
The heart-questioning breath bridge is an ancient stone bridge, and only those direct descendants of the Xiao family who can cross this bridge are worthy of being called the main family.
Thinking of the Xiao family's daughters-in-law, Xiao Chen felt a bit of a headache. The Xiao family has always valued quantity over quality when it comes to concubines and wives. Although I want to improve the quality of the Xiao family's wives and concubines, the Xiao family also wants to frantically push out their own children, wanting to have both quantity and quality.
The matters of love in this world are hard to say. The Xiao family now has more than 50,000 daughters-in-law and sons-in-law. Most of them were attracted by the Xiao family's wealth, cultivation techniques, and other resources, so they married into the family.
There are probably very few who can pass the heart-questioning breath bridge.
Mu Qingqing's matter is indeed extremely serious, and has served as a wake-up call for me. But I can't let this problem cause the entire Zhao family to fall apart. Over the past few decades, the heavenly transformation continent has been changing rapidly. Xiao heir Shi Yi has been managing the Xiao family quite well, so let's just throw the problem to him, and let him worry about it.
No sooner said than done. Xiao Chen quickly summoned heir Shi Yi to the study. As soon as he arrived, he hurriedly paid his respects. Greetings, old ancestor. Looking at his descendant, Xiao Chen thought to himself, he now has golden core cultivation, and his experienced eyes and dignified manner have also been cultivated.
As the family head of the Zhao family, Shi Yi quickly inventoried the number of disciples in the family and reported it to his old ancestor. Old ancestor. This time, the Zhao family lost 270 people, and 52 people were seriously injured.
Hearing this, Xiao Chen was silent for a moment.
He lowered his head and muttered. The battle broke out right in the Xiao family's valley, and even I was caught off guard. Most of those who died were Xiao family descendants and divine race members with low cultivation. The after effects of the peak-level battle were not something they could get involved in, and those who were seriously injured were all those with cultivation below the golden core stage. Because those below the golden core stage find it difficult to regrow limbs that have been lost, unless they use heavenly treasures.
Breaking free from his thoughts, Xiao Chen immediately spoke up and said, just follow the rules of the clan and double the compensation.
After settling this matter, he finally got to the main topic. There's the matter of the heart-questioning breath bridge.
After hearing his old ancestor give a brief explanation of the matter, Shi Yi immediately replied, easy to do. I heard that back in Xiao family city, the Xiao family was divided into inner and outer courtyards. We can also re-establish the inner and outer courtyards of the Xiao family. Only Xiao family members and relatives who can cross the heart-questioning breath bridge can enter the inner courtyard. Of course, whether they can cross the heart-questioning breath bridge or not is up to them.
Xiao Chen was indeed right about his choice of people. Hearing Xiao heir's idea, he didn't spare his words of praise. A good idea. After saying that, he handed a book to the person opposite him and said, this 6 Desires Heart Sutra, upper volume, is also given to you.
Xian Yi took the 6 desires, looked through a few pages, and then widened his eyes and exclaimed with joy, old ancestor, this is really a good thing. It's exactly what the family needs right now.
Xiao Chen continued. The 6 Desires Heart Sutra, a treasure passed down from the joyous Union Holy Land of the past. The upper volume is a method of dual cultivation that directly points to the origin, while the lower volume contains diverse methods.
I'm only giving you the upper volume.
He thought to himself that it was indeed something the Zhao family lacked because, under the existence of the clan rules, the people in the clan all have a hobby of collecting dual cultivation methods. But most of the things they collect are mixed and impure. There is no one volume that can be shown off.
The quality of this 6 Desires Heart Sutra is high, and it also contains a spell to increase the probability of conception.
Thinking up to this point, Xiao Chen immediately urged, "Go down and quickly rebuild the mountain valley."
Xin Yi had no reason to stay, so he hurriedly replied, "Yes, old ancestor, outside the mountain valley."
2 Zhao family members who hadn't seen each other in a long time suddenly appeared in the mountain valley today. After resigning from the Holy Land, Nan Gonglin and Zhang Xiang came to the Xiao family together. Looking at Xiao Chen's effeminate appearance, but with the soul of Xiao Chen, the two laughed and said, "Ha ha, old Xiao. We've come to rely on you. We hope old ancestor Zhao will accept the 2 of us."
Xiao Chen didn't refuse and replied, "What are you talking about? Just come in." After saying that, he felt a bit annoyed and thought, if these 2 old guys had come a little earlier, the Xiao family wouldn't have been in such a miserable state.
Nan Gonglin and Zhang Xiang, having been given permission, entered familiarly. Just as they reached the door, they laughed again and quickly asked, "Ha ha, old Xiao, were you exterminated? It's so dilapidated outside." Mentioning that humiliation made Xiao Chen angry. He glared and shouted, "If you don't know how to talk, then say less. Don't you know that the person in front of you is annoyed?" Zhang Xiang and Nan Gonglin didn't dare to say anything more, so they quickly changed the subject. Nan Gonglin was the first to speak. "Old ancestor Zhao, the 2 of us have sincerely come to your Zhao family as guests." Zhang Xiang also chimed in, "Old Zhao, are you surprised?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen crossed his arms and replied with the air of a host, "All right, I accept you. You're accepted into the Xiao family."
The 2 old men on the other side immediately flattered him
and raised their hands to salute.
"Old ancestor! Greetings, old ancestor! Shouldn't old ancestor give us some greeting gifts?"
These words completely shattered the smile on Xiao Chen's face. He glanced at the 2 old men in front of him and growled, "Didn't you see how my mountain gate was beaten up by someone? You still want greeting gifts? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Seeing that the person in front of him had already bared his fangs and brandished his claws, Zhang Xiang quickly laughed and said, "You're right. If you don't have it, you don't have it. There's no need to get angry. How could our relationship be affected by this small greeting gift?" Xiao Chen, even after hearing this, seemed to get even more angry. He deliberately provoked them. "Coincidentally, I have some newly refined pills here. How about you 2 venerable ones increase our relationship?" Zhang Xiang and Nan Gonglin were immediately frightened. The worry about being tested with pills from before was still present in their minds. With a shadow in their hearts, they hurriedly refused.
"Old Zhao, you can't do this. We're Tribulation Transcendence Stage. We're Tribulation Transcendence Stage experts." After scaring these 2 old men, Xiao Chen was satisfied and finally let them off the hook. But he didn't lie to them. Xiao Chen said, "I was just joking with you, but I really do have good stuff here." After saying that, he immediately pulled out a shiny pill furnace. As soon as they saw this pill furnace, the 4 eyes of these 2 alchemists immediately widened, sparkling as they stared at it and exclaimed, This is," the 2 of them said quietly in their hearts. "The Azure Mystery Holy Land doesn't lack spirit treasure level pill furnaces, but it's truly never seen a spiritual presence that naturally forms white clouds floating around the pill furnace. Moreover, that fire-dense pill furnace was refined from a different kind of immortal flame." The extent of this powerful move is truly unexpected. If we could nurture this pill furnace for a while longer, it would be entirely possible for it to advance. We initially came to find spiritual transformation fluid precisely to advance our own first-grade pill furnaces, but here we actually saw a spirit treasure-level pill furnace that's even better than the Azure Mystery Holy Lands. Having said that, the 2 of them exchanged knowing glances. Then, as if on cue, they turned to flatter Xiao Chen. "Ancestor, ancestor, ancestor, are you giving us this pill furnace?" But they were about to be disappointed. Hearing their question, Xiao Chen replied, "I'm only renting this pill furnace to you 2. As long as you use it to refine pills, I'll take 1 pill as payment." Even though it was just a rental, Nan Gonglin and the other guy weren't too bummed out. They cheerfully agreed.
Okay, Xiao Chen continued. "You 2 old geezers, teach me and Ling Qian how to refine pills." Thinking of that, he excitedly pondered, "With 2 ninth-rank alchemists here, I don't need to risk my life refining the soul concentrating pill anymore." A month flashed by. At this moment, inside the main hall of Zhao family's mountain valley, since receiving the pill furnace from Xiao Chen, the 2 Zhangs had been diligently refining pills. Today, they presented their results. Here are 4 soul concentrating pills. Seeing the pills that he couldn't get even if he risked his life, and now there were 4 of them. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He cheered. "That's great! I can finally exchange it back." Without hesitation, Xiao Chen immediately went to find Jiyu Ruoshi to exchange back his body. As soon as the exchange was complete, Ruoshi turned and left, saying, "After exchanging back, I feel like I'm about to break through. I'm going into secluded cultivation to prepare for the transcending tribulation stage."
At the same time, outside the Xiao family's mountain valley, Li Chunfeng, Xin Honghui, and a few others were present. Looking at the peaceful scene before him, Li Chunfeng couldn't help but be surprised. Walking inside and saying, "Old Xiao is really wicked, calling us to help, but you've already wiped out everyone." Hearing this, Xiao Chen replied, "Old Lai, there are plenty of opportunities. You've come at just the right time." Looking at the person standing opposite him, Xiao Chen suddenly proposed, "Now that our 3 families have joined forces, the underworld god sect is utterly defeated. It's a great opportunity to launch an expedition. What do you think?" Li Chunfeng wasn't too interested in this suggestion. He lowered his head and said, "What's the point of launching an expedition? Knowing Yu Fu Po of the underworld god sect, he's definitely already run away." Just as he said this, Xiao Shi Yi arrived to report, "Ancestor, the people of the underworld god sect have arrived. So has the western region branch of the Jinghong Hall. Many sects under the underworld god sect have sent letters to pay their respects to us." Hearing Shi Yi's report, Xiao Chen was speechless. He said, annoyed, "It's true that ambitions can be picked up and put down. Such a large underworld god sect gone just like that." Li Chunfeng, having learned some information, added, "The entire sect only has him left at the transcending tribulation stage. If he doesn't lead his disciples to escape now, is he waiting for us to attack?" Xiao Chen didn't quite agree with this. He said, "That's what you say, but it's hard to get rid of the roots completely." Old Lai said calmly, "Now the entire western region only has some second-rate sects left. Maybe some are thinking of standing out, but they're not scary. So the only places Yu Fu Po can go are the northern region or some forbidden areas, like Fallen Immortal Abyss." Hearing this, Xiao Chen also had to think, he guessed. With Yu Fu Po's personality, he would never go to the forbidden area of Fallen Immortal Abyss, so he could only go to the northern region, fight for territory with those demon cultivators, and possibly join some demon cultivator forces. No matter which it is, he can't return in a short time. With the Xiao family's speed of development, as long as there is enough time, the underworld god sect will only be left far behind. By then, even if Yu Fu Po returns, there will be no place for him in the western region. Thinking this, Xiao Chen asked, "I want to rebuild the Holy Land. What does Old Lai think?" Seeing that the other person wanted to ask his opinion on this matter, Li Chunfeng was a little surprised. He replied, "I can guess that the Zhao family wants to establish a Holy Land, but I thought it would be at least 1,000 years later, didn't expect it to be so soon." Then, he truly said his own thoughts. First of all, the Zhao family has too few disciples, and their prestige isn't enough. Secondly, is to expand the inheritance and popularize the human race. Moreover, a Holy Land cannot be established just because one wants to. A Holy Land is a force that rules this world, needs to be recognized by the ancient Holy Lands, and have the strength and achievements that a Holy Land should have. Strength and achievements are the focus, and these all need to be achieved on the battlefield outside. Now the Xiao family has never participated in a war outside. Building a Holy Land is completely empty talk, just for fun. I believe the Xiao family has such potential, but definitely not now. Hearing these very practical opinions from Old Lai, Xiao Chen was a little annoyed. He said, "The southern region is a barren and poor place. No one wants to waste their energy. The western region is within the scope of the Fangxi Holy Land, but because the strength of the Fangxi Holy Land is weak, no one manages it, which is why the Jinghong Hall has infiltrated and exists. I think as long as a recognized Holy Land is built, the Jinghong Hall will not be able to be as unscrupulous as before." Pausing for a moment, Xiao Chen added, "Moreover, the entire southern region is about to be controlled, and by then the Holy Land will be built in the southern region, preparing to obtain the qualifications of a Holy Land, meeting the standards." Hearing this, Li Chunfeng understood a little about the situation. He replied, "I understand. Opening a Holy Land lineage in the southern region will not touch the interests of the ancient Holy Lands, as long as you obtain the qualifications of a standard Holy Land. The Jinghong Hall will no longer be able to harvest geniuses as fruits in the southern region." He thought to himself, in the end, the Xiao family is getting rich in the southern region, and has been harmed by the Jinghong Hall for a long time. Old Li paused, and added, "I understand some of what you said, but not just any Holy Land can be built. Just the standards for becoming a Holy Land alone, your current Xiao family cannot achieve." Xiao Chen knew this too. He said, "That's why I'm telling you these things, Old Lai. Will you help me?" Hearing this, Li Chunfeng neither agreed nor refused, only saying, Affection is waiting for me here. Speaking of this matter, Xiao Chen pondered. A holy land is the leader of this world, controls most of the resources of this world, but no force is immutable, so there is the appearance of quasi-holy lands based on contributions and rankings in battles outside to become new holy lands. And the qualification of a quasi-holy land requires this force to have at least 3 Tribulation Transcending Stage experts, because only Tribulation Transcending Stage experts can go to the extraterritorial battlefield. Once it becomes a holy land, it can receive the protection of the rules. All the rules set by the Holy Land in this world is the existence that sets the rules, and only the quasi-Holy Land has the qualifications to participate in their rules. I didn't expect the progress to be so fast at first, but the joining of the 2 Tribulation Transcending Stage Enshrines made me have this idea. Li Chunfeng has reached the 9th level of the Transcending Tribulation Stage. Once he breaks through to the Tribulation Transcending Stage, we have the initial qualifications to apply for a quasi-Holy Land. As Xiao Chen was thinking about this, Li Chunfeng also spoke up. Old Xiao, it's not that I'm not helping you. I'm at least the master of a sect, and it's not easy to break through to the Tribulation Transcending Stage. Hearing him say this, Xiao Chen didn't hide it, and directly exposed him. Old lie, don't think I don't know, you've always been suppressing your cultivation, just not wanting to break through to the Tribulation Transcending Stage. When the tribulation comes, you wanted to throw it to me at first, because you know that once you break through to the Tribulation Transcending Stage, you will be caught by the Fengshi Holy Land. But if I establish the Holy Land, you can safely break through to the Tribulation Transcending Stage without having to rush to the extraterritorial battlefield. Having heard these words from the other person, Li Chunfeng also began to waver, but he didn't agree immediately, only saying, let me think about it carefully. I'll stay in the Zhao family's valley first. During this time, the underworld god sect, and Jinghong Hall secretly fleeing, is a good opportunity to develop our forces. The resources obtained, Xiao Chen and Li Chunfeng split them in half, and the territory was handed over to Li Chunfeng. There were really too few Xiao family members. The territory was vast, and the southern region alone was almost out of control. If you want to add the western region, it will only disperse the strength of the Xiao family. 5 years later, in the Xiao family's mountain valley, a red figure floated up gently. Thundering tribulation rolled. Jiyu Ruoji successfully reached the Tribulation Transcending Stage. 2 years later, Zhao Lin and Zhao Lingshu began to pass the Tribulation Transcending Tribulation Stage. The Zhao family's leading strategy was also considered to have caught up. Also in that year, all 279 countries in the southern region were secretly controlled by the Zhao family. Zhao Huohuo, Qi Ye, and others returned to the Zhao family's mountain valley. From then on, Xiao Chen began to cultivate the Hongmeng Purple Qi scripture again. In the southern region, Bai Zi's land, Xiao Chen, Ji Yu, and Xiao Lingshu suddenly left the valley today. The 3 of them are now riding swords to the southern region. Looking at the ancestor in front, Xinyu asked curiously, Ancestor, what are you looking for in Bai Zhang's land? Hearing her question, Xiao Chen smiled and replied, Opportunity. Having said that, so the 3 of them quickly went to a nearby cliff and stood watching. Speaking of Jingyu, Xiao Chen thought to himself, normally I shouldn't bring her along when I go out, but once, during the karma function of the system, I saw Ji Yun, and what's more, that time it was an incredibly rare 6-fold karma. Other than Ji Young's appearance, there were no further hints. 6-fold is the highest karma I've gotten since unlocking the karma system. Even news about the outer realms was only 5-fold. Recalling Ji Yu's info panel from that day. Name: Ji Yu race. Human race talent. Heaven's spiritual root divine powers cultivated. Kunpeng 9 transformations. Great Yin soul refinement. Underworld god bride technique. 6 desires mind spirit cultivation. Integration stage 8th level special identity. Zhao Chen's clan ancestor, Zhao Chen's maidservant physique. Nectar physique. Recalling that maid Zhao Chen couldn't help but wonder curiously. No matter how you look at it, she doesn't seem special at all. Just a natural nectar physique female cultivator. Just how powerful is the karma system? Anyway, I'll confirm it today. After all, the white snake karma is the first one that was mentioned. Snapping out of his thoughts, Xiao Chen turned his eyes to the 2 people beside him and said, It's up ahead. We'll conceal our auras and head over there. The 3 of them quickly concealed themselves and hurried over. And as soon as they arrived, they immediately saw a rather large, white snake, looking like it was about to face a lightning tribulation. Looking at it, Xiao Chen thought with some suspicion, that's not right. With the white snake's blood vitality and demon power, it should easily overcome this tribulation. How could it be as seriously injured as in the painting? Just as he finished thinking that, a man suddenly approached the white snake. He even said with a smile, White snake, you're about to break through to the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Are you willing to become my, Feng Kun's, spirit beast? The person who spoke was named Feng Kun, an elder of the Tribulation Hall from the Phoenix Plume Holy Land.
After hearing what he said, the white snake disdainfully flicked its long tongue out and then ran to a spot some distance away from that Feng Kun.
Naturally, this provoked him. Feng Kun glared at the white snake and rebuked with a harsh voice, "Wretched beast! You don't know what's good for you."
Watching the scene unfolding before him, Xiao Chen seemed to have some understanding of the reason. He thought with a smile. So this thousand zang white serpent is either withstanding the lightning tribulation or attacking the silver ring. No wonder the white serpent in the painting was so close to death. It's obvious what the white serpent will choose. It would rather die under the lightning tribulation than be captured as a spirit beast. Since this is a karma opportunity, I definitely won't just stand by and watch. Acting on his thoughts, Xiao Chen quickly conjured a sturdy Cloudwing's tribulation-resistant armor and used it to envelop the white serpent's figure. The white serpent also sensed this protection, and it muttered in its mind in surprise. An unowned spirit treasure-level armor. Is someone helping me?
With the protection of the armor, the white snake wasn't too worried anymore,
and it put all its strength into aiming straight for that silver ring, directly cutting it in half. Seeing this, Feng Kun couldn't help but feel annoyed. He turned his eyes towards Xiao Chen's group and frowned, questioning, "Who is it? Who dares to ruin this venerable one's good deed?" When he saw their cultivation levels, he was even more contemptuous. 2 nascent soul stages and 1 integration stage dare to act against this venerable one. With that, he immediately unleashed his power to attack them. Xiao Chen knew roughly his identity from the divine power he released. He assessed to himself, divine power. A divine power carrying laws, and furthermore, it's the world-renowned Phoenix Plume Divine Radiance. It's extremely certain that this person is from the Phoenix Plume Holy Land. Also a great mountain we have to face. Since it's going to happen sooner or later, then of course there's no reason to run. After thinking it through, Xiao Chen immediately put 2 fingers to his mouth, silently chanted an incantation, Heaven Opening Seal. Immediately afterwards, a divine power was released to counter Feng Kun's divine power. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, which also surprised him quite a bit. He muttered in his mind, "A tiny nascent soul stage can withstand my divine power," knowing that the person he was facing was no ordinary person. Feng Kun immediately withdrew his attack. He raised his eyes and asked, "Just who are you? Do you know that this venerable one is the elder of the Tribulation Hall from the Phoenix Plume Holy Land? Seeing that your cultivation isn't easy, retreat quickly, and this venerable one will not hold your past actions against you."
Xiao Chen also knew his own limitations, and he withdrew his hand, thinking to himself, "If he doesn't attack, I'm too lazy to attack either. Even the 3 of us aren't confident that we can beat a Tribulation Transcendent stage expert. After all, the Tribulation Transcendent stage is a whole major realm higher than the nascent soul stage, and it's a major realm that transcends the life level."
In the sky at this moment, the lightning tribulation had also arrived in droves. The white snake below stood still, preparing to face the tribulation. But it seemed like this lightning tribulation was too painful. The white serpent couldn't seem to bear it, and streaks of golden blood started flying everywhere.
Xiao Lingshu below, seeing this, spoke up, "Ugh, looks like this snake can't hold on." Xiao Chen next to her, hearing this, retorted, "No, it's already succeeded." These words surprised Lingshu quite a bit, and she exclaimed with wide eyes, "It's about to be struck into 2 halves, and you're saying it's succeeded?" Xiao Chen explained to her, "The tribulation of snakes is molting. Only by shedding its old skin can it have a new life. It has already overcome that step." Ling Shu was listening when she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" She noticed that Feng Kun's figure had flown close to the white snake. Seeing this, Ling Shu immediately said, "Ancestor, now that the snake has succeeded, we can't let that old geezer ruin it." Xiao Chen, hearing this, asked with a smile, "Haha, little Ling Shu, aren't you afraid? He's a person from the Phoenix Plume Holy Land." Knowing that the ancestor was teasing her, Ling Shui complained, "What kind of time is this? You're still teasing me, ancestor. So what if he's from the Phoenix Plume Holy Land? I don't like that person. Who cares which holy ground he's from?" Having gotten the answer that satisfied him, Xiao Chen launched himself into the dense clouds. He said, "Good, the clansmen of my Xiao family should be like this, acting spontaneously inside the clouds." The white snake had just completed the first step of its tribulation, and it was trying to escape to continue its tribulation. It was on the way, when it was stopped by that Feng Kun. He looked at it and said, "Wretched beast, this is your last chance, either submit or die." But before he could achieve his wish, Xiao Chen arrived, and he mocked him.
Taking advantage of someone else's misfortune isn't the behavior of an honorable person.
Feng Kun wasn't pleased to see Xiao Chen's arrival, and being interrupted in his good deed made him speak in an unpleasant tone. You ignorant fool. Earlier, when you guys took action, this venerable one saw that your cultivation wasn't easy, so I held back. Now you want to come out and interfere.
You want to mess with yours truly. Before our old ancestor could even open her mouth, Xiaoling Shu jumped in to answer, "Don't know if you're easy to mess with, just can't stand your shameless mug." That Feng Kun guy seemed pissed by that, but he didn't let it show too much. He just put on this righteous act and shot back. A demon beast undergoing tribulation not in the northern region but running to the southern region is clearly up to no good. Today, I just happen to be here to subdue it, which is perfectly reasonable. You guys want to interfere?
Xiao Chen, of course, wasn't going to let him say whatever he wanted. He immediately retorted, "The southern region is just wilderness, and it's not part of any holy land." Elder Feng Kun's words are ridiculous. Feng Kun wasn't having it. Saying, "I, a dignified tribulation elder of the Phoenix Perch Holy Land, have to take orders from you little punks." His words immediately made the three on the other side secretly despise him. Seeing their expressions, Feng Kun continued, Fine, who are you guys? When my Phoenix Perch battle fleet arrives, we'll wipe out your entire sect." Xiao Chen scoffed, "You guys." But after looking at the white snake, he thought to himself, "If you want to fight, let's fight." Feng Kun was also in thought. Looking at the white serpent gradually recovering, he thought, "The white serpent has recovered a bit. If I drag this out, the best opportunity will be gone." Looking at Xiao Chen, he muttered, "If it were before, I definitely wouldn't want to clash with the prodigy before me, but now the Phoenix Perch Holy Land is already too difficult. A spirit beast undergoing tribulation can indeed help a lot." Now, is Phoenix Perch Holy Land really worth offending such a prodigy for this spirit pet? Xiao Chen didn't know all these thoughts swirling in his head. He was ready for battle, his powerful aura radiating all over, which surprised Feng Kun. He hurriedly said, "As expected of a Tribulation Spirit Immortal Aperture Ascendant Peak Stage, he has cultivated the power of the Tribulation Spirit Immortal Aperture, surely a holy son, or a core successor of some holy palace." Xiao Chen then spoke up, "Junior, how can you let this white serpent go?" But in response, he only saw Feng Kun split into multiple clones. This told Xiao Chen that he had decided not to yield. Xiao Chen wasn't one to be outdone. He waved his hand and quickly created clones, then thought, "This granddaddy undergoing tribulation isn't attacking me but wants to bypass me." And so, the two sides began a silent power struggle. Feng Kun was cunning, secretly casting another divine ability, he thought. While he's being held back, I'll directly bypass the clones and attack the white serpent. But Xiao Chen seemed to have seen through his plan. Just as he was about to attack the white serpent, Xiao Chen was already there. Seeing this, Feng Kun immediately shouted, "Blast!" The move directly avoided Xiao Chen and exploded. He thought, "I just want the spirit pet. I don't want to provoke the prodigy. Prodigies like him are not easy to kill. Messing up will cause a lot of trouble. The white serpent is over there." From this action, it also realized a bit of the situation. It silently muttered, "Alas, the tribulation was discovered, so I can't escape the fate of being enslaved." That tribulation stage seems to have some taboo with this ascendant peak stage. Thinking of this, it decided to run and stand right behind Xiao Chen. Looking at him, it directly offered a mark on its forehead. Feng Kun was extremely angry at the scene before him. He glared at the white snake's mark, then growled, "Soul contract initiated. You chose him." Hearing his words, the white snake stuck out its tongue and mocked, "Anyway, it's all about being enslaved. He's 100,000 times better than you, and he didn't force me just now." At this moment, Xiao Chen's system also issued a notification. Ding! Discovered that the Azure Cloud Whitesnake wants to form a contract with the host. Do you accept? Suspecting that Shu Hanwen will become Shu Hanwen. Interpreting Shu Hanwen. Choice to accept. Reward. Hong Huang level transformation pill. Old monster. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. How dare you touch us? Choice to refuse. Reward. Azure Cloud Snake Broth Recipe. After reading this notification, Xiao Chen frowned and cursed. System, I suspect you are imposing morality. Hearing what he said, a mechanical voice rang out in response. I didn't. Xiao Chen didn't joke with it anymore. He asked about the main issue. What's the use of a snake broth recipe? The system didn't say the use but only said, you can choose to try it. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and replied, such a big snake, one pot can't cook it all, I accept. With that, Xiao Chen reached out his hand. Soon after, a contract between a person and a snake was signed. Xiao Chen, Ye Mu Yun, completed the soul contract. After the contract was formed, Xiao Chen's identity was also revealed. Knowing this made Feng Kun very panicked. He stammered and asked, You are Xiao Chen. How is old ancestor Xiao? Xiao Chen didn't have any reason to hide it.
That's right, I am Xiao Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Kun scornfully said, I thought you were a prodigy of some Holy Land. Just you wait. Our Phoenix Perch Holy Land will settle the score with you. After speaking, he turned and flew away. Looking at his back, Xiao Chen secretly regretted it. He murmured in his heart, It's a pity I couldn't confidently keep Feng Kun, and the arrival of the Phoenix Perch Holy Land is only a matter of time anyway.
Once the family has developed to this point, it can only continue to move forward.
Looking at the white serpent lying at his feet, Xiao Chen asked, Now it's best to protect the white snake. After all, it's already my spirit pet. Time flies. A month later, White Snake was finally completely done. Looking at it, Xiao Chen spoke. The final tribulation's transformation is finally over. With that, he handed a pill to Bai Shi, saying, Swallow this Hong Huang grade transformation pill. Watching Bai Shi gulp down the pill, Xiao Chen mused. Without this special pill rewarded by the system, even if Ye Mu Yun broke through to the Great Ascension stage, she wouldn't be able to transform into human form. After swallowing the pill
given by her master, Ye Mu Yun directly transformed into a human, and she turned out to be a very beautiful girl. Ling Shu quickly ran to her side, looked her up and down, and then exclaimed, Grand Ancestor is unfair. Is there more of this pill? Mu Yun Gege's breasts are so much bigger than mine. Ji, you also walked over. After dressing Mu Yun, she put her arm around her shoulder, then looked at Xiao Chen, and asked, Master, should we tell the mistress about this? Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't say much, just tossed a golden bracelet towards Jie Ji. Jie Yu caught it and grinned from ear to ear, saying, Understood, master. Looking at Mu Yun in front of him, Xiao Chen thought to himself, Fated. Just now it was a tribulation transcendent stage spirit pet. It's a pity that the speed of setting up fate depends on the time setting of this vast world. Otherwise, after cultivating in the Zhao family's valley for a few years together, fate would have to scream. Shaking off his thoughts, Xiao Chen asked Bai Shi, You're not used to the human form yet, since you just transformed, huh? Then just stay on my neck or in my sleeve. Mu Yun didn't refuse. She quickly turned into a small snake and wrapped around her master's neck. Seeing that everything was settled, Xiao Chen said, Let's go, we're going back to the Xiao family.
At Qi City outside the Xiao family. How strange, why is Qi City so deserted today, without a single person in sight? Knowing something must have happened, Xiao Chen immediately said, Why is there no one on the streets? Something's not right, very wrong. Turn back to Bone Valley. At this moment, inside the Zhao family's valley, a rather strange ship was entering the Zhao clan's territory. After disembarking, a group of people gathered, standing opposite the Zhao family disciples. One of them saw Xiao Chen and the other two return, and quickly said, Since the Xiao family's old ancestor has arrived, let's begin the negotiations. Xiao Chen happened to hear this, and he laughed mockingly, replying, Negotiate what? The Phoenix Perch Holy Land truly has a millennium of formidable strength. Never mind the western region. You cause a stir as soon as you arrive at my Xiao clan. Truly the majesty of a Holy Land. So these people were from the Phoenix Perch Holy Land. The person from the Holy Land didn't pay much attention to this, and quickly got to the point. Zhao family's old ancestor, you flatter us. I am the Phoenix Perch Holy Son. The Phoenix Perch Holy Land has 3 matters to discuss with the Zhao clan this time. First, your Zhao clan destroyed my Phoenix Perch Holy Land's layout in the western region. I've come to demand compensation. Second, old ancestor Zhao, you seized my Phoenix Perch Holy Land's spirit pet. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Third, old ancestor Zhao, in over 100 years you have developed the Zhao clan to this extent, and you yourself are a genius. My Phoenix Perch Holy Land sincerely invites old ancestor Zhao to join us. Before Xiao Chen could reply, Zhang Xiang came out of nowhere and answered on his behalf. Just say directly what the Holy Son wants. In the eyes of the Holy Land, the Zhao family is just in debt. Why beat around the bush? Seeing Zhang Xiang speaking for Xiao Chen, the Phoenix Perch Holy Son laughed and replied, Ha ha! A dignified 9th grade alchemist actually lowers himself in this small Zhao family. This Holy Son truly doesn't understand. Zhang Xiang. Nangong Lin. You are willing to protect the Zhao family. My Phoenix Perch Holy Land acknowledges your feelings. But old ancestor Zhao has ruined my layout and seized my spirit pet. This is too unfair. How can my Holy Land get nothing? I want 2 things. 1 is for old ancestor Zhao to join Phoenix Perch. 2 is his maidservant. This one's Lu Ting Di Yao physique must be offered to the Holy Master of my Phoenix Perch Holy Land. Hearing the series of things the Holy Son had just said, Xiao Chen became silent. He glanced at Ji Yu and thought to himself,
So this is what they're waiting for. The Phoenix Perch Holy Land came here with such fanfare to relieve their worries. Rumor has it that the Holy Master of the Phoenix Perch Holy Land is facing a calamity and blindly seeks a breakthrough, using a cauldron's wondrous physique for dual cultivation. Truly an excellent method. The Phoenix Perch Holy Land had already thought through all the reasons. They didn't even need to lie. If the Phoenix Perch Holy Land hadn't declined to this point, they wouldn't have even bothered with Zhangxiang and Nangonglin. They would have just directly attacked. Asking for high but only getting low, saying you want me to join the Holy Land is just nonsense. As the old ancestor of a clan, other families might rush to join the Holy Land, but I definitely won't. After hearing this, Ji Yu immediately knelt down, sadly saying, I beg the master to return my soul. Ji Yu is willing to prevent this disaster for the Zhao family. As soon as she finished speaking, the Phoenix Perch Holy Sun hurriedly retorted, Disaster, no no no, this is his Zhao family's good fortune. With the Holy Master and fellow Taoists together, no one in the southwest and southeast regions will dare to provoke his Zhao family. Xiao Chen didn't reply to him, just reached out towards Ji Young and thought to himself, 6 hours of fate, I wonder if the people from the Phoenix Perch Holy Land can handle it when the sun goes down. Glancing at the ship leaving the Xiao family's territory, Xiao Chen turned and walked away, calling out as he went, Still too weak, you must give birth for me. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. If it weren't for the 2 ninth-grade alchemists who have a background in the Azure Mystic Holy Land, today would have been a clan extermination disaster. Truly underestimated. One day I will definitely fill the Phoenix Perch Holy Land with the Zhao clan's flying swords. At this moment, the system suddenly issued a notification. Ding! Checking found a non-human bloodline being the first discovered among your descendants. Reward, Spirit Enlightenment Elixir. After reading this notification, Xiao Chen laughed and asked, Just which fierce kid is it? Hearing this, the system quickly provided information on Xiao Huohu, with a new message added at the bottom. Xiao Huohu, your grandson. In the process of cultivating the flame mantra, fate coincides, and he mates with the 7-colored heaven-devouring python, causing the 7-colored heaven-devouring python to become pregnant. After learning the identity of the person, Xiao Chen laughed and said, It must be you, Huo, my grandson. Xiao Chen sighed and said, Ever since the Xiao clan's birth rate decreased, I've thought that the human bloodline wasn't enough, so I've often thought about finding a demon clan that could reproduce. But the idea remained an idea, and I never put it into practice. Fate is made in heaven. There's no need to force my descendants to like the demon clan. But sometimes the gears of fate unintentionally push things along. Xiao Chen thought, to be as strong as Huo, the first to have a spirit root in the Xiao family, and also the first of the Xiao family to transcend the inhumane realm. Looking at the reward he had just received, Xiao Chen muttered, This reward only allows me to obtain 2 Tribulation Enlightenment apertures in the Questioning Tao stage. Once I advance to the Tribulation Transcendent stage, I will have 2 paths to transcend the Tribulation. I won't even fear the late Tribulation Transcendent stage. Observing Huo through the illusion, Xiao Chen wondered, Huo is actually in the Nameless region and Eastern region world. Suppressing the existence of the 2 great regions in that place, I don't know how long Huo has been running around. While he was at it, he also remembered his other grandson, Xiao Mai. Since he followed Kuai Liang, wanting to cross the southeast region, he didn't know where he had gone. Thinking this, Xiao Chen quickly opened Xiao Mai's information panel to take a look. At this time, a new message appeared at the bottom. Your descendant, Xiao Mai, has sneaked into the Jinghong headquarters, using the name Fei Yu, obtained the identity of a protector, and is participating in the plan to promote the ripening of the fruit of the Jinghong Palace. Reading up to this point, Xiao Chen frowned and said, Promoting the fruit to ripen, it's not easy to transmit information between the 2 domains. Do I sense another scheme targeting the southern domain? A few days later, in the Zhao Ancestral Hall, Xiao Chen was sitting in the center of the room. Today was the day to activate the fortuitous encounter function again. System bro, you should already know what I want. After all this time, you should at least give me a hint. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice responded. If you keep chanting it in your mind, it will eventually resonate. The bell of fortuitous encounters will guide you. At the same time, a beam of light suddenly shone down from outside, and the system interface immediately chimed. Hearing these chimes, Xiao Chen said, The first time the clan rebuilt was to recast the clan stabilizing steel. This thing is perfect for condensing fortune. After acquiring the clan stabilizing steel, the bell of fortuitous encounters never rings less than 3 times. But the fortune is always depleted. The Zhao clan's accumulated fortune in a month can only ring the bell 6 times at most. After doing it so many times, this ring has led me to a few conclusions. The bell of fortuitous encounters judges the fortuitous encounter based on my cultivation level. and the number of chimes represents the mystery and importance of the encounter. Xiao Chen looked at the bell on the system screen and thought, anyway, the bell of fortuitous encounters is a function of the system, it can't possibly harm me. If it directly reveals information far beyond what the Xiao clan can control, then it's not a fortuitous encounter, but a disaster. Consuming half a month's accumulated fortune can ring 3 or 4 times, maybe 5. This time it rang 5 times, so it's considered a great fortune. 10 days later, something happened at the demonic refining Holy Land, one of the forbidden zones of the fallen immortals in the Western domain. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Chen grinned at the system and said, "Not bad, you still understand me. A Holy Land's Tao foundation is called a 10th grade spiritual vein. Only spiritual veins like that can provide for the cultivation of a Mahayana cultivator. If the Zhao clan wants to build a Holy Land, a spiritual vein like that is absolutely essential." Thinking of this fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chen spoke to those present. "What we need isn't a 9th grade spiritual vein, because 9th grade is just the standard for building a Holy Land. All the spiritual veins in Phoenix Sunset Holy Land are only 9th grade. The southern domain is considered a poor place. You couldn't find a spiritual vein above 6th grade even if you turned it upside down. Now, we got the hint for a 10th grade Holy Land foundation, even if the location is in the Fallen Immortal Forbidden Zone. I definitely have to go." As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, the group of Li Chunfeng and Zhang Xiang immediately understood. Zhang Xiang and Nan Gonglin volunteered. "Old Ancestor, I want to go too," Xiao Chen replied. "Zhao clan's Mist Valley still needs a Tribulation Transcension expert to guard it, doesn't it? You two guess who will stay?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiang smiled at his buddy beside him and said, "You stay and watch the house." Nangong Lin couldn't help but feel depressed. He wanted to go, but could only cry at home. Soon after, everyone set off towards the front of Demonic Refining Ridge and stopped. Looking at the desolate and gloomy scene before them, Li Chunfeng couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Old Xiao bro, are you sure there's a new spiritual vein in here?" Xiao Chen didn't answer whether there was or wasn't, but just urged, "Let's go." Seeing that he was about to go, Li Chunfeng quickly stopped him. "Wait a minute, the Fallen Immortal Forbidden Zone isn't that easy to enter. If we don't have absolute certainty, we should just forget about it." Xiao Chen understood this guy too well. Without letting Li Chunfeng say more, he directly laughed and said, "Except for the spirit stones of the semi-immortal spirit mine, everything is yours." Having obtained this generous reward, Li Chunfeng, who had been refusing just now, immediately became enthusiastic. He rushed forward and hurriedly called out, "Old Xiao, why are you so slow? What are you waiting for? Let's go early and come back early." Zhang Xiang looked at this guy, whose face changed faster than flipping a pancake, and couldn't help but laugh. He chuckled and said, "I've never seen a cultivator so greedy for spirit stones." Everyone quickly went deeper, and the ravine below became even more difficult to traverse. Looking at it, Xiao Chen thought, entering the demonic ridge. The feeling of fluctuation in my heart is becoming harder to control. Zhang Xiang seemed to know this, and quickly took out a bottle of medicine, gave it to everyone, and said, "This elixir can suppress some demonic nature." After the 4 of them drank it, they continued on their way. Xiao Chen murmured in his heart, "The deeper we go, the greed and bloodthirst within my mind intensify. The effect of a clarity pill only lasts for half an hour." He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's a fallen immortal forbidden zone. Staying here for long will turn you into a crazy person who loses their mind. Luckily, I made adequate preparations, and Zhang Xiang brought a lot of clarity pills. Thinking this, Xiao Chen swallowed another pill. Just then, the system suddenly issued a notification. Ding! Detected a Tribulation Transcension expert. Sensed a sudden hostility towards the host. Please prepare. As soon as he heard this, someone immediately used divine power to attack Xiao Chen right in front of him. Seeing this, Xiao Chen shouted, "Be careful!" Fortunately, everyone dodged in time, and no one was injured. After the attack, a figure looking full of anger stepped out with a blade in hand. Without saying a word, he directly waved his hand and unleashed several more divine powers. Looking at these divine powers, Li Chunfeng frowned and said, "Slaughter intent law? No, it's corruption intent law. The supreme elder of the Tu Yun sect, corrupted Feng Zhenren." Xiao Chen couldn't stand still at this time. He flicked himself upwards, raised his hand and cast a technique to block this attack, and asked while fighting, "Old Lion, do you think we need to hold back?" Hearing his question, Li Chunfeng honestly replied, "Not familiar. Not much connection to spirit stones. This person is a figure from 1,000 years ago." At that time, the Tu Yun sect was still a top-ranked great sect, but it's said that corrupted Feng Zhenren didn't want to go to the outer domain battlefield and ran to the fallen immortal forbidden zone to break through. I didn't expect it to be true, and it looks like he succeeded in breaking through. Li Yufeng had barely finished speaking when Ling Xu walked over and asked him, Li, old-timer, are you planning to break through here too?
Chun Feng, hearing this, cursed under his breath. You little brat, only a ghost would break through here knowing what could happen. You see him looking neither human nor ghost. I knew it. With that, Chun Feng immediately shouted, Sword domain! Quickly following that,
several massive swords instantly appeared, forming a circle around that fallen one. Having done that, Chun Feng said, Old Zhao, it's up to you. He even hurried to remind him.
You get the head? I get the spirit stones. Zhao Chen didn't hesitate, and quickly dashed forward, aiming for a swift victory. After a storm of wind and dust, the mechanical voice rang out again. Ding! Host has killed a fallen peak true person, rewarded with the Grand Emperor First Formation Diagram.
Looking at the thing the system had just given him, Xiao Chen felt a bit disgusted, thinking, another book I can't understand. What have I been cultivating all these years anyway? Shaking off his thoughts, he continued speaking to everyone. Let's go. Keep moving forward.
As they flew, Shan Feng opened his mouth and said, Every breath of this dust feels like a full-force attack from a composite soul realm expert. Zhang Zhang, hearing this, chimed in. Creatures below the questioning peak realm couldn't possibly survive in this kind of harsh environment. No wonder the demon refining territory is so desolate. While they were traveling, Zhao Chen suddenly sensed a strange sensation pass by, and something brushed across his face, causing a strand of his hair to break off. He exclaimed, This! Then he thought, maybe I'm not a normal questioning peak cultivator. Plus, I knew the demon winds were fierce, so I always activate my spirit shield.
With that thought, Xiao Chen decided to stop.
The three of them were a bit confused when the old ancestor stopped. But they stopped too. Ling Shu couldn't contain her curiosity and quickly asked, Old ancestor, why did you stop? Hearing this, Zhao Chen took out the strand of hair and showed it to everyone, replying, There was something strange in that area. Then, Zhao Chen threw out his shuttle as a test. Not long after it was thrown, a divine power shot out and directly cleaved the shuttle in two. Seeing this divine power, both Zhang Xiang and Li Chunfeng exclaimed at the same time. Severing intent laws, Zhao Chen added,
The rules are very clear, and they're integrated into heaven and earth. If we want to pass through, we need to be well prepared.
Li Chunfeng also said, I thought the origins of the demon refining territory were just a legend. I didn't expect it to be real.
Zhang Zhang, hearing this, asked in confusion, What origins?
Chunfeng replied, A long time ago, a demon lord appeared in the western regions. The demon lord Yan Feng comprehended the Tao and reached the late stage of the Grand Ascension realm. However, he was betrayed by his Tao companion and, after rebuilding his cultivation, could only fight after changing the laws to sever relationships just to forget his old love. Ultimately getting stuck at the peak of the tribulation transcendence without being able to break through. Zhang Xiang, hearing this, asked again, not understanding. What does this have to do with the demon refining territory? Li Chunfeng continued, Let me finish. Because he couldn't let go, couldn't bear to leave, and couldn't bear to part, the demon lord couldn't integrate with the Davio. In the end, he found the Davio companion he loved most in his previous life, trapped and killed her with a demonic heart grand formation. After killing her, he realized he was too far apart from her. His mental state collapsed, and he hanged himself in the formation. At the same time, the demon lord also left behind a legacy. Whoever can sever ties, whoever can let go,
whoever can leave, can obtain the true inheritance. Li Chun had just finished speaking when Ling Xue spoke up.
Uncle Lai, it's a pity you aren't a writer. Although the story isn't bad, this place is clearly a forbidden zone for immortals, not some inheritance site of a demon lord. Chun Feng wasn't bothered by her comment, he continued. This place might have been an inheritance site a long time ago, but the inheritance was taken away by someone long ago. It's not here, but the demon refining territory remains. Ignorant cultivators come here looking for opportunities, and many die. Over time, it became a forbidden zone for immortals.
Ling Shu asked again, Where did you get this legend from? Li Chunfeng replied, In the Shu Mountain unofficial history.
Ling Zhu retorted, Unofficial history? Why not a wild record? How reliable is this stuff? Seeing that Ling Shu didn't seem to believe him, Li Chunfeng insisted, But this is clearly the entrance to the severing intent laws. Ling Shu wasn't to be outdone, and quickly said, If that's the case, what other laws will there be later? Leaving intent laws? Before letting the two of them argue back and forth, Zhao Chen quickly spoke up and asked,
How many years ago was your unofficial history written? Chun Feng honestly replied, Not exactly sure, at least one era.
Ling Zhu, hearing this, chimed in again. At least 29,600 years. Even tribulation transcendence cultivators can't live that long. Your unofficial history is ridiculous enough. Not letting her say more, Zhao Chen interrupted. Perhaps there really is a legacy in the demon refining territory. Zhang Xiang couldn't quite believe it, and quickly exclaimed, "No way! After so long, if there was a legacy, it would have been snatched away long ago."
Xiao Chen didn't refute this, he replied. Most of the legacies have been snatched away, but there must still be 1 or 2 parts left here, otherwise, why would the demon refining territory still be operating? Li Chunfeng agreed with this idea. That's right, there are definitely still treasures inside the demon refining territory.
Xiao Chen also said, "Of course there are, otherwise what are we doing here? But I'm not interested in this legacy. If there really is a severing attachment gate later on, you guys can go through it yourselves."
Chunfeng looked at the back of the person in front of him and scoffed. TCH, entering a mountain of treasures empty-handed and not taking anything, the Xiao family is too extravagant. Facing that criticism, Xiao Chen only said, "Too much of a waste of time." With that, he continued walking with Zhang Xiang and the others. Li Chunfeng continued to entice him from behind. Late-stage Grand Ascension, the existence of Dao integration. Old Masters, Brother Xiao, are you really not tempted? Hey old Xiaos, don't go, wait for me. Walking ahead and looking around, Xiao Chen thought to himself, If I choose the gates of the legacy, wouldn't that be too simple? When I was still immortal, I had a secret crush on the village flower,
Wang Yinghua, a woman with a famously sturdy figure throughout the surrounding villages. If I want to sever this still developing memory, there couldn't be a better opportunity. After deciding to sever this memory, the system immediately issued a notification. Ding! System detects that the host is severing a deeply ingrained memory, comprehending the severing law. Hearing this notification, Zhao Chen couldn't help but be speechless. He blankly asked, "You're saying this is deeply ingrained?" But yeah, it was definitely unforgettable. Back in the mortal realm, he could use Jin to describe her, still hard to forget even now. Plus, the memory of him running, and her chasing him for 100 years of cultivation, is also etched in his mind.
Thinking about it, her image becomes really blurry.
Xiao Chen wondered, what does Wang Yinghua look like? Wang Yinghua? Who's Wang Yinghua? Seeing her old ancestor suddenly spacing out, Ling Shu worriedly called out, "Old ancestor, are you okay?" Hearing her voice, Zhao Chen quickly opened his eyes and replied, "I feel like I've forgotten a deeply ingrained memory," Ling Shu quickly said. "Are you all right, old ancestor? Should we take a break?" Xiao Chen refused immediately. "No need, old ancestor is fine." With that, he and the 3 of them quickly flew away. The 3 of them arrived in front of a stone tablet. Looking at the words on it, Ling Shu hurriedly read aloud, "Severing is easy. Relinquishing is hard. Use the intent of severing to break the barrier and enter." After reading this line, Xiao Chen grabbed his blade and went to the front of the barrier.
Seeing this, Li Chunfeng asked, "Old Zhao, how long have you been comprehending?" Xiao Chen, hearing the question, answered, "Just now, I comprehended the meaning on that stone tablet." "This demon refining domain is really a place of inheritance?" Chunfeng asked again. "What I mean is, have you already comprehended the severance law that gets you through that door?" Seeing Xiao Chen nod, Chunfeng said, "That's good, I'll handle this door." With that, Li Chunfeng took the lead and flew to the next door, but a moment later he turned back with teary eyes and said, "Feeling wronged, old Xiao? I can't bear to." A moment later, he thrust his ring with the character Fortune toward Zhao Chen, sobbing as he called out, "Old Zhao." Xiao Chen took the ring and looked at it, then said, "This kid, it's all spirit stones, so many spirit stones, tens of billions." But as he prepared to use it at the entrance, Li Chunfeng snatched it back, shouting, "Don't! It's all mine, all mine!" Seeing him like this, Xiao Chen quickly tried to persuade him, "Old Lai, if you want to comprehend the laws you have to let go. Give me the ring." Li Chunfeng seemed to have made up his mind. He held out the ring and turned his head away. "Old Zhao, take it all." But a moment later he snatched the ring back, exclaiming, "It's all mine, it's all mine. If you want to take my spirit stones, even old Zhao can't have." In the end, they didn't know what to do. But suddenly, many dark figures appeared around them.
The system quickly issued a notification. Ding! Detecting late-stage asking divinity experts, sensing a sudden burst of killing intent. Host, be vigilant! Ding! Detecting tribulation transcension experts, sensing a sudden burst of killing intent.
Host, be vigilant! Ding!
Detecting mid-stage tribulation transcension experts, sensing a sudden burst of killing intent.
Host, be vigilant! Ding!
Detecting late-stage tribulation transcension experts, sensing a sudden burst of killing intent.
Host, be vigilant! After seeing this notification, Xiao Chen thought in a panic. Not good. Most of the demon refining domain is surrounded. This has stirred up a whole hornet's nest. As he spoke, he looked at Li Chunfeng, who was still crying on the other side. Looking at the crowd rushing towards them, Xiao Chen couldn't help but shout in alarm.
Old lie, this isn't good, we're about to die.
He calculated in his heart.
I can't teleport. The encirclement is too wide. Leaving old Li's spiritual energy protection will cause unpredictable damage from the discarding intent of the heavens and earth. At this time, if I can't teleport, I'll inevitably end up crippled. Xiao Chen lamented to the crying man, you're really going to die for spirit stones. With that, Xiao Chen had no choice but to fight back. He quickly unleashed his sword intent, and a series of swords were released to counter the divine powers of those dark figures.
Zhang Xiang and Ling Shu didn't stand still either, seeing the two quickly cast divine powers to assist Xiao Chen, but the level of their opponents was too high, and the number was too great.
Xiao Chen worriedly said in his heart, too many attacks, too dense, and this is only the first wave. Hundreds of cultivators are getting closer and closer to us, and they're constantly attacking. Looking at the attacks coming in torrents,
Xiao Chen and the three of Zhang Xiang quickly stood under the stone tablet, using it as a shield to block those divine powers. But Xiao Chen didn't think this was safe, he thought. If we continue to defend like this, we'll either be caught off guard and fall, or we'll die from exhaustion. So even if I have to gamble, I have to bet it all.
With that thought, he immediately created his clones, using the clones to block the divine powers, buying himself a moment of opportunity.
With that thought finished,
Xiao Chen immediately took advantage of the enemy's inattention and directly used his teleportation divine power to bring everyone to a place more than 1,000 zang away.
Escaping the danger, Xiao Chen was somewhat relieved. This matter also made him realize a few things. The difficulty of choice, trivial matters, or what you love. The difficulty lies in the dispute. Just consider that person to have purified his heart and reduced his desires. It's hard to give up objects and feelings, no wonder there are so many cultivators here.
But before Xiao Chen could even celebrate, another cultivator descended from the sky, taking advantage of Xiao Chen's distraction to unleash a divine power attack with his sword. Seeing that, Xiao Chen had no choice but to abandon what was most important to him. Isn't it lifespan? I don't need it anymore. The moment he said that, luckily, the system suddenly announced, a child is born in the private mountain valley. The system quickly informed him, lifespan increased by 30. So Xiao Chen didn't have to die immediately, but had 30 days to live. Glancing at the incoming divine power, Xiao Chen was a little anxious as he pondered. Can't block it in time. At this distance, even divine powers can't be cast in time. This land where immortals fall is truly full of dangers. Is this gamble going to be lost? At this time, Mu Yin suddenly stuck out its tongue and stepped forward. Trying to protect its master, Mu Yin directly opened its mouth and spat out a black mist, obstructing the vision of that cultivator.
Xiao Chen knew what to do, and he immediately used his teleportation divine power, shouting, "Go! Take everyone to another place."
Just landed in a place that can be said to be temporarily safe,
Xiao Chen kicked Li Chunfeng without hesitation and angrily cursed, "Damn it, I was almost killed by old Li."
Chunfeng admitted his guilt after being kicked and scolded, but stubbornly refused to hand over the spirit stones. It's all my fault, but old Zhao, you can't get them, even if you hit me. Xiao Chen ignored him, and quickly checked his information panel. Looking at his remaining lifespan of only 30 days, he was extremely depressed. Only 30 days of lifespan left. Although I comprehended the sacrifice principle, the price is too high. Looking at the two people opposite who haven't passed any trials, Xiao Chen wondered, I don't know if Zhang Xiang and Ling Shu have the courage to give up. However, this sacrifice is really unnecessary. The law of sacrifice belongs to development according to consciousness, not the law of the heavenly Tao. Sacrificing anything is a losing trade. It's a pity that this area has many cultivators, and even if you don't exterminate each one, you can get some rewards, but it's better to run away. Now, let's go to the next area. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen's group immediately went to the next level. Looking at the stone tablet similar to the previous level, Xiao Chen spoke up and read, "Parting pain, don't pity or sigh, not a solitary star's fate, retreat."
After reading it, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. All the 10,000 years of lifespan have to be given up. How can you say retreat now?
After a while, Zhang Xiang and Ling Shu entered the outer area at the same time.
As soon as they saw Xiao Chen, both of them showed expressions no different from Li Chunfeng. They shouted in unison, "Old Ancestor, Old Xiao."
I can't bear it. Seeing this, Xiao Chen frowned. He quickly asked, "What do you guys think you're giving up?" Zhang Xiang answered first. "My old man's 10,000 years of alchemy skills." Xiao Chen turned to ask Ling Shu, "Ling Shu, what about you?" She heard the old ancestor ask, and replied, "I won't tell, old ancestor." Looking at them, Xiao Chen muttered to himself in silence. Feeling the lifespan slowly increasing, Giving up this isn't unacceptable. After thinking, he said to the 3 people behind him, "Follow me, I don't want a repeat of what happened just now."
After saying that, Xiao Chen quickly used his cultivation technique to take everyone to a certain place.
While walking, he suddenly stopped and shouted, "Oh, it's old Lig's people. Why can't my divine sense anything?"
After speaking, Xiao Chen looked back but didn't see anyone. He was a little worried. Ling Shu and Zhang Xiang are gone. I just saw them a moment ago. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen shouted, "Oh, this is a little interesting. System, quickly find Ling Shu's aura."
The system obeyed and immediately displayed Ling Shu's information panel, with the last line showing the information its master needed.
Your Zhao Ling Shu is cultivating the demonic decree in the Yuan Immortal Forbidden Land. While in the parting intent area, she comprehended the principle of reason. After reading this, Xiao Chen felt somewhat at ease, but still had doubts. After speaking, he quickly called out, "Mu Yun, Mu Yun."
Mu Yun heard the call and crawled out onto its master's hand.
Looking at it, Xiao Chen gave the order, "You go," he thought. "I was originally swallowed inside Mu Yun, so Mu Yun won't be lost no matter what."
Soon after, Mu Yun grew bigger and swallowed Xiao Chen into its belly.
Inside, Xiao Chen immediately closed his eyes and chanted 1 time period, 2 time periods. After finishing chanting, he called out, "Let me out." Mu Yun didn't hesitate to spit his master out before shrinking down again.
And Xiao Chen picked him up. "Ew, haven't even showered yet, have ya?" Xiao Chen teased. He muttered to himself, Right, I've got a spirit contract with Ye Mu Yun, no getting rid of him. Besides, I'm the only one who can even sense Mu Yun."
Putting Mu Yun on his shoulder, he sighed. Seriously boring. Anyone still trapped in there isn't just dumb, they're straight up mentally challenged.
Whatever. I'll grab the Holy Ground's Dao Foundation and then come back for them. With that,
Xiao Chen zipped off towards a pretty spooky looking place, then stopped short,
staring at the 2 figures sitting up ahead. One black, one white, totally contrasting. Xiao Chen strode right over.
Turns out, the 2 figures were literally just 2 sets of pure white bones. Seeing Xiao Chen approaching, one of them slowly creaked out, "You are quite special." Seeing the guy, Xiao Chen frowned, unsure.
"Demon Lord," he ventured. As soon as he said it, the white skeleton stood up. "It's been a long time since anyone called me that," he rasped. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was almost certain. "So there's still a legacy," he pressed. The Demon Lord replied, "If you pass through all 3 trials, then sure, you might get a sliver of the legacy. But you've only done 1, so nah." Xiao Chen wasn't all that bothered. He grinned. "I just kinda stumbled in here, just hoping for a teleport out." The Demon Lord seemed impressed. "Clever, this is where I'm buried, after all." "Surely there's more than just the inheritance palace," Xiao Chen responded. "I only came for the inheritance. As for the other stuff." "Hard pass," the Demon Lord asked in confusion. "So why are you even here?" Xiao Chen was blunt. "For the spirit vein." This answer totally threw the Demon Lord for a loop. He said in disbelief, "You want to dig up my grave?"
Xiao Chen didn't confirm or deny it. Instead, he offered, "If you ditch that idea, I could rebuild the spirit vein for you."
Suddenly, flesh and skin began to appear on the Demon Lord, who'd been nothing but a white skeleton. He walked towards Xiao Chen, sneering. "You haven't even reached the tribulation transcendence stage, and you're spouting nonsense here. Aren't you afraid I'll tear you to pieces?" Xiao Chen didn't say anything, just held out his hand, summoning a celestial seal, and shouted, "Celestial seal, open!" The Demon Lord swiftly cast a divine ability to chop apart the golden celestial seal.
Staring at the person in front of him, he said, 2 apertures ascending to the summit. No wonder you dare to come here. In that case, come and take my resentment and spirit vein."
Xiao Chen asked incredulously, "Are you serious?" The Demon Lord kept his word and replied. Of course, Xiao Chen seized the opportunity to ask for more. He pointed to the remaining skeleton sitting there and said, "Then give me that set of bones." "Give me a reason," the Demon Lord suggested. Xiao Chen quickly said, "You cultivate severing abandonment. You can sever and abandon, but you've been stuck in this place for a long time."
Seeing that his reason couldn't be denied, the Demon Lord frowned and muttered to himself, "This guy really takes advantage." Seeing that the Demon Lord was still silent, Xiao Chen continued, "I'll help her reincarnate."
As soon as this was said, the Demon Lord was instantly enraged. He snorted and thought, "Humph, after all, he's still greedy." But despite thinking so, the Demon Lord still asked again, "Are you really going to help her reincarnate?" Hearing the person in front of him ask, Xiao Chen quickly affirmed, "Really, I understand you. You like her, you love her very much," thinking to himself, "With this look, it's weird if you can use the severing abandonment to integrate the Dabio." The Demon Lord said hesitantly, I want to take care of her." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen said in his heart, "This is again the trick of wanting to protect her as she grows up." Thinking about it, he exclaimed, That's right, the deal is done on both sides." The Demon Lord also kept his promise. and let Zhao Chen take away the white sea bones. He quickly used the divine ability of the heavens and transformed the bones into small fragments, carrying them with him. Zhao Chen also quickly received it. After finishing everything, Zhao Chen looked up at the demon lord opposite and asked, "You are an obsession. If there is nothing to enter into, you will disappear sooner or later. What will you do?" Hearing this, the demon lord replied very dependently, "Isn't there still you?" Zhao Chen then fell into contemplation.
He frowned and asked himself, this black-robed body is just being maintained by obsession. Once he leaves the Great Formation, he will no longer exist. Where can I find something for him to enter now?
While he was silently thinking, Zhao Chen suddenly saw the demon lord's eyes falling on Mu Yun on his shoulder.
So he immediately threatened, "Dream on, you're plotting against Mu Yun. I'll obliterate you right now. Oh, and your lover too." Hearing this, the demon lord frantically replied, "Don't use it. Don't use it." After a moment, Zhao Chen conjured up a bald corpse from nowhere, presented it to the demon lord, and said, "Out of options, it's this one." Seeing that this corpse would be his future form, the demon lord was quite displeased and even complained, "So ugly." Hearing this, Zhao Chen reassured him, "I have a premium immortal cultivation technique for nurturing corpses. Wait there for her reincarnation, then give her the corpse nurturing technique. You protect her, she nurtures you, isn't that great?" The demon lord was naturally swayed by these words, and he happily and quickly replied with a smile. Okay, a while later, Zhao Chen had completely finished the process of getting the demon lord to merge into the body he just found. As soon as he merged, the demon lord disgustedly exclaimed, "This body is disgusting. Where did you find it?" Zhao Chen wasn't angry, he just said, "Don't complain. This body can lock your obsession better than anything else. It's generally better than randomly finding one that would cause your obsession to dissipate quickly." After being brainwashed by Zhao Chen, the demon lord felt that this new body wasn't so bad after all, and he even smiled in agreement. You're right. At this moment, Zhao Chen suddenly used his cultivation technique, causing the land in front of them to split in two. After finishing, he called out, "System, it's your turn." As soon as Zhao Chen finished speaking, a mechanical voice echoed in response, "Isn't it just a downgrade in grade? Even a 9th grade spiritual vein can build such a sacred ground." Zhao Chen pondered for a moment, then thought gloomily, "Spiritual veins of the 7th grade and above will definitely downgrade 1 grade as long as they are taken out and buried again, so top-tier sects and sacred grounds don't move their old homes. What a loss." After thinking for a while, Zhao Chen suddenly smiled brightly and asked, "So, does your system have a way?" Hearing his master's question, the system immediately refused. "No way, no way. The last time I transferred the Hongxian line, I was punished once. No matter what, it's not happening this time." Zhao Chen began to act nonchalant and said in a huff, "A downgrade is a downgrade. The western region is managed by the Phoenix Sacred Ground. Building a sacred ground here means completely depending on the Phoenix Sacred Ground. I'd rather have the spiritual vein downgraded than return to the southern region." Hearing this, the system couldn't sit still and quickly said, "Actually, it's not impossible," Zhao Chen immediately asked. "Just what? Tell me," the system replied. "As long as the host completes the mission, this system can naturally extract the spiritual vein without any damage to the host." These words from the system made Zhao Chen a little curious, and he frowned and said, "What mission? And isn't it too late to issue a mission now?" The mechanical voice echoed again, "It's not impossible to receive the reward first, and then complete the mission later, but it's only limited to this one time." Zhao Chen naturally wouldn't refuse, and he immediately agreed. "Okay, take action." After he finished speaking, a powerful force immediately went through the cracked mountains. Looking at the divine power being performed, the demon lord couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Even a peak Great Ascension cultivator couldn't do this. Is this person in front of me really a tribulation crossing cultivator?" After performing that divine power, the system quickly issued a notification. "Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward in advance. A perfect sacred ground foundations." Starting the mandatory mission, the only mandatory mission. Host, have your own biological child within 3 years. Warning that if the mission fails, the cultivation of all those with the Xiao bloodline will be lost. After reading the mission issued by the system, Zhao Chen was endlessly troubled. He shouted in his head, "A trap! An obvious trap! This system is plotting against me." But no matter what, Zhao Chen had to accept it, he thought. "But I've already jumped into the pit. I can't fail the cultivation of everyone in the Xiao family. Have a child within 3 years? Who should I find? Ruoxi? How about it?" Thinking to himself, he secretly refused. No. Although that body has no secrets anymore, if I make a move on Ruoxi, it will be really difficult to get over the mental hurdle. It feels like a 100-year-old geezer making a move on a young girl. Zhao Chen thought of another person, Wen Shiyu. After all, they've had close contact and have a title. Wouldn't having a child be natural? But the third and fourth generations of the Xiao family are already over 100 years old. Suddenly there's a newly born second-generation child. What kind of eyes will the Xiao family's descendants use to look at me?
Ugh, this dog system is really killing this old man. Stopping his thoughts, Xiao Chen said, Ugh, let's deal with the matter at hand first, and then talk. After speaking, he turned back and shouted, Ba-yay. The spiritual vein here has been extracted. The great formation has been broken. Follow me to work, Demon Lord.
Hearing the person in front of him call him by that name, he was a little shocked, and he muttered to himself, He actually knows my name, and he has this ability. He must be an ancient powerhouse. Thinking this, Binye immediately bowed and replied, Yes. After reaching a safe area, Xiao Chen quickly assigned a mission to Binye, go find my friend. Hearing this, Binye quickly said, Senior, I can't find them. He said, I only have a little remnant thought in these 3 areas, used by my true body with all of my laws. I'm not familiar with your friend, Senior, so where would I get the intention to separate, unless I wait for Dai Chen to completely disappear? Hearing this, Xiao Chen understood a little. Even so, he was still a little troubled and thought, I understand. After all, this place is affected by the laws. Now I have to find Zhang Xiang and them before I can sense the laws of reason. Being upright gets one into trouble, and using the Supreme Chaos spiritual root to sense the laws of reason isn't difficult. It's not that it's impossible, but I didn't expect this kind of sensing to torment me so much. But thinking about the corpses of the fallen cultivators, this kind of sensing is still better. Right now it's still more important to develop the Xiao family. Thinking this, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and began to use his will to find his friends. The red dust is like a sword. The late Li Shengjun is in the spring below, and I should waste my bones and skills in this world. Snow fills our heads. Walking the path of cultivation in youth, how many true friends do we have? Old shoes gone with the wind. Little Zhang Mingguo. Those friends have long turned to white bones in the river of time. Severing departure, turning the character departure into a blade. Hearts together also depart, so even love grows old. That unforgettable face, my first wife in this life, separated from these flows of time. Xiao Chen's eyes were red-rimmed with tears, he said with a painful voice. The law of departure has actually reached the entry level. At the same time, Zhang Xiang, Li Chunfeng and Ling Xu returned. Looking at them, Xiao Chen suddenly said, Well done, law of departure, shouldering the giant of the gap, treating it as nothing. Once you leave this world, you'll be gone for good. Saying this, he seemed unsure, and quickly asked the person next to him, Bei Ye, can this humble one really do that? The law of departure no longer uses the Dao. Bei Ye smiled and replied, Even if it involves the Dao, I'm still here. The distance between life and death isn't that far. Having received this confirmation, Xiao Chen felt somewhat relieved. He quickly left with his brothers and sisters, thinking as he went. Leaving this place, the law of departure's painful insights were all because of those buried cultivator corpses. My heart aches. Maybe I should offer some encouragement, comfort them with spirit stones. A moment later, outside the entrance to the stone gate, Zhang Xiang's group of 3 all had teary eyes. They came out crying. Seeing this, Xiao Chen felt annoyed. He waved his hand and said, Say no more, I understand. And so, as before, if you can't pass the level, a bunch of cultivators will attack. Looking at the sea of people surrounding them, Xiao Chen pondered. After comprehending the 3 realms of severance and departure, coming here again feels different. Moreover, I can help Zhang Xiang and the others escape the influence of the laws here. The great formation disappears, and over 100 tribulation transcendence cultivators who have fallen into demonic possession can't escape. The entire western region and even the southern region will become their graves. Even if there's no system reward, I have to stop them. Thinking this, Xiao Chen immediately ordered Bi Yi beside him. When a group attacks, only lure them one by one. Use your demonic energy to pretend to lure them. Bi Yi listened to the order and quickly replied, Understood. Without hesitation, Bei Ye quickly took action. He reached out and released a stream of demonic energy to attract the cultivators. Finally, after a while, the system screen issued a series of notifications. Host has eliminated real person Zuo Jian. Reward, 1-star stone. Host has killed Emperor Lord Cheng Di. Reward, 100 million spirit crystals. Host has eliminated Cold Sword Xu. Reward, 50 years of cultivation. At the same time, in the Phoenix Perch Holy Land, everything here seemed quite peaceful, not noisy. The old man sitting in the main hall was the Holy Master of the Phoenix Perch Holy Land. He was sitting in cultivation, and the Holy Son, after leaving the Xiao family, had returned. Looking at his Holy Master, he said, Holy Master, everything is ready. The great preservation pills that were consumed for the final batch of cauldrons have finally advanced to the questioning peak stage. The old Holy Master smiled happily. He praised, Very good, you've done very well.
Although questioning peak stage cultivators are a bit of a pity, this old man can't wait any longer. I need to use them for fusion. The Phoenix Perch Holy Sun added. The bodies of the dual cultivation cauldrons are of supreme physique. The old ancestor will definitely break through. The Phoenix ancestor will definitely be reborn.
The Holy Master laughed heartily upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, good, bring them here.
After receiving the order, Ji Yu was quickly brought up. She thought with a hint of sadness.
I'm afraid that even the strength of a questioning peak Emperor Lord can't control one's own destiny. What is a cauldron physique? In the end, it's just a toy.
After seeing Ji Yu, the Holy Master couldn't help but size her up. No wonder she's a supreme cauldron physique. This old man feels a bit of pity. All right, all of you withdraw. After dismissing everyone, he bluntly told the girl before him, "Take it off, Xing. You had no choice but to obey." She quickly took off her outer garment. As she took it off, she felt so wronged that she started to cry.
Seeing her fair and tender body, the Holy Master couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He couldn't wait any longer and pounced on her.
At the same time, a fire phoenix suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking extremely majestic.
Seeing it, the disciples of the Holy Land below cheered happily. It seems the old ancestor is breaking through. The Phoenix Perch Holy Land is saved. But perhaps they were celebrating a bit too early.
After taking off her clothes, Shiyu quickly closed her eyes. But she waited for a while and still didn't hear any movement, so she wondered, why isn't there any sound? Out of curiosity, Yu secretly opened her eyes to look, but the first thing she saw was the Holy Master, lying motionless on the floor, without any movement.
Shiyu was terrified and screamed. The Holy Master has fallen. Hearing the scream, the disciples rushed up to see, and upon seeing the scene they shouted to each other, "Half Moon Cliff is broken, this is bad. Something happened to the Holy Master."
Jin Yu at this moment also doesn't understand why it turned out like this. Facing the murderous gazes fixed on her, she could only reply, "I don't know what's going on." As soon as she finished speaking, someone from the Holy Land stood up and accused her. "You killed the Holy Master."
He cursed.
"You bitch. You definitely killed the Holy Master." The Holy Sun seemed more clear-headed.
He went over to carefully examine the corpse and said, "Dao Yuan backlash, essence blood reversed, something a mere Wen-Ding stage like her couldn't do. It's more like the Holy Master couldn't stop a sudden burst of his injuries and died." After he said this, that guy was suddenly stunned. He couldn't believe his ears and shouted, How could this be? Our Fengshi Holy Land won't have a Daicheng realm cultivator anymore, and the name of the Holy Land won't be kept." Then, he looked at Ji Yu and asked the person next to him, "Does the Holy Sun want to use her to break through?" The Holy Sun smiled and replied, "Our Fengshi Holy Land currently has no one who can confidently comprehend the Dakao. But if we want to protect the name of the Holy Land, she is indeed a good way.
The second Holy Master of the Xuanyuan Holy Land is also in a hurry to break through. We will offer her to the Xuanyuan Holy Land and ask for the protection of our millennial ally. The Xuanyuan Holy Land will surely not refuse." You burst into tears upon hearing this. In no time, the news of the Fengshi Holy Master's death spread to the western and southern domains. Without him, the death of a Daicheng realm cultivator couldn't be concealed even if they wanted to. Another piece of news circulated within the Holy Land. The second Holy Master of the Xuanyuan Holy Land was preparing to marry a female disciple from the Fengshi Holy Land. While this news was spreading like wildfire, Xiao Chen was still at the Lian Mo Ling Demon Refining Ridge, slashing and killing.
He was thinking, almost done killing, only 2 late-stage Tribulation Transcendence demon cultivators left. It's just that the rewards are getting worse and worse. Later on there are almost no rewards. Hundreds of descendants of fallen cultivators, with sky-high cultivation levels, but no spiritual rewards. The rewards were already bad, and he killed them many times, so the rewards naturally decreased. At this moment, Lian Moling didn't have any purification rules, nor was there a great formation affecting the mind. It could be said that Lian Moling had disappeared in the western domain, leaving only barren land.
Looking at the group of cultivators wielding weapons walking over, Xiao Chen pondered a bit.
3 aperture late-stage Tribulation Transcendence, 4 aperture late-stage Tribulation Transcendence. If they still have the seeds of Daicheng and a clear mind, that's enough to be considered a Holy Land. Looking at Ling Shui and Li Chunfeng, he thought to himself, those 2 are seriously injured. They can't participate in battles like that anymore.
Only those 2 looked pretty good. Xiao Chen immediately spoke up. "Bei Ye, Zhangxiang, let's use pills. Bury those 2.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhangxiang shouted decisively,
"All right with that." The 2 sides immediately rushed into a fight, continuing for as long as 20 days. After dozens of days and nights, the system notification finally rang. Ding! Host killed Zhao He, true inheritance core disciple of the Yinglei Holy Land, rewarded with divine skill. 9 Heavens Yinglei Universal Jade Edict. Rewarded with 1 life's worth of immortal tribulation aperture, rewarded with special physique, Keelan body within, ding.
Host killed Dan Zi Qing, true inheritance core disciple of the Xuan Yuan Holy Land, rewarded with divine skill. Heart-stirring sword art, rewarded with 1 life's worth of immortal tribulation aperture, rewarded with special physique, true spirit body.
After the slaughter, Xiao Chen didn't linger. He said, "Let's go back to the Xiao family, at the Bone Valley of the Xiao family." As soon as Xiao Chen returned,
Shi Yi quickly came out to greet him. "Welcome, Ancestor, back to the mountain." Xiao Chen saw him and replied,
"All right, Shi Yi, you've taken good care of the clan."
Xiao heard this and immediately bowed, smiling and replying,
"It is what descendants should do." Xiao Chen then asked, "What's the planning for the southern domain and the new arrangements for the family?" Hearing the question, Shi Yi waved his hand, creating a screen, and said,
"Reporting to Ancestor, the Zhao clan's spiritual academy was established between neighboring countries in the southern domain to collect the disciples with the highest aptitude. The main academy is the Zhao Mo spiritual manor. The only thing that descendants find difficult to handle is how to deal with the disciples of other races, and the Zhao clan's bloodline being absorbed."
Xiao Chen couldn't help but think, after hearing what the person in front of him said, "This descendant is good at everything, except he prioritizes the Xiao clan in everything. Now I'm worried that the bloodline of the other races that are nurtured will seize power from the Xiao clan in the future."
Snapping out of his thoughts, he said to Shi Yi, "You're thinking wrong. Why be afraid that they will fight in the future? Just differentiate them directly. Let the spiritual academy be changed to the Mu Yun Spiritual Academy, and the organization is changed to Kang Yun Serpent. The entire southern domain is unified under the jurisdiction of the Mu Yun sect. From now on, the Xiao family will be the Xiao family, and the Mu Yun sect will be the Mu Yun sect." Shi Yi was still a little confused at first. He frowned and asked, "Ancestor, why do we have to differentiate again?" After thinking for a while, he suddenly understood and exclaimed, "I understand. There is only one Xiao clan, but there can be many other sects, and even the future achievement of a holy land can be many." With that, Shi Yi said, "If that's the case, the new mansion arrangement," Xiao Chen quickly interjected, "Of course it's the Mu Yun sect's mountain gate." Shi Yi understood immediately. Upon hearing this, he quickly said, "Yes, Ancestor, Shi Yi will arrange it immediately."
With that, he didn't stay and turned to leave. After walking for a while, Xiao Chen suddenly called him back. "Wait." Hearing the voice, Xin Yi stopped and asked, "Does Ancestor have anything else?"
Xiao Chen then threw out a series of storage rings from his hand, giving them to Shi Yi, and said, "These are the materials for this time, the resources of the clan and the resources of the new sect. Improve it a bit more. Strive to be comparable to a holy land." Shi Yi couldn't help but widen his eyes and gape at the things inside these rings, thinking to himself, "Spirit stones? Still spirit stones? Hundreds of billions of spirit stones, and a pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all of not low grades." Ancestor said he wanted to create a holy land. It's not a dream, but he's already prepared. And more. Xiao Chen was also lost in thought. The Xiao family's growth rate is indeed too fast, especially when facing difficulties without peace and stability. It's like a rocket for the Xiao family disciples. The Xiao family has almost become uniform for a while, which is a bit unrealistic. Thinking this, he said to 21, "You may leave for now." After speaking, he turned and left himself. Li Chunfeng watched Xiao Chen's departing figure, feeling a pang of regret in his heart. Remembering those dozens of storage rings, he wondered, "I wonder how many spirit stones are in these rings. Too bad I didn't put in more effort this time." Then, he hurriedly shouted, "Lao, Lao, Xiao, I want to break through to the tribulation passing stage." Xiao Chen, who was walking ahead, heard his old friend shout and quickly turned his head to look at him, asking without warmth or coldness, "Chunfeng, what is it? Have you made up your mind?" Li Chunfeng, upon hearing the question, lowered his head to the ground and replied, "Seeing spirit stones that aren't mine is more painful than killing me. If I'm still wandering around at the peak of the Asking Dao stage, you might not even call me next time. The Shushan heritage shouldn't be kept stagnant by me. It should be carried forward by me." As soon as Li Chunfeng finished speaking, Xiao Chen quickly cast a sword technique, conjuring several swords, and said, "It's an honor to join the Mu Yun sect and become an elder of my sect. I hope we can fight side by side on the battlefield outside our territory. I'm quite used to the shadow-bearing and inherited shadow swords. Consider this extreme flying sword as betrothal gift." Chunfeng didn't refuse. He accepted what Xiao Chen had given him, then took out something else to give to the other party, replying happily, "You're still the most easygoing, Lao Xiao." Xiao Chen held it in his hand and exclaimed, Mountain Sword Immortal Secret Manual. Isn't this Shushan's sect-protecting cultivation method? Isn't it supposed to only be passed down to the headmaster lineage? Why are you giving it to me?
Li Chunfeng replied, to fully unleash the divine power, you can't be without this manual to inherit the shadows of the gods and monarchs. I am already a headmaster. Who can control me?
After speaking, without waiting for Xiao Chen to say anything more, he hurriedly turned and left, saying before leaving, I'm going into seclusion now. I absolutely won't come out until I've passed the tribulation. After Li Chunfeng left, Ling Shu and Zhang Xiang also spoke up. Ancestor, let's go too. Xiao Chen agreed upon hearing this, saying to everyone,
let's go. While they were walking, Bei Ye suddenly stepped forward, looking hesitant, and asked, Senior, about her reincarnation. Seeing him ask, Xiao Chen stopped his steps to tell him, you also know that she is a wisp of spiritual soul left after her soul scattered. To help her reincarnate completely requires a special body.
We need to search for it slowly. There's no rush. For now, you should nurture yourself in the jade coffin. If there's anything, or if we find a body, I'll wake you up.
After arranging everything, Xiao Chen fell into a bit of silence, thinking, this trip out has been extremely fruitful. Just the cultivation base alone has increased by 780 times, and the realm has reached the peak of the asking Dao stage, touching the edge of the tribulation passing stage. I need to stabilize my cultivation. Several days after that day, inside the main hall of the Zhao family, 11, with a joyful expression, came to report to his ancestor, Ancestor, the Muyun sect's mountain gate is ready. Xiao Chen, hearing this, replied, take me to see it. After taking Xiao Chen to the place he had prepared, 21 began to introduce briefly. This area belongs to the southern domain, 100 miles away from the Zhao family's mountain valley. A large number of mountain areas have been reclaimed, with a large total area, much larger than the Zhao family's mountain valley. Xiao Chen took one look and was very satisfied. He quickly cast his divine power and shouted, go! Then he sent strands of divine power to stir around this piece of land. Xiao Chen thought to himself, transform the 7th grade spirit vein in the Xiao family's mountain valley into new branches of spirit veins, with spirit veins all over the place, turning this place into an extremely lush and abundant source of spiritual energy. After finishing this, even the disciples of the Xiao family could feel this magnificent freshness. They discussed with each other, after the new spirit vein was introduced, the spiritual energy is unexpectedly so strong, so strong, so strong. The cultivation progress of one day, initially, can now be achieved in half a day, or even less. Nan Gonglin was also talking to Zhang Xiang about the sect's affairs. With this quality of spiritual energy, we no longer need additional spirit stones for daily assistance. Zhang Xiang, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, this quality of spiritual energy, could it be? Seeing Xiao Chen standing in front of him, Nan Gonglin hurriedly asked, Ancestor? This is... Xiao Chen was pondering in his head. How much is a 10th grade spirit vein worth in the 2 southwest domains? Selling it to a sacred ground. Even if the phoenix nest becomes a sacred ground, it only has this type of 9th grade spirit vein. There's more than one sacred ground like that. This news must be kept secret for now. Zhang Xiang and Nan Gonglin, after learning the matter, looked at each other worriedly, thinking, moving a 10th grade spirit vein without losing its grade is a method that many sacred grounds desire. If this method is spread, the Zhao family will definitely become the focus of a storm again. Seeming to see through their worries, Xiao Chen reassured them. Don't worry. Except for the Xiao family's inner courtyard, the spiritual energy in other places has been reduced. Hearing this, the two of them were somewhat relieved. Nan Gonglin said, if that's the case, we should set off then. Xiao Chen, hearing this, also said, thank you for your service, 2 envoys. Before leaving, he also instructed 21, begin to accelerate the construction of the Muyun sect. 11, hearing the order, bowed and replied, yes. Not long after, under the craftsmanship of many spirit craftsmen, a magnificent sect was born before everyone's eyes. Xiao Chen gave the order. If we want to apply for the qualification of a semi-sacred ground, there must be requirements for the sect's foundation and the number of disciples. In addition to at least 3 tribulation passing stage experts as the main force, we also need 10,000 golden core disciples, thousands of nascent soul disciples, and hundreds of asking Dako stage cultivators. We must accelerate the recruitment of disciples. 21 was also present at this time. He quickly replied, in addition to the initially recruited disciples, the dependent sects relying on the Xiao family have also sent many disciples, but high-quality disciples are always rare.
Zhao Chen, hearing this, continued, spread the news that the Mu Yun sect has a ninth-grade spirit vein outside the mountain valley.
At a certain tea house in the southern domain, everyone in the domain was discussing Zhao Chen's sect. I heard that the newly established Mu Yun sect already has a ninth-grade spirit vein. A ninth-grade spirit vein. Even a pig's head can become a god transformation.
Someone even chimed in, if I had cultivation resources like that, I wouldn't need 100 years to reach the foundation establishment stage. No way, I gotta get my sewer out of seclusion pronto. Even if she can't become a direct disciple, being a handyman is fine.
Over there, a mother was trying to persuade her daughter. Daughter, this is a conspiracy by the Xiao family. You can't go. The Xiao family are all lustful perverts. You mustn't go. But her daughter didn't seem to be listening, replying, a ninth-grade spiritual vein. Only in such an environment do I have a chance to break through to the nascent soul stage. No matter what, I have to go.
Scenes and stories like these kept happening in the Southwest Territories. More and more people left their sects and brought their entire families to join. And the Zhao family's reputation in the Southwest Territories reached its peak again, directly surpassing Shu Mountain and Kunlun. A month later, the Mu Yun sect was thriving, with disciples gathered in a very orderly manner in the White Jade Plaza.
At this moment, suddenly a yacht approached the Xiao family from the sky. On it, the person with black and white hair, a handsome and dignified appearance, was Xuan Anyang, who came from the Qingxuan Holy Land, and was also the current Holy Lord of the Qingxuan Holy Land.
Carrying a sword on his back, wearing a golden martial uniform, with a strong figure, was Xuan Yuan Tunao, who came from the Xuan Yuan Holy Land, holding a horsetail whisk, with the bearing of an immortal, was Zhu Yiqing from the Daoxuan Holy Land. Wearing a long green dress was Yu Yu Fairy from the Taiwei Holy Land. The person with a bare upper body and white tiger stripes on his shoulders was the Demon King Li Jun from the Beirui Holy Land. Pointing to the people on the yacht, Zhang Xiang said to Zhao Chen, these 5 are all Dao Fusion Grand Perfection Stage powerhouses, untouchable. Don't worry, old ancestor, they're just passing by. Everything has been arranged.
On the yacht, the 5 of them were chatting. Yu Yu Fairy spoke first. I don't have 100 Dao inquiry experts right now. Isn't the aptitude of this Mu Yun sect a little unsuitable?
Hearing this, Xuan Anyang waved his hand and said, aren't there already 100 Dao inquiry experts?
As soon as he finished speaking, a series of Dao inquiry experts immediately rushed out of the yacht and flew to the front of the Mu Yun sect's plaza. After doing this, he even said, here, 100 Dao inquiry experts for the Mu Yun sect.
Xuan Yuan Tuo looked at Xuan Anyang and added, you just moved your entire Qingxuan Holy Land here, Xuan Anyang replied with a smile. A small flaw, it doesn't affect the overall situation. Zhu Yiqing wasn't lacking either. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, just a qualification for a semi-holy land.
Yu Yue Fairy continued with a smile. These are all fine. The extraterritorial battlefield can't lack manpower.
Xuan Anyang suddenly stepped forward, standing right at the bow of the boat and shouted loudly, fellow Taoists of the Mu Yun sect, where are the tribulation transcendence experts?
As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 figures of Nangang Lin and Zhang Xiang appeared.
Looking at the 2 of them, Xuan Yuan Tuwao curiously said, is there still one missing this time? Moreover, aren't these 2 alchemy elders from your Qingxuan sect?
As he was speaking, the last tribulation transcendence expert finally appeared, and that person was Mu Yun, who had transformed into human form. Looking at her, everyone exclaimed in surprise, This is the aura of a feral beast. She's transformed.
Demon King Li Jun looked at Mu Yun and couldn't help but think, he muttered to himself.
A feral beast at the tribulation transcendence stage, and she's already transformed. Could it be that the Qingxuan Holy Land is making a big show for her? That's not right. If it's for her, why bother looking far and wide in the Southwest Territories? After thinking about it, he dismissed the matter. Forget it, just a tribulation transcendence expert. At this moment, suddenly a series of thunderbolts descended from the sky. Looking at it, the holy lords on the yacht cheered. Thunder tribulation is descending, and it's still the 9 tribulation transcendence thunder tribulation. After a while, they saw a figure rushing into those clouds, and everyone thought to themselves, someone is breaking into the thundercloud lair. One sword shatters the thunder tribulation. One divine power rushes out and shatters the lightning bolts. The person who just transcended the tribulation was none other than Li Chunfeng. Everyone shouted in their hearts, second sword spiritual immortal, genius, genius. Looking at him, the people on the yacht exclaimed in amazement. A natural talent. A Dao seed.
Zhu Yiqing thought to himself. Just transcended the tribulation, and already has 2 apertures. This level of talent is actually in the Southwest Territories. It would be great if we could recruit him. After transcending the tribulation, Li Chunfeng also joined the ranks of the Mu Yun sect's tribulation transcendence experts. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, he laughed and greeted. Honorary elder of the Muyun sect, Li Chun, greets the seniors of the Dao fusion realm. Zhu Yiqing was still thinking. Sig. Although he's a dual aperture talent, it's too embarrassing to compete for someone with a semi-holy land. Xuan Anyang and Yu Yu Fairy looked at each other with a slightly ambiguous expression.
The moment Yu Yue saw it, she immediately unleashed a divine power technique, creating a barrier that enveloped the entire Muyun sect. Xiao Chen saw that and chuckled to himself, thinking, nice. With the qualification of pseudo-holy land, the Xiao clan can be considered to have stepped into the rule. Even if I die, this barrier can protect the Muyun sect for 100 years.
After finishing that, Yu Yu didn't linger for long. She simply said, everything's settled. I'll take my leave first.
With that, she quickly performed her technique and disappeared, leaving Xiao Chen stunned. He thought in his heart, this is the skill of the Dao Integration Almighty. Following behind immortal Yu Yue, Zhu Yiqing also quickly departed, laughing, Holy Lord Qingxuan, just say the word next time for this kind of thing. Demon King Li Jun also left at the same time.
In the end, only Xuan Anyang and Xuan Yuan Tuo were left. Seeing that he hadn't left yet, Xuan Anyang asked, aren't you leaving? Xuan Yuan Tu, hearing the question, replied, I have some business in the eastern region, so I'll hitch a ride on your airship. Xuan Anyang didn't refuse.
Alright, with that, their yacht carrying them instantly left into the inside of the teleportation gate. Before leaving, Xuan Anyang's voice echoed, reminding them,
the first battlefield outside the region of the Muyun sect will take place after March. You must go to the eastern region.
Chengxiang City, of the western region, is a very famous cultivator city in the cultivation world.
Here there are all kinds of mortal pleasure houses. As long as you have enough spirit stones, even a combination realm powerhouse can be served. The Yichun Pavilion is just a regular one among them. In front of the Yichun Pavilion, a guard was chasing away his customer. Get out! Get out! Get out!
You want to see Ruo Yu without spirit stones? Don't even dream about it, or I'll take your golden core. Coincidentally, the person being chased away was none other than Zhao Li. He was making a ruckus. I don't believe Ruo Yue won't see me. Let me see her. Let me see her.
Hearing this, the gate guards sneered and mocked him. How stupid. If you keep causing trouble here, my brothers and I will really make a move.
In fact, the 2 lackeys guarding the pavilion were only foundation establishment stage, just because the pavilion has an artist with high cultivation.
Moreover, the rule of Chengxiang City is, if you don't have spirit stones, you are the younger brother. Xiao Li had been waiting at the Yichun Pavilion for several months, and all the spirit stones and pills he had brought were used up, and the magic weapons and spiritual energy had also been pawned. It was all because of the woman named Ruo Yu. From the first day Xiao Li came to Chengxiang City, he was infatuated, as if he were crazy.
Enraged, Xiao Li quickly conjured a celestial seal and shouted, open the celestial seal. But what he got in response was a divine power that suddenly appeared and knocked down the celestial seal, causing Xiao Li to painfully fall to the ground. The person who made the move seemed to be someone with a lot of influence in the Yichun Pavilion. Looking at Xiao Li, he said in a stern voice,
Surname Xiao, do you still think you are from the Xiao family of the southern region?
What kind of place do you think Yichun Pavilion is, that you dare to be so arrogant?
The 2 gate guards saw this man coming out, and quickly bowed respectfully. Artist Yu, thank you Artist Yu for taking action. The old Artist Yu heard this, and glared as he ordered, throw this old man far away, what a jinx. The 2 of them listened to the order and replied, yes. Xiao Li was taken to a deserted place, and thrown there. Sitting against the wall, Xiao Li thought, sadly, I don't believe Ruo Yue is such a heartless person. The first time we met, she didn't dislike my old and ugly appearance, but praised my wonderful charm, and after a few months of meeting, affection arose. He firmly said to himself, Ruo Yue will definitely see me. It must be because Yichun Pavilion has locked her up. I have to find her. With that, Xiao Li stood up again and went to find her. But when he arrived at the gate of Yichun Pavilion, what immediately caught Xiao Li's eye was the scene of his lover nestling with another man. She said softly to the man, Master Dan, remember to come find me next time.
Master Dan also responded favorably. This little thing, Zhao Yu, is so easy to please. I like her very much. I will definitely come next time. Xiao Li couldn't help but feel sad when he saw this scene. He asked himself, didn't she say from beginning to end that she was forced? She said she would be willing not to receive guests from me. I have never seen her like that. Ruo Yue over there also saw Xiao Li, but she didn't have any look of guilt, but instead had a bit of disapproval. Why haven't you left yet? If you want to meet me, with your golden core strength, it's not difficult to find spirit stones. Why stay in the city? Xiao Li didn't care about the spirit stones. He only had one question that needed to be answered. Ruo Yue, was that just now a lie, wasn't it?
Hearing him ask, that Ruo Yue didn't hesitate to answer. What is a lie? Don't say it's Chengxiang City, even in a mortal pleasure house. Is there any sincere feeling? If it weren't for you giving me so many natural treasures, I would advise you not to stay in Chengxiang City anymore.
But how could Xiao Li want to leave? He was still very confused and sincerely shouted, "If you want to go, let's go together. As long as she agrees, as long as she tells me, I will take her away."
Ruo Yue couldn't help but sneer when she heard this.
She disdainfully said, "Who do you think you are? An old man of 100 years old, with weak spiritual roots? Golden core is your limit. What do you take to take me away?"
Xiao Li was scolded like that but didn't have a trace of anger, but instead confidently replied,
"Based on Xiao Li."
Ruo Yue was even more disgusted at this time. She spared no words of cursing. Just a waste. Even if you are a person from the Xiao family in the southern region, you don't have the ability to take me away. Moreover, you are not. She was about to say this when another woman reminded her. My little lady, the Xiao family can't be talked about randomly now. The Mu Yun sect they established has become a quasi-holy land, is the top sect of the southwest region. Just Golden Core stage alone has more than 100,000. Ruo Yue just scoffed when she heard that. So what if the Xiao family is powerful? What does that have to do with Xiao Li? The Zhao family members are all young and talented. He's lucky enough to carry the Zhao surname even though he's an old geezer over 100 years old.
Xiao Li was also very embarrassed, thinking to himself, I ran away from there in the first place. I don't have the face to acknowledge the Xiao family anymore. What's the point of revealing my identity? No one would believe me anyway. Just then, a voice echoed from inside the Yichun pavilion. Xiao family. What's so great about it? You guys are just licking his boots. Bunch of clowns. What's so special about the Zhao family? A family like that, few dare to speak out against. They'll definitely be wiped out within a century.
Xiao Li glared at the person who had been speaking, asking, Who are you?
The guy laughed loudly before answering Xiao Li.
Haha, who am I? This young master is a direct descendant of Kunlun, also known as Zhu Chun.
After saying that, he even questioned, What's with that look? Am I wrong? I'm just saying the Xiao family Hicks have never seen the western regions? When my grandpa comes out of seclusion, he'll wipe out your Zhao family, leaving not even a scrap of armor? The guy next to him quickly reminded him, Young master, the walls have ears, please be careful.
But Zhu Chun clearly wasn't afraid,
laughing and saying, Careful? Careful my ass. The Xiao family are all cowards, good for nothing. Besides, are the Xiao family members' functions messed up or something? Why are they only thinking about marriage? I think it's a problem passed down from the Zhao family's ancestor, still trying to marry our senior sister even at his age. Today, I'll go back to the sect and propose, and my grandpa will snatch this bastard's wife right away.
As soon as he finished speaking, a force suddenly shot out from in front of him, attacking his chest. The servant following him shouted, Young master.
Then, he quickly used his divine power to attack the person who made the move. And that person was none other than Xiao Li. Xiao Li was sent flying back by the attack, blood splattering everywhere.
Seeing him lying weakened on the ground, Zhu Chun drew his sword and shouted angrily, You dare hit me!
But before he could strike, Ruo Yu stepped out to stand in front of Xiao Li. Seeing this, Zhu Chun glared and yelled, Get lost, bitch! But Ruo Yu didn't move, instead pleading for Xiao Li. Please, young master Zhu, spare his life. And very clearly, the guy's surname Zhu wouldn't let him off, grinding his teeth and cursing. Spare him? He injured me. 10 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for that.
Hearing this, Ruo Yue immediately took out her valuables, saying, I'll pay, I have spirit stones, I have treasures, please spare him.
Taking the spirit stones and treasures, Zhu Chun decided to spare him, laughing. All right. Looks like he won't live long anyway. You dog slave, let's go. After being let go, Xiao Li struggled to sit up, weakly calling out, Ruo Yue, I know. Before he could finish his sentence, Ruo Yue quickly interrupted. Don't say anything, quickly take this pill. Then, she took out a pill and offered it to Xiao Li. But before Xiao Li could touch the pill, someone attacked and shattered it. And that person was none other than Zhu Chun, who had left earlier. He was inhuman and said, I said I'd spare him, but I didn't say you could save him, everyone. Look here, even if it's Heavenly Fragrance City, I'll make you pay the price. Xiao Li was extremely weak at this time, painfully lying on the ground, thinking. The injured person wasn't a golden core cultivator. A normal person would have died long ago, but even a golden core cultivator wouldn't last long now.
Ruo Yu was doing her best to plead for Xiao Li, even kneeling down and begging, Please, young master Zhu, he's about to die. He's just a 5th grade spiritual root. He poses no threat to your Zhu family, to your Kunlun. Spare his life. But Zhu Chun was completely inhumane, saying, If I wasn't wearing armor underneath, that attack could have killed me. You want me to spare him? Hearing this, Ruo Yu resentfully said, But I already gave you spirit stones, young Master Zhu. Zhu Chun then took out the spirit stones Ruo Yu had given him earlier, returning them to her, saying, Take them back, I regret it. Receiving the storage ring back, Ruo Yue pondered. If she couldn't buy Zhao Li's life, then she'd hire someone to save him. In Heavenly Fragrant City, with enough spirit stones, you could even hire a Peak Emperor Lord. Even if these weren't enough to hire Peak Emperor Lord Lin, they were still enough to hire a Fusion Realm expert.
But when she checked the amount of spirit stones inside, it was completely empty. She stared blankly at Zhu Chun and asked, Empty. It's all empty, young Master Zhu. But all she received was a slap from him, cursing, Bitch, you dare frame me. At this time, the woman stepped out to stand in front of Ruo Yue, smiling and saying, Oh, young Master Zhu, how can you hit our girl like that?
Zhu Chun didn't care much, acting righteous and saying, Obstructing me, hitting her is already light. Step aside if you don't want trouble. Then, he drew his sword, intending to stab Zhao Li. Seeing this, Ruo Yue was terrified, raising her hand and shouting, No! Without hesitation, she immediately rushed out to block the sword for Zhao Li. And this sword completely shattered her spiritual veins. Zhu Chun was furious at being blocked. He cursed, Damn it, I didn't pay for the spirit stones, this bitch came looking for it herself. The performer naturally wouldn't agree, saying, Young Master Zhu, you have to give my Yi Chun Pavilion an explanation. Zhu Chun unwillingly replied. Who knew this woman was so fragile? Without a golden core cultivation, one strike shattered her golden core. Seeing that the other party wasn't easy to talk to, he conceded. Alright, this woman is beyond saving. I'll compensate your Yi Chun Pavilion, okay, he thought. It's just the spirit stone she gave me earlier anyway. Ruo Yue was covered in wounds, but her heart seemed to ache even more. She sobbed uncontrollably, caressing Xiao Li's face. Xiao Lang, I'm not worthy. I have no future, and I don't dare. In moments like these, Xiao Li would question himself. Why did I meet Ruo Yue? Why is my cultivation so weak even at the golden core stage? Why? Why is my talent so lacking? Why? Thinking this, he glared and muttered to himself, I am not content. I hate this humiliation. I won't die in peace. I am Zhao Li. I am the Saber Emperor. I was once invincible. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a commotion suddenly erupted around them. Why is my saber shaking? Mine too. Even Zhu Chun's saber was no different. Holding the trembling blade, he asked in fear, What's going on? Moments later, dozens of sabers from the crowd simultaneously soared into the air, all heading toward Zhao Li. A layer of bloody aura enveloped Zhao Li and Ruo Yue. Xiao Li's body was suddenly restored after everything that had happened, he thought. Another lifetime, he whispered. Indeed, fate is unpredictable. Awakening in despair. Looking at Ruo Yue still lying motionless on the ground, he lamented inwardly, I've implicated her. With that thought, Zhao Li grabbed a saber and strode ferociously towards the guy who had gleefully been hacking at him. Seeing him approach, Zhu Chun became terrified and screamed, You, what do you want to do? The only response was an immensely powerful divine ability rushing towards him. Seeing this, his servant shouted, Young master, be careful. He quickly stepped forward and cast a defensive spell, but his move was useless against Xiao Li. One strike was all it took to send the servant flying, the damage instantly killing him. Zhu Chun was utterly horrified, crawling backwards in panic, thinking frantically, golden core crushing nascent soul, surpassing 3 major realms, yet he can kill with one saber. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am a direct descendant of the Zhu family. Behind me is the Kunlun sect. Hearing this, Xiao Li spat in disdain. He muttered in his head, Although I've awakened, the injuries remain, and my realm hasn't increased. But even so, Zhu Chun must die. Shaking off his thoughts, Xiao Li didn't hesitate, and immediately attacked. Just as the saber was released and the divine ability flew, a voice boomed, Stop! Followed by a silver bracelet flying out, blocking Xiao Li's attack. The one who intervened was a man who stood in front of Zhu Chun and said, A direct descendant of the Zhu family cannot die in Tiangxiang City. Upon seeing who it was, the crowd below began to murmur. It's the city lord of Tiangxiang. No wonder he intervened to save young Master Zhu. If young Master Zhu died in Tiangxiang City, he'd be in trouble. Alas, the city lord of Tiangxiang is a Wending emperor. Looks like that Zhu won't die. Is that so? Replying to his words, Xiao Li said directly without any reasoning, What if I just kill him? The city lord of Tiangxiang, upon hearing that, spoke up and said, A mere golden core, you just try it. If you dare to attack, I will not hesitate to kill you right here. The surrounding people also commented, This old man is too stubborn. Isn't he afraid of dying here for offending the city lord of Tiangxiang? Of course, this old man's body is covered in blood, And that woman fell here, maybe he already has a death wish. Ignoring the city lord's words and the surrounding gossip, Xiao Li was determined to kill. He raised the sword in his hand and shouted, "Today, Zhu Chun must die. No one can save him."
The city lord of Tiangxiang's gaze fell upon Xiao Li's saber art. He mused, "This saber intent actually carries the power of law. How could he, a mere golden core, possess such power? How high must his comprehension of the saber path be? There's no record of such a peerless genius. But no matter what, he must protect Zhu Chun now."
Thinking this, he threw the silver bracelet again to block the attack. Using all his strength to ensure Zhu Chun's survival, he said to himself, "To provoke such an enemy, must be killed. Cut off every opportunity. Cannot let him grow."
Just then, as the silver bracelet was approaching Xiao Li, a tremendously powerful force suddenly appeared from the sky.
It pierced through the bracelet, accompanied by an angry roar from a man.
"You dare to bully my son!"
Immediately after that roar, Xiao Chen's figure quickly appeared, standing beside his son. He spoke disdainfully. "The Zhu family, a bunch of flies." This caused almost everyone present to be terrified beyond measure.
Everyone stammered. The extinction emperor Ancestor!" The woman in the Yichun pavilion also exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Li, the Xiao family of the southern region. The extinction emperor Ancestor personally came." That street performer was also trembling in fear. I'm done for! I'm done for! It's not just once or twice that I've humiliated Xiao Li." He worriedly said, "No wonder Xiao Li could revive after death, so he comes from the Xiao family."
After saying that, Xiao Chen turned to look at his son. Handing him a pill, he gently scolded, "You idiot, your father is here." Looking at his flesh and blood son's face, Xiao Chen felt gloomy again, thinking, he's still as stubborn as he was when he was little.
After thinking about it, he glanced at Ruo Yue lying on the ground, and then exclaimed in his heart with some horror,
"She really looks too much like her, exactly like my dead daughter-in-law." Ignoring those things, Xiao Chen stood up for his son, glared at the city lord on the other side, and asked word by word, "HMPH, how do you want to die?" The city lord was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, and he couldn't speak clearly. Senior, I didn't know he was."
Xiao Chen didn't have time to listen to his nonsense. He cursed, long-winded. Then he immediately used his swordsmanship, turning dozens of swords that stabbed straight at the city lord. Seeing the approaching Qing Dao, green blade, the city lord of heavenly fragrance, immediately pleaded guilty. In order to save his life, "Senior, I was wrong, I was forced to." But before he could finish speaking, the blade directly struck, causing his entire body to shatter. After dealing with him, Xiao Chen turned to look at Zhu Chun and asked, "Are you from the direct line of the Zhu family? Come with this old man for a trip." But Zhu Chun refused to listen, and he shouted, "No, I don't want to. Kill me now." Xiao Chen didn't say anything more, quickly used his divine power to envelop him, and turned him around. After doing that, he turned to look at Xiao Li, and asked, "Son, do you still need father to take action?" Immediately afterwards, Xiao Li didn't know what he said, but he was holding Ruo Yue, while the surrounding area was filled with desperate pleas for mercy. "Please, Senior, spare my life, Senior, I haven't done anything." A moment later, Xiao Chen and Xiao Li, along with Zhu Chun, entered the transfer vortex together. As he left, Xiao Chen said, "Let's go vent some anger for my son." After they left, the people in Heavenly Fragrant City were still terrified, and they discussed with each other. "Too strong. So strong, just a wave of his hand would be enough to be at the top. I can't reach that level in this life. Isn't that right? I suspect he wasn't even serious. Emperor Exterminating Senior truly lives up to his name." At this time, inside the Xiao family's mountain valley, Xiao Chen and the others finally returned. Glancing at the person Xiao Li was carrying behind him, he thought to himself, "Now she doesn't seem like the same person anymore, and she's not my daughter-in-law's reincarnation." Xiao Chen speculated to himself, could it be that Xiao Li is doing a substitute romance thing? But it's not easy to speak of, because of idle gossip. Let's check the system information. After looking through it for a while, Xiao Chen finally understood a little. He murmured to himself, "I get it now." When he started approaching Ruo Yue, it was because of her appearance. But in the end, they are not the same person. Although there is affection, it is not the same. Poor son. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen instructed Shi Yi. 21. Summon the Xiao family's battle power to Kunlun. Shi Yi hurriedly replied upon hearing the order, "Yes." Immediately afterwards, a series of Xiao family's sky-soaring ships flocked to Kunlun. 3 days later, outside Kunlun Mountain, the Xiao family's fleet, which had been traveling for days, finally arrived. The disciples of the Kunlun sect, seeing this, immediately asked, Is the Xiao family here for an exchange?
Xiao Chen didn't answer. He just stood at the bow of the ship and shouted loudly, Tai Shan Dao Ren, Mount Tai Taoist, get out here. After calling for a short while, the people of Kunlun quickly came out. Looking at Xiao Chen, Tai Shan opened his mouth and asked, Xiao Senior, what brings you here this time? Xiao Chen replied, where are the people of the Zhu family? Where is Zhu Zhan? I want the people of the Zhu family. And Zhu Zhan, Zhang Shi was also present. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, she was a little puzzled, and asked, is it because of the matter last time, Senior? Isn't it strange that you're attacking this time? Xiao Chen didn't want to say much. He directly pulled out Zhu Chun, who was tied up in the middle of the deck. Seeing his family members standing in front of him, Zhu Chun shouted loudly, Sect leader, save me. Ancestor Zhang, save me. 5 seniors, save me. Tai Shan was very anxious when he saw the current situation, and he hurriedly said, what exactly is going on? Xiao family senior wouldn't arrest you for no reason, Zhu Chun. Quickly tell the truth. Hearing this, Zhu Chun was startled and thought to himself, I can't say it. Once I say it, the Kunlun sect will definitely abandon me.
Not allowing them to talk nonsense, Xiao Chen continued to say, hand over the people of the Zhu family. Hand over Zhu Zhan. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking the oath. Tai Shan fell into deep thought when he heard these words. He thought, even if we don't break the oath and start a war, the Zhao family will have a way to say we broke the oath. Of course, he means to threaten us. Moreover, the Zhu family in Kunlun is also a major force. Once we hand them over, how can Kunlun face the world? After thinking about it, he said, Xiao Senior, we don't understand the reason. How can you ask me to make a decision?
The remaining people on Kunlun's side also agreed with this idea. They said, why don't you release Zhu Chun first, and we will personally interrogate him. Yes, no matter what, we will definitely give Senior a satisfactory explanation. But Xiao Chen was very firm at this time, and he refused to listen to anyone. He said majestically, this time, this old man is not here to negotiate. After finishing speaking, he waved his hand, revealing the scene in Heavenly Fragrant City, which was projected on the mirror of the classics, and pointed to it. Xiao Chen asked again, are you handing them over now or not? After watching the things that Zhu Chun had done through the lens, Tishan said, this matter is only the fault of Zhu Chun alone. It is unavoidable that punishing the entire Zhu family is too much. Zhang Shi also added, Xiao Senior, this Zhu Chun, if you want to dismember him and destroy his soul, our Kunlun will definitely not interfere. Xiao Chen stood silently and listened to them finish speaking, and then he opened his mouth. Is that all? This old man wouldn't go to the extent of making a big fuss and causing trouble for your Kunlun sect? Watch clearly next.
After speaking, another picture appeared in the water mirror, inside which was the image of the Zhu family and Chen Shen colluding with each other, causing a grudge between the Xiao family and Kunlun. After showing it, Xiao Chen's voice sounded again. Are you handing them over now or not?
Faced with the question of the person in front of them, the people of Kunlun all thought the same thing. Our Kunlun cannot lose the entire Zhu family line. Xiao Chen, on his side, was also thinking. He muttered to himself, knew it. Ever since Zhu Chun fell into my hands, I knew things wouldn't be so simple. Because Zhu Chun had the scent of Chen Xin on him. Others might not be able to smell that earthy scent, but me and Yemu Yun have a spirit contract. We can recognize the difference from afar. Is Kunlun an enemy? Kunlun sect's reputation is so huge. Really great. If there's no other choice, I won't go to war with Kunlun for the time being.
Let's see what Kunlun sect chooses. After a moment of silence, Shishan suddenly spoke. Zhao old ancestor, this matter still needs discussion. After hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately glanced at Xiao Li behind him. Immediately after receiving his father's gaze, Xiao Li stepped forward and used his divine power with a swing of his blade, directly killing Zhu Chun.
After his son finished dealing with him, Xiao Chen continued to reply. Last time, the matter between Zhu Qingyi and Zhu Zhan was handed over to you, Kunlun, to deal with. Now the evidence is right in front of you, and you still need to discuss it, Kunlun. You don't take my Zhao family seriously at all. Finishing his sentence, he loudly gave the order. Mu Yun, swallow Kunlun for me. Mu Yun. Hearing the order, immediately released, creating a circle that enveloped the entire Kunlun sect. Not stopping there, Mu Yun quickly shouted in his head, Zhu Zhan, Kunpeng 9 transformations. Then, Zhu Zhan's figure appeared. Mu Yun did not hesitate, directly used its tail to slap the old guy. How shocking. Xiao Chen looked at him. Then he looked at the Kunlun people over there and questioned them. Is this what you Kunlun call imprisonment? Being questioned, the 4 people of the Kunlun sect looked at each other guiltily. Shishan had no choice but to open his mouth and comply. Xiao old ancestor, we are willing to hand over the entire Zhu lineage for you to deal with. Just at this moment, a warship suddenly entered Kunlun from the sky. And that warship
was from the Phoenix Plume Holy Land.
Standing on the warship looking down at Xiao Chen, that Phoenix Plume Holy Sun laughed and said, "Old Ancestor Lu, the Zhao family just built a quasi-holy land and is already in a hurry to attack my dependent sect. You're really something." Xiao Chen understood a bit when he saw these people from the Phoenix Plume Holy Land arrive. He thought to himself, no wonder Kunlun wanted to delay time and again, so they were asking the Phoenix Plume Holy Land for help. Unexpectedly, the Phoenix Plume Holy Land did not hesitate to ruin a world-class warship, paying a huge price to use space teleportation. Since when does the Phoenix Plume Holy Land value a Western region sect so much? Looking at Zhu Zan over there, he thought again. Luckily, that idiot Zhu Zan ran away on his own, making Shishan and them cold-hearted.
That's why that Zhu Zihan is so weak now. Kneeling down and confessing to Zhishan, sect leader, "I was wrong, I was really wrong, please protect me, protect the Zhu lineage."
Then, he turned to look at the people of the Phoenix Plume Holy Land over there and said, "Holy Sun has come to Kunlun, I'm really scared. But Kunlun and the ancestors of the Xiao family have already discussed it, the Xiao family has no intention of attacking."
The Holy Sun was very unhappy when he heard this. He loudly scolded, "Get down!" Then,
he ordered all his cultivators to stand around the warship. 12 Tribulation Transcendence experts, and hundreds of Asking Dayo experts. Xiao Chen understood a bit when he saw the scene unfolding before him. He chuckled and thought, so they're here because of the Xiao family. The Xiao family was originally just an ordinary clan that wouldn't even catch the eye of the Phoenix Plume Holy Land. But now the Xiao family has a 9th grade spirit vein. The Phoenix Plume Holy Land wants to seize it. Coincidentally, the Xiao family is a great excuse to attack Kunlun. So they teleported here at all costs. Just as Xiao Chen thought the Phoenix Plume Holy Land wanted to use this excuse, the Holy Sun even pretended to be righteous and questioned him. The encirclement of Kunlun has become a reality, Xiao family. What do you have to say?
When he heard these words, Xiao Chen secretly replied in his head, "What can I say? Today, even if I kneel down and beg for mercy, Feng Kang will find an excuse to start a war. How can I let my clansmen escape? Indeed, heaven will never fail those who are upright." When Xiao Chen didn't know how to solve this matter, at this moment, someone from the Phoenix Plume side reported through the teleportation gate, "Holy Sun, hurry back, something went wrong, completely went wrong. The Xuan Yuan Holy Land is bringing troops, demanding that we explain."
Feng Plume hurriedly asked, "Explain,
what exactly is going on?" The person quickly replied, "Dead. The 2 holy lords of the Xuan Yuan Holy Land have fallen during the grand wedding." As soon as he finished speaking, Phoenix Plume exclaimed in panic, "How is that possible?" The person quickly replied, "I don't know either.
The Xuan Yuan Holy Land said that the wonderful physique cauldron we offered killed the 2 holy lords."
This made Phoenix Plume very anxious. He immediately ordered to return to the Holy Land.
Xiao Chen below was a little relieved when he saw the Phoenix Plume warship turn around. He wondered in his heart, they're gone. It seems the wonderful physique cauldron is Jiyu, Wu Yi, Holy Lord Feng Plume. The 2 holy lords of Xuanyuan have successively lost 2 Grand Ascension cultivators. This 6-fold joy opportunity is really amazing.
While everyone wasn't paying attention to him, that Zhu Zhan wanted to self-detonate to end himself, but this was quickly discovered by Xiao Chen. He froze Zhu Zhan, causing him to cry out in pain. "No," Xiao Chen thought, "Ha ha! Want to self-detonate to get a chance for reincarnation? Don't even think about it." The next day, the entire Kunlun Zhu lineage of over 89,600 people were all placed under restriction by Li Chunfeng and became slaves mining at the western region border. A group of people from the Jinghong Hall were standing together,
including Zhao Mai, who is now a very important person in the Jinghong Hall. Looking at the people in front of him, Zhao Mai muttered, "Finally back. Finally, there is a chance to send a message to the old ancestor." Chen Xin, after so long, didn't know anything. He was being watched. He was currently discussing important matters with the core people of the Jinghong Hall. The Xiao family's momentum has been established. I suggest abandoning the 2 southwestern regions. One of them quickly replied upon hearing this, "Hall Master Shen, do you know what you're saying?"
Chen Xin replied very confidently when he heard the question.
"Of course I know.
Although you 2 are in the mid-tribulation transcendence stage, the chances of winning against the current Zhao family are still very slim. The western region has been planned as the territory of the Mu Yun sect. The western region is valued by the Phoenix Plume Holy Land because of the Zhao family's relationship, and attacking the 2 southwestern regions would be against the tenets of the Jinghong Hall." He added, "It really did cause my previous layout plan to fail." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 mid-tribulation realm old men chimed in, "Isn't all this talk just making excuses for your failure? It's really not a choice anymore. We know the Zhao family's strength now, let's start biding our time. When the Outer Realm battlefield starts, the Zhao family's Tribulation Realm experts will definitely show up. Then, we'll start planning the grand scheme again.
Xiao Li went into closed-door cultivation immediately after returning, and the position of family head is still held by the 21st elder. Xiao Chen also handed over the position of sect leader of the Muyun sect to Xiao Lingxue, focusing all his attention on preparing for his Tribulation Realm breakthrough. Inside his own hall, Xiao Chen, dressed in white robes, sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling, chaotic spiritual energy. Every cell in his body was intensely absorbing and compressing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, seemingly able to devour the entire world outside like a bottomless abyss. 2 months passed in the outside world, but over 60 years had passed inside the Zhao family's Bone Valley. In the sky, large and small lightning bolts gathered, signaling that another person was preparing to undergo tribulation, and this time, it was Xiao Chen himself. Facing the approaching thunder tribulation, Xiao Chen said, "This height should be enough, and it won't affect the Xiao family's valley. Let's begin." As soon as the thunder tribulation approached Xiao Chen, the system suddenly issued a notification, ding, detecting that the host is triggering the Tribulation Realm Thunder Tribulation for the first time, rewarding 1 chance for Great Tao Enlightenment. After seeing the notification, Xiao Chen shouted, "Bring it on! Let's see how powerful my first Tribulation Realm Thunder Tribulation can be." Immediately after that, a series of thunderclaps echoed in the sky. Xiao Chen enveloped himself in a sphere, enduring wave after wave of the torrential thunder tribulation. But Xiao Chen didn't feel much pain. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying it. He mused. "Cultivated for countless years, today I enter the immortal realm, solidifying my body in the Dao, forgetting all worries." As soon as those words finished, the thundering tribulation dissipated, and thousands of Zhao family disciples prostrated themselves, congratulating him. Congratulations to the Ancestor for successfully undergoing tribulation. Congratulations to the Ancestor for successfully undergoing tribulation. At this time, the system suddenly issued information. Ding. Detecting that the Zhao clan's consolidated power has increased, rewarding 1 chance for bloodline epiphany. Do you want to use the reward? Choosing no means rejecting this opportunity, Xiao Chen was a little puzzled after reading it, wondering, if I don't use it, do I lose it? Then use it. After using it, the Xiao family disciples' cultivation indeed increased. Looking at them, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a little satisfied, thinking, some of the younger generation broke through a level just by breathing. This epiphany opportunity is great. In the evening, at the Zhao Ancestral Hall, Jiyu Ruoxi walked angrily to Xiao Chen and complained, "Xiao Chen, if I don't come looking for you, you won't come looking for me." Hearing her question, Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly and replied, "Ruoxi, why are you here?" Ruoxi then took out a star chart from her person and said, "I've calculated everything. You want to have a child?" Hearing these words, Xiao Chen was a little stunned. He frowned and thought to himself, can this also be calculated? It doesn't make sense. No one should be able to calculate my fate. After thinking for a while, his eyes fell on the red thread on Ruoxi's hand, and Xiao Chen seemed to understand. So, if I calculate the future through the red thread, I can also see my karma. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, and Jiyu Ruoxi knew she was right. She smiled brightly and said to the person in front of her, "Anyway, we can be considered the closest people. Now we can prepare for the wedding ceremony. You want a child? That's fine, but I'm afraid of pain. At that time, you give birth to the first one, and you give birth to the second one to compensate you. You come to me for the first half of the month, and I come to you for the second half of the month. How about it?" Looking at the woman in front of him, Xiao Chen felt a little melancholy, thinking, ever since Jiyu Ruoxi awakened her memories, she's become completely unmanageable. The initial Jiyu Ruoxi was straightforward, but not this aggressive. Breaking free from his thoughts, Xiao Chen then said, "Ruoxi, is there any possibility that you miscalculated?" Ruoxi directly replied when she heard him ask. "Absolutely not." After a moment of silence, she asked again, "You want Wen Shiyu to help you give birth, right? Or are you saying you want Ye Muyun to help you give birth?" Xiao Chen was completely unable to stand. When his sore spot was hit, his face darkened, and he sat down on the bed. But even so, Jiyu Ruoxi continued her words. "In my opinion, Xiao Chen, you don't dare to marry me." Speaking up to this point, she laughed again. "Ha! I won't force you now, but I'm also not willing to let you be intimate with other women, especially those I haven't eaten yet, but you get eaten by other women. Therefore, I want to go to the eastern region." When Xiao Chen heard her say that she wanted to go somewhere else, he hurriedly asked, "What are you going to do in the eastern region?" Ruoxi replied, "None of your business. You're not marrying me, so why do you care where I go?" After speaking, she ambiguously placed her hand on Xiao Chen's lips,
And then, without giving him time to digest anything, she quickly placed her lips down for a kiss.
Finished, she immediately turned and left, and as she walked, she said,
"There are some fortunes that you can't see, and Ruoxi will help you. Don't worry, I'm already at the 6th level of asking the peak. If I use the 3 live stone, I can run even if I encounter the Great Ascension Realm."
Not long after Ruoxi left,
when Shiyu arrived, she said, "Brother, Sister Ruoxi said you need me." Looking at Wen Shiyu standing in front of him, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel pain, thinking, "Two? Another troublesome guest." In the blink of an eye, my will was conquered by the system. I already eagerly wanted to keep Wen Shiyu. After looking at her for a while, he wondered and asked himself, is her cultivation still only at the 8th level of the Transformation God Realm, with a 9th rank spiritual root aptitude, staying in the Xiao family's valley for so many years, even if she just spends her days looking at flowers and catching fish?
She should have reached the nascent transformation realm by now, right?
To answer his question, Xiao Chen asked the system, "System, what's going on?" The system immediately echoed back when it heard its host ask, "System power is locked." Wen Xinyu's power value is extremely low, and she cannot advance in cultivation. Xiao Chen immediately asked further, "Does that mean that if I'm not affected by power, she'll forever remain in the Transformation God Realm?"
The system replied, "Nope. The beginner system works on accumulated points. As long as she tries to seduce you, she'll get points, whether she succeeds or not."
Xiao Chen, hearing this, got a little curious and asked,
"Can the system check how many points Wen Shiyu has?" As soon as he finished asking, a mechanical voice answered, "Currently, she has 300 points, but I can't check what she can exchange them for." Xiao Chen looked up at Wen Shiyu in front of him and muttered to himself, 300 points, she's clearly broke. For the forced mission, for Wen Shiyu.
Finally, Xiao Chen softened, reached out, and gently touched Shiyu's chin, and softly asked, "You, Shiyu, are you willing?" Shiyu shyly replied. That night, a scene of sweet romance quickly unfolded in Zhao's ancestral hall. The system kept spitting out notifications. Ding. System detected that the host has been seduced by 15%. Ding. System detected that the host has been seduced by 40%. Ding. System detected that the host has been seduced by 60%. Looks like it can still go higher. The next morning, Xiao Chen still woke up earlier. Thinking of Xin Yu still lying in bed, he secretly asked the system,
"How many points does she have now?" The system responded, "Currently accumulated 60,300 points, but I can't find out what she can exchange them for." Hearing this, Xiao Chen gradually realized, "Looks like the higher my cultivation, the more seduction points Wen Shiyu gets. Her system is seriously OP. Modify Wen Shiyu's system data." The system quickly followed the order. After a while, a notification sounded, "Ding." The system has started to modify the data of the beginner seduction system. Ding. Modification successful. Check that the host has been seduced by 0.006%. Xiao Chen then climbed back into bed and went for another round. He even wanted to test other features of the seduction system, but Xiao Chen didn't notice that Mu Yun was staring at them with wide eyes. When Mu Yun crawled out, Xiao Chen finally realized she was still there. He anxiously thought, "Crap, forgot about Mu Yun." Mu Yun saw all the lovey-dovey stuff these past few days. Thinking this, Xiao Chen didn't show any mercy and just yeeted Mu Yun out the door. After the deed was done, the system quickly displayed a notification. Check the number of points in the beginner seduction system. Host Wen Shiyu currently has 12,300. Reading this, Xiao Chen sat up. He thought, "Isn't this a total bug? What's the point of cultivation? Just get points." Xin Yu also sat up at this time. She spoke with some embarrassment. "Brother, I know what you're thinking. My system can only exchange for 4 things: cultivation, talent, appearance, and a spiritual lucky box." Xiao Chen, hearing her say it herself, immediately said, "Exchange all of them for cultivation first." Xin Yu didn't dare to disobey and quickly followed his instructions, then started cultivating. In a blink of an eye, she broke through to the 2nd level of the Asking Dao realm. Seeing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Man, there's no pain without comparison." He painfully thought, "I worked so hard to have children for the clan, and barely reached the Asking Dao realm, and she got there in a few days. The rewards from this beginner system aren't great, but they sure are brutal." Thinking this, Xiao Chen turned to flatter his own system. "Check! System, can we talk about maybe?" Before he could finish, the system flatly refused. "No! From ancient times, there are 8 wildernesses. Only the flow of bloodlines has no boundaries. In terms of the Tao,
The ancient god clans stole the creation of heaven and earth, stronger than all spirits, but not enough bloodlines to continue.
Transmission ends. Xiao Chen became a little enlightened after hearing this. He thought, indeed, immortality is just living longer. Even something like being undying is just not reaching the end yet. Xin Yu smiled and called out after finishing her cultivation. Brother, I want to try the lucky box.
A few days later, Mu Yun, who had been thrown out, came back and dropped a letter in their room. Seeing it, Xiao Chen thought, finally going back to the western regions.
After thinking that, he and Li Chunfeng quickly went to the western regions.
At the border of the western regions, they didn't dare to make any sudden moves. They just stood outside and secretly observed.
After waiting for half a day, Xiao Mai finally came out. As soon as he saw Xiao Chen, he bowed and greeted him. Xiao Mai pays respects to the old ancestor. Xiao Chen replied, Maisha, you've worked hard. How's the situation over there?
Hearing the question, Xiao Mai quickly summarized the information and reported to his old ancestor. 8 in the Asking Dao realm, 327 below the Asking Dao realm, 2 Tribulation Transcendence experts, 19 Tribulation 2 apertures, 19 Tribulation 3 apertures. Li Chunfeng's eyes widened, and he exclaimed,
9 tribulations? Why are there so many experts in the Jinghong Palace? Why aren't the Holy Lands and Semi-Holy Lands calling out the people from the Jinghong Palace?
And they can send out 2 Tribulation Transcendence experts at the pinnacle level in one go? Zhao Mai explained solemnly.
The Jingchong Palace is not a single force on the surface, but a product of the combination of many forces.
Xiao Chen and Li Chunfeng asked curiously, what do you mean? Xiao Mai didn't answer directly but instead asked, what would you do if you were a Tribulation Transcendence elder in a Holy Land and got stuck before comprehension of Dao for a long time and couldn't merge with the Dao after many attempts?
Li Chunfeng immediately said,
what else can you do? If you can't advance, then you can't advance. The Tao is in our hearts, and being a Tribulation Transcender is already very strong. Xiao Mai smiled after hearing this.
Senior Lai is indeed different from everyone else.
Xiao Chen, who had been silent, finally spoke. You're not trying to say that the Jingchong Palace was secretly created by many Tribulation Transcendence elders from the Holy Lands, are you?
Xiao Mai didn't deny this, and said,
that's right, that's the truth. Moreover, it's been a long time. The Jinghong Palace has now become a giant, under the control of countless elders from the Holy Lands. There are even many integration realm existences. Zhao Chen asked further.
What about the so-called star fruit?
Li Chunfeng added. Refining Dao fruit pills from a living being with good talent, extracting the soul, life, and luck of that living being. Such a Dao fruit can increase the chance of merging with the Dao.
Xiao Chen secretly said in his heart. So that's how it is. For a 9 Tribulation Pinnacle Tribulation Transcendence existence, the remaining life of Tribulation Transcendence is only 1,000 years. If you can't merge with the Dabio, there is only death. With such heaven-defying pills like Dabio fruit pills, luring the strong isn't that hard. How many Tribulation Transcendence experts at the pinnacle can maintain their righteousness when faced with the temptation of merging with the Dabio?
Li Chunfeng couldn't help but curse, saying they were more shameless than demonic cultivators despite their righteous facade. Old Zhao, are you sure about dealing with those 2 Tribulation Crossing experts?
Xiao Chen pondered silently. 9th Tribulation Crossing is comparable to the Great Ascension stage, and with our first Tribulation Crossing cultivation, even with Ye Mu Yun, we can't face them head-on.
But if 2 9th Tribulation Crossing experts from the Holy Land just show up in the Southwest Territories, wouldn't they attract the attention of interested cultivators?
Xiao Mai seemed to read his mind and added, actually, most of the Tribulation Crossing experts from the Jinghong Temple don't know each other. They all use aliases to hide their identities. When they're on a mission, they condense an avatar and leave a life tablet at the Holy Land. The avatars undergoing Tribulation Crossing are usually in secluded cultivation. If they die, the Holy Land just assumes they failed in Dabadio fusion.
Hearing this, Zhao Chen quickly asked, so, killing these 2 9th Tribulation Crossing guys won't be a big deal? But why were we being watched by a Great Ascension expert? Was it because of killing Yin Kong Langjun last time?
Xiao Mai replied.
Yin Kong Langjun was a core disciple nurtured by Jingchong Temple, and his master is the 4th Dao Lord of Jingchong Temple. Li Chunfeng chimed in. No wonder he had backup.
That's different indeed.
Xiao Mai then turned to his ancestor for advice. Ancestor, what's the best course of action now? Once you guys leave the Southwest Territories, they'll make their move, Zhao Chen replied calmly. What else can we do? We'll just directly charge in. His words stunned both Li Chunfeng and Xiao Mai, leaving them gaping in disbelief. Putting that aside for a sec, Xiao Chen suddenly asked,
My sir,
Do you want to go home after this is over? Zhao Mai replied. If possible, I'd like to continue lying low. Seeing this, Zhao Chen didn't force him. Then you can head back. I'll sneak over there with old Lai later.
Watching Zhao Mai leave, Chunfeng worriedly asked the person next to him,
Old Zhao, are you really sure about this? Those are ninth tribulation crossing experts? Zhao Chen didn't answer whether he was sure or not. He just said, let's go, we won't die anyway. After leaving the conversation with his ancestor, Zhao Mai quickly returned. As soon as he arrived, he was questioned by that guy Kuai Liang. Li Fei Yu, why did you leave the team? Zhao Mai quickly rubbed his head and smiled.
Sorry, Domain Lord Kuai. I had a sudden inspiration during cultivation, and stopped for a bit. Kuai Liang didn't suspect anything and even said, alright, next time, just give me a heads up, and I'll help protect you.
While the two were talking, suddenly a soldier rushed in, looking flustered, and announced, Someone's here! It's a tribulation crossing expert. Kuai Liang frowned, thinking, those who come to the Western Territory border at the tribulation crossing stage must be looking for us, but how could they discover us despite our secrecy?
While he was trying to figure out the reason, Xiao Chen and Li Chunfeng had already arrived. Seeing them, Kuai Liang wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed mockingly. Old ancestor Zhao of the Zhao family, Headmaster Li, haha, you actually came to this remote place seeking death, which is perfect for completing half of the mission of taking down old ancestor Zhao. Xiao Chen frowned deeply and mused.
The goal of the so-called fruit plan is the Sky Ascension spirit pill of the Zhao family. But at that time, the Zhao family was facing extermination, and being targeted by the Jinghong Temple was unavoidable. Thinking this, he shouted loudly, Do you think we'd dare come here without any preparation? The two Ninth Tribulation Crossing experts are also here.
Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the two Ninth Tribulation Crossing experts couldn't help but exchange disdainful glances, thinking, in the Southwest Territories, there's no one we fear if we let loose. What's with old ancestor Zhao's shameless boasting? Xiao Chen didn't bother saying more. Right in front of them, he conjured a hazy Bagua formation. As soon as Xiao Chen activated the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams formation, Xuan Anyang appeared in the Western Territory. Seeing the person standing in front of them, the two Ninth Tribulation Crossing experts were shocked. Qingshuan Holy Land's Holy Master Xuan Anyang. Why did Xuan Anyang come here personally? He must have spent a fortune to use a realm-level spaceship. Snapping out of their thoughts, they shouted in unison, Run! Without wasting another second, the two arrogant experts from earlier turned tail and fled. But how could he let them escape so easily? Just as they hadn't run far, Xuan Anyang below directly drew his sword. The sword exuded a murderous aura, surrounded by powerful yin and yang energies. Xuan Anyang quickly used his divine power and slashed out. With just one strike, one of the Ninth Tribulation Crossing experts was instantly cut in half, completely destroyed. Of course, the other one wouldn't escape his fate. When he saw Xuan Anyang's divine power approaching, he cried out in fear, Don't come here! Don't come here!
But how could Xuan Anyang stop? His reply was a palm strike that shattered the man's body into 6 pieces. Seeing that Xuan Anyang had dealt with the two guys,
Li Chunfeng quickly walked over and said to Xiao Chen, Xiao Mai and Kuai Liang have escaped. The remaining 335 members of the Jinghong Temple, including Shen Xin, have been eliminated.
After reporting this, the two of them walked over and stood facing Xuan Anyang.
Seeing Xiao Chen and Li Chunfeng standing there silently, Anyang asked, Is there anything else? Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and replied, The Xiao family's matter has been explained clearly, and the Southwest Territories have been stabilized. There's no more worry now, so we can safely go to the outer battlefield. Xuan Anyang had thought there was something important, but when he heard what the person opposite him said, he relaxed and smiled.
Then let's go.
Li Chunfeng, who was beside him, was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect this, so he quickly asked, are we just leaving like this?
Then, Chunfeng quickly bowed to Xuan Anyang and said, Please don't blame me, Holy Master. Let me send a secret message with my flying sword.
After finishing, he turned to Xiao Chen with a belly full of resentment and scolded, Old Zhao, you tricked me again. Xiao Chen really did deceive his old friend, so he didn't dare to argue back, just smiling and saying, You didn't seem angry when we were dividing the spirit stones.
But no matter what, the three of them quickly boarded the spaceship and headed to the outer territory.
On the spaceship, Xuan Anyang praised, saying to Xiao Chen,
Your pill formula is really not bad. But Xiao Chen wasn't very satisfied with this praise. He frowned and muttered, What do you mean, not bad? It's clearly heaven-defying. But Xiao Chen understood why Xuan Anyang said that, he thought. Only someone at the top of the world like Xuan Anyang can say it's not bad. This time, he gave Xuan Anyang 2 pill formulas in exchange for a single favor and protection.
Thinking of the pill formulas he had given, Xiao Chen murmured to himself, One is for the Mutian Shengling pill. Knowing that the Jing Hong Hall's goal is the Mutian Shengling pill, I knew the Zhao family couldn't hold on to this pill. Instead of announcing it directly to the world, it's better to pull in someone higher up and sell it for a good price. The Qingshuan Holy Land is that someone. And the other is for the Yanshu pill. In the pill Emperor's 16, compared to the Mu Tian Shengling pill, the effect of the Yanshu pill, a top-grade elixir, is even greater for these top-tier Holy Lands, because under the command of a top-tier Holy Land are countless living beings, and countless disciples want superior spiritual roots. So why waste resources building spiritual roots? Giving the Mu Tian Shengling pill formula is mainly to attract the attention of Jing Hong Hall, as their focus on the Mu Tian Shengling pill will definitely not stop because of this failure. Drawing closer to the Qingshuan Holy Land is extremely important. While Zhao Chen was still reminiscing, Xuan Anyang's voice suddenly rang out, asking, "Fellow Taoist Zhao Chen, you have the cultivation of the tribulation transcendence stage. Can you sense the heavenly Tao of this world?" Upon hearing this question, Zhao Chen pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before replying, "Above laws is the Tao, and laws include entry, familiarity, understanding, agility, awakening, transformation, and finally, Tao integration, which are the 7 realms of laws. This is also the path one must take to cultivate to the great ascension stage." Looking into the distance, he added, "And this path inevitably involves sensing the heavenly Tao." Zhao Chen thought to himself, "After my tribulation, the sword law and karma law, which I'm most proficient in, have reached the awakening realm, and the space law has reached the agility realm." Just as Zhao Chen finished speaking, Xuan Anyang continued, "If you can sense the heavenly Tao, fellow Taoist Zhao Chen must know that the heavenly Tao of this world is incomplete. Moreover, the path to immortality in this world has been severed." Li Chunfeng, who was listening from the side, fell silent, thinking, "I'd heard that no cultivator in this world has ascended for nearly 10,000 years, and I had some expectations. Now, a senior has confirmed it." Breaking free from his thoughts, he asked, "Senior, what does this have to do with the extraterritorial battlefield?" Xuan Anyang, hearing this form of address, quickly said, "Fellow Taoist Chunfeng, we can just address each other as fellow Taoists." But Li Chunfeng didn't want to address him that way, and he declined. "Senior is a great ascension stage powerhouse who is integrated with the Tao. Chunfeng wouldn't dare." Xuan Anyang didn't force it, skipping the matter of address, and he answered Chunfeng's question. "All right. The extraterritorial battlefield is our heavenly Tao's way of replenishing itself, a way to restore the ladder to ascension. In the extraterritorial battlefield, there are higher-level laws of power than ours. Hunt them down, and use them to repair the Tao integration of this world." Li Chunfeng, hearing this, quickly asked, "Higher-level laws of power?" Xuan Anyang replied, "That's right. Higher-level laws of power in the extraterritorial battlefield. They will transform into monsters possessing laws, even Tao embryo fiends. Only by killing them can we temporarily transfer these higher-level laws. And this is what you must do when you go to the extraterritorial battlefield. In this world, because the heavenly Tao is damaged, not only is the path to immortality severed, even great ascension cultivators can only cultivate to the middle stage of the great ascension realm. Only by repairing the heavenly Tao can we open the path to immortality for cultivators like us. Otherwise, the journey to immortality will be extremely difficult." The journey lasted a full 20 days. And finally, they arrived before the entrance to the extraterritorial battlefield, the heavenly rift in the sky resembling a huge tear. Xuan Anyang's yacht also approached it, with massive golden chains nearby. Standing on the boat, gazing at the scenery ahead, Xuan Anyang explained to the other two, "The 10 immortal mountains represent the 10 major holy lands, and the opening of the extraterritorial battlefield can only happen when the heavenly rift trembles and calms down. Otherwise, even if you enter, you cannot escape death." Hearing this, Zhao Chen pondered. He was already prepared to face danger in the extraterritorial battlefield, but he didn't expect that even someone as strong as Xuan Anyang couldn't guarantee his own safety. Zhao Chen looked again at the tear in the sky and thought to himself, what could possibly tear such a hole in the sky? A battle of laws catastrophe, or the collapse of the heavenly Tao itself. But the spiritual energy on the immortal mountain is 9th grade spiritual energy. 10 immortal mountains, 10 9th grade spiritual springs. This is still a change of 2 spiritual veins, also saying that these 10 Holy Land foundations are these 10 great Holy Lands, having such magnificent handwriting. Zhao Chen quickly glanced at the cultivators present below, then said to himself, "In the plaza, there are countless cultivators waiting, and the gloomy tribulation auras on these cultivators indicate that they are all, at least,
at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, and there are tens of thousands of powerhouses like this on the Immortal Mountain. 10 Immortal Mountains would be 100,000. For the first time, he felt that no wonder they said the 2 southwestern domains were barren lands.
As he thought this, Xuananyang's yacht landed in the plaza below.
Upon arriving, the 3 of them, Zhao Chen included, quickly stepped down. A girl came to greet them, and looking at the people before her, she said, "Greetings, Master. Immortal Fairy Yu Yu has summoned us. The extraterritorial battlefield will open in 6 days." The girl who spoke was named Xuan Jinyu, the Holy Maiden of the Qingxuan Holy Land.
After Jinyu reported, Xuananyang replied, "I understand, Jinyu. Take fellow Taoists Zhao Chen and Chun Feng to get acquainted. I need to adjust my condition before the extraterritorial battlefield opens." Jinyu, hearing the order, bowed and replied, "Yes, Master." Then, she quickly turned to Zhao Chen and Li Chunfeng and introduced herself. "Greetings, 2 seniors. This junior is Xuan Jinyue. You can ask me anything you want." Li Chunfeng couldn't help but secretly assess her in his heart. This woman, Xuan Jinyu, is the Holy Maiden of the Qingxuan Holy Land, a powerful 7 Tribulation, 5 Aperture Tribulation Transcendence cultivator, even higher than the headmaster of Maishu Mountain, who is only at 6 Tribulations. Thinking this, he quickly bowed and said, "I wouldn't dare accept the title of senior. Holy Maiden Jinyu, please just call me fellow Taoist." Xuan Jinyu, hearing this, quickly replied, "The 2 of you are friends of my master, so of course I must call you seniors." Seeing that she was so insistent, Chun Feng didn't force it, and asked about something else. "What is the use of those 3 stone tablets over there?" Hearing the question, Jin Yue looked at the 3 tablets placed to the side and explained. "The first one is the ranking of all the contributions of the various departments of law. The second and third are the rankings of local campaigns, but one is for the Great Ascension stage, and one is for the Tribulation Transcendence stage."
At this point, Jin Yu added a reminder. "There's something the 2 seniors must pay attention to. The yin-yang fish area over there is a time acceleration zone. The flow of time is normally 1 day, while in the dark yin fish, it's 10 years. Both of you seniors are at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, so Jin Yu is especially reminding you."
Xiao Chen thought to himself upon hearing this. Tribulation Transcendence realm cultivators only face a forced lightning tribulation once every 1,000 years, so it's worth reminding people about the time-accelerated zones. Having received the explanation he wanted, Li Chunfeng expressed his gratitude. "Many thanks, Holy Maiden, for answering my question." Then, turning to Zhao Chen, he said, "Let's head to the Yin Fish Zone to find 2 quiet cultivation chambers." 60 days later, in the Yin Fish Zone of the 6th heaven, Zhao Chen was cultivating, his mind wandering as he mused. The cultivators are gathering at the Yang Fish Plaza.
At this very moment, tens of thousands of cultivators were gathered before the rift in the sky.
Those with sufficient power formed a circle above, simultaneously channeling their strength together to create an immense force.
This force was then unleashed by the cultivators directly into the tear before them. Seeing this, one cultivator quickly announced, "The domain battle participants may now enter."
Following that declaration, nearly all the cultivators immediately dove into the opening. Standing outside, observing the scene, Xiao Chen thought to himself, "I learned from Xuan Jinyu that the outer domain battlefield is incredibly mysterious. You never know where you'll end up. You might be surrounded by tens of thousands of fellow cultivators, or you might be all alone." With that in mind, Xiao Chen didn't hesitate to enter. As soon as he stepped through, he knew he was in the latter situation. Xiao Chen glumly thought, "Looks like I'm on my own. Wait, there's still yun inside my sleeve, so that counts as 2.
After assessing his surroundings, he secretly evaluated chaotic aura and the occasional violent pull. Cultivators below the Tribulation Transcendence realm can't survive here. Depending on the location, even peak stage cultivators can instantly die. Forget about the unparalleled abundance related to the laws. Even Tribulation Transcendence experts can barely use their cultivation in this battlefield alone. Just then, the system suddenly issued a notification. Ding! Detected a law beast of Earth origin harboring intense killing intent toward the host. As soon as the system announced, a wolf-like creature appeared before Zhao Chen, glaring at him.
Xiao Chen didn't panic. He swiftly executed a sword technique, creating dozens of refined swords. Each sword immediately targeted the wolf-like creature, but it wasn't an easy opponent. The moment Zhao Chen's swordplay arrived, the beast roared, creating a barrier to block the attack.
Then, it retaliated, firing sharp barbs like a storm of hidden daggers. These wind-whipped barbs tore through the clouds, relentlessly attacking Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen remained composed, casually waving his palm while pondering. Ordinary methods can't kill the law beasts in this area. Thinking this, Xiao Chen directly shouted, Law of ice, law of severance. The divine abilities were quickly unleashed, and the beast couldn't withstand them, getting instantly killed by Zhao Chen.
After the law beast was slain, it transformed into an orb. Gazing at it, Zhao Chen wondered. The power of laws can be materialized. This orb didn't stay in Zhao Chen's area for long, it was quickly teleported away. The destination it was teleported to was outside the hole. Outside, Ning Yue and Zhao Yiqing were present. Seeing that a jade orb was transmitted out after only a short time, Ning Yue exclaimed in surprise. So fast? Zhao Yiqing chuckled, replying, Many powerful figures have entered the battlefield this time. Some are even at the same realm as us. That speed isn't strange at all. He then walked up to the hole, contemplating. The essence delivered into the tear in the heavenly Damo, even if immeasurable, has actually reduced the tear by a fraction. As he pondered, the Demon King Liajun suddenly laughed, saying,
Who will it be? I bet it will be a demon cultivator from my clan.
But he was in for a disappointment. The moment he finished speaking, a line of text appeared on the three great stevels, and the text read, Xiao Chen, Muyun Sect. Inside the hole, the system also quickly issued a notification. Reward received. Host has killed a law manifest beast, gaining 1 law comprehension chance. Hearing this reward, Zhao Chen said, Law comprehension, unexpected surprise, comprehend space law. Immediately after, Zhao Chen began cultivating. He murmured, It feels like I'm in a space with countless strokes, which is usually borrowed from the great Tao of heaven and earth becomes even clearer. Stacking those strokes on top of each other, weaving them back and forth like a shuttle. But the space law is still at the level of dynamism. Clearly, 1 comprehension isn't enough to break through to the law level. I hope I can get such rewards in the future. 4 days later, outside the outer domain,
the 101st person had been added to the stele.
Xiao Chen, Muyun Sect, 52. The cultivators were once again channeling their energy inside.
Demon King Li Jun, seeing the name Zhao Chen on the board, couldn't help but be surprised. He said, I didn't expect that guy to be able to stay on the board. Truly unbelievable.
Xuan Anyang, hearing this, replied, It's rare for fellow Taoist Zhao Chen to have his name on the board. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Yiqing beside him asked, Fellow Taoist, Holy Lord Xing Xuan is arrogant. Can you still associate with a Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator? It seems like this Zhao Chen is indeed not ordinary, Immortal Nyuua added.
101st. I remember this person's cultivation is at most in the early stage of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. There are 10,000 cultivators who are basically stronger than him. Now he can still stay on the board. Call him fellow Taoist. Won't hurt my reputation. As everyone was commenting, a shout suddenly rang out. It's moving. With that, Zhao Chen's position on the board had increased. 99th, Zhao Chen, Muyun Sect, 55. Seeing this, someone excitedly exclaimed, If that's really the case, if that guy doesn't collapse, there's hope for the Great Ascension Realm. Inside the rift, Zhao Chen was unaware that he was being highly regarded. He was happily looking at the 3 orbs before him, saying, I got the reward of 3 law comprehension chances again. Since the first time comprehending it, more than 30 space laws were sensed and finally awakened into the space law realm. Zhao Chen thought to himself, It's all thanks to my spatial law awakening to a higher realm, combined with the heavenly earth Taoist, that I can move around the outer battlefield to floating lands, places under extreme oppression. For some of the farther lands, I need to teleport 2 or more times. Feeling the law of thrice, Zhao Chen thought, and quickly sat down, beginning to enter the space of perception. The moment he entered, Zhao Chen's entire body was flipped upside down. He chuckled, assessing the situation. The top and bottom, front and back of this space, are completely chaotic. The world above one piece of land could be the opposite of another. Emerging from the space of perception, a red pearl immediately appeared before Zhao Chen. Looking at it, he said, This is a reminder of the safe zone. Gazing at the entire scene before him, Zhao Chen added, Within this range, close to the celestial mark transmission pearl, cultivators can return in the Tao of chaos. It's not only a way back to the original world, but also a way to protect cultivators. But once you leave the safe zone, the pearl can only transmit essence energy, not teleport cultivators. Saying this, Zhao Chen dodged and flew forward. He calculated in his mind, the amount of essence energy I have, 52 beads, is not enough to obtain the Holy Land's accumulation points, and those 5 opportunities are clearly not in this space. For the sake of my family's Holy Land qualification, and for the 5 opportunities and the chance to feel, I must continue searching. Very quickly, Zhao Chen ran into the next image beast. Looking at the 2 image beasts before him, he said, Water Law Image Beast, Black, Crocodile,
along with the fire law image beast, burning, bear.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen directly unleashed his divine ability towards the two image beasts, saying, "Although this sword isn't the strongest offensive tool right now, it's the fastest way to attack law image beasts." True to Xiao Chen's words, with just these two palm strikes, both the bear and the crocodile were completely annihilated.
As soon as the image beasts were killed, the system immediately issued the reward. Congratulations to the host for killing 2 law image beasts, obtaining 2 chances to perceive the law.
After reading this, Xiao Chen suddenly spoke. These ordinary law image beasts are still considered easy to kill, but not every 6th palace has them.
Finishing his sentence, he hurriedly entered perception. A sword was conjured, along with the perception of the law of thrice. The law of thrice reached the spirit-moving realm.
Xiao Chen said, "After perceiving it once or twice, the law entrance realm can gain mastery. But the higher the law's realm, the more times it needs to be perceived. After reaching awakening, the benefits from perception begin to decrease, so countless perceptions are useless. Based on the law of awakening space." Looking at the area being affected ahead, he continued, "Law of fluctuation. This fluctuation far exceeds that of ordinary law image beasts. Those who can fight here are definitely not image beasts fighting each other, but cultivators. Law of fluctuation is second, finally able to meet other cultivators," Xiao Chen exclaimed. "After only a few days, I was starting to doubt if there was anyone else in this space." With that, Xiao Chen quickly dodged and went deeper. As soon as he entered, he immediately saw a cultivator struggling to fight an image beast. The image beast attacking was a rather large snake, brandishing its fangs and claws, looking extremely terrifying. Xiao Chen certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Seeing that the girl was starting to lose her footing, he immediately rushed forward and stood in front of the cultivator. Looking at the image beast before him, he secretly assessed, "Gravity? Endless gravity? This python can not only become extremely large, but its law of transformation and growth is also not normal, and its realm is at least at the awakening level." Looking at the girl sitting on the ground, Xiao Chen thought, "Tribulation transcendent stage, tribulation breath imperishable. Her tribulation breath on her body tends to decline." Xiao Chen couldn't help but calculate in his heart. The size of this rock serpent is 10 times larger than a law image beast. It's obviously a special existence. I met one a day ago, but it was equally difficult, and it took all sorts of methods to kill it. But now this rock serpent is even bigger than the rhinoceros, and the law of fluctuations on its body are even more intense. The weakened girl sitting on the ground had now stood up, walked to stand beside Xiao Chen, and said, "This fellow Taoist, this rock serpent is close to the Tao embryo. Please leave quickly. Bai Zihe has her own way to save herself." The system also provided information about the girl. Name, Bai Zi. Race, Dream Sea Spirit Weaver, Dream Spirit Weaver, Spirit Transformed Alien Species. Cultivation, 8th Tribulation 4, Aperture Tribulation Transcendence Late Stage. Innate Divine Powers, Innate Divine Pupil, Extinction Divine Pupil, God Desolate Extinction Hao Heaven Law. Law Tao Realm, Profound Law Awakening, Destruction Law Understanding, Domination Law Understanding. After reading this information, Xiao Chen was a little surprised and thought to himself, so she's a demon cultivator and a late-stage tribulation transcendence great demon. Xiao Chen looked at the rock serpent in front of him and thought, his body feels like it's being pressed down by 1,000 pounds, and he can't even use his movement techniques to escape. Xiao Chen raised his hand, struggling to support the heavy stones above him, his facial muscles unconsciously contorting with great difficulty. The rock serpent now cast a probing gaze, slowly looking towards Bai Zihe in front. Bai Zihe's image appeared. Her eyes seemed to contain something unclear. The rock serpent immediately rushed over, tearing apart the illusion created by Bai Zihe. Seeing that, she rushed over and hugged Xiao Chen tightly, catching him completely off guard. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at her and thought to himself, "I didn't hide my trust in Mu Yun, but I was still caught off guard by you." Bai Zihe stood in front of him and said, "Nurturing water spiritual arts, stream oath spirit beast, Xiao Chen finally realized. Turns out I was the one being useless." With that, he flew into the air between Bai Zihe and Xiao Chen. At that moment, a strand of connection from the oath unconsciously appeared. Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "You're truly special." But suddenly, a sharp stake shot up from beneath the ground, piercing through Bai Zihe, catching her completely off guard and leaving her wide-eyed in horror. Seeing this, Xiao Chen thought to himself, "Crap, I'm screwed. What kind of Taoist friend is this? He hasn't said a word. Is he an immortal Taoist friend or something?" Bai Zihe was hit. But she still didn't forget to say to Xiao Chen, "Taoist friend, run, I'll hold it back," Xiao Chen said puzzledly. "If it's destined to be destroyed and die, why bother stopping it? I'm already simping,
How can I reach this level?
With that, Xiao Chen looked at the rock serpent and said to Mu Yun, bind this guy, Mu Yun, on his neck. Hearing this, quickly complied, releasing a stream of aura from its mouth that shot towards and bound the rock serpent. However, the rock serpent was indeed not someone to be easily dealt with. It quickly created a circle to resist the attack from Xiao Chen. Seeing this, he thought, the serpent's laws must have reached the transformation realm. It's really difficult to deal with. The only way to deal with this kind of opponent is with the water demon art. Luckily, I have awakened the spatial laws. Facing a transformed beast with earth laws is easy. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's face became much more confident. Then, a spider web was cast in the sky, and below were two streams of power, one from Xiao Chen, and one from the rock serpent, clashing fiercely against each other. Bai Zi had escaped, and was now standing beside, observing with a smile, thinking to herself, What kind of divine power is this? Truly the 3,000 great Deos. Never underestimate anyone. Xiao Chen was almost finished, and he calmly said to Bai Zihe, Taoist friend, don't attack anymore, let's watch and see. Bai Zihe happily replied, 6-6, Tribulation Crossing. He awakened the spatial laws, and even the sword intent. When did the human race produce such a heaven-defying cultivator? Then, a earth-shattering explosion occurred. The scale of the vibration shook a vast space. This was already 2 days later, and the system displayed a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an extremely large law manifestation beast, receiving a law enlightenment chance. Xiao Chen smiled with satisfaction, looking at the head of the rock serpent lying scattered on the ground, thinking, not just enlightenment, but sudden enlightenment. If I had countless opportunities for sudden enlightenment, I could undergo the first layer of tribulation in the Tao realm of laws, and reach the integration realm, truly heaven-defying. With that, he and Bai Zihe stepped into a spatial gate. They both knew that this was a random teleportation. The system quickly appeared. Ding, measurement detected. Arriving at the dark Dabio embryo of the integration's second realm, the host cannot withstand it. Escape quickly. Ding, measurement detected. Arriving at the dark Dabio embryo of the integration's second realm, the host cannot withstand it. Escape quickly. After receiving the system's notification, realizing that this was not the time to face it, he turned to Bai Zihe and said, Run! Then, they both quickly entered the teleportation gate in space. After escaping from the dangerous place, they both looked back at it, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking, a little later and I would have been hit by the attack. On the other hand, the group of Taoists finally realized the danger, so they hurriedly fled. They shouted in panic, It's the dark Tao embryo! Run if you don't want to die, who cares about them? Better dead Taoist friends than a dead poor Taoist. But only a moment later, an attack pierced through his entire body, so fast that he didn't even have time to feel the pain. Xiao Chen, standing from afar, then exclaimed, Damn! Terrifying. Truly extremely terrifying. Tribulation Crossing cultivators are being killed, not to mention their law domain realm. Even their cultivation is higher than mine. Even a 9 Tribulation Crossing can't escape destruction. He reached out and tightly grasped Bai Zihe's hand beside him, thinking to himself, I still have to run further away from that dark Dalio embryo. On the side of the cultivator who was hit just now, he tried to dodge to one side. Xiao Chen, standing beside him, deliberately created a move to secretly save his life. His left arm was directly severed. He grimaced, thinking, Sacrifice laws. The other person, after being rescued by him, quickly fled. He didn't forget to say, Thank you, Taoist friend, Xiao Chen thought. As expected, the sacrifice laws, sacrificing aura to avoid the Tao, transforming flesh god can save one's life. Just after saving him, Xiao Chen unconsciously looked towards the dark Tao embryo. He suddenly exclaimed, We're screwed. I've been targeted. Just then, a voice boomed. Hold your ground, fellow cultivators. A grand ascension cultivator is on their way. Accompanying the voice were countless talismans launched, encircling the dark Tao embryo. The entire space was engulfed in a gloomy darkness. At that moment, a Taoist priest suddenly appeared. The system swiftly displayed this person's information. Name, Wang Tuan, race human, talent Tao transformation spiritual root, cultivation early stage of grand ascension, first acupoint, Tao integration empty spirit acupoint, position 1 of the 3 excellencies, divine powers. True heaven record, floating cloud divine might, floating Tao scorching flames, floating Tao cloud movement, law heaven heart, Zhu Lun Dharma, Tao comprehension realm. Finger principle Tao integration first realm, fire principle initial comprehension, lightning principle initial comprehension, might principle lively, cloud principle lively,
Natal magic treasures divine axe.
Fire natal divine talisman.
Lightning natal divine talisman. Might natal divine talisman. Cloud special identity. Xuan Yuan Holy Land Dao Comprehension Elder. Jing Hong Hall 17th. Dao Lord Zhao Chen.
Seeing this person, Zhao Chen's face turned serious.
He thought, never mind the Dao Integration First Realm Grand Ascension stage guy. Not only is he an opponent for the Dao embryo, but the Jing Hong Hall 17th Lord wants me dead. Run. I absolutely cannot let him discover me.
With that thought, Zhao Chen decisively turned and left. Bai Zihe, left behind, frantically called out, "Fellow Taoist, you can't abandon me." However, Zhao Chen felt that he was in a critical situation. He originally wanted to drag her along because he had ulterior motives. Now that he encountered a Grand Ascension cultivator from Jinghong Hall, leaving her behind was the best thing to do, but Bai Zihe couldn't see through his calculations. She pitifully begged, "Fellow Taoist, please take me with you."
But then Zhao Chen thought, how unlucky is this dark Dao embryo to not target Grand Ascension Wang Tuan and instead head this way. Stupid demonic cultivator, you deserve to be schemed against. With that thought, he decided to grab Baiji's hand and said, "Let's go, Wang Tuan." Seeing his escape, grinned smugly and said, "The Dao of luck, the Dao of the extraterritorial battlefield, and to think I'd run into an old ancestor of the Xiao family? What good luck. Just in time, I don't need to stop the dark Dao embryo anymore." At this time, Zhao Chen had taken Baiji and Mu Yun away. He thought, I don't know how many miles I've fled. There isn't a single cultivator around. Damn it. The dark Dao embryo is still chasing me. It won't let me go. Finding this rather strange, he asked the system, "What's going on?
Could it be that this thing is chasing me because of you?" The system quickly agreed. "That's right," he asked again. "Can it sense the system?" The system replied, "It can't." He originally wanted to ask more, but the system quickly cut him off.
"Host, there's no need to ask further. This system doesn't know how to answer either." At this moment, Wang Tuan suddenly blocked Zhao Chen and Bai Jihe's path. Seeing this, Zhao Chen spoke up. "Senior, for some reason, that Dao embryo demonic entity is constantly chasing us. I hope Senior will lend a helping hand," Wang Tuan replied. "Of course, I will personally take action." But unexpectedly, that guy launched a powerful attack towards Zhao Chen and Bai Zihe. Fortunately, Zhao Chen was quick and pulled her away, narrowly avoiding the hit. Bai Zihe, not understanding what was happening, innocently asked, "Senior, why?" Zhao Chen replied, "Why, you ask? This stupid cultivator wants to kill me." Wang Tuan smiled slyly and said, "That's right. To be able to cultivate the space principle to the awakening realm, you are a peerless genius of this region, so I want to chase after you. But you must understand the reason why Dao integration integrates the Dao. The existence of the Dao changes with you. You can still speak now." Then he quickly cast a spell, and those talismans reappeared. Zhao Chen thought, this is bad. With my current space principle, even if I fold space multiple times, I can't break through this world within a palm. Wang Tuan said, "No need to try. Zhao Chen, obediently let me extract your soul, or if I accidentally crush you to death, don't blame me." Zhao Chen didn't hesitate to reply, "Is Jing Hong Hall that great? You are clearly a Dao Comprehension Elder of Xuan Yuan Holy Land. Why are you willing to sell your life for Jing Hong Hall?" Wang Tuan replied, "You know quite a few secrets within. It wouldn't hurt to tell you more. I cultivate the Dao of integration. It's extremely difficult. You know that too. To advance another level, I absolutely must have your Dao pill."
Zhao Chen calmly said, "I know what you want.
I will give you the formula for the Mutian Ascending Spirit pill. Let me go once." Wang Tuan looked arrogant and said, "To think you're an old ancestor of the Xiao family. Why are you so foolish? The Xiao family, established in the southwest 2 regions, is indeed difficult to obtain."
Zhao Chen knew that negotiations had failed
and boldly said, "Then there's nothing more to say. Let's fight."
Wang Tuan suddenly spoke up. "What? This world is supposed to be isolated. How can a Dao embryo still find its way here?" Zhao Chen's face remained unchanged.
He thought, "System, I'm still trying to get my hands on a Dafio embryo, and it's coming to me again. Something's definitely up."
Just then, the Dao embryo slowly started approaching, breaking through the space created by Wang Tuan's talisman. Wang Tuan's focus was momentarily diverted by the Dao embryo, giving Zhao Chen a chance to escape. He quickly grabbed Bai Zihe and both of them darting out of Wang Tuan's space and away from the Dao embryo's path.
But that bastard Wang Tuan was determined not to let him go, stubbornly chasing after him, blocking his way. Zhao Chen said, "Zhao Chen, if you obediently surrender to the Jinghong sect, I might spare your life." Then he thought, Xiao Chen's Sea of Consciousness doesn't just contain the recipe for the Mutian Shengling pill. He definitely has other big opportunities. Otherwise, how could a remnant of the Zhao family develop so quickly in such a short time?
But Xiao Chen had already made his plans. He'd rather be killed by the Dao embryo than fall into Wang Tuan's hands. He turned to Bai Zihe and said, "You dumb demon cultivator, following me right now is basically suicide."
Bai Zihe replied without hesitation. "You're the one who's afraid of death, I'm not," he blurted out. "You really are a dumb demon cultivator." With that, they both directly charged towards the Dao embryo monster to destroy it. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, thinking,
"Without hatred in my heart I can't stand firm, but attacking this dumb demon cultivator is really hard to overcome my inner demons." Seeing him still hesitating, Bai Zihe said, "You're the dumb one, I'm not. Why haven't you attacked yet?" Xiao Chen blurted out. "You," Bai Zihe looked at Xiao Chen with loving eyes, affectionately calling out, "Husband." Hearing that, he couldn't help but gently pat her head and caress her affectionately. Then, Xiao Chen closed his eyes, putting his body into a state of tranquility, and guiding his mind into an empty space. Seeing this, Wang Tuan exclaimed, "Xiao Chen is so decisive, he'd rather be Daoified by the Dao embryo than surrender himself to the Jingshang sect. But without Xiao Chen, the Zhao family will only last 100 years at most. After 100 years, the Jingshang sect will definitely slaughter them. It's just a pity that Xiao Chen's hidden opportunities are wasted." With that, he had no choice but to turn around and leave. At this moment, 3 cocoons were gradually formed on the giant spiderweb. Suddenly, the cocoons started to move, and then gradually cracked open. From inside, Bai Zihe and Xiao Chen were reborn once again. He thought, it's still the same appearance, logically. After seizing the Menghai spirit pearl, shouldn't he have turned into Bai Zihe's body? Why is it still his own body? Bai Zihe stepped in front of Xiao Chen and said, "I've taken a step ahead. Self-destruction and rebirth is from yourself. Otherwise, how could I give birth to your children?" Xiao Chen asked suspiciously. "Who are you really, Bai Zihe, or Ji Ruoji?" Hearing that, she smiled and replied, "I am Bai Zihe, and I am also Ji Ruoshi. Why is husband asking so much? Don't you want to do the mission?" With that, she hugged Xiao Chen tightly in happiness. Only he was speechless with surprise, thinking, she even knows about the mandatory mission. Finally, a passionate love bloomed.